Chapter 9:31. The Central Capital, the greatest city under the heavens. From a distance, the huge central capital looked like a dormant ancient beast, quietly lying on the ground, giving off a desolate aura that inspired awe. A blue light suddenly appeared 50 kilometers away from the central capital, and the figures of Xianxia, Li Rong, and Han Fei appeared. There's actually such a huge city here. Li Rong's eyes flashed a look of surprise as she exclaimed. The scale of the central capital was extremely rare, even in Tongxian realm. Li Rong found it hard to imagine how many years it had taken the indigenous people here to create such a huge city. But there seems to be some traces of destruction. Han Fei frowned. More than 10 years ago, the central capital's earth vein erupted and the entire city was destroyed. When I left that year, everyone was busy rebuilding the central capital. Although more than 10 years have passed since then, it doesn't seem to have been completely rebuilt. Xianxia gently nodded. At this moment, the entire central capital was slightly calm. Even though he was 50 kilometers away, Xianxia could still see many people moving about. Suddenly, a burst of light burst out from a corner of the central capital, illuminating Xianxia's eyes. "Master, there seems to be a battle going on over there," Li Rong whispered. "Let's go take a look." Xianxia once again activated the Flying Heavens shuttle and disappeared. At the central capital's south gate, a group of transcendent realm cultivators were fleeing in panic. The central capital's south gate was a gate used exclusively by the Yang family. All of the Yang family's direct descendants would pass through this gate when returning from outside. When Xianxia returned to the central capital to participate in the inheritance war, he had also passed through this gate. At this moment, the fleeing transcendent realm cultivator were basically all masters from the Yang family's blood warrior hall. They were desperately running away with the goal of escaping from the central capital. However, behind them were two unparalleled enemies. "You bastards, you've run away quite fast. Let's see where you'll run now." One of the one-eyed middle-aged men followed behind them unhurriedly, not showing any intention of immediately taking action, simply taunting them with a mocking look in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. "A group of trivial transcendents dares act presumptuous in front of me? Run away as fast as you can. Don't let me catch you, or else you'll suffer a miserable fate." Everyone who was being chased had bloodshot eyes, but all of them were well aware of how tyrannical their enemy was, so they didn't dare to stop and fight. They could only use their martial skills as they fled, trying their best to delay the enemy's pace. But when these martial skills blasted onto the one-eyed middle-aged man, they were utterly unable to do anything to him. Only layers of ripples appeared around his body, and then the attacks were like stones that sank into the sea, vanishing without a trace. This caused the fleeing group of transcendents to lose all hope and despair. "Cho Su, stop fooling around. Leader Wu is waiting for our report. Let's catch them quickly." In another direction, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure reminded the one-eyed middle-aged man. Cho Su glanced over at her and snorted. "There's no need for you to remind me." He then cursed in a low voice. "Little whore, you think you can order me around just because you've got a big tree like Wu Zheng? Why don't you take a look at yourself?" Saying so, his expression became violent as he shouted towards the people below, "Run, run. If any of you are caught by me first, I'll let you taste all the torture in the world and let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Seeing you have some strength and some use, I allowed you to work for me, but you actually dared to find an opportunity to escape. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The words of this man and woman reached the ears of the people below, causing their expressions to become uglier and uglier. In the crowd, a tall and sturdy man shouted in a low voice, "Brothers and sisters, disperse. Life and death are up to fate. If anyone can escape from here, you must survive. Find a young master and tell him what happened here." Everyone nodded and shouted, "Good luck." The next moment, everyone scattered in all directions. The man and woman chasing behind them saw this scene and didn't show the slightest surprise at all. The one-eyed man named Cho Su sneered, "You have some brains. I thought you would stop and fight with me, but it turns out you're not stupid. Don't make trouble. It'll be troublesome if you let them run away." You block their way forward, I'll block their way back." The voluptuous beauty shouted. At the same time, a surging force burst out from her body, and an invisible barrier appeared behind the transcendent realm cultivator, blocking their retreat and pushing forward at an extremely fast speed, reducing their space of movement. Seeing that she had already taken action, Chosu no longer spoke nonsense and used the same method to block the path of the cultivator below. Asterisk pong 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 star. One figure after another slammed into the invisible barrier, causing ripples to appear in midair. These cultivators were all forced back dizzily, their faces ugly. Two sword-like auras attacked from the front and back, forcing them to gather together again, back to back, and look up at the man and woman in the sky. There was no door to heaven, no road to hell. Under absolute strength, they could only be toyed with in the hands of the enemy, unable to resist at all. "Surely, it's okay for me to kill one person to vent my anger, right?" Chosu looked at the voluptuous beauty with his only remaining eye. The beautiful woman called Xioli frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "They're not very strong. What's the use of killing them? The reason why sect leader Wu spared their lives is to make them surrender and work for us. As long as this group surrenders, the rest will be easy to deal with. The world energy here is not rich, and the resources are not abundant, but there are many people. It's fine to take them to the mines and do some rough work. Of course, I know sect leader Wu's intentions, but if I don't kill their spirit, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart." Chosu slowly shook his head. Seeing him like this, Xioli felt disgusted, but she didn't want to be entangled with him on this issue, so she nodded helplessly. "Fine, but you can only kill one. If you dare to kill more, I will definitely report this matter to sect leader Wu. I know you have a good relationship with sect leader Wu, but you don't need to use him to pressure me. I am the pavilion master of heaven, seeking pavilion. It's not up to him to control me." "If you want to kill, just do it. Don't talk nonsense," Xioli shouted impatiently. Chosu sneered, looking down at the group of people below with his only remaining eye. His eyes swept over the dozen transcendent realm cultivator, ignoring their angry glares, suddenly stretching out his finger and pointing at one of them. "She'll be fine. I like to kill women, especially beautiful women." Saying so, he glanced at the woman called Xioli, intentionally or unintentionally. Xioli snorted, knowing what he meant, but she didn't pay attention to him. The face of the woman who was pointed out by him turned pale. "Yu Xian." The others all paled. Tang Yu Xian smiled bleakly. "Life and death are up to the heavens. Don't resist. The place they came from should be where the little lord went. When you get there, do everything you can to find the little lord and have him avenge me and my dead brothers and sisters." Everyone shook their heads. "Woman, if you have any last words, I'll give you 10 breaths of time." Chosu stood in the air and laughed wildly. "They've gone too far, I'll kill them." Tu Feng roared, his blood qi madly rising, apparently preparing to use Yang Kai's blood warrior's mad tyrant blood skill. "If you want to die, we'll die together. In any case, we can't just stand by and watch you get killed." Ying Jiu's figure flickered as he prepared to use his dancing shadow strike at any moment. At that moment, an invisible pressure descended, making everyone unable to move. The mad tyrant blood skill that Tu Feng was about to use was also directly suppressed, causing Ying Jiu's figure to stiffen in place. Chosu laughed loudly. "I say you're overestimating yourselves, but you still don't know your limits. How can a transcendent compete with a saint? Now I'll let you see the huge gap between the two of you. If I want to kill you, it'll be as simple as crushing an ant." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Tang Yu Xian, who was standing in the crowd, exclaimed as she suddenly found herself being bound by an invisible force and slowly floating up into the air. A moment later, she stopped a few dozen meters above the ground. The invisible force that bound her body slowly became stronger and stronger, causing Tang Yu Xian to struggle to breathe and her face to turn red. Although she wanted to resist, she was unable to exert any strength. Screams and cries came from below. Cracking sounds came from Tang Yu Xian's body as her bones seemed to be on the verge of being crushed. Feeling death beckoning to her, Tang Yuxian's heart remained calm as she stared coldly at the one-eyed man named Cho Su, the look of unflinching determination in her beautiful eyes causing Cho Su to stare blankly. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk a sword-like attack suddenly shot out from the void, cutting through the space between Cho Su and Tang Yuxian. The sound of something being cut rang out. Tang Yuxian, who was bound in the air, let out a sigh of relief as the huge pressure on her body disappeared at this moment, and her body regained its freedom, falling straight down. With a flash of blue light, 3 figures appeared mid-air like ghosts, each of them wrapped in a bone-chilling aura. "Who's there?" Cho Su and Xiao Li's faces changed drastically as they shouted at the same time. The transcendent realm cultivator below also hurriedly turned their eyes towards the 3 figures. All of them wore dull expressions. In the next moment, cries of surprise rang out. "Little Lord." Xianxia nodded gently and looked down. Familiar faces flashed in front of his eyes. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Ying Jiao, Ji Li, Xiao Shun, Yin Ling Xing, Wu Ju, most of the masters of the Yang family Blood Warrior Hall were here. "Is Yuxian all right?" Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. "It's just a minor injury. Little Lord doesn't need to worry." "That's good." Xianxia took a deep breath. "Who are you?" Cho Su frowned, quietly stood beside Xiuli, and asked in a stern voice. Chapter 9:32. He didn't know why, but when these 3 people appeared, Cho Su couldn't help feeling a sense of horror, as if the aura of death was approaching him, causing him to shudder. If he didn't stand with Xiuli, he didn't feel any sense of security. "Were you the one who said that a transcendent can't fight a saint?" Xianxia turned his head and stared at Cho Su coldly. "Yes. May I ask who your excellency is?" Cho Su frowned. "Do I need to tell a dead man my name?" "Your excellency is quite arrogant." "Who are you?" Cho Su's expression became cold, also realizing that these newcomers had ill intentions, quietly signaling to Xiuli to act according to the situation. Xiuli gently nodded. Xianxia didn't pay any attention to him, and instead turned to Li Rong. "I'll leave that woman to you too. I'll deal with this man." Li Rong nodded. "Be careful, master." She didn't stop Xianxia, naturally knowing that Xianxia was furious and wanted to personally kill the one-eyed man who had just bullied them. On top of that, with her and Han Fei supporting him, even if Xianxia couldn't defeat the other party, his life wouldn't be in any danger. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes stared straight at Xiao Li as an invisible pressure descended from the sky. The voluptuous young woman called Xiao Li instantly stiffened, and the flow of her Saint Qi became sluggish, as if she had fallen into a swamp. Shocked, she finally understood just how tyrannical these 2 women who had suddenly appeared in front of her were, causing her tender body to tremble uncontrollably. Cho Su's complexion also changed. As soon as Li Rong and Han Fei used their Saint Qi, he noticed that something was wrong and couldn't help feeling shocked. Not bothering to find trouble with the Blood Warriors, his figure flickered, and he flew towards the central capital's interior. He wanted to find Wu Zheng. Although he was dissatisfied with the benefits Wu Zheng had given him, in the end, Wu Zheng was the strongest here, a second-order saint, far stronger than him. But just as he moved, a figure appeared in front of him, and the young man who didn't seem to know the immensity of heaven and earth appeared in front of him. Third-order transcendent. Cho Su saw through Xianxia's true cultivation at a glance and was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and there is no door to hell." He shouted, "Boy, get out of my way." At the same time, he reached out to grab Xianxia. He was trying to capture Xianxia so that he could fight for a chance of survival. Xianxia didn't move, only coldly looking at him. His expression was indifferent. Only when his large hand touched his shoulder and squeezed hard did he suddenly burst forth with the power in his body. The scorching heat wave exploded. Cho Su let out a strange cry and hurriedly retracted his hand. His face suddenly changed color, and he was somewhat in disbelief. This young man opposite him was only a third-order transcendent, but the aura radiating from his body was actually purer and more vigorous than his own. The scorching yuan qi penetrated the meridians of his palm, rampaging through his physique and meridians before penetrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs in an attempt to destroy his vitality. Not daring to show the slightest neglect, Cho Su hurriedly pushed his Saint Qi to suppress this scorching heat, causing his body temperature to soar and his blood to show signs of boiling, causing his eyes to turn bloodshot. Before he could recover, though, a golden spear pierced through the air towards him. This spear exuded a shocking energy fluctuation, as if it was capable of tearing through space, breaking through the shackles of distance, and rapidly enlarging in Cho Su's eyes. Cho Su was horrified as he felt the destructive power contained in this spear and hurriedly dodged. Xiao. The heaven-punishing spear hit thin air and flew several dozen kilometers before it gradually dissipated into specks of light and disappeared. One heaven-punishing spear after another was formed in Yang Kai's hands, and he stood mid-air, throwing them out without pause. Like a swarm of locusts, the sky was filled with flashing golden lights. Cho Su was in a difficult situation, only able to dodge these 9 heavens' divine skills. Unable to resist at all, his face pale. Dodge, keep dodging, let's see how long you can hide. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pushed his strength to the limit, imitating Cho Su's sarcastic tone as he taunted him like an ancient god. The heaven-punishing spear continued to stare at Cho Su as golden light shot out from it. Cho Su didn't have time to respond. Simply dodging these attacks was already exhausting him, causing his expression to become extremely ugly. Aren't you a saint? Go all out and fight. Why are you afraid of a mere transcendent? Come, show me all your means. Today this young master will let you see how a transcendent can kill a saint realm master. Yang Kai grinned coldly. Following up with the heaven-punishing spear, the profound heavenly sword and imprisoning heaven chain also burst forth one after another, the 9 heavens' divine skills shining brilliantly. Down below, Tu Feng and the others were dumbfounded, unable to calm down for a long time. They had been trained by Yang Kai in the past and had broken through to the transcendent realm long before Yang Kai left, standing at the peak of this world. In the 10 years since Yang Kai had left, all of them had diligently cultivated. Now, basically every blood warrior had seen the hope of breaking through to the second-order transcendent realm and had set this as their goal. But a few months ago, a group of enemies that they were no match for suddenly appeared and took control of the central capital's 8 great families. Today, this one-eyed man, named Cho Su, had chased her all the way to the heavens and earth. And now, Tang Yuxian was about to be crushed to death by him. The young master came out of nowhere and beat Cho Su so hard that he covered his head and scurried away like a rat. He didn't even have time to answer. The blood warriors' hearts were filled with excitement as a sense of pride rose within them. Looking at the previously domineering Cho Su's miserable appearance, each of them couldn't help feeling happy. Li Rong and Han Fei were also watching from the sidelines, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on their faces. Although the two of them knew that Yang Kai was very powerful, ever since they had followed him here, they had never seen Yang Kai fight against any master, so they didn't know what his bottom line was. Just now, the two women had secretly decided that if Yang Kai was in a difficult situation, they would immediately step in to help. However, the situation was completely different from what they had feared. A first-order saint in front of Yang Kai didn't even have a chance to put up any resistance. The two of them were even certain that Yang Kai could easily kill this opponent, because Yang Kai hadn't used his demon god transformation yet and was only fighting with his own strength. At this moment, the two women finally relaxed and began putting pressure on Xiao Li so she couldn't rush to their aid while paying close attention to Yang Kai's battle. Father will fight with you. While dodging in a sorry state, Cho Su suddenly let out a loud shout, and a large bell flew out. The bell emitted a loud sound that seemed capable of stealing souls. Layers of light rippled, and the sound waves formed a shock wave that spread out in all directions. The heaven-punishing spear and profound heavenly sword flying towards him suddenly slowed down, and their attacks weakened significantly. As for the blood warriors who were watching from below, when they heard this bell ring, each of them showed a look of extreme pain, their bodies trembling as their blood began to boil and their faces flushed red, as if they would explode at any moment. Li Rong waved her hand and dispersed the pressure on their side, allowing the blood warriors to regain their composure and turn grateful looks towards her. Cho Su's divine sense burst forth as he controlled the giant bell artifact and stimulated its full power while he hid behind it, and used it to resist Yang Kai's attacks as he desperately rushed towards Yang Kai. He obviously wanted to make a last stand, hoping that he and Kai Yang would both suffer heavy losses. If he could capture Kai Yang, that would be even better. A spirit-grade, top-rank artifact. Yang Kai grinned, ignoring the impact of the devilish sound. Not only did he not retreat, but instead rushed forward fiercely. True Yang Kai's Yuan Qi erupted, and Yang Kai was like a blazing fireball, rampaging through the sound waves. A moment later, a loud noise rang out. The sound of a huge bell reverberated throughout the central capital, causing everyone's blood to boil and their hearts to feel uncomfortable. Cho Su, who was hiding behind the giant bell, was hit by a huge force and was sent flying like a paper kite, coughing up blood mid-air as his face paled and his eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. This third-order transcendent youth had actually used his own body to collide with his artifact, not only blocking its attack, but also sending him flying. Cho Su only managed to stabilize himself after taking a dozen steps back. Just how tyrannical was this youth's physique to be able to collide with his artifact? It wasn't until this moment that Cho Su completely understood that his combat strength was on a completely different level. Although this youth cultivation was lower than his own, he was a monster capable of fighting above his own realm. Cho Su's eyes dimmed as he flew backwards and roared, "Wu Zheng!" Yang Kai grabbed the giant bell in his hand and tossed it away, his figure flickering as he caught up with Cho Su, grinning fiercely as he shouted, "It doesn't matter who you call out, today you'll die." A stream of pure Yuan Qi was sent by Yang Kai into Cho Su's body. Cho Su tried to resist, but was unable to do so. His body rapidly heated up as his blood boiled like boiling water, and huge blisters appeared on the surface of his skin. Kong. Cho Su's body exploded. In midair, a beautiful flower of blood bloomed. His death was extremely miserable. Xiao Li's tender body trembled as her heart filled with panic. She had watched the entire battle from beginning to end, but even now she couldn't figure out how a Saint Realm cultivator could be so easily killed by a mere transcendent. This scene completely subverted her understanding of the strength of a cultivator. Staring at the young man's terrifying back, Xiao Li couldn't help feeling terrified. "Master, how should we deal with this woman?" Li Rong asked softly. "Kill her," Yang Kai responded faintly. "Understood," Han Fei responded, her tender body flickering as she arrived beside Xiao Li, her jade-white hands casually patting her body a few times. The next moment, the surface of the enchanting woman's body was covered with a layer of ice crystals. Gradually, she was frozen like a lifelike ice sculpture. The panicked expression on her face was clearly reflected through the layer of ice. The ice sculpture fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, shattering into pieces. This enchanting woman also died without leaving behind even her bones. "Who dares commit murder here?" A roar came from the distance, and a moment later, an old man with a ruddy complexion appeared, his expression extremely angry as he glanced around. After seeing Yang Kai's face, this old man couldn't help paling. "Nine Heavens Holy Lands, Holy Master?" Chapter 9:33. As the religion master of the free and unfettered sect, Wu Zheng naturally recognized Yang Kai. After all, he, Chu Yi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion, and Fang Yubai of Smoke-Lock Tower had pursued the ancient demon race all the way to the Nine Peaks. Wu Zheng also quite disliked this young man who had colluded with the demon race, and was even a little jealous of him. The reason was simple: this guy was so young, but was already the master of a great force and had subdued so many obedient masters from the demon race. The power he held in his hands was enough to make anyone jealous. Wuxian didn't know how he was inferior to Yang Kai and why such a good thing never happened to him. Wuxian. Yang Kai grinned at him silently and mysteriously. Yang Shengzhu, long time no see. Wuxian looked around and frowned. I don't know why Yang Shengzhu would come here. Did you see Cho Su and Xioli? I just heard Cho Su's voice, and there were fluctuations from battle here. Could have been Yang Shengzhu. If you're talking about the one-eyed man and the middle-aged woman, they're already dead. Dead? Wu Zhang's expression changed as he stared deeply at Yang Kai. Could it be they died at the hands of Yang Shengzhu? Correct. Yang Kai admitted frankly. Wu Zhang's expression became cold as he narrowed his eyes. Why did you kill them? They have no grudge with Yang Shengzhu, right? Can't I kill without any grudge? Yang Kai laughed, glancing sideways at Wu Zhang before reaching out and grinning. Today, not only will they die, but so will you. Wu Zhang's face twitched as he glanced cautiously towards Li Rong and Han Fei, forcing a smile as he asked, Yang Shengzhu, what is the meaning of this? This was not offended you in any way, right? When he heard Cho Su shout just now, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He immediately rushed over and saw Yang Kai here. However, since he didn't understand the whole story, Wu Zhang didn't feel much of a sense of crisis. After all, Yang Kai was the holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, so it was impossible for him to kill someone for no reason. After all, Wu Zhang was the leader of a force and was not inferior to Yang Kai in the slightest. He took it for granted that since they were all in the same position, they could sit down and talk if there was anything. Who would have thought that Yang Kai had no intention of negotiating with him at all? The moment he opened his mouth, he was filled with murderous intent. How else do you want to offend me? Yang Kai's eyes were as cold as ice. This is my home. You brought your friends here and bullied my family. Before Yang Kai could finish his words, Wu Zhang knew something was wrong. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, Cho Su and Xiao Li's deaths were a fact. If Yang Kai dared to kill the two of them, he might really kill him as well. Wu Zhang was also a decisive person. Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish explaining, he immediately summoned an artifact and transformed it into a light shield around his body before flying out of the central capital as fast as he could. Yang Kai frowned as he stared in the direction Wu Zhang fled, waving his hand with a strange expression. Han Fei didn't say a word and simply chased after him. There was no need to guess what would happen to Wu Zhang. He would definitely die. When an ancient demon clan member used their demon god transformation, almost every one of them could fight above their realm. Li Rong was only a second-order saint when she fought Xiaoli to a draw. Today, Han Fei was also a second-order saint, so if she wanted to kill Wu Zhang, it would only be a matter of time. Li Rong, go to the central capital and clean up the people Wu Zhang brought here. Yes. Li Rong nodded before disappearing, her huge divine sense spreading out like a tide and penetrating every corner of the central capital. Yang Kai then flew down. Little Lord. All the blood warriors looked at him excitedly and called out. Yang Kai glanced over at them and nodded. It's fine, let's head back first. Good. By the time Yang Kai arrived at the Yang family mansion, Li Rong had already finished cleaning up. Most of the people Wu Zhang had brought here had been gathered in the Yang family mansion, so she had directly cleaned them all up. After hearing the whole story from Li Rong, many of the Yang family's direct descendants were happily waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. Fourth Master Yang and his wife were even more anxious, Dong Suju constantly wiping her tears, feeling extremely gratified. A moment later, the figures of Yang Kai and the many blood warriors appeared in their field of vision. Dong Suju ignored the fourth master's attempts to stop her and rushed over to Yang Kai. Mother, Yang Kai called out eagerly. Dong Suju looked him up and down, seemingly wanting to see if he was unharmed. After confirming that her son wasn't injured in any way, she hugged him tightly. Yang Kai couldn't breathe. Li Rong watched this scene of mother and son reuniting with a strange expression. If Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to call out to her just now, she would have thought that this seemingly young woman was Yang Kai's older sister. never having expected that she was actually her master's mother. "Good, everyone is waiting. Why are you hugging Kair so tightly?" Fourth Master Yang saw that there was no movement from the other side for a long time and couldn't help but come forward and remind her. "I don't care about them. This is my son." Dong Suju burst into tears, feeling extremely wronged, as if someone was trying to snatch Yang Kai away from her. "Father!" Yang Kai grinned and greeted Fourth Master Yang. "And well done." The Yang family Fourth Master nodded his head heavily, the corners of his eyes revealing an expression of relief. Yang Kai had been away from home for more than 10 years without any news, so naturally he and Dong Suju were most worried about him. Now that they had not only confirmed their son's safety, but also learned that it was Yang Kai who had led people to rescue the central capital, the Fourth Master couldn't help feeling a sense of pride. After a while, Dong Suju's mood gradually calmed down, and she let go of Yang Kai. "Wait for the evening. We'll talk again as a family." Yang Kai patted her hand and comforted her. Yang Kai stepped forward, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the family's elders and his 7 brothers, greeting them one by one. Everyone was in a good mood. Ninth brother. The other brothers also couldn't help but stare at him. Yang Kai was the youngest of the 9 brothers, but now it seemed that he was the one with the highest achievements. In comparison, no matter who it was, they all felt a little ashamed of their inferiority, but also a little happy for him. Second brother. "How do you feel about being the family head?" Yang Kai laughed loudly as he turned to Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao sighed. "If you don't lead the family head, you won't know how expensive daily necessities are." Second brother always thought too simply. "If I was given another chance, I wouldn't have participated in the inheritance war." Among the 9 brothers of the Yang family, besides Yang Kai, the most suitable one to be the family head was naturally Yang Zhao. Although the eldest brother, Yang Wei, had great personal strength, he was obsessed with the martial Tao and didn't care about anything else. The family's elder, Imo, also didn't feel comfortable leaving the family head to him. So after Yang Kai left, the family had been managed by Yang Zhao. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, the other brothers had all settled down and had children of their own. "Let's talk inside. It's been a long time since we've been together." Yang Zhao stepped aside and said. In the Yang family spirit hall, Yang Kai, under the orders of the Fourth Master, came in and offered incense to the ancestors. According to the Fourth Master's words, the reason why they were able to escape this disaster was all because of the blessings of the ancestors. It had nothing to do with Yang Kai. Yang Kai could only comply with his Fourth Master's wishes. After paying his respects, Yang Kai walked out of the spirit hall and followed the Fourth Master to the Yang family hall. At this moment, the hall was overcrowded. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, everyone's expression changed as they stared towards him. "Grand Master." Yang Kai saw Ling Tai Su in the crowd a glance and quickly rushed over, shouting happily. Ling Tai Su smiled and nodded, but he seemed to have been seriously injured, his face as white as paper, his body trembling slightly as he stood there. Yang Kai's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked, "It's nothing serious. I was just hit by that man named Wu Zhang. Fortunately, he didn't mean to take my life. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here today." Ling Tai Su comforted. Yang Kai didn't say anything else, instead reaching out and placing his hand on Ling Tai Su's wrist, carefully examining it. After a moment, his expression relaxed slightly. His Grand Master's injuries weren't light, but they weren't life-threatening. With his current means, it wouldn't be difficult to treat him. "Grand Master, take this pill." Yang Kai placed a pill in his hand. Ling Tai Su didn't hesitate and swallowed the pill directly, patting Yang Kai's shoulder and saying, "We'll talk about this another time. I need to refine this pill first." "Good. Master, I'll see you off." Fourth Master Yang quickly stepped forward and helped Ling Tai Su leave. "Senior Ling was injured by that man in order to save us," Tu Feng suddenly said. This time, if it weren't for Ling Tai Su attracting the attention of those people, we wouldn't have been able to escape from the Yang family. Unfortunately, we were almost caught. Fortunately, Little Lord appeared in time and prevented Senior Ling's efforts from going to waste. Tang Yuxian lowered her head with some shame. "Don't worry about it. Since Grandmaster acted like this, He must have his own considerations. Isn't everything fine now? Xianxia smiled. Come in and sit down. Inside the hall, everyone crowded in and found a place to sit down. Those who didn't have a seat simply stood around, all of them turning their eyes to Xianxia, waiting for him to speak. Second brother, did the family suffer any losses this time? Xianxia casually found a place to sit down and asked Xianxia. Hearing this, everyone's face became gloomy, and even Xianxia's heart couldn't help sinking. The biggest loss was the Blood Warrior Hall. Xianxia sighed heavily. When those people arrived, we didn't know their strength was so great. The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Sheng and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng both died in battle, and the entire Blood Warrior Hall was beaten to a pulp. The Blood Warrior Hall was the most loyal institution to the Yang family, and the place where all the masters the Yang family had cultivated gathered. When danger came, they would naturally do their best to resist. Xianxia had an impression of Hall Master Feng Sheng and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng. After all, he had dealt with them before, but he hadn't expected that they would be killed in this foreign invasion. Tu Feng clenched his fists, his body trembling as he choked out. Chu Gao, Yi Jili, Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Fu Cong, they're all dead. Xianxia's body shook. The names of the blood warriors Tu Feng reported were all those who had followed him during the Inheritance War. During the final stages of the Inheritance War, Xianxia had gathered 13 blood warriors and created 13 transcendent realm masters. This was especially true for Chu Gao Yi. He and Ingjio had followed Xianxia from the very beginning and were extremely loyal to him. Both of them were the two most talented blood warriors in the Blood Warrior Hall. Hearing that all these familiar names had passed away, Xianxia's heart clenched. Chapter 9:34. The Blood Warrior Hall had suffered heavy losses, and the surviving blood warriors all wore solemn expressions. In addition to the Blood Warrior Hall, several of the family's elderly elders had also died in battle. The first elder of the Long Chalk Hall, Yang Zhen, had died tragically at the hands of the free and unfettered. It could be said that the arrival of this catastrophe had caused the entire Yang family's high-end strength to shrink by nearly half, the biggest blow it had ever suffered. Not only the Yang family, but almost every one of the Central Capital's 8 great families had suffered the same fate. Fortunately, Wu Zheng didn't want to kill them all and had absolute confidence in his own strength. He believed that with the strength of these Central Capital's masters, they wouldn't be able to cause him any trouble. So after a brief period of slaughter, he had sealed the strength of the various great families' masters and ordered them to submit to him and work for him. He had set his sights on the human resources here. Whether he could take the people here to Tongxian realm to work as coolies or sell them as slaves, he could make a considerable fortune. It was also because of this that the Central Capital's 8 great families had not suffered a devastating blow and had retained a glimmer of hope. Ninth brother, that Wu Zheng's methods are extraordinary and his strength is earth-shattering. Can the people you brought really deal with him? Yang Zhao asked worriedly. And I never thought there would be such a powerful person in this world. Some of the elders also said worriedly. Whether or not we can deal with him, seeing is believing. Xianxia chuckled, listening carefully for a moment before nodding. She's back. What's back? Yang Zhao was stunned. A beautiful figure flashed into the hall from outside, wrapping herself in a bone-chilling aura as Han Fei appeared. Holding a bloody head in his hand, he walked straight in, tossed the head to the ground, and bowed to Xianxia. Master, I was fortunate to not fail my mission. You've worked hard. Xianxia gently nodded. Inside the hall, everyone's eyes turned to the head rolling on the ground. Looking at the pair of widened eyes that had lost all light, Yang Zhao slowly straightened up and shouted, It's Wu Zheng. Is he really dead? Good. The eyes of many Yang family members lit up, their spirits rising. Turning to look at Han Fei again, everyone's eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Previously, Li Rong had rushed here to eliminate the masters brought by Wu Zheng. Her actions were swift and decisive, and before anyone could react, the free and unfettered Spirit Temple's disciples had inexplicably died. None of them had seen Li Rong's methods, so they didn't know just how tyrannical she was. But now, seeing Wu Zheng's head being brought in by Han Fei with her own eyes, she naturally understood just how powerful this icy beauty was. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel as if they were in a dream. Many people even leaned over to take a closer look, wanted to see if that was really Wu Zheng's head. After confirming it, his body trembled. Ninth brother, this lady is... Yang Zhao looked at Han Fei hesitantly, a strange light flashing across his eyes. We are master's subordinates. Han Fei took the initiative to explain, lest everyone misunderstand. Subordinate. Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly, not knowing what to say. His ninth brother had been gone for more than 10 years without any news. But as soon as he returned, he had brought such powerful subordinates with him, sweeping away the enemy and saving the central capital. On the other hand, as the patriarch of a Yang family, he had been helpless when facing an enemy invasion. Comparing the two, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling somewhat depressed. But this is good. With this lady's strength, my Yang family will no longer need to fear being bullied. Yes, ninth brother, now that you've come back, are you not leaving? All the brothers began to ask questions at once. Yang Kai shook his head. Dong Suju, who was sitting next to Yang Kai, paled and couldn't help grabbing Yang Kai's hand and whispering, Kai, do you still want to leave? Yang Kai smiled. I'm leaving, but this time I'm taking all of you with me. Together? Yang Zhao frowned. I hope all of you can come with me to Tongxian realm and give up on the central capital. The hall suddenly fell silent. The central capital was the foundation of these people, and Yang Kai telling them to give up with just a few words made them feel somewhat reluctant. Yang Kai naturally understood their feelings, standing up and saying, in the past, my Yang family was the leader of the 8 great families and one of the top forces in the world, but now the situation is different. The passage between this world and Tongxian realm has been opened. This time Wu Zheng came. Next time someone else may come. It is not safe for all of you to remain in the central capital. Someone else will come? Many people's faces changed, none of them realizing the seriousness of the situation. They thought that with Wu Zheng dead, they would be safe, but the reality was far from what they had imagined. According to Yang Kai, this place had become a piece of delicious cake that all masters wanted to take a bite out of. If that's the case, then it's time to make some plans. Yang Zhao's expression became dignified as he pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to Yang Kai and saying, Ninth brother, second brother wants to ask you a few questions. Yang Kai nodded. If we leave the central capital with you and go to that Tongxian realm, with our strength, can we live in peace? Second brother is not belittling himself. But after this incident, we have indeed recognized our own short-sightedness and shortcomings. And I still have some weight over there and can say a few words. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. Then what about a place for us? Is there a suitable location? I've already found a place. You don't have to worry about that. Yang Zhao asked again, what about cultivation materials? We can obtain them here, but once we reach the other side, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to obtain cultivation materials, right? Yang Kai chuckled. What I don't lack the most right now is cultivation materials. I have so many crystal stones that I can't even use them all up. I also have a variety of spirit grade and saint grade materials, far more than you can imagine. I guarantee you that when we reach the other side, you will have everything you need. There is absolutely no need to worry about cultivation materials. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tu Feng hesitated. Little Lord, I've heard of spirit grade, but what kind of grade is saint grade? Above spirit grade, Yang Kai explained. Then what are crystal stones? Tang Yuxian also asked. These things are called crystal stones. Yang Kai casually tossed one at her. Tang Yuxian caught it, and the other blood warriors also gathered around to examine it. Like a group of country bumpkins who had never seen the world, their eyes filled with amazement. Heavens, this thing contains a lot of energy, and it seems like it can be directly absorbed and transformed into one's own yuan qi. If we had this thing in battle, wouldn't we be able to quickly recover? Exclamations continued to ring out as the blood warriors' faces flushed with excitement. The world spirit chi over there is not something that can be compared to here. The world spirit chi over there is much denser than here. That's why the cultivation speed of the cultivators over there is much faster than here. Yang Kai described all the wonderful things of Tong Xian realm, causing the eyes of the Yang family group to light up more and more as they listened, filled with more and more expectation. The world energy aura was rich. There was no need to worry about their own safety. There were plenty of cultivation materials, and there was a place to settle down. Yang Kai had already arranged everything. All they needed to do was follow him. Of course, I just hope that you can come with me to Tong Xian realm. If some of you are reluctant to leave this place, I won't force you. After speaking for a while, Yang Kai made his attitude clear. Those who want to stay here can still do so. Not everyone is as hateful as Wuxian. Perhaps the masters who come here in the future won't bully the weak. You can make your own choice. My Chiu family will go with you. I wonder if little Lord is willing to take us with him? Suddenly, a tender voice called out from outside the hall. Yang Kai raised his brow and turned to look outside. A figure like a dancing butterfly walked in from the outside, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she pursed her red lips. Although she was pretending to be calm, anyone could see that she could not hide the excitement and joy in her heart. The Chiu family's patriarch has arrived. Yang Zhao got up and greeted. Beauty, long time no see. Yang Kai also stood up and stared at the woman who walked into the hall. Chiu Yimeng, just as decisive and resolute as before. Before anyone else had even made a decision, she had chosen a direction and entrusted her own interests and future to Yang Kai without hesitation. In long time no see, Chiu Yimeng's eyelashes trembled a few times as a look of grievance appeared on her face, but she quickly recovered and calmly greeted him. Sister Luo. Yang Kai then turned to the woman standing behind her and nodded. This woman's chest was quite large, and she was none other than Luo Xiaoman of Purple Fern Valley, Chiu Yimeng's best friend. After more than 10 years apart, Luo Xiaoman's fear of Yang Kai had not disappeared, so she simply nodded lightly and hid behind Chiu Yimeng. She didn't know why, but when Luo Xiaoman saw Yang Kai's face, she couldn't help thinking of the ash-gray cloud evil land girl named by Luo. My Chiu family will go with you. Would little Lord be willing to take more people with him? Chiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai seriously and asked. Don't be so polite. Yang Kai grinned. I didn't intend to only bring my Yang family with me this time. Since you're willing, naturally that's for the best. Seems you still have some conscience. Chiu Yimeng glared at him before smiling widely, the hall suddenly brightening up. I heard that young Lord Kai is back. Is that true? Another shout sounded from outside the door, full of excitement. Just as this voice fell, the Hua family's Hua stars rushed into the Yang family hall like a gust of wind, looking around and shouting, "Where is young Lord Kai?" The next moment he saw Yang Kai standing not far away and rushed over, giving Yang Kai a bear hug and patting his back fiercely. Brother, you're back. Chiu Yimeng missed you so much. Chiu Yimeng's pretty face changed as she grit her teeth and shouted, Stars Hua, do you want me to tear your mouth off? The Hua family young lord grinned meaningfully before letting go of Yang Kai, his smile becoming more and more brilliant. Brother, I missed you too. You little brat, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. How did your cultivation fall so far behind? Yang Kai laughed, feeling happy to see familiar faces. Chapter 9:35. During the Inheritance War, all those who had followed Yang Kai had obtained huge benefits. Little senior sister Xianxia had used her myriad drug liquid to create a pool of medicinal liquid that allowed them to be reborn and purified, improving their aptitude to varying degrees. Hua Stars and Chiu Yimeng, as well as other important figures, had obtained even greater benefits. It could be said that their future achievements would not be too low. Even if they stayed in the central capital, they could still break through to the transcendent realm. After 10 years, Chiu Yimeng had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, but Hua Stars, who was not inferior to her, was only at the 6th stage, which surprised Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't understand why his cultivation had fallen so far behind. Listening to Yang Kai's question Many people in the Yang family hall snickered, as if they knew the inside story. Xiao Yimeng covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. Hua Stars wore a bitter expression as he cried. Young Lord Kai, you don't know. This brother's life is very hard, he continued. Yang Kai's expression became extremely strange as he became speechless. The Hua family was one of the central capital's 8 great families, but the previous generation's patriarch, Hua Zheng, only had one son, Hua Stars, while he had a large number of daughters, all of whom he regarded as treasures and cared for in every way possible. After Hua Stars took over the position of patriarch, the Hua family elders learned a painful lesson from the previous generation's patriarch and began to arrange marriages for Hua Stars, allowing him to start a family. Over the past 10 years, the Hua family had selected more than a dozen young ladies for Hua Stars to fill his harem. Hua Stars, under the coercion of many of his elders, work hard every day to prolong the Hua family's bloodline. Working so hard, it would be strange if Hua Stars' cultivation didn't fall behind. This young lord already has 15 concubines and 1 wife. Starswell looked at Yang Kai with a bitter expression. He patted his shoulder and sighed. I'll introduce them to you when I have the chance. Although they are all beauties, this young master is really unable to do so. Yang Kai looked at him sympathetically and didn't know what to say. After thinking for a long time, he said, My condolences. Everyone in the hall burst into laughter. It seemed that news of Yang Kai's return had already spread. Following Qiu Yimeng and Hua Yixing, the other young patriarchs of the 8 great families all came to the Yang family. Meng family patriarch Meng Shan, Lu family patriarch Lu Qingyao, Kong family patriarch Kong Jian, Gao family patriarch Gao Rangxian, Yi family patriarch Yi Jingli. Of these 5, Meng Shan, Yi, and Lu Qingyao were quite familiar with Yang Kai, but he didn't know much about the remaining 3. Naturally, they had come together this time because they had heard the news of Yang Kai's return and how he had defeated the free and unfettered. They wanted to ask what they should do next. Learning that Yang Kai wanted to take the Yang family away from the central capital and go to Tongxian realm, the 5 of them couldn't make a decision for a while. A family's affairs were not something they could casually decide. On top of that, they also had concerns. During the Inheritance War, the ones who had the closest relationship with Yang Kai were naturally the Hua family and the Qiu family. Qiu Yimeng and Hua Xing had also been assisting Yang Kai, so it was natural for them to follow Yang Kai now. However, the remaining 5 families had all opposed Yang Kai in the past. Now that things had changed, they didn't know how to take a stand. Yang Kai casually invited them to follow him to Tongxian realm. The events of the past were already in the past, so Yang Kai didn't care. No matter what, these 5 families were still from the central capital. If he could help them, it was only a small matter for Yang Kai. However, the 5 of them all said that they would go back and carefully discuss with their respective elders before making a decision. After the 5 left, the hall was not quiet for long before countless more people arrived. All of them were friends of the Yang family who participated in the Inheritance War. 10,000 Flower Palaces Han Shaoqi, Yi Han, Lu Qingru, Hua Rua Yin. Water Moon Halls Feng Qianhen. Pure Heart Palaces Li Xian Yuan. Reflecting Moon Sex Chun Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu. Treasure Instrument Sex Tao Yang, Zhao Rong. Ghost King Valley's Long Shan, Chun Yi, Chuning. After Yang Kai left, these people had been helping to rebuild the central capital. The Yang family was also grateful for their assistance to Yang Kai and had signed some contracts with the sects these people belonged to, leaving them in charge of managing the central capital. As such, these people had been living in the central capital, acting as the liaison between the Yang family and their respective sects. This time's disaster, none of them had been affected and all of them were unscathed. Old friends meeting again was a joyous occasion. The 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace had all grown up and had become more mature. After a lively exchange of pleasantries, Yang Kai told them about his plans for this trip, and all of them said that they would consult their sect elders first before making a decision. After they left, Yang Kai said, "Second brother, discuss with the Elder Hall's people whether they want to come with me or not. Give me a reply as soon as possible. I'll be staying here for a while." There's no need to discuss. Ninth brother, since you've arranged everything, my Yang family will naturally follow you. Yang Zhao readily agreed. Everyone else also nodded, no one objecting. The blood warriors were even more excited, secretly happy to be able to follow their little lord and serve him again. Good. Then take advantage of this time to pack up your things and bring your most important things with you. As for the supplies, you can give them up. They won't be worth much in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai said before turning his eyes to Qiu Yimeng and Huo Xing. The whole family young lord nodded. Whatever Qiu Yimeng does, I will do. Her vision is much longer than mine. I'm going to take the Qiu family to Tongxian realm. Qiu Yimeng glanced over at him. Huo Xing shrugged his shoulders. Then I'll go back and inform my father so the family can pack up quickly. Saying so, he quickly left. Then we'll also pack up quickly. Yang Zhao stood up and ordered the Yang family members in the hall. Just as Ninth Brother said, keep everything simple, don't bring anything you don't need. Yes. Everyone nodded and quickly dispersed. Soon, only Yang Kai, Li Rong, Han Fei, Qiu Yimeng, and Luo Xiaoman remained in the hall. Master, we'll wait for you outside. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled before walking out together with Han Fei. With her eyesight, how could she have noticed that this girl named Qiu Yimeng was looking at her master with a strange look in her eyes? That kind of longing and obsession was simply impossible to hide. She had deliberately stayed behind because she wanted to be alone with Yang Kai for a while. Elder sister Qiu, I'll also go out, Luo Xiaoman whispered and followed behind Li Rong and Han Fei. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was a bit strange as Qiu Yimeng just stared at Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, looking at your clothes and appearance, it seems you've never married. You're not young anymore. I was waiting for you. Qiu Yimeng raised her head, revealing her slender white neck. Don't joke around. Yang Kai laughed dryly. Do I look like I'm joking around? Qiu Yimeng coldly snorted, suddenly grit her teeth and said, I know you have another woman in your heart, and I don't expect you to like me. The gap between you and me is too big. I have some self-awareness. Yang Kai stared at her helplessly. But since you've come back, I'll be frank. You said before, you don't want to talk about love with me. Just play around. Did I say such a thing? Yang Kai was stunned. You did, Qiu Yimeng said angrily, biting her red lip and glaring at him. So you know those words were too much. I thought you didn't know. Ah, I was young and frivolous. It doesn't matter, let's play around. I don't expect to be together forever. That's too unrealistic, and I don't want to continue to wait, suffering day by day. I just want to be together once. Are you serious? Yang Kai was dumbfounded, secretly shocked by Qiu Yimeng's bold words. I don't care what you think of me. Just wait until we reach Tongxian realm. After everything is settled, I'll let you know just how fierce I am. Saying so, Qiu Yimeng's tender body flickered as she rushed up, and regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her red lips against his. Kai Yang let out a pitiful cry and reached out to touch his lips. There was a burning sensation of pain. Qiu Yimeng turned around and walked away, her silvery bell-like laughter ringing out. That's just interest. When we reach Tongxian realm, I'll make sure to collect both principal and interest. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai walked out of the hall with a serious expression on his face. Li Rong and Han Fei, who were waiting outside, glanced over at him before quickly averting their eyes, both of them wanting to laugh but not daring to, their shoulders trembling as they struggled to hold back their laughter. Laugh all you want. Isn't it just being bitten by a woman? Yang Kai rubbed his mouth, feeling like he lost face. That girl is actually quite good, Li Rong said seriously. If she had been born in Tongxian realm, her current cultivation would definitely not be too low. This world restricts their development. Han Fei also agreed. That's why I want to take them away from here and experience a wider world. Yang Kai's eyes became deep. This world is too small. Although there are more dangers there are also better conditions. The two women nodded slightly. After a while, Yang Kai ordered, You two stay in the Yang family and guard this place for the time being to avoid any unexpected situations. Li Rong was surprised. Where's Master going? I still have 2 places to visit. Then, why don't I accompany you or let Han Fei accompany you? No need. I'll be fine by myself. There's no need to worry about my safety. With the Flying Heavens shuttle, no one can catch up to me, so this world isn't dangerous. Li Rong thought about it for a moment and didn't insist, simply saying, then Master must be careful. Tell my father and mother that I have a lot of time to spend with them in the future, Yang Kai said, summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle and flying 100 kilometers away in a flash of blue light. Staring in the direction he disappeared, Li Rong and Han Fei's tender bodies flickered and also disappeared, rushing to the 4th Master's mansion to accompany his parents in place of Yang Kai. Chapter 9:36. Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak. With a flash of blue light, Yang Kai appeared. He didn't fly up directly, but instead took the initiative to stop at the foot of the peak. This was a holy land in the hearts of all the world's alchemists. Here was where the world's #1 alchemist grandmaster, Xiao Fusheng, lived. Anyone who came here would not disregard etiquette and fly up the mountain. Many years ago, Yang Kai had spent some time in Medicine King's Valley. Although he had never learned the alchemic way from Grandmaster Xiao, this old man had taught Yang Kai many valuable lessons. On Yang Kai's path of growth, these lessons had helped him a lot. Yang Kai respected this kind Grandmaster from the bottom of his heart, as well as the 2 beautiful women who served him. They had given Yang Kai the best resources they could. Yang Kai was very grateful for their generosity and help. This time, he was prepared to take the 3 of them to Tongxian realm. Xiao Fusheng's lifelong wish was to refine a spirit-grade pill, but due to the constraints of this world, he had never been able to achieve this. As long as they arrived in Tongxian realm, with the resources there and Xiao Fusheng's methods, refining a spirit-grade pill would not be difficult. Yang Kai began to walk slowly towards Hidden Cloud Peak, looking at the herbs cultivated in the mountains along the way, recalling the 2 months he had lived here. Couldn't help smiling. Medicine King's Valley was not much different from before. Wu Zheng had taken a group of people to the central capital and High Heaven Pavilion to commit crimes, but it didn't seem to affect this place. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the top of the peak. As always, there were only a few huts, very simple and crude. 2 plump figures were sweeping the fallen leaves and dust in front of one of the huts, their hair wrapped in silk scarves to prevent it from getting dirty. Hearing Yang Kai's footsteps, the 2 women raised their heads, the one standing in front wiping the sweat from her forehead as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Ani Xiang, Ani Lan." Yang Kai grinned and greeted them loudly. "You are." Auntie Xiang froze for a moment before her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, putting down the broom in her hand and quickly greeting him. "Yang Kai, it's me." Ani Lan also hurried over and gently nodded. She examined him from head to toe and pursed her lips into a smile. "It's been so many years since we last met. I almost couldn't recognize you." "Yes, you're much stronger than before. In the past, your body didn't look very good." Auntie Xiang warmly greeted him. "Come in and sit." "Yes." Inside the thatched cottage, Yang Kai, Auntie Xiang, and Ani Lan sat down at a simple table. There were 3 cups of tea on the table. Auntie Lan said, "There's nothing to entertain, so don't be so formal." Aunt Lan is too polite. Yang Kai drank the tea in front of him in one gulp and said with a smile, "Although we haven't seen each other for many years, Ani Lan and Auntie Xiang haven't changed at all. They're still as young as before." The 2 women looked at each other and smiled. "You have a glib tongue. You only know how to please people." Auntie Xiang glared at him. "You've deceived a lot of young girls, haven't you?" "No." Yang Kai scratched his head. "I heard that you left the central capital more than 10 years ago. I don't know where you went, but now you're back?" I've only been back for a few days. It's good that you're back safely. Grandmaster used to talk about you a lot, saying that you were clearly proficient in alchemy, but acted like you didn't know anything. When you first came here, you deceived him. Back then, I really didn't understand. Where is Grandmaster? Why haven't I seen him? Is he in secluded retreat to perform alchemy again? Xianxia asked. Auntie Xiang and Annie Lan's faces suddenly dimmed, the smiles on their faces converging and their expressions becoming gloomy. Xianxia's heart sank as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Grandmaster, he passed away 5 years ago. Auntie Xiang turned her head away, her eyes red as she whispered. Xianxia froze in place, his heart filled with an uncomfortable feeling, as if he was being overturned. He suddenly remembered that the reason Grandmaster Xiao had publicly accepted him as a disciple was because he realized that he did not have much time left, so he was so anxious. But unexpectedly, he had passed away 5 years ago. Grandmaster, Xianxia opened his mouth. His wish has come true. Auntie Xiang suppressed her sad emotions and took out a jade box from her sleeve. Just 7 days before he passed away, he spent the last of his vitality to refine a spirit pill. This is what he was refining at that time. Xianxia took this spirit pill and felt its weight in his hand, as if what he was holding was not a spirit pill, but a human life. Opening it, the spirit pill was round and full, the aura was dense, and the medicinal efficacies were pure. Even an excellent spirit-grade alchemist would not necessarily be able to refine such a good pill. Grandmaster passed away peacefully. Auntie Xiang wiped the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a smile. So we don't need to feel sad for him. However, Grandmaster said that spirit grade is not the highest peak of alchemy. There must be a higher grade above it. Xianxia's body shook as he secretly felt surprised by Xiao Fusheng's vision. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to understand that the reason Xiao Fusheng was so eager to refine a spirit pill was not because he wanted to make a breakthrough in his own alchemy technique, but rather because he wanted to break through the shackles of this world with his own strength. He had done it. A spirit-grade pill that had never been seen before in this world had been refined by him. Where's Grandmaster buried? Xianxia looked up and asked. Auntie Xiang got up and said, "Come with me." Hidden Cloud Peak, in a very remote valley, a single mound of dirt stood alone, not too far from the peak. It was hard to believe that such a simple grave was actually the burial place of the world's #1 alchemist. Everything was done according to Grandmaster's last wishes before his death. There is no Grandmaster's body here. After Grandmaster's bones were burned, they were scattered into the river. Here are only a few of his belongings. While Xianxia was paying his respects, Auntie Xiang stood to the side and explained. If Grandmaster knew that a registered disciple like you could come see him, he would definitely be very happy. Auntie Xiang covered her mouth and sobbed as she spoke. Annie Lan's eyes were also red as tears flowed down her cheeks. It's my duty, Xianxia nodded gently. Half a day later, at the top of Hidden Cloud Peak, Xianxia said goodbye to Auntie Xiang and Annie Lan. Won't the two of you reconsider? This place may not be peaceful in the future. This world is now connected to a place called Tongxian Realm. In the future, there may be many unimaginable masters who will come here. Xianxia tried to persuade them. Just now, he wanted the two women in front of him, who had taken care of him before, to accompany him to the central capital, but they had refused his good intentions and insisted on staying here. No need. We've lived here all our lives and don't want to go anywhere else. Also, Grandmaster is here. We can accompany him. If we leave, he'll be the only one left here. We're very happy that you have such intentions. Xianxia sighed helplessly. The attitude of the two women was firm, and Xianxia could feel it, so he knew that persuading them would be useless. So he could only say, "Then I'll come back to see you when I'm free." Right, if someone really dares to come here looking for trouble, just report my name. It may be useful. Yes, Auntie Xiang smiled and nodded. Then take care of yourself. Xianxia cupped his fists and turned to descend the mountain. You also have to be careful. Don't try to be brave, Auntie Xiang and Annie Lan waved from the top of the mountain. After leaving Hidden Cloud Peak, Xianxia placed the spirit pill refined by Xiao Fusheng into a jade box and carefully hid it inside the black book space before summoning the Flying Heaven shuttle, transforming into a streak of blue light and flying west. His destination was the ash-gray Cloud Evil Land. Xianxia was leaving the central capital this time, mainly to go to two places. One was Medicine King's Valley, and the other was the ash-gray cloud evil land. He was going to see Xianxia. Although the Dragon Lady was unrestrained and unrestrained, she was still very good to Xianxia. During the battle with the Demon Lord, she had helped him a lot. Most importantly, Xianxia had planted a seed of affection in her heart, creating an indelible connection between the two of them. This was a rare opportunity for him to return, so naturally he would bring her to Tongxian Realm, lest she be bullied here. As for what she would do in Tongxian Realm, Xianxia wouldn't care about her. 2 hours later, Xianxia arrived near Fragrant City. This city could be said to be the most prosperous and stable city in the entire ash-gray cloud evil land, and was also under the jurisdiction of Xianxia. After the death of the Demon Lord and the 6 great evil kings, the entire ash-gray cloud evil land had fallen into chaos, but only Fragrant City had not been affected because the beguiling Demon Queen had returned safely. The prosperity and stability here formed a sharp contrast to the slaughter in other parts of the ash-gray cloud evil land. Many cultivators who did not want to live in fear would come to Fragrant City to seek a livelihood, causing the city to accommodate more and more people and become increasingly prosperous. Xianxia walked all the way here, thinking about what kind of attitude he should use to speak to the Dragon Lady when he saw her. That seductive woman was too charming. If she really acted spoiled in front of him, Xianxia didn't know if he could handle it. If he couldn't control himself, he would lose his integrity. On top of that, she was also very good at taking advantage of others. A short time later, Xianxia arrived in front of the Xianxia's palace in Fragrant City. At the entrance of the palace, there was a man in ragged clothes who looked like a beggar leaning against the wall, his eyes closed. His appearance was unkempt, his hair was a mess, and his beard seemed to have not been shaved for many years, making him look terrible. Anyone who passed by here wouldn't give him a second glance. The existence of such a person was only annoying. Xianxia glanced at him casually, a strange smile appearing on his face as he slowly walked in front of him, ignoring the stench emanating from his body. The noon sun was blocked by Xianxia's figure. The beggar narrowed his eyes, looked up, and then casually closed his eyes again, continuing to meditate. He acted as if Xianxia didn't exist, turning a blind eye to him. Xianxia grinned and greeted him, "Shadow King, hello." The beggar's body shook as he suddenly opened his eyes. Only at this moment did he seem to recognize Kai Yang's identity. His face couldn't help but change color as his skinny body trembled in place as electricity surged through his body. In an instant, he disappeared. Chapter 9:37. Xianxia turned his head and stared in the direction the beggar disappeared, sneered softly, and shot off like a bolt of lightning. Above Fragrant City, the beggar was flying at a high speed, looking back anxiously in the direction of the palace. But he couldn't see the young man at all. Suspicious, he hurriedly searched for him, but in the blink of an eye, that young man had actually caught up with him and was now flying side by side with him. His demeanor was relaxed and relaxed. "You?" The beggar's eyes went wide, as if he had seen a ghost, unable to believe that he had been surpassed in speed. What he excelled at the most was his burst of speed, and he believed that no one in this world could match him, even if it was the Demon Lord Yangbai. He had also praised this young man's speed and admitted his inferiority. But this young man had actually caught up with him first, and from the looks of it, he hadn't even used his full strength. How could he not be shocked? "Shadow King, don't waste your energy. You can't escape." Xianxia coldly snorted, and a scorching hot power erupted from his body. An invisible fist struck the beggar, catching him off guard. The beggar's figure was suddenly thrown into disarray, as if he had suffered a heavy blow, flipping through the air. He tumbled. After a long time, the beggar managed to stabilize himself and stand in the air, his expression fluctuating as he stared at Xianxia with a look of dread. Unwillingness and fear filled his face. He had not expected that not only was he inferior to his opponent in terms of speed, but his opponent was also superior to him in terms of strength. Realizing the huge gap between him and his opponent, his thoughts of resistance and escape faded. The other party was right. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was a futile struggle. The burst of power midair alarmed the cultivator and fragrant city, and they all looked up. After seeing the two figures in the air, many people exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that the beggar in front of the Queen's master's palace?" "Yeah, he stays at the entrance of the palace all day long. I don't know how the Queen's master can stand him. If it were me, I would have driven him away long ago. But looking at him now, he doesn't seem to be a simple beggar. This person's strength is so great. Why is he in such dire straits? Until now? Who is that young man? He seems to be even more powerful." The exclamations continued, and the cultivator of Fragrant City moved closer to this side, all wanting to see more clearly. After a short while, the street below, as he spoke, the roof was filled with people. There were even quite a few courageous cultivators who flew into the air and gathered around, putting on an expression as if they were watching a good show. Xianxia turned a blind eye to this. He really didn't put the strength of Fragrant City's cultivator in his eyes. "Little brat from a Yang family, do you really want to kill us all?" The beggar shouted in grief and indignation. "It's not that I want to kill them all." Xianxia slowly shook his head. "I'm just curious. One of the 6 great evil kings, the Lightning Flash Shadow King, is actually so powerful. Why are you disguising yourself as a beggar and hiding in Fragrant City?" "Lightning Flash Shadow King?" A series of exclamations rang out from below. Everyone was dumbstruck. "No way. That beggar is actually Lightning Flash Shadow King. It does look a bit like him. It really is the Lightning Flash Shadow King who disappeared more than 10 years ago. We all thought he was dead, but it turns out he's still alive and is hiding in Fragrant City. Fuck, when I passed by him a few days ago, I even spat at him. Isn't this a dead end?" The person who spoke had a pale expression. The beggar's complexion paled as he trembled with fear. "I also kicked him. The Shadow King Master won't settle accounts with me, right?" Another beggar cried out. The nearby cultivators all cast sympathetic gazes at him, their expressions saying, "You're dead meat," causing the person who spoke to become even more terrified. "Fortunately, when I passed by him last time, I threw some money to him. Fortunately, I have a kind heart. Ha ha ha." Another beggar said. Some were sad, others were happy. Because of the revelation of this beggar's identity, everyone's expression was different. The Lightning Flash Shadow King, along with the Thunderbolt Beast King, Annihilating Poison King, Profound Ghost King, Tyrannical Force King, and Beguiling Demon Queen, were known as the 6 great evil kings. Before the appearance of the Demon Lord, the entire ash-gray cloud evil land was under the jurisdiction of these 6 evil kings. When the catastrophe of the central capital arrived, the 6 great evil kings, under the leadership of Demon Lord Yangbai, rushed out to kill the central capital. But in the end, Yangbai died in battle, and the 6 great evil kings also suffered heavy losses. Besides Xianxia Luo, who remained unscathed, 4 of the other 5 evil kings died. Only the Lightning Flash Shadow King managed to escape from the central capital by relying on his own speed. Since then, there had been no news of him. Some people said he had died. Others said he had changed his name and lived in seclusion in the mountains. After all, there were many masters in the central capital, so if he dared to show himself, he would likely be targeted. No one could have imagined that he would actually disguise himself as a beggar and hide in Fragrant City, enduring humiliation and dragging out an ignoble existence. If Xianxia hadn't come to Fragrant City today to find Xianxia Luo, his identity would not have been exposed. He could hide from others, but he couldn't hide from Xianxia's perception. A second-order transcendent was already the highest level of existence in this world, so it was difficult for Xianxia not to notice him. "Yang family little brat, I am no longer the Lightning Flash Shadow King, nor am I an enemy of the central capital 8 great families. Why are you still being so overbearing?" Shadow King yelled harshly. "Then why are you hiding your identity and hiding in front of Xianxia Luo's palace? Do you want to harm her?" Xianxia coldly snorted. "Harm her?" Shadow King froze for a moment before shouting. "Are you misunderstanding something? I can stay in front of her palace because she agreed to it. If not for that, do you think I would have stayed here? She agreed to it? Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand, sending a golden rope flying towards Shadow King and binding him. Bind. Yes or no, we'll see later. If the truth isn't what you said, you'll definitely die today. Shadow King struggled for a moment, but soon found that this Yuan Qi rope was not something he could break, and after being tied up like this, he couldn't use his full strength. Unable to move, a look of horror appeared on his face, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai's strength to have reached such a high level. Anxiously, he said, "You won't be able to find her. She's no longer in Fragrant City. Not here." Yang Kai's brow furrowed even deeper as he released his divine sense, but really couldn't find Shanqing Luo's aura, causing him to feel a sense of loss. A sense of loss welled up inside him. Where did she go? There are still a few people in the palace. You can ask them, Lightning Flash Shadow King said angrily. Good. Yang Kai nodded before pulling Shadow King into Shanqing Luo's palace. Fragrant City's cultivators stared at this scene in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Evil kings were the supreme masters of the ash-gray cloud evil land. Every evil king was synonymous with strength, but now, this young man had appeared out of nowhere. This young man had actually captured an evil king with just a wave of his hand. It was as simple and easy as pinching a turtle. This scene gave them a surreal feeling, many of them rubbing their eyes hard to confirm that what they were seeing was not an illusion. All they saw was the backs of Yang Kai and Lightning Flash Shadow King gradually disappearing. Inside the palace, several maids heard the commotion and rushed out, just in time to meet Yang Kai. Seeing the appearance of this person, all of them exclaimed. The beautiful woman, Yun Li, and the maids, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, were still here. The three of them were the ones sent by Shanqing Luo to serve Yang Kai. Young Master Yang? Yun Li covered her mouth and called out. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Shadow King, how did you? Yun Li glanced over at the embarrassed Lightning Flash Shadow King. Her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. Can I trouble you to explain to this Yang family boy? Was it your master who agreed for me to stay in Fragrant City? Lightning Flash Shadow King asked angrily. Yes. Yang Kai looked over at Yun Li and said, Just tell the truth. There's no need to be afraid of him. Yun Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but nodded. Young Master Yang, it was indeed the Queen's master who agreed for him to stay here. Since the master has been gone for so many years, it was Shadow King who secretly watched over Fragrant City, preventing any major disturbances from occurring. Outside, no one knows that the Queen's master has long since left and only thinks she has been in retreat. Yang Kai frowned in surprise, but since Yun Li said so, it meant Shadow King wasn't lying. Unlocking you, Tion. You just said that Shanqing Luo left Fragrant City a long time ago. Where did she go? Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing both shook their heads. We don't know where the master went, but before she left, she seemed to have said something to Shadow King. Shadow King should know some clues. Yang Kai turned his head and stared at Lightning Flash Shadow King. Shadow King muttered a few words, seemingly cursing, before angrily saying, Shanqing Luo said she wanted to find you, but as for where she went, I don't know. I don't know. Find me? She should know I'm not in the central capital, so why would she go looking for me? She didn't go to the central capital to find you. What she said before she left was very strange, as if she mentioned something about a higher-level world, similar to Yang Bai's. What she said was somewhat similar. Yang Kai's expression shook as he suddenly remembered that when he left, he had indeed said these things to Shanqing Luo. What did she leave? 2 years after you disappeared, she left. She said that her soul-seeking seal was placed in your body, so as long as she could find the world you were in, it would be easy for her to find you. Yang Kai nodded, confirming that Shadow King was telling the truth. The fact that he had Shanqing Luo's soul-seeking seal in his body was something no one knew about except for him, so Shadow King should have known about it. Luo had mentioned it to him. What about Bai Luo? She was also taken away. Yang Kai sighed, at a loss for what to do. He hadn't expected that the Dragon Lady would actually leave the ash-gray cloud evil land in order to find him and even declare that she was looking for a higher-level world. He didn't know whether she had found him or not, but if she had, it would mean that she was also in Tongxian realm. So why had she not come see him? Xianxia had completely lost track of her. Feeling somewhat lost, Xianxia couldn't help feeling annoyed. When the Dragon Lady was pestering him, he couldn't wait for her to scram far away and not appear in front of him. She had appeared before him, but now that he had really lost her, Xianxia felt somewhat melancholy. Suddenly, he felt like he was being cheapened. I've said everything I need to say. Since I've fallen into your hands today, if you want to kill me or cut me into pieces, do as you see fit, Shadow King coldly snorted. Just like before. Chapter 9:38. Inside the beguiling Demon Queen's palace, Lightning Flash Shadow King proudly raised his head, an unyielding look on his face. Xianxia glanced at him faintly and waved his hand. Scram, I have no interest in killing you. Shadow King stared at Xianxia with some surprise, apparently not having expected him to be willing to let him go. The reason he had chosen to live as a beggar these past few years was because he was afraid the masters of the central capital would find trouble with him. Now that he had accidentally fallen into Xianxia's hands, he actually had a chance to survive. Why haven't you left yet? Xianxia shouted. Shadow King gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. He was the Shadow King, but he had to endure humiliation to survive. It was one thing for him to be looked down upon by the world, but now this young man in front of him was casually yelling at him, not taking him seriously at all. This made him feel very unjust. He wanted to fight Xianxia to the death. But in the end, he suppressed his anger and coldly said, Xianxia Luo went to the Spider Mother's nest before she left. She seemed to have found something there. If you want to find her, you may find some clues there. Saying so, Shadow King turned around and left. Spider Mother's nest. Xianxia muttered to himself. He naturally remembered this place clearly. Back then, a seventh-order monster beast that could communicate with humans through divine sense lived there, the Spider Mother. It was also the only seventh-order monster beast in the entire world. Xianxia Luo's poisonous widow constitution originated from it, and the aphrodisiac poison in her body was neutralized by the Spider Mother's monster core. Young Master Yang, Yinli called out softly. Are you going to find the Queen Master? Let's go take a look. She may not still be there. She should have left long ago. Oh, then young Master Yang should be careful. Yinli, Ruoyu, and Ruo Qing nodded lightly, not bothering to persuade him to stay. Xianxia glanced at them and suddenly said, Your master is no longer here. What are you doing here? Yinli smiled and said disappointedly, Where else can we go? If we stay here, at least we'll have a place to live. But if we go somewhere else, with our current strength and appearance, young Master Yang should be well aware of what awaits us outside. The three women, one big and two small, all looked pretty good, but they didn't have much strength. If they really lost the protection of this place and went outside, they would only become the playthings of men. I'll take you with me. Are you coming with me? Xianxia suddenly had an idea. Yin Li's eyes lit up as she glanced over at Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing before nodding. Good. If young Master Yang can reunite with the Queen's Master in the future, we can continue to serve the Queen's Master. Then you guys pack up. I'll be back as soon as possible. Oh, right. Ask the others in the palace if they want to leave. I remember there are still two maids, right? Xianxia instructed, and Yinli hurriedly complied. An hour later, in the Broodmother's lair, Xianxia stood in the air and looked down at the huge spider statue. He had never thought carefully about how this giant spider statue had come to be, but now that he had come here more than a decade later, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. In the past, there had been countless giant spiders here, and the Spider Mother had also lived here, but in the end, they were still monster beasts, so it was impossible for them to build such a statue. Moreover, this statue seemed to have undergone many vicissitudes of life, and Xianxia estimated that it was at least tens of thousands of years old. At this moment, there was no sign of life in the Broodmother's lair. After the Spider Mother's death, the giant spiders that had originally lived here had all disappeared. When Yang Kai arrived, he didn't see a single living creature. Descending, Yang Kai arrived in front of the statue and entered through the mouth of the giant spider. Inside the statue, there was a huge space filled with sticky spider silk, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of dust. Obviously, no one had entered this place for many years. Yang Kai looked around, and suddenly his brow furrowed as he stared in a certain direction. There he saw an altar-like object with a series of crisscrossing grooves that seemed to form some kind of strange spirit array. At this moment, there were some dark black things inside this spirit array. Yang Kai saw at a glance that these dark black things were the remnants of dry blood. The altar wasn't very big, at most able to accommodate 2 or 3 people standing on it. Yang Kai stared at it and could clearly see that there were 2 different sets of footprints on the altar. Because they had stepped on blood, they had left behind traces that would not be erased. Were these footprints left behind by Xianxia Luo and by Luo? Yang Kai didn't know, but he felt a faint aura from this altar. Although it was very faint, it couldn't escape his perception. The altar had been damaged, and there were many cracks on its surface. Yang Kai reached out to touch it, but unexpectedly it couldn't even withstand this small amount of force and collapsed. Staring blankly at everything in front of him, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. There was a strange spirit array on the altar, and there was also a faint aura of the void, so it wasn't difficult to infer that a void corridor had once appeared here. If the 2 pairs of bloody footprints were really left behind by Xianxia Luo and by Luo, they must have passed through a void corridor and left this world. Where could they have gone? When Yang Kai separated from the Dragon Lady, she was only a first-order transcendent. Such strength was nothing in Tongxian realm. After investigating for a while, Yang Kai still couldn't find any useful clues, so he left the huge spider statue and stretched out his hand towards the void. Heaven-covering hand. A huge palm print descended from the sky and slammed into the spider statue. Rocks rolled down, and the statue shattered. Dust flew up, and the statue was buried underground forever. Yang Kai's mood was subtly complex. When he left the central capital this time, he had gone to a total of 2 places, wanted to take 2 groups of people to Tongxian realm, but unfortunately, Xiao Fu Sheng of Medicine King's Valley had already passed away. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan had volunteered to stay behind to accompany him, and Xianxia Luo from Fragrant City had disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai hadn't accomplished a single thing he had planned. Helplessly, Yang Kai returned to the palace in Fragrant City, where Yun Li and the other maids had already prepared for him. In addition to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, there were 2 other maids in the palace, so Yang Kai took them all together and flew to the central capital. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to the Yang family. Seeing Yang Kai bring back 5 beauties, the expressions of Li Rong and Han Fei suddenly became strange. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain things to them, and simply asked the Yang family 4th master to make arrangements for Yun Li and the others. Before Xianxia Luo appeared, these 5 women would remain in the Yang family as maids. 4th Master Yang nodded. Yang Kai, cousin, 2 voices called out from nearby, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and see Dongqing Han and Dongqing Yin running towards him from short distance away. Dongqing Han was no longer fat, as if he had lost several dozen kilograms, becoming tall and powerful. His cousin Dongqing Yin had also grown into a slender and elegant woman, large where she should be and small where she should be, quite pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned. When he returned a few days ago, he had seen many of his old friends, but he hadn't seen anyone from the Dong family until today, when these 2 cousins appeared in front of him. Dongqing Yin rushed over, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Yang Kai as she smiled. Cousin, I haven't seen you in more than 10 years. You've become much more handsome. Your little mouth is quite sweet. Yang Kai was very satisfied, but Dongqing Yin just grinned meaningfully and stretched out her hand to Yang Kai. Cousin, do you have any reward for me? Yang Kai was stunned. Dongqing Han smiled at Yang Kai, clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune. I'll give you this. Yang Kai took out a piece of crystal stone and handed it to Dongqing Yin, saying seriously, Take good care of this. It's a precious treasure. It contains a huge amount of energy that can be directly absorbed and transformed into yuan qi. Whether it's for recovery or cultivation, it'll be of great benefit. Dong Qingyan's eyes lit up, her hands tightly gripping the crystal stone as she couldn't help praising. This thing is so clear and beautiful. It's like a huge gem. Are you really giving it to me? What's the point of taking back something you've already given away? Thank you, cousin. Dong Qingyan was very happy, solemnly placing the crystal stone into her purse, a look of satisfaction on her face. Li Rong and Han Fei, who were standing nearby, couldn't bear to see this little girl being deceived by Yang Kai like this, but were too embarrassed to say that this crystal stone wasn't anything precious, slowly shaking their heads and laughing. Little sister, go play somewhere else. I have something to discuss with Yang Kai. Dong Qinghan winked at Dong Qingyan. Acting so mysterious, it's definitely not something good. Dong Qingyan snorted and ran off, leaving behind only the two cousins. Dong Qinghan's expression became serious as he asked, I heard you're taking the Yang family to a place called Tongxian Realm. What's your Dong family's plan? My father and mother should have sent you a message already, right? I received a message from aunt and uncle, so I hurried over. The Dong family is now packing up and preparing to advance and retreat together with your Yang family. Dong Qinghan's expression became serious as he quickly asked, but is this reliable? If it wasn't, would I let my entire family follow me? I'm not someone who doesn't have a plan. Yang Kai raised his brow. Of course I know that. It's just that I have to leave my hometown all of a sudden and head to an unknown place. Isn't that a little terrifying? You'll get used to it slowly. Yang Kai comforted. When I first arrived there, I was also confused, but there were many more wonderful things and opportunities there suitable for young people. Huh. Dong Qinghan laughed. I was just asking casually, but since Xiao Yimeng chose to go with you, it shouldn't be a bad idea. To put it bluntly, I believe in Xiao Yimeng's vision more. Yang Kai was speechless. When is your Yang family plan to leave? As soon as possible. The journey is too long. From here to our destination, it will take at least 3 or 4 months, and if there are any delays along the way, it will only take longer. So long? Dong Qinghan's face changed. The vastness of Tongxian Realm is far beyond your imagination, so your Dong family doesn't need to come to the central capital to meet with the Yang family. You can send a message back to High Heaven Pavilion. I will take the Yang family there. Good. Dong Qinghan nodded. I'll arrange it. Chapter 9:39. The central capital was bustling with activity. The Yang family, Qiu family, and Hua family members were all packing up. Although Yang Kai had ordered them to keep everything simple, with so many people moving together, it was still quite time-consuming. Yang Kai waited for 10 days in the central capital before everything was ready. With a single order, nearly 1,000 people from the 3 families set off in the direction of High Heaven Pavilion. The total number of people from the 3 families was naturally more than this, but no matter which family it was, there were still some who were unwilling to leave the central capital. The situation of the Yang family was slightly better. 90% of their people had followed Yang Kai, leaving behind only the elderly who were unwilling to travel such a long distance. At least half of the people from the Hua family and Xiu family stayed behind. Only the direct descendants, under the strict orders of Hua Stars and Xiu Yimeng, joined the expedition team. Yang Kai's friends were also in the team. They had already sent the news back to their respective sects. As for how to deal with it, it would depend on the attitude of their sect's elders. Yang Kai had already told them that as long as they were willing to follow him to Tongxian Realm, they could go directly to High Heaven Pavilion. He would be staying at High Heaven Pavilion for a while and wouldn't wait for them after that. Outside the central capital, the procession continued on its journey. At the city gate, many people were gathered, watching the procession leave with complicated looks on their faces. Most of these people were members of the other 5 families of the central capital. Brother Meng, is it right for us to choose to stay here? The Kong family patriarch Kong Jian's eyes were filled with confusion as he stared at the 1,000 people walking away, a trace of envy appearing in his heart. These people were going to go to a higher world, to a higher place, but they had to stay here in the central capital, unable to integrate. The Meng family patriarch Meng Shan, he shook his head and sighed. I don't know whether it's right to stay here or not, but our families don't have much of a friendship with Yang Kai. If we really follow him, we won't necessarily be better off on the other side. If he has any good resources, he will definitely give priority to the Yang family, Chiu family, and Hua family. Our 5 families won't be valued and may even be marginalized or swallowed up. Brother Meng is right. The head of the Yi family, Yi Jingli, nodded his head. It is precisely because we have such concerns that we rejected his invitation. I believe that he can also guess our concerns, so he did not insist. Are we thinking too much? Since it's a higher level place, with our capital, I'm afraid Yang Kai won't take a fancy to it, right? Kong Jian's expression was hesitant. Maybe it's just a small matter for him to invite us over. Let him think too much. Now that he has already rejected him, do you think he can still follow him? Brother Lu, what do you think? Gao family patriarch Gao Rangxian turned his eyes to Lu Qingyao and asked. Lu Qingyao was the #1 master of the Central Capital's younger generation, so among these people, he had some weight. I have no opinion. Lu Qingyao slowly shook his head, refusing to say another word. 10 kilometers outside the Central Capital, Yang Kai and Stars Hua and Xiu Yiming walked side by side. Hua Stars glanced back and asked, Young Master Kai, are we just going to ignore those people? How? If they don't want to follow me, I can't force them, right? Everyone has their own destiny. Let nature take its course. And this is their own choice. What are you worrying about? Xiu Yiming rolled her eyes at Hua Stars. Hua Stars laughed dryly. It's not that I'm worried about them. It's just that, after all, we've all lived together in the Central Capital for so many years. Suddenly leaving like this makes me a bit reluctant. Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about them. Come, young Master Kai. I'll introduce you to my 15 concubines and main wives. They're all very interested in you and wanting to introduce you to them. Yang Kai's face went black. Forget it. With more than a dozen wives, it would be troublesome to even greet them. What if they asked him for a meeting gift? How can that be? If you don't meet them, they'll definitely come to me tonight to settle accounts. Hua Star shouted. Yang Kai felt extremely helpless, but just as he was about to agree, he suddenly frowned and turned his head toward a certain direction, his expression gradually becoming dignified. Master, Li Rong shouted from his side. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded and hurriedly said, Brother Hua, Xiu Yiming, you two continue leading the team. I'll be right back. Saying so, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Li Rong and Han Fei both glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Xiu Yiming and Hua Stars were stunned, not knowing why they had all suddenly run away. Where did Kaier go? Dong Suju quickly walked up and asked. I don't know. He seemed to have discovered something. Xiu Yiming said thoughtfully. Is there any danger? Dong Suju asked worriedly. Don't worry, Annie. Yang Kai has 2 masters protecting him. Although I don't know how strong those 2 are, they should be very powerful. Xiu Yiming smiled and comforted. Hearing her say this, Dong Suju also breathed a sigh of relief. 4th Master Yang laughed and said, Your son is all grown up. Why do you always care about him? Let him do what he wants. Kaier has a sense of propriety. The team continued to move forward, and except for a few people nearby who noticed that Yang Kai had left, no one else was aware of this. 100 kilometers away from the team, a beam of bloody light and a beam of black light were flying towards them at high speed. The speed of these 2 lights was extremely fast. Obviously, their strength was not low, and as they flew, they unscrupulously exuded a shocking evil chi. Wherever they passed, trees withered, as if they had been eroded by the flowing time, great emperor. Their vitality drained away. All the creatures who perceived this terrifying evil chi trembled and curled up in place, those with poor psychological endurance directly dying of fright. This kind of terrifying evil chi was not something the cultivator of this world could withstand. Oh! A cry of alarm came from the black shadow, and immediately after, the black shadow stopped mid-air, revealing a tyrannical body. As soon as he appeared, he exuded a mountainous momentum. The blood-red light also stopped beside him, revealing a slim and graceful figure. Impressively, it was a woman. Someone actually got here before us. The majestic man frowned, showing an interested expression. And it's someone from my demon race. Could be Go Che? The woman shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. If Go Che came here, he would definitely act with us. How could he come here alone? It's not Go Che. Then who else in my demon race would have such a cultivation? The man showed a puzzled look, but his expression suddenly changed. No, there's also a human. This human's aura. Why does it feel so familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before? He muttered softly, but still couldn't figure out where he had seen this human before. Just as he was puzzled, though, the graceful woman's expression suddenly changed, and she shouted, "I know who it is." "Who?" The woman sneered softly. "It's really a small world, so it's that woman. Speak clearly." The man impatiently shouted in a low voice. The woman glanced over at him coldly and snorted. "Do you remember when I was injured 2 or 3 years ago?" The man thought for a moment and said with a gloating expression, "You mean you went to the human race's territory without permission and were injured by a human race master?" "Of course I remember. What's the matter? Is it related to this human?" The woman ground her teeth and said, "How could it be related? The one who attacked me at that time was her. She was clearly a member of my demon race, yet she willingly colluded with a human. It was a great shame to my race." The man raised his brow and grinned. "Then today you'll have a chance to get your revenge." The woman coldly said, "She's not weak. At that time, she was only a second-order saint, yet she was able to fight me to a draw. How is that possible? Are you still asleep?" The man paled. "You're a dignified demon general. How could you not even be able to defeat an opponent a minor realm lower than you? That woman is different from the others. If I'm not mistaken, she should be from that clan." "Which clan?" The woman glanced over at him faintly and quickly said, "The clan that served great demon god back then." The man paled, and his expression became gloomy, as if he was very afraid of this clan, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Are you sure she's from that clan? I fought her before. How could I not know?" The divine technique she displayed was the demon god transformation passed down to that clan by great demon god. That's really strange. That clan actually still has a bloodline. The man's expression gradually became excited, as if he had discovered some kind of treasure, his eyes filled with greed. "Menggu, are you interested in her?" The woman glanced over at him and asked casually. "I'm not interested in her, but I'm interested in the demon god transformation." The man named Meng Gu chuckled meaningfully. "I'm also interested." The woman giggled. "How about this? You and I will join forces. There are 3 people here. 2 of them are descendants of that clan, and 1 of them is a human. We'll each take 1 of those 2. As for that human." "You're also interested in that human?" Mengu looked at her with some surprise, suddenly becoming vigilant. "Shueli, what kind of wicked idea is this? What is it about that human that you care about?" With his understanding of this poisonous woman, if this human wasn't too special, it would be impossible for her to have such thoughts. This human was only a third-order transcendent, so in front of the 2 demon general, he was as weak as an ant and could be easily killed. Shueli giggled. "Mengu, you're thinking too much. It's just that human escaped from my sand city and caused this queen to lose a great deal of face. So I want to take him back and torture him to vent the hatred in this queen's heart." Mengu was startled and also remembered this matter. In the past, a human had escaped from Sand City, which was under Shuel Li's control, and this matter had spread throughout the demon land for quite some time. The other demon general regarded this matter as a laughingstock for Shuel Li and would make fun of her every time they met, causing Shuel Li to be quite annoyed. "Do as you wish." Mengu waved his hand impatiently. "As long as you don't harm my interests, don't blame me for being impolite." Shuel Li nodded with satisfaction, a faint light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Chapter 940. That human brat had indeed escaped from Sand City, but he had the demon god golden blood in his body. This was a secret Shui Li had not told anyone. This time, as long as she could catch that boy and absorb the demon god golden blood in his body, her strength would reach the peak of the demon land, and she would become the first female demon commander in history. What kind of glory was this? Thinking of this, the blood in Shui Li's body began to boil. They're coming towards us. Their courage is quite big. Meng Gu sneered softly, standing high up in the air, not showing any intention of evading. With the two demon general here, they had nothing to fear. It's Shui Li, Yang Kai shouted. As the distance closed, he also noticed the identity of the master on the other side, his brow furrowing slightly. But there's also another master. This aura is somewhat familiar. Where have I seen it before? Both he and Mungo felt a sense of déjà vu at the same time. Master, you must be careful. Yang Kai nodded, his thoughts turning sharply. Just now, he had noticed the aura of a master approaching from a different direction, which made Yang Kai very concerned. So he had left the team and brought Li Rong and Han Fei to investigate. After confirming that the one approaching was actually Shui Li, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. This world was not small, so there was definitely more than one passage connecting to Tong Xian realm. He had come from High Heaven Pavilion, so where had Shui Li come from? A moment later, Yang Kai's group of 3 appeared in the vision of the two demon general. Pausing, they stared at each other from a distance of 1,000 meters. Human brat, I didn't expect to see you again in this place. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Shui Li's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a scorching anger, as if she wanted to burn the world down, sneering gloomily. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Last time I let you escape, but this time you won't be so lucky. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Your tone isn't small. Mengo laughed as he looked at Yang Kai with interest, frowning as he asked, Boy, have we met somewhere before? Why do I find you familiar? Who are you? Yang Kai frowned. He also felt that this guy looked familiar. He had definitely seen it somewhere before. I am a subordinate of the Demon Lord, the Demon General Mungo. Mungo replied proudly. Mungo? Yang Kai was startled, and his expression became strange. He chuckled. No wonder you look familiar, it's you. Mungo looked at him suspiciously. What? Don't you remember me? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Do you still remember the person who killed one of your avatars? Mungo's face changed. He carefully observed Yang Kai's face and finally had an impression of him. He shouted, It's you. You've worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Back in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's Evil Cavern, one of Mungo's avatars had been destroyed by Yang Kai using the demon sealing chain. This was many years ago, so not only had Yang Kai's impression of him faded, but so had Mungo. So when the two of them met again, they only felt each other was familiar. After being reminded by Yang Kai, Mungo's anger surged as he sneered, I've been looking for you for a long time, but I never expected you would deliver yourself to me today. Good, today I'll take my revenge and vent the hatred in my heart. As he spoke, his malevolent aura almost condensed into a tangible substance and rushed towards Yang Kai. Shui Li's face changed drastically, and she waved her hand, sending out a blood-red light to intercept Mungo's malevolent aura. She shouted, Mungo, you and I agreed before this human is mine. If you dare kill him, I'll make you pay. Mungo didn't care about her threat at all and just sneered, Today, he will die. No one can stop me. Shui Li, if you dare to stop me, don't blame me for disregarding our many years of friendship. What happened back then was a great shame to Mungo, something that had always been stuck in his throat. Now that he saw the culprit, Yang Kai, how could he restrain himself? He couldn't wait to skin Yang Kai alive, grind his bones, and scatter his ashes. That strand of divine clone was something he had cultivated for many years. After it was killed, he had not been able to cultivate another strand of divine clone until today. Yang Kai's actions back then had caused him to suffer a great loss. If you want to kill him, you'll have to pass through me first. Shui Li refused to be outdone and firmly declared. Yang Kai smiled as he watched the two demon general quarrel. Even Li Rong and Han Fei, who had followed him here, couldn't help shaking their heads. They hadn't even started fighting yet, but the two demon general were already fighting amongst themselves. It was quite laughable. Xueli and Mungo stared at each other, neither of them willing to back down. As their eyes met, it was unknown what kind of exchange occurred, but both of their anger was suddenly extinguished. Mungo nodded. We'll deal with this human later. First we need to deal with these two women. That's what I was thinking. Xueli nodded gently before turning her eyes to Li Rong and Han Fei. The two great commanders of the ancient demon clan raised their eyebrows and stepped forward without fear. Go. There's no need to show mercy, Yang Kai ordered faintly. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded at the same time. Mungo laughed. Little brat, your tone is quite big. Aren't you looking down on our demon general too much? Do you think these two women can win against us? Last time we were in too much of a hurry and didn't get a chance to experience your skills properly. This time, let's compare notes carefully. Xueli also stared at Li Rong coldly, directly targeting her. Good. Li Rong gently nodded, her tender body suddenly transforming into a series of afterimages. After condensing, she had actually appeared beside Xueli and gently struck out with her palm towards her chest. Xueli's pretty face changed dramatically as a bloody aura burst from her body, spreading out in all directions with her as the center. Li Rong's face was quickly covered in strange demon crests, and her delicate palm smashed through the barrier of Xueli's blood qi with unstoppable force before landing on her tender body. Crying out in alarm, Xueli avoided her vitals and fled 1,000 meters away. Li Rong didn't pursue her and simply stood in place, staring at her indifferently. Your cultivation. Xueli's expression fluctuated as she muttered in disbelief. Last time, Li Rong had used her demon god transformation and gone all out to fight Xueli to a draw. But this time, as soon as she attacked, Xueli felt a great deal of pressure. This kind of pressure was similar to the one her demon commander master was giving her. This caused Xueli to be at a loss. Xueli couldn't help having an illusion that if she fought with this woman again this time, the result would be certain death. Thinking so, Xueli's tender body trembled as she shouted, You shouldn't have broken through to the Third Order Saint realm, right? Li Rong nodded. Yes. Xueli's face drained of all color, becoming somewhat pale. As a demon general, she knew better than anyone just how powerful and strange those who had served great demon god were. They had all obtained the demon god transformation personally taught to them by great demon god, allowing them to fight those above their realm. When she was a second-order saint, this woman named Li Rong could fight her to a draw, but now that she had broken through to the Third Order, she had no hope of winning. Hurriedly turning her head to look at Mungo, Xueli sucked in a cold breath, almost unable to believe what she was seeing. While she and Li Rong were fighting, the other woman had already faced off against Mengo. A bone-chilling ice domain swept across the surrounding several dozen kilometers, transforming the surrounding area into a world of ice. The ground was covered in frozen earth, and large snowflakes began to fall from the sky, dyeing the ground white. This kind of cold was so cold that even the two demon general had to circulate their Saint Qi to resist it. Mungo, who had been acting very arrogantly just now, was now being entangled by this woman who exuded a frigid aura. The evil qi which had emerged from his body had been frozen, forcing him to fight with a look of helplessness and annoyance. Even if this woman's strength wasn't as good as Mungo's, wasn't far off. If Mungo wanted to capture her or take her life, it would be impossible for him to do so. Xueli's heart trembled as she realized the situation was hopeless. She and Mungo had completely underestimated the other party's combat effectiveness, causing them to lose the initiative in this battle. The other party daring to come here, so unscrupulously obviously had some skill. Xueli, it seems we should go. Mungo also realized this and glared hatefully at Han Fei, grinding his teeth as he spoke. Let's go, Xueli decisively shouted, transforming into a bloody streak of light and fleeing. Mungo's body flickered, and then he turned into a black cloud and followed Xueli like a wisp of a ghost. His murderous aura filled the sky. The two demon generals were all bark and no bite. They shouted for a while, but in less than 10 breaths of time, they retreated one after another. "No need to chase," Xianxia shouted. Li Rong and Han Fei heard this and stopped, dispelling their demon god transformations and restoring their original appearances. The other party was a top master at the Third Order Saint Realm, so if they wanted to escape, Li Rong and Han Fei wouldn't be able to stop them. Returning to Xianxia's side, the two of them stared solemnly in the direction the two demon general had disappeared. That direction seems to be a place called the Great Yin Kingdom. Xianxia frowned thoughtfully. In this world, the only place he was familiar with was the Great Han Dynasty. He had been to the nearby Tianlang Dynasty once, but he wasn't familiar with the Great Yin Kingdom at all. "Master, there were actually two demon general here. Could they have come from?" Li Rong said worriedly. "They didn't come from High Heaven Pavilion. There should be another passage in this world that leads to Tong Xian Realm, and it's actually connected to the demon land. With the methods of the demon race, I'm afraid the people there have already been wiped out. What should we do now?" "It doesn't matter. They probably came here this time to go to the central capital, but they didn't expect to run into us halfway. After suffering such a loss, I don't think they'll try to go to the central capital again." Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Let's go back. This world is big, and everyone has their own destiny. I can only take care of my family and friends. Bringing them back to Nine Heaven's Holy Land as soon as possible is the right thing to do." "What Master says is right." Li Rong gently nodded in agreement. A moment later, the group of three returned to the group. Fourth Master Yang asked a few simple questions, but Xianxia brushed him off. After a month of trekking, the thousands of people finally arrived at High Heaven Pavilion and joined up with the people from the three nearby sects. Chapter 9:41. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, Xianxia didn't rush to leave, but instead waited here as agreed. A few days later, the Dong family's direct descendants arrived. A few days later, a group of large and small beauties from 10,000 Flower Palace also arrived, a dazzling sight to behold. A few days later, the people from Treasure Instrument Sect arrived. Almost every 2 or 3 days, a new group of people would arrive from different places and join the group heading to Tongxian Realm. Xianxia didn't refuse any of them. As long as they were certain they were from his sect, he would eagerly accept them. This made all of them very grateful. The world was in chaos. The central capital had fallen, and suddenly a Saint Realm Master had appeared. This news spread like wildfire throughout the Great Han Dynasty. Just as these sects were at a loss as to what to do, Xianxia gave them a clear path. So after receiving news from the disciples stationed in the central capital, they didn't hesitate and hurriedly packed up their things and rushed to High Heaven Pavilion to meet with Xianxia. The group grew day by day, and soon, more than 1,000 people had snowballed into a master's wave of 4,000 to 5,000 people. While waiting, Xianxia didn't remain idle, asking Li Rong, Han Fei, Shikuan, and the others to guide these people in their cultivation while refining some pills and distributing them appropriately, doing everything possible to help them improve their strength. Everyone was ecstatic. In front of Li Rong, Han Fei, Shikuan, and the others, countless cultivators sat in front of them day and night, listening to their insights and explanations of the heavenly way and martial Tao. The 3 Saint Realm Masters who had followed Xianxia here talked until their mouths were dry, but when they saw the eager eyes of these people, they couldn't ignore them. As such, they could only grit their teeth and pass on their cultivation experience. Among them, the growth of the Yang family blood warriors and the Hu sisters was the most remarkable. In just 10 days, their yuan qi and cultivation seemed to have undergone subtle changes. Due to the shackles of this world, even if these people broke through to the transcendent realm, they wouldn't be able to comprehend much. However, when Li Rong and the others suggested it, they immediately understood. Outside the crowd, Qiu Yimeng stared at the transcendent realm cultivator enviously before examining her own cultivation and sighing slightly. These days, she had talked a lot with Xianxia and learned a lot about the wonders of Tongxian Realm from Xianxia. She also knew that transcendents were considered masters on that side, so her cultivation was already on par with that world. On the other hand, she, a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, was considered a powerhouse here, but she was nothing on the other side. There were as many mental wander state cultivators there as there were hairs on a cow. She was secretly anxious. Are you envious of their cultivation? Xianxia suddenly appeared beside her and asked in a low voice. What's the use of being envious? His aptitude is right there. Qiu Yimeng pursed her lips and smiled. Besides, I'm just a woman. In the future, I'll just have to do housework and take care of children. So what's the point of having such a high cultivation? You're not such an easy woman to satisfy, are you? Xianxia turned his head and glanced at her. Qiu Yimeng forced a smile. I'm easy to satisfy. It's just that you don't want to satisfy me. Stop, don't talk nonsense all the time. Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore. Qiu Yimeng glared at him faintly before venting her anger like a little girl. Fine, I'm envious of them. So what? I'm not as strong as they are. So why can't I be envious? Especially those whose sisters, you don't know, before their cultivation was even lower than mine. But since you left, I don't know what happened to them, but their strength soared day by day. All of a sudden, they broke through to the transcendent realm, causing everyone's eyes to turn red with envy. Look, aren't they red now? Saying so, she took the initiative to press her tender body against Xianxia's waist and grit her teeth. Tell me honestly, did you give them something good but not me? Of course not. Xianxia felt wronged. Didn't I give you the myriad drug liquid back then? That myriad drug liquid was enough to improve your aptitude. Then why are they so strong? They have their own opportunities. Xianxia didn't know how to explain. What about your brother-in-law? Qiu Yimeng looked at him pitifully. He also caught up. He also has his own opportunities. Xianxia braced himself. However, after hearing Qiu Yimeng's words, Xianxia suddenly realized that among the younger generation, only a few who had obtained benefits from the Heaven's Cave inheritance had stood out. Everyone else, including Qiu Yimeng, had yet to break through to the transcendent realm. It was obvious how great the benefits of the Heaven's Cave inheritance were. I believe you. Qiu Yimeng saw the embarrassed look on Xianxia's face and no longer tried to force him, instead proudly saying, You've always done things fairly. I know you won't treat me unfairly. Xianxia nodded repeatedly, his divine sense sweeping her body for a moment before suddenly smiling mysteriously. When we reach Tong Xian realm, I'll give you a surprise. What kind of surprise? Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes lit up. You'll know when we get there. Don't ask too much now. Just focus on your cultivation. Qiu Yimeng curled her lips disdainfully. What kind of trick are you playing? Xianxia just smiled and didn't say anything, acting all mysterious, causing Qiu Yimeng to grit her teeth, but she couldn't do anything about it. Qiu Yimeng's biggest advantage was that she didn't treat Xianxia as an outsider. Even though the gap in strength and status between her and Xianxia was huge, she still dared to maintain a close relationship with Xianxia and didn't deliberately alienate him. This made Xianxia feel very gratified. The same was true for Starshua. On the other hand, the four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Chen Shu, and the others all felt somewhat restrained when facing Xianxia, no longer speaking as freely as before. The gap in strength and status made them not dare to do so. While chatting happily with Qiu Yimeng, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed as he looked up towards the distant sky. Master, Li Rong and Han Fei, who had been imparting their cultivation experience, called out at the same time. Fuck! Xianxia couldn't help cursing, his expression becoming as gloomy as the calm before a storm. He rarely cursed, unless he was too agitated. What's wrong? Qiu Yimeng asked anxiously. From the change in Xianxia's expression, she also noticed that something was wrong, as if some great danger was approaching, causing Qiu Yimeng's face to go pale. Listen, if you feel the fluctuations of a battle coming from that side, immediately arrange for everyone here to pass through the void corridor. Don't waste a moment. Xianxia said anxiously. What happened? Qiu Yimeng stamped her feet anxiously. Powerful enemies are approaching, and several of them are coming together. Xianxia explained casually, no longer wasting any time. turning to Li Rong and Han Fei, preparing to lead them to stop these enemies. He didn't need to investigate the identities of these people. From the shocking fluctuations of demonic qi, he could smell the auras of demon General Meng Ge and Shui Li. More than a month ago, when he had driven them away outside the central capital, Yang Kai thought they wouldn't come back again, but now, after a month, they had actually returned. And this time, there was the aura of another master, one whose aura was even more profound than Meng Ge and Shui Li's. Is there another demon general? 3 demon general. Even if Li Rong and Han Fei joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat them quickly, so there was no way they could protect the safety of the thousands of people here. Yang Kai made a prompt decision not to allow the enemy to approach this place. But before he could move, a loud shout came from the thick clouds. This senior has come uninvited and has an important matter to consult Yang Shengzhu. Yang Shengzhu, please don't take offense. The owner of this voice was still 100 kilometers away, but it rang directly in Yang Kai's ears, clear as day. The thousands of people gathered here also raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw that the originally bright sun was gradually gathering into clusters of thick ink-like black clouds, covering the light above their heads. The black clouds were so thick that it was as if they could not be assimilated. They pressed down on their heads, causing them to feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Yang Kai's expression changed as he froze in place. Li Rong and Han Fei both turned inquiring eyes towards him, but Yang Kai slowly shook his head, motioning them to remain calm. The other party hadn't even arrived yet, but had already taken the initiative to send him a message, seemingly expressing goodwill. This made Yang Kai confused, not knowing who this person was or what he wanted to do. On the horizon, a black curtain of darkness swept across the heavens and earth, quickly approaching them like a destructive disaster, causing everyone's face to go pale and fear to fill their hearts. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "Can your excellency retract this evil aura? You're scaring my friends." His voice was like an arrow released from a bow, piercing through the inky black clouds and piercing through the sky, creating a huge hole in the clouds, allowing a ray of sunlight to shine down, accurately hitting High Heaven Pavilion. The oppressive aura stagnated, and everyone gasped for air, breathing to their heart's content. Soon, an apologetic voice called out, "My apologies, this senior is used to being undisciplined and didn't expect so many people to gather here. Yang Shangzhu, please forgive me." As these words were spoken, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be caressed by a giant invisible hand and quickly melted away. The world was once again restored to clarity. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a deep sense of dread, and even Li Rong's expression became unprecedentedly dignified. All of them were aware of the tyrannical strength of this newcomer. Soon, 3 figures suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision, quietly floating mid-air, as if they had been standing there from beginning to end. Among the 3 people, the leader was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He wore an extremely gaudy cloak with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Standing behind this middle-aged man were Demon General Shui Li and Meng Ge. Both of them stood behind this middle-aged man, their expressions serious, and when they stared at his back, there was even a trace of fear and respect. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a storm rose in the depths of his heart. Chapter 942. Before seeing this scene, Yang Kai had thought that Shui Li and Meng Ge were unwilling to accept this humiliation and had called the other demon general to help. But after seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately determined that this plain-looking middle-aged man was not a demon general. Silently crying out in alarm, Yang Kai tried to maintain a calm expression as he stared deeply at the middle-aged man, his eyes filled with fear. The middle-aged man wearing a gaudy cloak had a plain appearance, but his eyes were bright and filled with a brilliant light, making it difficult to look straight at him. His aura was also vast and unfathomable. Tilting his head, he swept his eyes over the crowd before focusing on Yang Kai, a warm smile like a spring breeze appearing on his face as he asked, Yang Shangzhu? He had never met Yang Kai before, but he had still been able to accurately identify him among these several thousand people, demonstrating just how sharp his eyesight was. Yang Kai gently nodded and called out, Demon Commander? The middle-aged man raised his brow and laughed loudly, praising, Yang Shengzhu's eyesight is quite good, actually seeing through this senior's identity in an instant. Admirable, admirable. He hadn't expected Kai Yang's eyesight to be so good, and there was no one who could remain so indifferent after knowing his true identity. Everyone who recognized him would panic, as if they were facing a great enemy, or directly attack him. Yang Kai, however, was different. Although there was a trace of fear in his eyes, he did not lose his composure and remained calm. He truly admired him. Yang Kai lightly snorted. He was able to recognize this man's identity because he had inferred from Shui Li and Meng Ji's attitude. These two were Demon General, their strength reaching the heavens, and besides the current Demon Commander, there was no one else who could make them willingly stand behind him and show such awe. Yang Kai had fantasized countless times about what kind of person the current Demon Commander was. Perhaps he was as strong as a bear. Perhaps he had a sinister and cunning face. Or perhaps they were free and unrestrained. But he had never thought that the current Demon Lord would actually have such a plain and ordinary appearance. If it weren't for the gaudy cloak he was wearing, even if he walked in a crowd, he wouldn't attract the attention of others. When others looked at him, the only thing they cared about was his clothes, not his person. Was this the Demon Lord who had sealed Meng Wuxia's strength? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. Yang Shengzhu, there's no need to doubt. This senior is indeed the current Demon Commander, Zhang Yuan. Yes, Shueli and Mungo can prove it for me. The Demon Sovereign was still smiling indifferently. I don't doubt it. Yang Kai took a deep breath. I just don't understand. Why aren't you guarding the Demon Land? Why did you come all the way here? It doesn't seem to be anything here that's worth a trip for you, right? Perceiving Yang Kai's hostility and rejection, Zhang Yuan rubbed his nose and smiled. This senior said that I came here to talk to Yang Shengzhu about something. What do we have to talk about? Yang Kai frowned. There is, Zhang Yuan insisted, glancing around for a moment before saying, This isn't a good place to talk. Yang Shengzhu, can you arrange a quiet place for us to talk? Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai with a smile. Master, Li Rong, who had been standing behind Yang Kai, stared at Zhang Yuan with dread in her beautiful eyes and quickly said, Be careful of his schemes. Don't agree with him. Han Fei also interjected. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. I'll talk to him. From the looks of it, he doesn't seem to have come here looking for trouble. It seems he really has something he wants to say to me. If he had come here looking for trouble, or to avenge Menggu and Shui Li's humiliation, with Zhang Yuan's strength, there would be no need for him to speak too much nonsense. He could just start a fight. Although he might not be able to do anything to Yang Kai, if a third-order saint were to fight here, the thousands of people gathered in High Heaven Pavilion would likely suffer a calamity. This was the best way to retaliate against Yang Kai. Please come in, Yang Kai shouted, stretching out his hand and motioning for them to enter High Heaven Pavilion, leading the way. Many thanks for your hospitality. Zhang Yuan gently nodded and followed behind Yang Kai with Menggu and Shueli. After the group of 6 gradually disappeared, the thousands of people present breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive aura just now had almost suffocated them. Who was that guy just now? He seemed very powerful. Brother Yang called him the Demon Commander. What's a Demon Commander? Shi Kuan, Old Man Chang Mo. How much do you know about this matter? Ling Tai Su and 4th Master Yang walked up to Shi Kuan and asked. None of them knew much about this place called Tong Xian Realm. Shi Kuan's face was pale as he heard the whispers of many people around him, smiling bitterly as he muttered, Ignorance is bliss. Demon Commander. Even he had never seen such a thing before, but everyone here was discussing what the Demon Commander was. If this name was mentioned anywhere in Tongxian Realm, it would cause an uproar, but here it only aroused the curiosity of many people. The Demon Commander can be said to be one of the strongest masters in Tongxian Realm. As for how strong he really is, let me give you an example. Do you think I'm strong? The group of people gathered around Shirkuan nodded vigorously. Half a year ago, no one here knew what a Saint Realm Master was. The Blood Warriors of the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall had personally experienced the huge difference between a saint and a transcendent. In front of them, a Saint Realm Master was of course strong, and they could not resist such earth-shattering means. Shirkuan smiled bitterly. In your eyes, I am indeed strong, but even if there were 100 of me, I would still die against the demon commander. He could crush me to dust with a single finger. Everyone paled as they finally understood how tyrannical the demon commander was. Then, isn't Kair in danger? Dong Suju screamed. Shirkuan scratched his head. Not necessarily. The demon commander didn't come here to fight. Moreover, the lady named Li Rong next to Holy Master is not weak either. With her protection, the demon commander may not be able to hurt Holy Master. You mean, that lady is as strong as the demon commander? Everyone was surprised, as if they had only just realized Li Rong's strength. I don't know. Shirkuan shrugged his shoulders, unable to give a definite answer. However, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not figure out why a person like the demon commander would come here to discuss something important with the Holy Master. The two of them had never met before. So what could they possibly discuss? Inside a large hall in High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai and the demon commander sat down. Li Rong and Han Fei stood behind Yang Kai, while Shui Li and Meng Ge stood behind the demon commander. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, and the air was heavy. Yang Kai was full of doubts, but did not speak as he stared straight at the demon commander, unwilling to miss any of his actions. The demon commander, on the other hand, looked around the simple hall as if nothing had happened and praised, "A blessed land, a blessed land. This place was actually able to give birth to someone like Yang Shengzhu, truly a blessed land." This senior wishes he could have been born 1,000 years later and become brothers with Yang Shengzhu, traveling the world together. Inside the hall, everyone's expression became strange, none of them knowing what Zhang Yuan wanted to do. Immediately offering such flattery, everyone couldn't help feeling like he was trying to steal something. "Demon Commander, if you have something to say, just say it. You are not welcome here," Yang Kai said in a deep voice, his expression becoming impatient. With such a master sitting in front of him, Yang Kai felt a great deal of pressure. He wasn't worried about his own safety, though. Even if they really fought and his strength was no match for the demon commanders, he could simply tear space and escape. He could even use the Flying Heaven Shuttle. With the Flying Heaven Shuttle, even the current demon commander would have to eat dust behind him, never to catch up. Yang Kai was worried about the safety of the thousands of people gathered here. Here were his fellow disciples, his clansmen, his parents, and brothers. There were too many things he needed to worry about. Impudence! Meng Ge shouted. "Little brat, don't think you can be so easily bullied. For Master Demon Commander to come here in person is your honor. He came here uninvited. I am the master. Can I drive him out?" Yang Kai sneered. "Meng Ge, shut up!" Zhang Yuan shouted, causing Meng Ge to immediately lower his head. Although they were both third-order saints, the demon commander was far stronger than any of the other demon general, which was why he could sit firmly in his current position. Zhang Yuan glanced over at Yang Kai and smiled. Yang Shengzhu seems to be very wary of this senior. Good, this senior won't waste your time and will get straight to the point. Smiling, Zhang Yuan continued. In fact, Yang Shengzhu doesn't need to be like this. Let's put it this way. The strength in your hands is not inferior to this senior's. As for that lady behind you, even if her strength isn't as good as this senior's, she isn't far behind. This senior has 4 demon general subordinates, all of whom are third-order saints, but Yang Shengzhu's subordinates aren't bad either. If the two of us really have a falling out, it won't be good for either of us, isn't that right? Yang Kai frowned, his expression calm, but he didn't say a word. He didn't know why the demon commander wanted to point out the difference in strength between the two sides. It was easy to think that the demon commander really didn't want Yang Kai to make such a big fuss. The strength of each side was about the same, so no one side had a huge advantage, so naturally, their status was equal. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment before continuing. A few days ago, this senior heard that my two subordinates had no eyes and offended Yang Shengzhu. It was this senior who taught them a lesson. And the two of you apologize to Yang Shengzhu, and let's turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Let's not hold grudges against each other in the future. As soon as the statement came out, Meng Gu and Xue Li's eyes became dull as they stared at Zhang Yuan incredulously. Neither of them had expected him to say such a thing. Even Yang Kai's expression became strange. Even if Zhang Yuan wanted to show goodwill, this was too much. Moreover, with his status, why would he do that? Yang Kai felt more and more that Zhang Yuan had ulterior motives. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a character like him to allow his subordinates to be humiliated. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he stared at Zhang Yuan with a relaxed smile on his face. He wanted to see what this demon lord wanted to do and what he wanted from him. As long as he had the map, the initiative would always be in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai's heart settled. Chapter 943. Inside the hall, Yang Kai smiled lightly, while Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's expression remained calm. Standing behind him, Xue Li and Meng Ji's eyes bulged as their bodies trembled slightly, a look of disbelief appearing on their faces. Demon Commander Master actually wanted them to apologize to this hateful human being? They could hardly believe their ears as they stared at Zhang Yuan in a daze, wanting to confirm this, but not daring to ask. Zhang Yuan snorted and said unhappily, "What's wrong? Are you too deaf or mute? Didn't you hear this senior's words? Do you want this senior to personally apologize for you? We don't dare." Meng Gu and Xue Li trembled as they noticed Zhang Yuan's anger and no longer dared to hesitate. Hurriedly cupping their fists and gritting their teeth as they said, "We have offended you many times before. We ask Yang Shengzhu to forgive us." Although they had been forced to apologize to Yang Kai by Zhang Yuan, anyone could see that as long as they found an opportunity, they would definitely seek revenge for this humiliation. Zhang Yuan's coercion had not only failed to resolve the grievances between the two sides, but instead deepened their hatred and anger towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained indifferent and did not say anything. Zhang Yuan laughed loudly, seemingly very happy. "That's right. Since you've done something wrong, naturally you have to apologize. Good. Let's not hate each other in the future. I also want to make friends with Yang Shengzhu." "I don't want to." Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Zhang Yuan's expression became bitter as he said, "Not giving me this little bit of face. Yang Shengzhu is simply too unreasonable." The two of them exchanged a few words, and although there was no trace of blood or knife between them, everyone standing behind them couldn't help trembling in fear, fearing that the two of them would really start fighting. However, the two of them both wore genial smiles on their faces and seemed to be in a harmonious atmosphere. Meng Gu and Xue Li's mood was like a tidal wave as they felt uncomfortable. Last time, Xue Li had broken into human territory without permission and was injured by Chu Ling Xiao, forcing her to hurriedly return to the demon land without telling anyone. A month and a half ago, she and Mungo met Yang Kai by chance. After a fierce battle, she left in a hurry. Originally, she wanted to keep this matter a secret, but Meng Gu was different from her. He was loyal to the demon commander. After returning to the demon land, he reported what had happened here. When Demon Commander Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately set off from the demon capital and rushed here, saying that he wanted to see this Yang Shengzhu. With things having come to this point, Xue Li could only helplessly lead the way with Mungo. Originally, they thought that the demon commander was going to help them regain their face and take revenge, so they were secretly looking forward to it. On the way here, the two of them had been thinking about how they would make that human boy suffer if he fell into their hands, so that they could vent the hatred in their hearts. Who would have thought that the demon lore master would have such an attitude towards this human brat? The two demon generals' hearts were filled with bitterness. "Zhang Yuan, enough nonsense. Tell me what you want to do." Yang Kai smiled faintly and asked the question in his heart. Speaking in riddles with such a master, The one who was destined to suffer was himself. So Yang Kai decided to get straight to the point. Zhang Yuan sighed, not intending to conceal anything. It seems that Yang Shengzhu has also guessed that this senior has come here for some other purpose. And I came here this time mainly to confirm one thing. Confirm what? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, I want to know if Yang Shengzhu is the successor of Great Demon God. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned. Li Rong's eyes flashed coldly as she glared towards Zhang Yuan. Mungo and Shueli couldn't help opening their mouths in shock. The words Great Demon God had an unparalleled impact on anyone from the demon race. Yang Shengzhu doesn't need to deny it. Before Yang Kai could speak, Zhang Yuan raised his hand and interrupted him. Originally, this senior only had some suspicions, so he hurried over to confirm. After all, if you left here and returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, even this senior wouldn't dare trespass into human territory. Now it seems that Yang Shengzhu really is the successor, and absolutely. Zhang Yuan's expression and tone were very certain, but Yang Kai didn't deny it, simply curling his lips and asking, Why are you so certain? Because these two ladies are loyal to you. Zhang Yuan turned his eyes to Li Rong and Han Fei, a trace of envy flashing across his eyes as he faintly said, I have a lot of ancient books in my possession, each of which contains a great deal of information that is unknown to the world. Besides this senior, no one else knows about these things. One of the ancient records recorded the matters of the bloodline that served the great demonic god. They called themselves the Ancient Demon Clan and were close confidants of Great Demon God, vowing that they would only ever serve and be loyal to Great Demon God. Unfortunately, before Great Demon God Master fell, they went into hiding and no one knows where they went. Rumor has it that they were exterminated because they controlled too much power. Great Demon God Master was worried that after his fall, no one would be able to control them, so he personally destroyed them. But I know that these rumors are false. Great Demon God Master sealed them away in order to leave this power to his successor. These two ladies are from the Ancient Demon Clan, and since they are willing to pledge their loyalty to you, Yang Shengzhu's identity is clear to glance. Because it is impossible for the Ancient Demon Clan to be loyal to anyone else. Even this senior wouldn't place them in his eyes. As Demon Commander Zhang Yuan spoke, Yang Kai just listened quietly, not interjecting. After he finished speaking, Yang Kai nodded lightly. It seems that Demon Commander Master knows many secrets that others don't. His expression was firm, so even if Yang Kai wanted to deny it, it was useless. Zhang Yuan nodded proudly. I also know why Great Demon God Master sealed the Ancient Demon Clan and why he wanted to leave this power to his successor. All of this was left behind by Great Demon God many years ago. Why? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling curious, but as soon as he spoke, he realized something was wrong. Silently, his thoughts had been led by Zhang Yuan, and he had suddenly lost the initiative. This discovery made him feel so depressed he wanted to cough up blood. Yang Kai had no choice but to pretend that nothing had happened, secretly reminding himself that this guy in front of him was an old fox who had lived for who knows how long, so he couldn't afford to fall for his tricks again. Zhang Yuan chuckled. For the upcoming catastrophe. Catastrophe? Yang Kai was stunned. As for what this catastrophe is, I don't know, but Yang Shengzhu can figure it out. Zhang Yuan quickly said, If even you don't understand it, how could I? Yang Kai shook his head repeatedly. Zhang Yuan's expression became serious as he said, In my demon capital, there's a secret chamber left behind by Great Demon God Master. This secret chamber has many powerful spirit arrays, and several generations of demon commanders have tried to unravel its mysteries, but unfortunately, no one has been able to crack them. Even you can't crack them? Zhang Yuan shook his head, a look of yearning appearing on his face. Great Demon God Master's methods are too profound, not something I can compare with. I always felt that his cultivation had surpassed the Saint realm, perhaps even reaching a higher level. Yang Kai's body shook as he involuntarily came to the same conclusion as Zhang Yuan. When he and the two monster race great seniors entered that strange space and saw great demon gods' various methods, Yang Kai had this conjecture at that time, but he couldn't bring himself to believe it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan was also thinking the same thing. I can't crack them, but Yang Shengzhu should be able to, Zhang Yuan continued. I don't know why Yang Shengzhu was able to become great demon god successor, but since he is his successor, you should have the demon mystic tome in your hands, right? Demon mystic tome? Meng Gu and Xue Li exclaimed in unison, a trace of fanaticism appearing on their faces. It seemed that these four words had caused their blood to boil. Great demon god obtained a complete soul-suppressing stone from somewhere and used it to create the demon mystic tome. His various divine technique is hidden inside this demon mystic tome. Whoever can open the demon mystic tome will be his successor. Yang Shengzhu is great demon god successor, so he should have obtained the demon mystic tome. That thing is the key to opening the demon capital's barrier. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he thought about it for a moment before summoning the black book into his hand. Are you talking about this? Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the wordless black book. Meng Gu and Xue Li's eyes filled with greed. Even Demon Commander Zhang Yuan couldn't help feeling moved. Guessing was one thing. Seeing it with their own eyes was another. But soon, Zhang Yuan's expression returned to normal as he took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, this is the Demon Mystic Tome. It seems that everything is as I guessed, but the heavens have no eyes, actually allowing the Demon Mystic Tome to fall into the hands of a human. Zhang Yuan wore a look of regret, not bothering to conceal his true feelings. This was only natural. Great demon god successor should have been a member of the demon race, but the one who obtained the Demon Mystic Tome was actually Yang Kai. This made them feel a sense of grief and indignation. Whether this is the Demon Mystic Tome or not, I don't know. I just call it the wordless black book, Yang Kai said casually before putting the wordless black book back in his body chalk. Meng Gu and Xue Li suddenly became frustrated as they stared sharply at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to see where he had hidden the Demon Mystic Tome. Something made from such a large piece of soul-suppressing stone. Not to mention whether it contained the various divine technique of great demon god. The value of the material itself was immeasurable. Anyone who saw it would be tempted. Let's talk about it. Zhang Yuan tried to maintain a calm state of mind as he stared at Yang Kai. This senior came here in person this time with sincerity. It stands to reason that your identity as great demon god successor is enough to control the entire demon land. After all, the demon land was established by great demon master many years ago. This senior also believes that as long as you are given enough time, you can grow to the same height as great demon god, a height that even this senior cannot hope to reach. As soon as this statement came out, Meng Gu and Xue Li couldn't help gulping as a trace of dread appeared in their eyes. Perceiving the hostility in their eyes, Li Rong and Han Fei secretly condensed their strength, preparing to attack at any moment. Chapter 944. Inside the hall, because of Zhang Yuan's words, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. As long as there was enough time, Yang Kai could grow to the same height as great demon god. These words made Meng Gu and Xue Li feel a sense of crisis. Even Master Demon Commander had admitted that such a height was beyond his reach. So what if Yang Kai was allowed to grow up? Great demon god was able to sweep through the world and become invincible. So could this Yang Kai. At that time, he would be able to kill all living beings in this world. The two demon general couldn't help having the dangerous thought of strangling Yang Kai here, lest that day really came. Don't be rude, Zhang Yuan shouted. I already said that I want to be friends with Yang Shengzhu, so I will say whatever I want without concealing anything. If the two of you dare act so murderous again, this senior will cripple you first. Meng Gu and Xue Li both wore shocked expressions, never having expected that Zhang Yuan would actually reprimand them for Yang Kai. Only now did they understand that Master Demon Commander's firm attitude was not just empty words, quickly bowing their heads and admitting their mistake. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction before turning to Yang Kai. That being said, Yang Shengzhu, you shouldn't expect too much. Now that the demon land is in this senior's hands, it is impossible for me to hand over such a large piece of land to a mere human. I have no idea about the demon land. That would be for the best. Zhang Yuan nodded and chuckled. In fact, the safest way is for this senior to kill you and take your demon mystic tome. However, this senior knows that even if I kill you, I can't obtain the great demon god's inheritance. It is unique and irreplaceable. Since great demon god chose you, he must have his reasons. All members of the demon race are descendants of great demon god. So this senior only hopes that Yang Shengzhu will not treat us as enemies in the future. I swear in the name of great demon god that I will not harm you in the future. So please don't find trouble with me. How about it? Yang Kai secretly nodded. No demon dared to casually swear an oath in the name of the great demon god. These 3 words held immeasurable weight in the hearts of all demons. Even the current demon sovereign was the same. Yang Kai deeply recognized Zhang Yuan's sincerity, and his expression couldn't help becoming serious as he nodded. Good. Zhang Yuan laughed, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. Then it settled. Although Yang Shengzhu is young, his decisiveness in handling matters is very much to this senior's liking. Dealing with people like you isn't difficult at all. You're quite straightforward too. Then we're friends? Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. In any case, he's not an enemy. Yang Kai also smiled. All right. Zhang Yuan stood up. Then that's all for today. It's time for me to leave. If Yang Shengzhu has some free time, please come to the demon capital. Firstly, this senior will be able to show this senior some hospitality. And secondly, this senior is very curious about the secrets left behind by the demon god master and would like to borrow the demon mystic tome. I wonder if Yang Shengzhu can agree? Good, I'll be there. Many thanks. In the future, if Holy Master Yang wishes to visit the demon capital, please inform us in advance. My demon land will allow you to travel freely. No one will harm you. Zhang Yuan gently nodded and immediately walked out after saying so. Li Rong, see these guests out. Yang Kai ordered. Li Rong immediately acted, escorting Zhang Yuan and the 2 demon general out of the hall. A moment later, she leisurely returned, and together with Han, Fei stared at Yang Kai. Master, do you really believe Zhang Yuan's words? What do you think? Yang Kai didn't answer directly. Li Rong thought about it carefully and nodded. He is indeed quite sincere, but after all, we are not familiar with him, so we can't completely believe him. I think so too, Han Fei nodded. I actually think he's a good person. Yang Kai grinned, causing the 2 women to be stunned. Yang Kai wasn't a child. If Zhang Yuan could deceive him with just a few words, he wouldn't have lived to this day. Regarding Zhang Yuan's attitude and words, Yang Kai obviously had his own thoughts. Do you want to go to the demon capital? Of course, I want to go. Yang Kai nodded firmly. However, it wasn't because of Zhang Yuan's invitation, but rather because he was very curious about the secrets left behind by the great demon god. If his guess was correct, the secrets left behind by the great demon god were definitely related to what the soul clone of the great demon god had said in that strange space. When he brought Meng Wuxia and his little senior sister back, the great demon god soul clone had also told Yang Kai that if he had time, he should go to the demon capital. Once he arrived there, he would be able to figure out everything. Yang Kai didn't care much about this, but now that Zhang Yuan had come here, his words had given him an opportunity. All of the mysterious small worlds in the world had opened because he had destroyed that place, and the soul clone of the great demon god had said that it was the center of the entire world. What kind of shocking secret was hidden here? Yang Kai couldn't sleep or eat in peace until he figured it out. While contemplating this, a group of people rushed in from outside the hall, led by Ling Tai Su, all of them rushing over to ask if the demon commander had done anything to harm him just now. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head, repeatedly offering words of comfort. A few dozen kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, Zhang Yuan took Meng Gu and Shui Li and quickly flew away. The two demon general followed behind the demon commander, staring at each other, unable to understand why the demon commander didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill this human and instead chose to make friends with him. Such a terrifying person naturally had to be destroyed as soon as possible, lest he become a threat to the entire demon land in the future. As if seeing through the doubts in their hearts, Zhang Yuan, who was flying, suddenly said, "You can't kill him, don't even think about it." Meng Gu and Shueli trembled. Zhang Yuan continued, "Being chosen as the successor of the great demon god, how bad can that Yang Kai be? Don't just look at him as just a third-order transcendent. If he really goes all out, I estimate he'll be able to display strength comparable to a second-order saint." "Really?" Meng Gu and Shueli exclaimed. "Why wouldn't he?" Zhang Yuan chuckled. The great demon god master was famous for his ability to fight enemies above his own realm. It is rumored that he was able to easily defeat enemies several minor realms above him. You two are also demon general. How could you not know this? Meng Gu and Shueli were speechless. They were naturally aware of this information, but they didn't associate it with Yang Kai. That's just his own strength. Perhaps he has also mastered some kind of great demon god-divine technique. If I can't kill him in one strike, I will only become his enemy. If he really matures in the future, my demon land will be finished. This senior cannot afford to take such a risk. Moreover, that woman from the ancient demon clan following him, this senior cannot defeat her. As long as she follows Yang Kai, no matter how big this world is, there is no one who can threaten his life. The two demon general couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Although they had personally experienced Li Rong's terrifying strength before and compared it to the demon commander, hearing Zhang Yuan admit that he couldn't win, Meng Gu and Shueli still couldn't believe it. Then what Master said today? Meng Gu hesitated. I didn't lie to him. I really wanted to make friends with him. And if you want to make friends with someone, you have to do it while they are still weak. Once they are strong, it will be too late to make friends with them. Remember this, no matter what kind of grievances you had with him before, today is the end of it. Don't have any more conflicts with him in the future. I don't want to see the relationship I worked so hard to build be destroyed by you. Meng Gu and Shueli felt a mix of emotions in their hearts, not knowing what to say for a while, only nodding. 5 days later, under Yang Kai's command, several thousand people passed through the Void Corridor and headed towards Tongxian Realm. After waiting for so many days, those who should have come had already arrived. Those who hadn't would probably not come, so there was no need to wait any longer. What made Yang Kai feel gratified was that almost all the friends he had made were willing to follow him and entrust their lives to him. They all had complete confidence in Yang Kai. In the vicinity of the free and unfettered territory, Yang Kai, Li Rong, Han Fei, and Shi Kun had arrived ahead of time and cleared out all the cultivator who had stayed nearby, leaving almost no one within a 50-kilometer radius. Shi Kun looked at Yang Kai puzzledly and asked, "Holy Master, won't doing this provoke public anger? In fact, as long as we clear out a 10-kilometer radius, everything will be fine." He didn't quite understand why Yang Kai wanted to clear out a 50-kilometer radius. "You'll know soon enough," Yang Kai chuckled as he stared towards the Void Corridor. A group of people suddenly appeared, one after another. The first group to arrive was naturally the Yang family's direct descendants, all of them looking around curiously, as if they had arrived at a new world. When they noticed the richness of the world energy aura in this place, all of them were ecstatic, greedily inhaling the air, their faces filled with excitement. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, the first group of Yang family direct descendants flew down from the sky and found an open place to wait for the others to arrive. A beautiful figure mixed in with the Yang family direct descendants. After walking out of the Void Corridor, she looked around and immediately flew straight towards Yang Kai, landing in front of him with a smile. "Isn't your Chiu family the fourth group? Why have you? The patriarch, come here yourself." Yang Kai looked at Chiu Yimeng in amazement. Chiu Yimeng stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai. "I've come to ask for a gift." "What gift? Didn't you say it yourself? You said a few days ago that when we arrived here, You would give me a big gift." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment. "What's wrong? You didn't forget, did you? Oh, you're talking about a gift." Yang Kai seemed to wake up from a dream and patted his head. "I remember. I've already prepared one." Xiao Meng was suddenly overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Give it to me quickly. If I'm not satisfied, I'll teach you a lesson. You'll definitely be satisfied." Yang Kai smiled and patted Xiao Meng. "What are you doing?" Xiao Meng looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, then glanced at the place he patted and found that there was no trace of it left behind. "Just now, I spent a great deal of effort to help you improve your current realm." Yang Kai looked at her seriously. "Feel it carefully. Do you feel anything special?" Xiao Meng stared at him suspiciously, obviously wary of his words. But when she tried to sense them with her heart, her pretty face suddenly filled with astonishment as she muttered, "Oh, I feel like I'm about to break through. Quickly find a place to comprehend the mysteries of this place. The surrounding 50-kilometer radius is all safe." Yang Kai waved his hand. Xiao Meng didn't dare delay in the slightest and quickly disappeared. So easy to deceive. Yang Kai sighed softly. Li Rong and Han Fei both smiled to the side. Chapter 945. It took 3 days for several thousand people to safely pass through the Void Corridor and arrive in Tongxian Realm. Within a 50-kilometer radius, many cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty each found a suitable location and sat down cross-legged to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, breaking through their own shackles and advancing their cultivation to the next level. Because of the different world principles, all cultivator who arrived in Tongxian Realm could obtain some improvement in their strength. Those cultivator on the verge of a breakthrough could naturally take advantage of this opportunity to break through in one fell swoop. When Yang Kai first set foot in this world, this was the case. When the ancient demon clan was brought out of the mysterious small world by Yang Kai, many of their clansmen had their cultivations improved. Now that it was the turn of the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty, Yang Kai was already familiar with this process and had long since prepared for it, so he had purged the 50-kilometer radius to provide a safe environment for everyone to break through. Of the several thousand people, at least a third of them were on the verge of breaking through. Although the others were not so lucky, they were still satisfied. The Yuan Qi in their bodies and their own cultivation had improved somewhat, so they took the initiative to disperse and protect their companions who were about to break through. Xiao Meng came over from somewhere 10 kilometers away, gritting her teeth as she muttered under her breath, seemingly cursing something. Rushing over to Yang Kai's side, she raised her head and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. "Is this the gift you gave me? Are you satisfied?" Yang Kai grinned. "I'm satisfied, but this has nothing to do with you, right? Open your eyes wide and look around. So many people are breaking through." Xiao Meng stretched out her hand and pointed around. As far as the eye could see, countless cultivators were sitting cross-legged on the ground, inhaling and exhaling world energy, creating a spectacular scene. "It's fine as long as you're satisfied. Don't be so serious. Remember this, if you disappoint a woman, I won't let you off." Xiao Meng stomped her foot bitterly and no longer bothered with Yang Kai, running over to where the Chiu family members were gathered. Yang Kai rubbed his nose helplessly. "Holy Master." At this time, Shirkuan appeared out of nowhere and said anxiously, "There's a large group of people coming this way. They look very aggressive. Something's not right." "Who is it?" Yang Kai frowned. Subordinate didn't have time to inquire, but there's a Saint Realm Master on the other side. "Let's go take a look." Yang Kai's expression was displeased. The only major force in the vicinity was the free and unfettered, but after so many of their experts had been killed, the free and unfettered seemed to have scattered. This time, when he had come from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai had specifically asked Li Rong to go to the free and unfettered, but when Li Rong arrived, she found that there was no one there. At this time, who would be so blind as to run over? After walking a short distance, Yang Kai saw some small black dots on the horizon rapidly approaching. As time passed, the figures of that group of people became clearer and clearer. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that in this group of people, there was only one Saint Realm Master, a first-order Saint Cultivator at that. The others were all transcendents with a few Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators. What made Yang Kai feel strange was not that the strength of these people wasn't high, but that there were many familiar auras among them. Carefully perceiving them, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. The approaching group of cultivators apparently also noticed the situation here and stopped a kilometer away, the leader of the group shouting, "Dare I ask if you're a friend from the free and unfettered? This one is Dragon Phoenix Palace's Palace Master, Xianxia. We have come here today to ask for your guidance." Dragon Phoenix Palace? Li Rong, who was standing behind Yang Kai, frowned, having no impression of this unknown sect. "We're on the same side," Yang Kai said casually before calling out, "Sun Yu, are you over there?" As soon as this statement came out, the Dragon Phoenix Palace cultivator all frowned. Palace Master Xianxia even moved slightly, firmly blocking the figure of a young man in the crowd, preventing Yang Kai from seeing him. "Disciple, someone over there is calling out to you. Do you have friends from the free and unfettered?" Ling Jian looked suspiciously at Sun Yu, who was being protected in the middle. As his master, he naturally knew his disciple's life experience the best. Sun Yu had been picked up by Ling Jian when he was very young and brought to Dragon Phoenix Palace to cultivate. Over the years, Sun Yu had never left Dragon Phoenix Palace. If he hadn't insisted on coming here this time, how could Ling Jian have allowed him to go out so easily? Now, he was the future hope of the entire Dragon Phoenix Palace and could not be allowed to have any accidents. Sun Yu had almost never left Dragon Phoenix Palace, so how could he know people from the free and unfettered? Ling Jian was confused. Palace Master Xianxia also turned his eyes to Sun Yu and asked, "Do you know the one who called out to you?" Sun Yu's face filled with ecstasy, but he didn't answer and simply walked out of the crowd, a look of awe on his face as he called out, "Is that Senior Yang?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded yes. "It really is Senior Yang." Sun Yu was overjoyed and quickly broke away from the crowd and flew over. The expressions of the Dragon Phoenix Palace Masters all changed greatly as they quickly followed after him. "Old man Ling Chong, who is this Senior Yang that Sun Yu mentioned? Why is he so enthusiastic?" Xianxia asked curiously as they flew. "This old master doesn't know either." Ling Jian was also confused. As they spoke, everyone arrived in front of Yang Kai. Sun Yu wore an excited expression as he respectfully cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Yang. It turns out you are also here." Yang Kai nodded gently, his eyes sweeping past Sun Yu and looking behind him. Inside Dragon Phoenix Palace, almost all of the masters had followed Sun Yu here, forming layers upon layers of guards. Even at this moment, all of them were staring at Yang Kai vigilantly, fearing he would act against Sun Yu. "Right, let me introduce you." Sun Yu excitedly pointed to Yang Kai and said, "This is Senior Yang." Then, pointing to the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace, he said, "This is our Palace Master Xianxia. This is my Master Ling Jian. This is Elder Xiao Ling. This is..." After each introduction, Yang Kai nodded and greeted each of them. "Young man, what qualifications do you have to call me senior?" Xianxia asked with some displeasure. Sun Yu was now the Dragon Emperor of Dragon Phoenix Palace, his status far higher than even Palace Master Xianxia's. But now, Sun Yu was actually calling such a young man senior, making Xianxia feel very uncomfortable, as if the Dragon Emperor was being belittled. If Yang Kai was a middle-aged man, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Xianxia clearly saw that he was a young man in his late 20s. "Palace Master, this Senior Yang has shown me great kindness. I won't allow you to speak of him like that," Sun Yu snorted. Xianxia was stunned, his expression becoming awkward as he cupped his fists and said, "Friend, please don't take offense. This one's mouth is a bit blunt. I mean no harm. Palace Master Chun is too polite." Yang Kai didn't care at all. Xianxia immediately compromising and changing his attitude because of Sun Yu's words showed just how much importance he attached to Sun Yu. Next to him, the elder from Dragon Phoenix Palace named Xiao Ling suddenly stared at Shi Kun, hesitating for a moment before asking, May I ask if your excellency is Elder Shirkuan of Nine Heavens Holy Land? Indeed, have we met before? Shirkuan looked at him suspiciously. Shaoling's expression became strange as he exclaimed, "No wonder you look familiar. Half a year ago, this Xiao went to Nine Heavens Holy Land to request alchemy from a grandmaster. At that time, Elder Shirkuan was sitting in the stone pavilion outside the Nine Peaks, so this Xiao has seen you before. However, Elder Shirkuan probably doesn't have any impression of this Xiao. So that's how it is." Shirkuan nodded. There were too many people who came to the Nine Peaks to request alchemy services every day. How could he remember each one? Your Dragon Phoenix Palace went there to request alchemy services? Yang Kai looked at Sun Yu. Elder Xiao Changjiao came back and said there were many people waiting in line. He waited for a month before it was his turn and gave all the alchemy services he requested to me. Sun Yu smiled. If you want to request alchemy services in the future, just tell me directly. There's no need to wait in line, Yang Kai said. In an instant, everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace looked at Yang Kai in a different light. Chen Zhou hesitantly asked, "Dare I ask, what is your relationship with the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai?" The Holy Land's Elder Shirkuan was here, one step behind Yang Kai, so it was obvious he was the leader. Sun Yu had just called him Senior Yang. This made Chen Zhou think of many things, but he was also a man with keen eyesight and quick thinking, so he quickly made some guesses. "This is my Holy Master," Shirkuan quickly said. Everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace trembled as they stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Chen Zhou's expression was extremely awkward as he cupped his fists. "So it is Yang Shangzhu." This Chen was ignorant just now and offended Yang Shangzhu. I hope Yang Kai can forgive me. As soon as they met, he had questioned Yang Kai without any sense of propriety. But how could he have imagined that this young man was the most famous person in the world? The difference in strength between Dragon Phoenix Palace and Nine Heavens Holy Land was simply too great. So if he really angered the other, Dragon Phoenix Palace would definitely not have a good end. Thinking so, Chen Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. Palace Master Chen doesn't need to worry. Sun Yu and I are friends. Naturally, I don't care about such matters. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Friends. Everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace was dumbfounded, each of them blushing in excitement, as if being able to make friends with Yang Kai was a great honor. Turning their gazes towards Sun Yu again, their eyes filled with even more admiration and excitement. All of them secretly thought to themselves that the Dragon Emperor was truly worthy of being the Dragon Emperor, actually being able to make friends with such a character. Sun Yu was still so weak, yet he was able to obtain such good treatment from the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. It seemed that this Yang Shengzhu was also a person with great vision and had long since seen through Sun Yu's extraordinariness. While the group of masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace were secretly celebrating, Yang Kai turned to Sun Yu and asked, "Why are you here?" Sun Yu scratched his head. "Last time, Senior Yang asked me to inquire about some information, so I have been keeping an eye out for clues. Finally, I heard that this mysterious small world had some information that Senior Yang wanted, so I brought some people here. How could I have known that Senior Yang would also be here? And I also inquired about this place not long ago. Then these people..." Sun Yu glanced around and found that there were between 4,000 and 5,000 people gathered here, somewhat dumbfounded. Chapter 946. The strength of the several thousand nearby cultivator wasn't too high. Only a dozen or so transcendents were worth paying attention to. Most of the others were Immortal Ascension Boundary or Yuan Qi Boundary cultivators. This puzzled Sun Yu and the other masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace, wondering where this group of people had come from and what their relationship was with Yang Kai. "They're all my friends and relatives," Yang Kai explained lightly before solemnly saying, "In any case, I must thank you this time." Because of Yang Kai's words, Sun Yu had spared no effort in ordering Dragon Phoenix Palace to inquire about his whereabouts. After receiving the news, Sun Yu had personally led a group of people to this place. This made Yang Kai very grateful. At that time, Sun Yu had no other choice but to use all the connections he had. Yang Kai could imagine how Sun Yu had insisted on going out this time, and how the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace had tried to dissuade him, but he had refused without hesitation. This young man is very good. Shikuan, when you go back, tell Great Chong Mo to visit Dragon Phoenix Palace more often in the future, Yang Kai casually said. Yes, Shikuan quickly responded. This. Chunzhou rubbed his big hands as a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Not knowing what to say, what should I do? Dragon Phoenix Palace wasn't very strong right now, but Nine Heavens Holy Land was on a rise and had a mysterious alchemy grandmaster. There wasn't a sect that didn't want to establish a relationship with Nine Heavens Holy Land. Once they established a relationship with Nine Heavens Holy Land, they would receive huge benefits in the future. At the very least, they would have a guaranteed source of saint pills. Chunzhou hadn't expected that this young Shengzhu would be so enthusiastic, causing his palace master's heart to tremble, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Flushing with excitement, Chunzhou quickly said, "This Chun thanks Yang Shengzhu for his kind intentions. From now on, Dragon Phoenix Palace will advance or retreat together with Nine Heavens Holy Land." Chunzhou could be considered a man who had experienced great storms, but because of Yang Kai's words, his mood was still fluctuating. "No need to be polite. Since you've come here, I need your help." Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. "Yang Shengzhu, please speak," Chunzhou said seriously. "As Palace Master Chun can see, my friends and family all have different cultivations, and the distance from here to Nine Heavens Holy Land is quite far, so there is no telling what kind of accident we will encounter along the way. If it is convenient for Palace Master Chun, would you be willing to have your noble house escort us for a while?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Of course, once we arrive at the Holy Land, there will be generous rewards." Everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace's eyes lit up. Sun Yu quickly waved his hand. "Senior Yang, there's no need to be so polite with me. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell us. Since we're already here, we'll follow you. As for compensation, there's no need to mention it." Chunzhou calmed himself down and hurriedly said, "Yang Shengzhu, acting like an outsider, is clearly looking down on my Dragon Phoenix Palace." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then, I'll have to trouble you." Sun Yu smiled happily. "That's great. I'll have another opportunity to learn from Senior Yang." The people from Dragon Phoenix Palace immediately spread out under Chunzhou's arrangement and stood guard. They hadn't brought many people with them this time, only about 30 to 40, but most of them were transcendents. With such a group of people joining the team, their journey forward would definitely be much safer. After all, these people were very familiar with Tongxian realm, so it would be easier for them to deal with any problems they encountered, unlike the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty who knew nothing about this place. Ling Jian quietly pulled Sun Yu aside and asked in a low voice, "Disciple, when did you meet that Yang Shengzhu? Listening to your tone, you seem to have studied with him for a while, right? How come Master doesn't know about this?" Sun Yu hesitated for a moment, not daring to tell the truth, causing Ling Jian to become even more suspicious. 2 days later, everything was ready and the several thousand people set off in the direction of Nine Heavens Holy Land. The cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty had been observing the scenery along the way and was very curious about everything around them. From time to time, they would gather in groups of 3 or 5 and whisper to one another. The people from Dragon Phoenix Palace had become a hot commodity, each of them surrounded by countless cultivators who would ask them about Tongxian realm situation. The masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace didn't dare neglect Yang Kai's friends and relatives, answering whatever they were asked. All day long, their moods were somewhat complicated as they didn't know whether to laugh or cry at these country bumpkins from the Great Han Dynasty, because they found that these people were completely ignorant of a lot of common sense. Sighing with emotion, they couldn't help wondering what kind of backwater the mysterious small world they had lived in before was. At the back of the crowd, Yang Kai and Sun Yu walked side by side, Sun Yu asking some questions about the martial Tao from time to time, and Yang Kai would also teach him. Not far away, Dragon Phoenix Palace's palace master, Xianxia, stared at the two beautiful figures in front of him with a thoughtful expression. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's brow rose, and he asked, "Has Palace Master Chen discovered something interesting?" Xianxia smiled. "It's not a big deal. I'm just curious about the feeling the two girls in front of me give off. The two of them are almost identical, not only in terms of appearance, but also in terms of their life auras and yuan qi fluctuations. The only difference is their temperament. If I hadn't confirmed that they had just arrived in Tongxian realm, I would have thought they were from some sect." Yang Kai raised his brow and called out, "Jiao." The Hu sisters, who were walking not far ahead, heard this call and hurriedly stopped. When Yang Kai approached, Hu Jiao asked, "What do you want?" Yang Kai ignored her and instead turned to Qianzhou and asked, "Which sect does Palace Master Chen think they are from?" Qianzhou was stunned for a moment before quickly replying, "Twin Spirit Pavilion. I wonder if Yang Shengzhu has heard of it." Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded. "Naturally, I have heard of it, and I have also heard that this Twin Spirit Pavilion has a good relationship with your sect." The relationship between our two sects is indeed very good, but it is not without reason." Qianzhou smiled bitterly and explained. The relationship between the two sects could be traced back to a very long time ago. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion were both extremely powerful sects a long time ago. Their status in the human domain was even higher than today's Nine Heavens Holy Land. However, for some unknown reason, a pair of top masters from Twin Spirit Pavilion disappeared along with the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. Since then, the two sects had lost their most powerful inheritances and gradually declined. The relationship between the two sects had always been good, and over the years, their relationship had become closer and closer. Our Dragon Phoenix Palace is in a better position. Sun Yu has lived up to our expectations and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, inheriting the Dragon Emperor's mantle. As long as he can find a suitable Phoenix Empress, my Dragon Phoenix Palace will surely regain its former glory. But Twin Spirit Pavilion... We still haven't heard anything about their inheritance. Qianzhou sighed and said with some relief. Sun Yu, who was standing to the side, lowered his head, not daring to speak. Twin Spirit Pavilion. After listening for a long time, Hu Jiao finally reacted and asked with a slightly excited expression, "What kind of sect is Twin Spirit Pavilion?" Qianzhou chuckled. "It's a very special sect, because this force only recruits twin brothers and sisters. The disciples of this force always go out in pairs. And this is somewhat similar to our Dragon Phoenix Palace, but they are born from the same body while we cultivate male and female dual cultivation, so our natures are quite different. A force that only recruits twins?" The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. And the feeling their disciples give off is very similar to the two of you. After cultivating their secret art, the aura, yuan qi, and life fluctuations of a twin brother and sister will gradually become identical. When the two of you join forces, their power is infinite. However, the two of you seem to be even more powerful than them. I have been to Twin Spirit Pavilion many times and have seen many of their disciples, but in this regard, they are inferior to you. Senior, do you know what kind of secret art they cultivate?" Hu Jiao asked anxiously, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Yang Kai glanced at her and knew she had some suspicions. "The secret art they cultivate seems to be called the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art, but a large part of it is missing. Although it has been repaired by later generations, it has never been able to restore the glory of their ancestors," Qianzhou casually said. Although a sect's secret art would not be casually passed on to outsiders, the name of the secret art wasn't a secret, so it wasn't a big deal to reveal it. Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Art. Hu Jiao's tender body trembled, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Elder sister, Humayer also covered her mouth and muttered incredulously, "Isn't that the secret art we obtained?" "You obtained it?" Qianzhou exclaimed, staring at the Hu sisters in shock. Hu Jiao nodded. "The The secret art we two sisters cultivate is the twin chi shared spirit divine art. Could it be related to Twin Spirit Pavilion? How could it not be related? Chunzhou looked excited. That must be the lost inheritance of Twin Spirit Pavilion. I never expected it to be obtained by you two. No wonder your auras are so similar. After speaking for a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. If Wu Fei and Wu Tian knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so excited they wouldn't be able to sleep. Wu Fei and Wu Tian. Yang Kai was stunned. Oh, the two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion are called Wu Fei and Wu Tian. They're a pair of twin brothers. Chunzhou quickly explained. This name, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. It was really a cheap name, but this name was too arrogant. It would easily attract hatred. If some bad-tempered master encountered them, they would teach them a lesson about what it meant to be truly lawless. So that secret art came from Twin Spirit Pavilion. Hu Jiao Air's expression was complex, her beautiful eyes faintly shining. Since she and her sister obtained the twin chi shared spirit divine art, their paths in life seemed to have changed. The two of them improved their strength at a speed several times faster than ordinary people. In just a dozen years, they had broken through to the transcendent realm, becoming one of the few masters in the Great Han Dynasty. Towards this secret art, they were very grateful. Towards the senior who left behind this secret art, they were naturally in awe. Now that they knew the origin and sect of this cultivation technique, the two of them had the same idea at the same time, to go to the Twin Spirit Pavilion and take a look at the sect that this cultivation technique came from. They wanted to see their twin brothers and sisters who cultivated the same cultivation technique as them. Chapter 9:47. Naturally, the Hu sisters' thoughts could not be hidden from Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai already had a plan. Sun Yu was treated like a treasure because Chunzhou and the others mistakenly thought that he had unlocked the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. If the Hu sisters went to the Twin Spirit Pavilion with the Twin Spirit Shared Spirit Divine Art, their treatment wouldn't be bad. He would definitely become the rising star of the Twin Spirit Pavilion. This was because what they had obtained was the most orthodox version of the Twin Spirit Shared Spirit Divine Art, and was not something that the descendants of the Twin Spirit Pavilion had completed themselves. More importantly, the Twin Spirit Pavilion might have information that the Hu sisters needed. Over the years, the two sisters had been cultivating on their own, and although their strength had reached the First Order Transcendent Realm, it was nothing in Tongxian Realm. The people in the Twin Spirit Pavilion undoubtedly had a deeper understanding of the Twin Spirit Shared Spirit Divine Art than they did, and could impart a lot of experience to them, which was much better than them cultivating on their own. Kaiyang, we want to... Hu Jiao Air stammered as she looked at Kaiyang, but he gestured her to stop, interrupting her. Headmaster Chun, how are the two pavilion masters of the Gemini Pavilion? Yang Kai asked seriously. He knew what the Hu sisters were thinking, but he didn't feel at ease letting them go to the Twin Spirit Pavilion. In terms of character, Yang Shengzhu can rest assured, I have dealt with them for many years, and they're all honest people. The Twin Spirit Pavilion doesn't have many disciples. In total, no more than 1,000, so they have always been obedient and have never done anything outrageous. However, although there are only 1,000 of them, the Twin Spirit Pavilion status in Tongxian Realm is no worse than my Dragon Phoenix palaces. Wu Fei and Wu Tian are both First Order Saints, the same as this Chun, but when the two of them join forces, they could defeat most Second Order Saints, Chunzhou explained. Then there's no problem. Yang Kai nodded. Chunzhou's eyes lit up. If these two ladies can bring the complete Twin Chi Share Divine Art to the Twin Spirit Pavilion, Wu Fei and Wu Tian will definitely be overjoyed. There's no need to rush. Jiao and Mayor should return to Nine Heavens Holy Land with me first. It won't be too late to make a decision after we arrive. Yang Kai chuckled. Oh, the Hu sisters were very obedient. Then can I send a message to Wu Fei and Wu Tian to inform him of this good news? Chunzhou asked cautiously as he observed Yang Kai's expression. Thank you, Manor Head Chun. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you. Chunzhou gratefully called over Elder Xiao Ling of Dragon Phoenix Palace and told him to quickly go to Twin Spirit Pavilion and convey the news of Hu's sisters to Wu Fei and Wu Tian. Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always had a good relationship, and Chunzhou, Wu Fei, and Wu Tian also had a good relationship. Sun Yu had opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, allowing the Dragon Emperor's power to reappear after thousands of years. While Chunzhou was overjoyed, he also felt sorry for the Twin Spirit Pavilion. Now that he saw hope in the Hu sisters, he wanted to quickly inform his two friends and secretly rejoice for them. Xianxia had already stepped into the middle of the group, walking side by side with Ling Tai Su. Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts as they stood on either side of Chunzhou and asked him about the situation at the Twin Spirit Pavilion. Chunzhou told them everything he knew, and the three of them chatted happily. Yang Shengzhu has taken great pains to think about the two of you. Chunzhou suddenly smiled mysteriously. What does Senior mean by this? Hu Jiaoer was puzzled. Chunzhou explained. Yang Shengzhu asked the two of you to return to Nine Heavens Holy Land with him first. I also sent a message to Twin Spirit Pavilion. So, if Wu Fei and Wu Tian want to find you, they must go to Nine Heavens Holy Land. With Yang Shengzhu's relationship with them, Wu Fei and Wu Tian will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. On the contrary, they will regard you as the future hope of the sect. On the other hand, if the two of you go directly to Twin Spirit Pavilion, the situation may be different. Hu Jiao Er thought about it for a moment and also felt that this was reasonable, her beautiful eyes faintly glancing towards Yangkai in front of her and curling her lips. He's so crafty. He's also doing this for your own good. Chunzhou nodded and smiled ambiguously, as if he had seen through something. After 3 months of continuous trekking, the thousands of people were finally about to reach their destination. When the news spread, everyone was excited and looked forward to the future. After such a long time, the cultivator from the Grey Han dynasty was also exhausted. After experiencing the initial curiosity and novelty, they couldn't wait to find a place to settle down and enjoy the rich world energy and the gifts of this world. This world was many times better than the cultivation environment of the Grey Han dynasty, so everyone was secretly looking forward to what kind of development they would have in the future. Nearly 100 kilometers away from the Nine Peaks, a group of figures quickly flew over from Nine Heavens Holy Land. When they arrived, all of them cupped their fists and saluted, "Holy Master." The several elders of the Holy Land had come out in full force, none of them missing, their eyes wandering around the thousands of people, full of curiosity. Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "Is everything ready?" "Great Elder Su Hui replied, "Everything is ready." In response to Elder Shi Kuan's message, as early as a few days ago, we have refurbished the former site of War Spirit Temple and can now move in at any time, but there's still some places that need to be repaired. No problem. Yang Kai nodded, expressing satisfaction. Nine Heavens Holy Land already had 3,000 disciples, and Yang Kai had brought 4,000 to 5,000 people this time. There was no way the Nine Peaks could accommodate all of them, and even if they could, with so many people gathered in one place, the supply of world energy in the future would become a problem. As such, Yang Kai had already thought of a place to settle everyone. The former sites of Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple were good choices. The places where these two sects had been established were also filled with rich world energy and beautiful scenery, making them very suitable for long-term residence. Most importantly, the buildings there were ready-made. However, the entrance to Starfield had now appeared in Shattering Mystical Palace, so Yang Kai didn't feel comfortable settling all of the Great Han Dynasty's people there, so he had stuffed them all into the former site of War Spirit Temple. Elder Shi Kuan had also set off more than a month ago to rush back to Nine Heavens Holy Land to convey Yang Kai's instructions. Now, everything had been arranged. All that was left was to wait for the people Yang Kai had brought to move in. War Spirit Temple was not far from Nine Heavens Holy Land, and the most valuable thing was that it was located between the Holy Land and Netherworld sect. This way, no matter who wanted to harm them, they would have to go through either Nine Heavens Holy Land or Netherworld sect first. The safety of the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator was strongly guaranteed. While on the road, Xianxia had also told everyone about this matter. Yang Zhao, Qiu Yimeng, Huistars, and the other leaders of the various forces all expressed that there was no problem living in the former site of War Spirit Temple. If they want to find Xianxia or come to Nine Heavens Holy Land in the future, it would be extremely convenient for them. As the huge team moved forward, Xianxia introduced the elders of the Holy Land and the leaders of the various forces of the Great Han Dynasty, allowing them to familiarize themselves with each other. Towards the people brought by Xianxia, Su Hui and the other elders showed great humility, causing some of the younger generation leaders to feel flattered. They all knew very well that with their insignificant cultivations, if it weren't for their relationship with Xianxia, these Saint Realm Masters wouldn't even spare them a glance. But now, these masters who had lived for hundreds of years were treating them with great courtesy. For a moment, a subtle sense of excitement welled up within them as they deeply understood the extraordinary status of Xianxia in this world. Yang Shangzhu, since we've arrived, we'll take our leave first. Qinzhou suddenly came to Xianxia's side and said, they had been away from Dragon Phoenix Palace for several months now, so it was time for them to return. Palace Master Chun must be tired after such a long journey. Please return to the Holy Land for a few days so I could show you some hospitality, Xianxia said sincerely. Along the way, they had indeed encountered a lot of trouble. With several thousand people traveling together, there were always some people who didn't have eyes and tried to cause trouble. If it weren't for the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace properly handling the situation, Xianxia would likely have already killed them all. Qinzhou and the others had also done their best to escort Xianxia. But now that they had arrived at their home, Xianxia had no choice but to extend his greetings. This, Qinzhou hesitated. Senior Yang has invited us. Let's not refuse, Sun Yu interjected. Qinzhou smiled bitterly. You little brat. Nodding, Qinzhou cupped his fists and said, then I'll have to trouble you. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Sun Yu sneakily came over to Xianxia and asked in a low voice, Senior Yang, when will you tell Palace Master the truth of this matter? Every time I see them treat me so respectfully, I feel a sense of guilt. How about this? After this matter is settled, I'll go find someone, and when I find that person, I'll go to your Dragon Phoenix Palace and explain everything. Really? Sun Yu was overjoyed. Is the person Senior Yang is looking for the Phoenix Empress? Sun Yu guessed casually. However, Xianxia nodded and admitted, yes. It was time to find Su Yan. She had stayed in Ice Sect for more than 10 years and had been separated from Xianxia for 7 years. Now that everyone from High Heaven Pavilion had come to Tongxian Realm, it was time for her to return to the sect. After finding her and inheriting the Phoenix Empress inheritance, presumably her cultivation would reach a new height. Xianxia was secretly looking forward to it. After an hour, the huge team passed through the 9 peaks, and, under Xianxia's orders, Su Hui personally led the group from Dragon Phoenix Palace in a Nine Heavens Holy Land. Everyone else continued to move forward towards the former site of War Spirit Temple. Xianxia had already asked Su Hui to send some pills to Dragon Phoenix Palace as a thank you gift, so presumably Su Hui would be able to handle this matter well. After another hour, everyone finally arrived at the former site of War Spirit Temple. From a distance, Tribulation, the wizard of Netherworld sect, flew over and cupped his fists. Yang Shangzhu, long time no see. Sect Master Wizard, how come you've come to help? Xianxia was a little surprised. Wizard Tribulation chuckled meaningfully. I had nothing better to do, so I brought some disciples to help. Are these people from Yang Shangzhu's hometown? Quite a few. Saying so, Tribulation glanced behind Xianxia, secretly surprised. They will live here from now on, not far from Netherworld sect. I'll have to trouble Sect Master Wizard. Rest assured, as long as my Netherworld sect does not fall, no one can cross my sect's line of defense and bully this place. Wizard Tribulation patted his chest and vowed. Chapter 948. At the former site of War Spirit Temple, the various forces from the Great Han Dynasty settled in. After more than 10 days of discussion and arrangement, each force had their own place to stay. War Spirit Temple originally had several thousand disciples and occupied a vast area, so there was no problem in accommodating the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator. With a new home and a new atmosphere, everything was thriving. Xianxia summoned the leaders of the various great forces and gave them some instructions, especially regarding the passage leading to the Stargate in Shattering Mystical Palace, ordering them to strictly prohibit their disciples from entering at will. In that kind of place, even a Saint Realm Master would have a slim chance of survival, let alone this group of people from the Great Han Dynasty. This place is different from the Great Han Dynasty. You can no longer act independently like before. Everyone must treat each other as a family. It may take you a few years, a decade, or even a few decades to integrate into this world. Although the road ahead is bumpy, there is much more room for development here than there, Xianxia said to the crowd. The leaders of the various forces all nodded. They were willing to follow Xianxia here, so naturally they were mentally prepared. If they wanted to develop and make a living, they must seek common ground while reserving differences. They must give up their previous notions of family and sect and treat everyone as a whole. This kind of thing didn't need Xianxia to say. They all understood. Fortunately, the people at the helm were basically all young people, so it was easier for them to communicate with each other. A large number of cultivation materials were sent over from the Holy Land and were properly handed over to everyone. So, the cultivator who came here didn't need to worry about the lack of cultivation materials and could improve their cultivation without any worries. It was easy for the Holy Land to collect these cultivation materials now. The 5 Grandmasters and Xianxia had been busy performing alchemy, and as the storm and mysterious small world passed, the number of people coming to the Holy Land gradually increased. Every day, there was a huge income, enough to support the 10 Holy Lands, so it didn't matter if a part of it was given to the Great Han Dynasty. During these 10 days, Xianxia also rushed over and stayed for a few days, meeting with the people from High Heaven Pavilion, but because there were too many people from the Holy Land requesting alchemy, she had no choice but to return. More than 10 days later, everything was finally back on track. In a corner of the Hall of Heroic Spirits, Xianxia appeared. He glanced at Ling Tai Su, who was standing there quietly, gazing into the distance with a deep gaze. He walked forward and said, "Grand Master." Ling Tai Su turned around and nodded with a smile. "You must be tired these days, right?" "I'm not tired." Xianxia smiled. "Being able to settle all my family and friends here was one of my first wishes when I came to this world." Ling Tai Su showed a look of approval. "This time, you handled the matter very well. I think everyone who comes here will be grateful to you." Xianxia gently breathed in and revealed a worried expression. "The only thing I'm worried about now is that they might have some sort of conflict in the future." Ling Tai Su laughed heartily. "There will definitely be conflicts. After all, the people who came here belong to too many different forces, but you don't need to worry. They are not unreasonable people. Even if there's a conflict, they will know how to resolve it. As long as they are willing to integrate into one, after 1 or 2 generations pass away, they can truly become one family. It's only a matter of time." "I hope so." Xianxia nodded. He had done what he had to do. The rest would depend on the efforts of the Great Han Dynasty's cultivator. "Grr, on the way here, you mentioned Soaring Heaven sect to me." Ling Tai Su suddenly changed the subject. "Is there really the founder of High Heaven Pavilion there?" Xianxia nodded. "It's true. When Disciple first came to this world, he was also taken care of by the founder and martial uncles." On the way here, Xianxia had told High Heaven Pavilion about Soaring Heaven sect. At that time, High Heaven Pavilion had been very interested and had even expressed some excitement. Now that they were suddenly mentioning it again, it was obvious they had some sort of plan. "The founder is actually still alive." Ling Tai Su's face showed a look of yearning. His strength must have reached the peak of enlightenment, right? "The peak of cultivation," Xianxia quickly said. Ling Tai Su took a deep breath. "I want to pay him a visit." He was High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, but compared to Chu Ling Xiao, The difference in seniority was too great. Now that he learned that his sect's ancestral founder was still alive, he naturally wanted to pay him a visit. "I'll send you there," Xianxia immediately said. "No need. You have many things to do. Just find someone who knows the way to take me there." Ling Tai Su waved his hand. Xianxia smiled mysteriously. If someone else were to go with Grandmaster, it would take at least 4 months, but if Disciple were to send you there, it would only take a few days. "Oh," Ling Tai Su raised his brow. "Do you have a way to make it so fast?" "Grandmaster will know soon." Xianxia smiled, thinking for a moment before saying, "Bring sassafras with you." Ling Tai Su pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well. He is now the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion. He should come with me to see the founder." Xianxia immediately released his divine sense and searched for sassafras in the old site of War Spirit Temple. After a stick of incense worth of time, sassafras rushed over. "Brother-in-law, Grand Sect Master, what did you call me for?" "I'll take you to see the sect's founder." Xianxia grinned, summoned the Flying Heavens shuttle, flew up, and called out to Sassafras and Ling Tai Su. After they stood up, the Flying Heavens shuttle immediately turned into a streak of blue light and disappeared. Feeling the terrifying speed of the shuttle, Ling Tai Su and Sassafras both paled. Sassafras exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, what kind of artifact is that? Isn't it a bit too fast?" He had now reached the transcendent realm, but when he released his divine sense, he was unable to capture the surrounding scenery, which meant that the speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle was several times faster than his divine sense. The Flying Heavens shuttle, an artifact specifically designed for flight, Xianxia explained casually. "That's amazing. With this kind of speed, if I wanted to go to 9 Heavens Holy Land in the future, I'm afraid I could arrive there in the blink of an eye," Sassafras said excitedly. "Brother-in-law, give me one too." Xianxia's face went black. Ling Tai Su smiled and said, "Don't even think about it. I'm afraid it's not an easy treasure to obtain. In this world, I'm the only one," Xianxia nodded and admitted. Sassafras was disappointed, only now realizing how precious the Flying Heavens shuttle was, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "Brother-in-law, you can even obtain such a unique treasure. Your luck really surpasses the heavens, right? You just said you wanted to take me to see the founder?" "What founder?" Xianxia immediately told him about Chuling Xiao and Soaring Heaven Sect. Sassafras listened and couldn't help looking forward to it. With nothing to do along the way, Xianxia took this opportunity to instill some knowledge of Tongxian realm into Sassafras and Ling Tai Su. 2 days later, they arrived at Soaring Heaven Sect. Xianxia rushed directly into Serene, Resplendent Peak. Before he entered the mountain corridor, though, a tender voice called out in his ear, "Little martial nephew." Turning his head towards the source of the voice, Xianxia saw his martial Aunt Fiyu standing not far away and waving towards him, apparently having noticed his arrival. Beside her were Sanyan, Rimaru, Fei Jian, and the others. Xianxia smiled happily and hurriedly rushed over with High Heaven Pavilion and Sassafras. "I was wondering which idiot dared to trespass on Serene Resplendent Peak. It turns out it was you who came back," Feiyu said enthusiastically as she stared at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes. "Why didn't you say anything in advance when you came back, always appearing and disappearing like a ghost?" "I just got here," Xianxia grinned. "In any case, it's not like I'm an outsider. You're the only one who dares to enter and leave my Serene Resplendent Peak at will. If Rimaru and the others dare to do so, I would have already beaten them to a pulp," Feiyu snorted. Rimaru said with a look of grievance, "Why are you dragging me into this? I've never run over here without telling you first." "These two are." Sanyan looked at Ling Tai Su and Sassafras suspiciously, wondering why Xianxia had brought these two to Soaring Heaven Sect. "This is the Grand Master I mentioned to you before, Ling Tai Su, and this is my junior brother, Sassafras. And he is now the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion." High Heaven Pavilion. The 4 martial uncles were shocked, their eyes filled with surprise. The sect that ancestral founder founded in another world. High Heaven Pavilion's Ling Tai Su greets several brothers. Ling Tai Su cupped his fists. Although he looked much older than Xianxia and the others, Ling Tai Su knew that in terms of real age, each of these four was much older than him, so calling them brothers was only natural. Sassafras greets several martial uncles. Sassafras also hurriedly saluted. Good, good, good. Xianxia laughed and returned the greeting. Junior brother and martial nephew have finally returned to the sect. Good. If Ancestral Founder knew about this, he would be very happy. What about the other members of High Heaven Pavilion? Feiyu asked with concern. I placed them near Nine Heavens Holy Land. The journey is too far, so they just arrived in Tongxian Realm, so I didn't let them come. It's fine. If there's a chance in the future, bring them along. Xianxia said, Come with me to see Ancestral Founder. We also have some matters to attend to. Many thanks, brother. Ling Tai Su's mood fluctuated, secretly excited. Inside Chu Ling Zhao's secluded cultivation room, the group found a place to sit down cross-legged. After learning about the origins of Ling Tai Su and Sassafras, Chu Ling Zhao also felt a little emotional. After talking for a while, Chu Ling Zhao said, When I founded High Heaven Pavilion, it was an idea I had on the spur of the moment. After guarding the demon general's body for too long, I found a few disciples and taught them, but I didn't expect that after I left, they would be able to bring about great prosperity to High Heaven Pavilion. How many of them can bring glory to High Heaven Pavilion? And it seems I was a little irresponsible. If I had known earlier, I would have left more secret arts and manuals there. These years, you've suffered a lot. Ancestral Founder is too serious. Ling Tai Su hurriedly said, It is also thanks to Ancestral Founder that this disciple can have today's achievements. Disciple being able to see Ancestral Founder in this lifetime is already a blessing from High Heaven Pavilion's ancestors. If they were to learn of this in the netherworld, they would surely be smiling in the afterlife. Good. Chu Ling Zhao gently nodded, a look of relief on his face. Chapter 949. Chu Ling Zhao was very concerned about the current situation of High Heaven Pavilion, while Ling Tai Su also wanted to chat with his Ancestral Founder. Seeing that they seemed to have a lot to talk about, Feiyu beckoned to Yang Kai from the side before quietly withdrawing. Yang Kai quickly excused himself and left. Outside the secret room, following Yang Kai, Xianxia and the others also came out. They had come here to report something to Chu Ling Zhao, but seeing him and Ling Tai Su chatting happily, they did not disturb them. Little martial nephew, I heard your Nine Heavens Holy Land's development is quite good. Feiyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It's just so. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. I also heard that the saintesses of your Nine Heavens Holy Land are all obedient to the Holy Master. Is that true? Little martial nephew, how many saintesses have you found? Ramaru poked his head out and asked with a wretched expression before solemnly saying, Little boy, although you're young and strong, you need to exercise restraint. Don't harm your body. Yang Kai's face went black, not knowing what to say, quickly changing the subject. Martial uncles, did you just come back from outside? And Xianxia nodded. We went to the Snow Mountain Range to investigate the situation. What's wrong? Did something happen? Yang Kai asked curiously. The four saints glanced at each other, Feiyu thinking for a moment before asking, Little martial nephew isn't an outsider. Why don't we talk about it? Xianxia nodded. We can talk about it. It's also a good opportunity for little martial nephew to remind your Nine Heavens Holy Land to pay attention. Seeing the dignified look on their faces, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this matter was somewhat unusual. Otherwise, how could four Saint Realm Masters treat it so seriously? Come with us. Feiyu beckoned and then led Yang Kai to the side with the other three martial uncles. More than half a year ago, the world's mysterious small worlds opened on their own. Little martial nephew should know, right? As they walked, Xianxia asked. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded. On top of that, he also suspected that the opening of all the mysterious small worlds had something to do with him destroying the space where Great Demon God Soul Clone was. Although there was no definitive evidence, the timing was quite consistent. It was when the space was destroyed that all the entrances to the small sealed world opened. We don't know if there is any connection between these two events, but ever since the entrances to the mysterious small worlds were all opened, something happened in the Snow Mountain Range. "What's the situation?" Xianxia asked. "A top-notch expert has mysteriously appeared," that Xianxia replied in a low voice. "Expert? A third-order saint?" Xianxia's expression changed. The number of third-order saints in the entire Tongxian realm could be counted on one's fingers. Among the 3 clans, the total number of such masters added together did not exceed 20. Xianxia knew that the demon race only had 5 such masters. In addition to Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, there were also the 4 Demon General. On the monster race's side, only 3 monster race great seniors had reached such a level, namely Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth-Shaking Divine Ox, and Ice Jade Python. The human race's side had slightly more such masters, but not by much. Such a master suddenly appearing in the Snow Mountain Range was naturally a cause for concern. "Which race is it?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. The expressions of his 4 martial uncles suddenly became strange, that Xianxia hesitating for a moment before saying, "It is precisely because we cannot determine which race it is that it is puzzling. When we arrive, you'll understand." Xianxia was stunned, but no longer asked, and simply followed the 4 martial uncles forward. Listening to what they said, it seemed that the third-order saint was being held captive in Soaring Heaven's sect at this moment, which made Xianxia feel somewhat puzzled. Capturing a third-order saint wasn't a simple matter. Wearing a puzzled expression, Xianxia did not say a word. Following the 4 martial uncles through Soaring Heaven's sect, Xianxia soon arrived at the foot of a mountain peak. At the base of this mountain peak was a hidden entrance that led the group into a mountain corridor. Along the side of the corridor, bright torches flickered, giving off a somewhat gloomy atmosphere. Feeling the pressure on his body, Xianxia's expression became solemn. Feiyu took the initiative to explain, "There's a large spirit array here that has a restraining effect. It is a place my Soaring Heaven's sect uses to imprison powerful enemies, but this place was generally empty until a few months ago when it was opened. That master is being held here? The situation is very strange. We don't know how to explain it. It's best if you see it with your own eyes," Xianxia nodded. All the way down, Xianxia felt the pressure on his body grow larger and larger, as if an entire mountain was pressing down on him, causing his breathing to become heavy. This was obviously the residual power of the spirit array. Although it was not specifically targeted at Xianxia, it still made him feel some pressure. If it was specifically targeted, Xianxia didn't know what kind of person would be able to withstand such pressure. After descending 1,000 meters or so, the group finally arrived at a dim stone room. Inside this stone room, bright lines of light flickered and gathered together to form a huge and complex pattern. At the center of this pattern was a humanoid figure that was bound. Chu Ling Zhao's demon sealing chain was firmly wrapped around the humanoid creature's body, constantly releasing a scorching hot power that incinerated its body. At the same time, the humanoid creature's hands and feet were firmly bound by some unknown artifact. A terrifying, murderous aura spread throughout the stone room. "That's him." Xianxia pointed to the front and said, "Little martial nephew, look carefully. If your 9 heavens holy land encounters such a creature in the future, you must be careful. We still can't determine which race he belongs to." Xianxia looked towards the humanoid figure, and his eyes suddenly shrank, calling out in horror, "Bone race." "What?" The 4 martial uncles all turned to look at him. Xianxia frowned and quickly stepped forward, arriving in front of the humanoid figure and carefully examining it, becoming more and more certain of his judgment. The one bound here was actually a member of the bone race. "Little martial nephew, do you know this race?" Xianxia asked anxiously. "I've seen it before." Xianxia nodded solemnly. "Where did you see it?" 7 or 8 years ago, when I went to find a senior sister of mine, north of the sea, in a place covered in glaciers, Xianxia quickly explained. Back then, he had gone to find Su Yin and merge his souls with her in Ice Sect. The two of them had transformed into golden dragons and ice phoenixes, wandering the world and inadvertently destroying an iceberg. Inside that iceberg, Xianxia found a frozen skeleton. This skeleton was exactly the same as the humanoid figure in front of him, with no flesh or blood, only bones and meridians, a terrifying sight to behold. At that time, Xianxia didn't know the depth of the skeleton and thought that it was some ice sect disciple who had accidentally encountered it, so he kindly brought back the frozen skeleton. Ice Master Xianxia, Elder Qianyu, and Qian Hao, on the other hand, told Xianxia's secret. A long time ago, a race called the Bone Race had mysteriously appeared in Tongxian realm. Their characteristics were that they were skeletons with very little flesh or blood, but each of them possessed tyrannical strength and lived long lives. The decline of Ice Sect was inextricably related to the Bone Race. Qianxia finally asked Xianxia to burn the skeleton, but the moment Xianxia burned it, the skeleton, which should have been dead for countless years, revealed a trace of vitality. At that time, Xianxia was startled and had a deep impression of this matter. Now that he saw the skeleton that was bound here, Xianxia naturally recognized it at a glance. After listening to Xianxia's explanation, the expressions of his martial seniors became more and more dignified. "You mean he lived for thousands of years?" That San Yin asked in disbelief. "It should be," Xianxia nodded. Ancestral Founder also said that although this person seemed to have no vitality, he was actually still alive. However, he should have just woken up from a deep sleep and his strength should not have been restored yet, which is why Ancestral Founder was able to easily capture him and bring him back to the sect. This Bone Race person was captured by Ancestral Founder? Xianxia turned to look at the other four. And on the same day that all the entrances to the mysterious small world opened, Ancestral Founder suddenly felt an abnormal aura coming from the Snow Mountain Range and went to investigate. A few days later, he returned with this person. We all thought he was dead. Fortunately, Ancestral Founder had the foresight to bind him here, Ramara said with a look of lingering fear. This Bone Race person's cultivation fluctuations were at the peak of the Third Order Saint realm, and although they were very faint, his realm was clear. If he had really been allowed to recover, Chu Ling Xiao may not have been able to do anything to him. Look, when we came here a few days ago, his meridians were still shriveled, but now they seem to have filled up a bit, and the vitality in his body has also become much richer. Feiyu noticed the situation and quickly reminded them. He's recovering. That Sangyin's face changed. What kind of astonishing vitality was this? After being frozen in the Snow Mountain Range for thousands of years, he was actually able to recover after waking up. It was simply shocking. How come we've never heard of such a race before? The four people looked at each other in confusion. The world is big and full of strange things. There are many things we don't know about. Rimaru, go inform Ancestral Founder and ask him what we should do now, that Sangyin ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Rimaru immediately disappeared. Originally, he had brought Xianxia here just to give him a reminder, but Xianxia had unexpectedly obtained some information, causing the Sangyin to immediately take this matter seriously. A short time later, Chu Ling Xiao rushed over. I've heard the situation from Rimaru. Xianxia, how much do you know about this Bone Race? Chu Ling Xiao asked seriously. Not much. Xianxia shook his head. All I know is that if we want to completely obliterate him, it's best to burn his bones to ashes. Otherwise, once he fully recovers, he'll be very difficult to deal with. Indeed, this old master has never heard of such a strange race before, but I didn't know a thing or two about that ice sect. I didn't expect their bloodline to still be alive. Chu Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Ancestral Founder knows about ice sect. Xianxia was surprised. Of course, that endless Snow Mountain Range was where Ice Sect was founded a long time ago. Xianxia was dumbfounded. However, this also explained why the Bone Race had appeared here. The decline of Ice Sect was inextricably related to the Bone Race. Presumably, a long time ago, they had fought with the Bone Race here and then chased them to that ice world where they had been stationed. There, they had not appeared for a long time. Chapter 950. Soaring Heaven Sect. In a secret room at the bottom of a mountain peak, Yang Kai released his true Yang Yuan Qi and condensed it into a true Yang flame that burned towards the bone ray skeleton. Chu Ling Xiao and his four martial uncles stood nearby and watched quietly, a look of dread filling their faces. Yang Kai's true Yang flame was not an ordinary flame. It was the crystallization of his cultivation, extremely condensed and vigorous. Very few things could resist its burning power. The bone ray skeleton, bound by the demon's sealing chain and various artifacts, remained motionless, as if it was truly dead. However, the demonic qi emanating from its body only grew stronger and stronger. Asterisk qi qi qi. Asterisk. A series of ear-piercing explosions rang out in the secret room as the bone ray skeleton and the meridians attached to it were gradually burned to ash at a rate visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, two green lights lit up from the bone ray skeleton's eye sockets, like two gloomy eyes or two ghostly flames, flickering erratically. An even more violent demonic qi suddenly burst out. Asterisk. Roar. Asterisk. An angry roar suddenly sounded from the bone ray skeleton's divine sense, penetrating everyone's knowledge sea, allowing them to clearly feel its unwillingness and fury. This roar was mixed with an inexplicable divine sense attack, causing everyone's knowledge sea to tremble. Everyone paled, Yang Kai increasing the output of his Yuan Qi. Asterisk. Kacha. Asterisk. The skeleton gradually shattered and turned to ash. The violently pulsing, ghostly flames in the bone ray skeleton's eye sockets also quickly dimmed and soon lost their luster. After an incense stick worth of time, all that was left of the skeleton was a cloud of black dust. Everyone looked at each other, speechless for a while. He really didn't die. His vitality is so tenacious, Fei Yu said with a look of fear. With only a skeleton left, how could he possibly survive? Song Yan also felt a little incredulous. Perhaps he was originally just a skeleton without any flesh or blood, or perhaps a skeleton was his life essence. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "What little martial nephew means is that as long as his skeleton remains, he won't die." Yes, Yang Kai nodded. In any case, this race is completely different from the known races on the continent. They are also extremely dangerous. If we encounter them in the future, we can't let our guard down. Don't worry, if I ever see him again, I'll definitely crush his bones into dust. Rimaru secretly swore. Is there such a strange creature on the continent? Chu Ling Zhao's brow furrowed deeply. With his knowledge and experience, if it weren't for Yang Kai's coincidental arrival today, he wouldn't have been able to figure out the identity of this bone race youth he had captured. At that time, he had gone to the snowy mountain to investigate. Following the source of the murderous aura, he found this skeleton under 1,000 feet of snow. Sensing that his condition was strange, he casually brought him back. Fortunately, I had the foresight to seal him here. However, ever since that day, this old master has felt that this world has become somewhat different, Chu Ling Xiao solemnly said. What ancestral founder means is... Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Chu Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before saying, your cultivation is not high enough, so you cannot clearly feel this change, but I believe that all third-order saints in this world will feel the same as this old master. The world seems to have become brighter than before, and at night, many stars that were previously invisible can now be seen. Yang Kai's expression changed. This old master doesn't know why this is, but it seems that the world is about to change. Chu Ling Xiao sighed faintly. The four martial uncles and martial seniors all trembled slightly, finally understanding why their ancestral founder would often leave his secluded retreat at night to look up at the star field. They didn't know why their ancestral founder would do such a strange thing, and thought that Chu Ling Xiao was trying to comprehend the heavenly Tao. But after hearing him say this, they understood that he had discovered something unusual and was now observing it carefully. After staying in Soaring Heaven Sect for 2 more days, Yang Kai, Ling Tai Su, and Sassafras returned to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Before leaving, their ancestral founder repeatedly warned them to be careful in the future and that if they encountered any strange creatures like the bone race again, they were to inform him. Yang Kai readily agreed. Along the way, Yang Kai was silent, lost in thought. Ling Tai Su noticed his absent-mindedness and asked, "Did something happen?" Yang Kai nodded and told him about the bone race. Ling Tai Su also paled slightly, but he couldn't give any opinion. After all, he had only been in Tongxian realm for a short time and didn't even know how big this world was, let alone the bone race. Back in the Great Han Dynasty, they didn't even know about the demon race or the monster race. They only thought that in this world, the only sentient beings were the human race. Only after arriving in Tongxian realm did they realize how short-sighted they were. Grandmaster doesn't need to worry. Even if the heavens fall, there will be a tall one to hold it up. Yang Kai chuckled, his mood relaxing greatly as he turned to Sassafras and asked with a smile, "What good thing did you get? Why are you grinning so much?" Sassafras grinned meaningfully and took out a universe bag. "Look, this was given to me by ancestral founder." "A universe bag?" Yang Kai nodded. "You know how to use it, right?" "Of course I know. The ancestral master and several martial uncles also gave me a lot of secret treasures, ancient books of martial arts, and so on. They're all in there." Sumu carefully put the universal bag on his chest and gently patted it. "Since they gave you so many things, you have to make good use of them. Don't fail to live up to the expectations of ancestral founder and your martial uncles," Ling Tai Su said earnestly. "Disciple understands." Sassafras nodded seriously before suddenly asking, "Brother-in-law, when are you going to bring elder sister back? Our entire sect has come here. It's time for her to come back." After sending you back this time, I'll go find Su Yin." Yang Kai nodded. Even if Sassafras hadn't reminded him, he had already planned to do so. After being separated for 7 or 8 years, Yang Kai didn't want to live such a life of lovesickness any longer. Now that Xianxia was also in Nine Heavens' Holy Land, as long as he could find Su Yin, his whole family would be reunited. Yang Kai yearned for such a life. 2 days later, the trio returned to the former site of War Spirit Temple. Just as they returned, Su Hui, who had heard the news, reported, "Holy Master, 2 days ago, someone came to the Holy Land and asked to see you." "Who?" Yang Kai asked. They said it was the Pavilion Master of Twin Spirit Pavilion, called Wu Fa or Wu Tian. Su Hui reported, after which he couldn't help laughing, obviously thinking that these two people's names were too arrogant. "Oh, they came in person?" Yang Kai raised his brow. While leading this group of cultivators to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, Dragon Phoenix Palace's Palace Master Chenzhou had sent Elder Shaoling to Twin Spirit Pavilion to report to them. Now that a few months had passed, Twin Spirit Pavilion had received word that they would indeed take action. However, the fact that the two Pavilion Masters had come in person showed that they really attached great importance to the Hu sisters. This made Yang Kai very satisfied. At least they had shown enough sincerity. "Does Holy Master want to see them?" Su Hui asked. "Of course I want to see them." "Where are they now?" "They're in the Holy Land." "Good. Continue to entertain them. Tell them I'll be back soon." Su Hui nodded and quickly left. After he left, Yang Kai released his divine sense and searched War Spirit Temple, a moment later finding the location of the Hu sisters. His figure flickered and he quickly rushed over. War Spirit Temple covered a large area, and Blood Battle Gang was located in the northwest corner of War Spirit Temple. There was a complex of buildings there that could accommodate the Blood Battle Gang's disciples. At this moment, the Hu sisters and gang leader Hu Man were working with the disciples to take care of this new residence. They were repairing the damaged house and cleaning the floor. They were extremely busy. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Hu Man walked over with a hearty smile and cupped his fists. "Nephew Yang has come." The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes also lit up as they smiled like blooming flowers. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, "What do you think of this place? Are you satisfied?" Hu Man quickly said, "How could we be dissatisfied? Nephew Yang has already arranged everything and sent us a lot of cultivation materials. All we need to do is live here and cultivate in peace. We are completely satisfied with our current cultivation environment. There is nothing to be picky about. That's good. Good. If you have any needs, just tell the Holy Land's elders. They will do everything possible to satisfy you. There is nothing we need. Human laughed and changed the topic. But if Nephew Yang is free and can take the time to teach my 2 daughters, then this will be very grateful. And it would be best if you could teach them day and night. There is no harm in teaching them personally. This will be very relieved. Ha ha ha. Father, if you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. Hu Jiaoer's face turned red as she glared at her father. Since coming here, Hu Man had been constantly talking about Yang Kai in their ears. How could the Hu sisters not know what he was thinking? Now that he was saying such things in front of Yang Kai, Hu Jiaoer couldn't bear it. His intentions were clearly written on his face. You talk, you talk. Hu Man laughed dryly and tactfully left. Don't pay attention to him. Hu Jiaoer walked over to Yang Kai's side, her face still red. He is used to talking nonsense. What business do you have with us? Hu Meier asked. The people from Twin Spirit Pavilion have come. Yang Kai replied seriously. The Hu sisters' tender bodies trembled as they stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes. The 2 people who have come are the 2 pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion. Their intentions are obvious and they are sincere. Now it is up to you to decide. The 2 sisters glanced at each other, seemingly unable to make a decision. After a moment, Hu Jiaoer said, Whatever you say, we will do as you say. They handed the choice to Yang Kai. Do you want to go? Yang Kai asked with a smile. The 2 sisters nodded together, Hu Jiaoer saying, I want to see what kind of sect it is. Yang Kai could understand their mood. Just as when Yang Kai learned that Dragon Phoenix Palace was the source of his and Su Yan's inheritances, he couldn't help but associate it with himself. Giving Sun Yu such a great opportunity and being kind to Dragon Phoenix Palace was also for this reason. If you want to go, then go. There, you may be able to find some people you can share a common language with. Moreover, if you go there, you may have even greater gains. Qinzhou had vouched for Wu Fei and Wu Tian's character. So with this layer of protection, even if the Hu sisters went to Twin Spirit Pavilion, they wouldn't suffer any losses. Wu Fei and Wu Tian would only treat them as treasures. Chapter 9, 51. 9 Heavens Holy Land, Guest Hall. Twin Spirit Pavilion's 2 pavilion masters, Wu Fei and Wu Tian, sat upright on their chairs with anxious expressions, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. From time to time, they would turn their heads to look outside, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had been here for a few days now, but had yet to see the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land or the twin sisters who cultivated the twin chi-shared spirit divine art. His heart was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. With the Holy Land's great elder, Chalk Old Man, Su Hui accompanying them, none of them dared to show too much impatience, only able to secretly express their anxiety. A few years ago, an ordinary young disciple from Dragon Phoenix Palace entered Dragon Valley and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, allowing the Dragon Emperor's power to reappear. In just 2 years, this young disciple's cultivation had broken through from a Yuan Qi Boundary 7th stage to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage. On the day he emerged from seclusion, frozen Nether Cave Heaven, who had come to invade Dragon Phoenix Palace, was forced to retreat. Frozen Nether Cave Heaven suffered heavy casualties while Dragon Phoenix Palace emerged victorious. When the news reached the Twin Spirit Pavilion, Wu Fei and Wu Tian were incredibly envious. They also deeply understood the might of an ancient inheritance. While they were happy for Dragon Phoenix Palace, they were also somewhat disappointed. The supreme inheritances of Twin Spirit Pavilion and Dragon Phoenix Palace had both been severed at the same time, but now, new hope had appeared in Dragon Phoenix Palace while none existed in Twin Spirit Pavilion. In comparison, how could Wu Fei and Wu Tian feel at ease? He often sighed and lamented that the heavens did not favor the twin spirit pavilion. However, a few years later, Dragon Phoenix Palace's old man Xiao Ling came to report happily that a pair of twin sisters who cultivated the twin chi-shared spirit divine art had appeared in a mysterious small world. What's more, this pair of sisters had now arrived in Tongxian realm, in Nine Heaven's holy land. Hearing this news, Wu Fei and Wu Tian immediately set out from the twin spirit pavilion and rushed to this place, not daring to waste any time along the way, arriving at Nine Heaven's holy land as quickly as possible. However, they didn't see anyone, and even after asking Su Hui, Wu Fei and Wu Tian couldn't help feeling anxious. Fortunately, just now, Su Hui had rushed over and told them that the Holy Master would be arriving soon, telling them to calm down. Great Chalk Elder, may I ask when Yang Shengzhu will arrive? Wu Fei couldn't hold back the impatience in his heart. As soon as the words left his mouth, his expression became incomparably awkward, because he had already asked this question Shengzhu 3. He had already. He is, Pavilion Master Wu, isn't being a little Pavilion Master as he is being too anxious. To be Pavilion Master Wu is? Chalk, please don't mind Chalk to Chalk Man. Right at this time, Wu Tian's body suddenly trembled as he said in a low voice, Big brother, they're here. Wu Fei also quickly released his divine sense, and sure enough, he noticed that someone was quickly approaching from outside. The two brothers couldn't sit still any longer, their figures flickering as they arrived outside the guest hall and gazed into the distance. A moment later, a green light flashed, and 3 silhouettes appeared leisurely. Divine Challenge his divine Shung's twos to be understood Challenge B's or Yang B. However, Wu Fei and Wu Tian's eyes were firmly attracted to the 2 women behind the young man. The 2 women looked exactly the same. Their life auras and true chi fluctuations were exactly the same. As they stood together, there seemed to be an invisible connection between them. Their true chi and true chi coexisted. Because the 2 of them have mastered the supreme inheritance of the Twin Spirit Pavilion and are the hope of its revitalization. The 2 of them also want to see the Twin Spirit Pavilion. I have already confirmed this with them. Really? Wu Fei was overjoyed and looked towards the Hu sisters gratefully. They had been on edge all this time, worried that the 2 sisters wouldn't be willing to go with them. But if they didn't want to, they couldn't force them. This was Nine Heaven's holy land, where masters were as common as clouds. The 2 brothers were only first-order saints, and although defeating a second-order saint wasn't a problem for them, in Nine Heaven's holy land, such strength was far too weak. The 2 of them had stayed here for a few days and had felt a powerful aura from a nearby mountain peak that caused their hearts to palpitate. They didn't doubt that there was a third-order saint guarding this place. Daring to act presumptuously here was no different from digging one's own grave. This is a matter of mutual consent. It's not appropriate for an outsider like me to say anything. Yang Kai smiled gently, but these 2 girls to me, and they're like little sisters next door. As soon as this statement came out, the Hu sisters glanced over at him faintly. Yang Kai pretended not to notice and continued. On top of that, they only came to Tongxian realm recently and lived in a mysterious small world before, so they don't know anything about this place, so I wanted to help them ask about it carefully. Yang Shengzhu, please speak. Us 2 brothers will give you a satisfactory answer, Wu Fei said firmly. If they go to Twin Spirit Pavilion, what kind of treatment will they receive? Yang Kai no longer acted polite and asked directly. Wu Fei thought for a moment and said, Dragon Phoenix Palace has a disciple named Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor's successor. How Dragon Phoenix Palace treats, son, you'll be how my Twin Spirit Pavilion will treat these 2 girls. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. If they want to come back here one day, we will. We won't stop them, as long as the inheritance of Twin Spirit Pavilion can be carried forward. As for where it is, it doesn't matter. If they go there, in terms of cultivation, we will provide them with the best cultivation materials in the sect the best cultivation environment. Us two brothers can even protect them at all times. We won't let them come to any harm unless we die. The twin Qi shared spirit divine art they have mastered. If they don't want to speak, no one can force them. This is an opportunity given to them by my twin spirit pavilion's ancestors. The Xianxia spoke one by one, and the two brothers, Wu Fei and Wu Tian, spoke one after another, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. Their faces were filled with sincerity, unconditionally agreeing to everything, all of their answers extremely satisfying. The Xianxia, Hu Jiao Air quietly nudged Xianxia and winked. That's enough. Don't make things difficult for others. The various conditions proposed by Xianxia were quite tricky, and the Hu sisters really didn't want to see Wu Fei and Wu Tian make any more promises. They had already felt the other party's sincerity. Then, let's leave it at that. Xianxia chuckled before turning to the side and ordering, Su Hui, prepare some saint pills for cultivation and have them take them on the road. Yes. Su Hui quickly went out to arrange. Over the past few days, Xianing Chong and the 5 grandmasters had continued to refine pills for those who requested them, so the Holy Land had now accumulated a lot of saint pills and spirit pills. Wu Fei and Wu Tian both trembled as they stared at Xianxia with slight surprise. Saint pills were rare, but this young Shengzhu actually wanted to give some to these two girls. It was obvious how important these two girls were to him. For a moment, their expressions became ambiguous. When do you want to leave? Xianxia turned to look at the Hu sisters. Hu Jiao Air hesitated for a moment before replying. It depends on the two seniors' intentions. Wu Fei couldn't wait any longer. Let's set off now. The journey to Twin Spirit Pavilion is long and will take at least 1 to 2 months. All right. Hu Jiao Air nodded before turning to Xianxia. Help me inform my father that we will be going to Twin Spirit Pavilion first, and we'll be back soon. Tell him not to worry. Understood, Xianxia nodded. How should I address these two young ladies? Wu Fei and Wu Tian had already come up and inquired about the Hu sisters' names. They would be living in Twin Spirit Pavilion for a long time in the future, so it was natural to ask for their names first. The Hu sisters quickly replied. The 4 of them chatted happily, and the atmosphere was harmonious. The 2 pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion wore relieved looks as they looked at the Hu sisters with kind eyes. Chapter 952. Outside the 9 Peaks, Xianxia personally sent off the Hu sisters and the 2 pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion. Wu Fei and Wu Tian walked in front while Xianxia led Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air a few steps behind, carefully reminding them a few things. The 2 sisters hadn't been in this world for long, and now they were going to another place, so there were some things they needed to pay attention to. Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air nodded their heads obediently. After talking for a long time, Xianxia stopped and said, Then I'll send you off here. When you go there, keep a low profile and try not to cause trouble for others. If you feel wronged, come back and find me. I'll help you vent your anger. Oh, Hu Mei Air seemed a little reluctant to part. Hu Jiao Air, however, stuck her tender body close to Xianxia's and reached out to pinch his back. What are you doing? Xianxia's face remained indifferent as he stared at her blankly. You actually said that we were little sisters from next door. Hu Jiao Air clenched her teeth. Mei Air is one thing. She's younger than you, so it's fine if you call her little sister, but what about me? Do you want this grandaunt to call you Big Brother Yang? She had an enchanting appearance, and her voice was sweet and coquettish. Xianxia listened to her and nodded repeatedly. Okay, can you be any more shameless? Hu Jiao Air didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In terms of age, she was older than Xianxia, but because she and her little sister looked so similar, people who didn't know would mistakenly think they were twins. Isn't it convenient to introduce you? Also, I said that to raise your status. You know in your heart, why are you taking it so seriously? Xianxia said helplessly. I know what you're trying to do. Hu Jiao Air let go of his hand, her expression suddenly becoming faint as she giggled. It wouldn't be bad to have a big brother like you next door. Xianxia froze for a moment. While he was still in a daze, the Hu sisters had already stepped forward and joined Wu Fei and Wu Tian. The twin spirit pavilion's two pavilion masters turned around and cupped their fists. Yang Shangzhu, we will take our leave now. You don't need to worry about the safety of the two ladies. As long as we brothers are alive, no one can bully them. Thank you, pavilion masters. Yang Kai returned the greeting with a serious expression. Jiao Er and Mei Er looked at each other, and for some unknown reason, they suddenly raised their hands together and said, "Goodbye, big brother Yang. We will miss you." His figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Staring in the direction they disappeared, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and quickly returned to Nine Heaven's holy land to find his little senior sister to seek some warmth. 10 days later, everything was arranged properly. On the side of the Hall of Heroic Spirits, the various forces from the Great Han Dynasty coexisted peacefully. The early preparatory work had been completed, and all that was left was time for them to familiarize themselves with this world. Inside the Holy Land, Yang Kai need to worry about many things as Great Elder Su Hui handled everything properly. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yang Kai embarked on the road to Ice Sect alone. He was going to bring Su Yin back to reunite with everyone in the sect. This time, he didn't bring anyone with him. Li Rong and Han Fei wanted to go with him, but Yang Kai didn't agree. Going to find his own woman. How could he bring two beauties with him? Even if Su Yin was magnanimous and didn't suspect anything, Yang Kai would still feel embarrassed. As such, he firmly refused Li Rong and Han Fei's request to go with him. As for how to get to Ice Sect, Yang Kai didn't know, so he planned to go to Water Spirit Temple first and use it as a transit point to find Ice Sect. High up in the sky, a blue light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai stood atop the flying heavens shuttle and flew forward, crossing mountains, crossing rivers, and getting closer and closer to Water Spirit Temple. Yang Kai's mood became more and more excited. The closer Yang Kai got to Su Yin, the more he felt a sense of homesickness. He didn't know what Su Yin's current cultivation was, but Yang Kai estimated that with her aptitude and the cultivation environment on the other side, she shouldn't be any weaker than him in terms of cultivation. When he had chased her in Xianning Chang all the way to Tong Xian realm, Yang Kai's only thought was to find them as soon as possible. But this simple wish had taken him a full 10 years to achieve. At that time, he had never imagined he would have the achievements he had today. Third Order Transcendent Realm, Yuan Qi Saint Transformation Realm, and as the Holy Master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, he could command the ancient demon clan while concealing his identity as the Dragon Emperor. Besides the fact that his strength was still slightly lacking, it could be said that Yang Kai had already stood at the peak of this world and was an absolute overlord. The improvement of his strength was only a matter of time. When he first arrived here, Yang Kai felt as if he had come from the wilderness, not knowing anything about the outside world. Following behind Yin Xian and the others from Bold Independent Union, he silently observed the world around him with his own eyes. Alone, without anyone to rely on, Yang Kai was shocked by the strength of Bold Independent Union. But now, a force like Bold Independent Union could be destroyed with a single word from him, and Bold Independent Union's Union Master, Yin Cheng, was even complacent about being able to form a relationship with him. Thinking about this for a moment, Yang Kai shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, a burst of panic screams came from below as many cultivators were running in his direction, many of them wearing horrified expressions as they looked back from time to time, as if something was chasing them from behind. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and slowed down his speed. He wasn't sure what had happened down below that had caused so many people to flee in panic. About 30 kilometers in front of him was a city called Blue Water City. In order to find Su Yin, Yang Kai had come here before, so he knew that this Blue Water City was the territory of Water Spirit Temple. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that at this moment, Blue Water City was filled with chaos and chaos, with miserable howls and screams echoing in his ears. Yang Kai's face sank as he transformed into a streak of blue light and disappeared. A moment later, when he reappeared, he had arrived above Blue Water City. Looking down, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help narrowing. The entire Blue Water City could be described as a living hell. Everywhere one could see red blood and broken limbs. The scene was simply too horrible to look at. Yang Kai was at a loss. He didn't know what had happened here that had turned the entire city into an azurous field. This was Water Spirit Temple's territory. Did Water Spirit Temple not care? Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon discovered some unusual places. In many places in the city, Yang Kai sensed a familiar and violent aura, all of which were bursting out without any concealment. This evil chi was so rich that it caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. Looking at the place closest to him, Yang Kai froze on the spot. In that location, there stood a skeleton. This skeleton was completely red, and the sound of flowing water could be heard coming from it, as if there was blood flowing through it. Within its two eye sockets, there was a flickering green light that caused anyone who saw it to shudder. Beside this skeleton, there were many dead cultivator corpses. At this moment, an inexplicable suction force was being emitted from this skeleton, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the corpses and pieces of flesh on the ground turned into pure energy that was quickly absorbed by the skeleton. After absorbing the flesh and blood essence of these corpses, a thin layer of flesh appeared on the surface of the skeleton, covering its bones. It looked like a skinny man who had been skinned alive. Yang Kai was horrified and exclaimed, "Bone race!" The skeleton in front of him exuded a vigorous vitality, clearly belonging to the bone race. But it was different from the ones Yang Kai had seen in Ice Sect and Soaring Heaven Sect. It was as if this skeleton had completely come back to life. The powerful aura of a first-order saint was exuding from its body. Yang Kai groaned his heart, unable to explain the strange phenomenon in front of him. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, the Bone Race Master suddenly turned his head and stared at him, his green eyes glowing like willow. The wisps as a fierce divine sense locked onto Yang Kai. Then, he cracked open his bloody mouth and seemed to reveal a smile. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as he finally understood why the residents of Blue Water City had fled in panic. Anyone who saw this strange scene would be terrified. What's more, the strength of the residents of Blue Water City wasn't very high, but this Bone Ray skeleton was at least a Saint Realm Master. Throughout Blue Water City, there was more than one Bone Ray skeleton in front of him. Under Yang Kai's divine sense, he noticed that there were at least 4 or 5 other auras scattered throughout the city. The sudden appearance of Yang Kai seemed to have attracted the Bone Ray skeleton's interest, and after staring at him for a while, it actually began walking straight towards him. The skeleton clearly had no skin, but wherever it passed, it was extremely clean. Not a single drop of blood spilled from the surface of its body, nor did it stain the ground. Halfway through, the Bone Race skeleton transformed into a streak of blood-red light and disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, and the Yuan Qi in his body surged as he sent out a palm strike. A huge palm print flew out like a collapsing mountain, and with a loud crash, the Bone Ray skeleton was struck by the heaven-covering hand and revealed its true form. Drops of gemstone-like blood sputtered from its body, and the thin layer of flesh that had just condensed was shattered, falling to the ground and revealing blood-red bones. The Bone Ray skeleton was stunned for a moment, the flames in its eye sockets flickering more and more rapidly, seemingly not having expected that Yang Kai would actually be able to block its attack. The Bone Race skeleton's aura was obviously enraged as it opened its mouth and let out a terrifying roar. As this roar passed by, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer, his knowledge tumbling violently. The Bone Race skeleton's roar clearly contained an extremely powerful soul attack. Yang Kai's expression became cold as a golden spear appeared in his hand, and he threw it towards the Bone Ray skeleton. Xiao. The heaven-punishing spear transformed into a streak of golden light and pierced through the Bone Ray skeleton's mouth with lightning speed, exiting from the back of its head. A transparent hole appeared, and Xianxia, who was standing in front of the bone ray skeleton, was able to see through this hole to the back of its head. However, the bone ray skeleton remained indifferent, the thin layer of flesh on its neck wriggling fiercely as the wound quickly healed without any trace of having been penetrated. Xianxia suddenly felt that something was wrong, and his mood became heavy. Chapter 953. This strange race could not only absorb the essence of the flesh and blood of the dead to shape their own bodies, they could even ignore such fatal wounds. It was practically an immortal existence, causing Kai Yang to involuntarily give birth to a creepy feeling. The blow just now seemed to have completely enraged the other party. The Bone Race Master opened his mouth and let out a fierce roar as a blood-red light suddenly condensed into a giant hand that covered the sky and shot towards Xianxia. Within the blood, there was a power that made one's heart tremble. It released a wave of sizzling sounds, possessing extremely powerful corrosive properties. Xianxia let out a grunt as the hundreds of millions of pores on his body opened up, and his true yang yuan qi erupted like a volcano. In an instant, he became like a blazing sun, his golden light illuminating all of Blue Water City in a dazzling manner. Blood fell onto his head, but before it could reach him, it evaporated completely. The Bone Race Master on the other side was obviously taken aback, but before he could recover, Xianxia had already rushed forward and clung tightly to him, a profound heavenly sword condensed from his true qi appearing in his hand. Waves of unwilling and angry howls came out from the mouth of the Bone Race clansman. The thin flesh attached to his bones was cut off piece by piece, and blood constantly flowed out of the bright red bones. It was a very miserable sight. Xianxia's face remained indifferent as he continued to destroy this Bone Race Master in front of him while silently observing his strength. This Bone Race Master had the aura of a First-Order Saint, but it seemed that he was unable to display his full strength, and as his flesh and blood was cut off, his violent aura also gradually weakened. After a while, Xianxia withdrew and stared at his opponent. The Bone Race Master in front of him had been reduced to a skeleton, with only his bones and meridians remaining firmly fixed to his bones. It was an extremely strange sight. However, Xianxia was shocked to discover that even after so many of his attacks, his opponent's bones did not have the slightest scar. His bones seemed to be even stronger than the strongest artifact. Even though his flesh and blood had been destroyed, it did not affect his vitality at all. The Bone Race Master's body once again exuded a powerful suction force, and in an instant, Xianxia felt his vitality churn as the blood flowing through his veins threatened to burst out of his body, causing his skin to crack open. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly circulated his yuan qi to resist the attraction of the Bone Race's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in all directions. The flesh and blood essence of countless cultivators who had died tragically transformed into streams of energy that were visible to the naked eye and poured into the skeleton. A moment later, another thin layer of flesh and blood appeared around the Bone Race Master's body, bolstering his violent momentum. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He suddenly felt that his guess back in soaring heaven sect a few days ago might be correct. For this strange race, flesh and blood were not necessary. Their bones were where their essence lay. As long as their bones were not destroyed, they would never die. No wonder, Qing, you wanted him to burn the bones of the Bone Race. Only by doing so could he completely destroy them. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he secretly felt that he had seen through the essence of this race. The profound heavenly sword in his hand turned into specks of light and disappeared. Xianxia clapped his palms together and pushed them forward. Beast Soul Seal. Accompanied by the roar of a tiger and the cry of an ox, the white tiger and divine ox appeared. Break for me, Xianxia roared as the two beast souls condensed from his yuan qi rushed towards the Bone Race Master, Xianxia following closely behind. One man and two beasts launched the simplest, most direct, and most violent attack. Earth-splitting divine ox charged forward, the single horn on its forehead directly piercing through the bone race master's abdomen, lifting him high into the air. The huge impact caused the bone race master's eyes to flicker, clearly unable to bear such a blow. The heaven-splitting white tiger took this opportunity to pounce forward, opening its bloody maw and firmly biting down on one of the bone race master's arms, refusing to let go, allowing the bone race master to beat it up. Xianxia flew out and stood on top of the white tiger, his expression cold as he reached out and grabbed the bone race master's other arm. Ci la. The hot yuan qi burned the blood and flesh outside the bones, emitting an unpleasant stench. Xianxia turned a blind eye to this and stared down at the bone race master indifferently, pulling hard. A violent aura burst out from the bone race master's body, causing him to panic. At the same time, he struggled violently, trying to break free from the shackles of the two beast souls. The beast souls condensed from Xianxia's yuan qi were unable to resist the impact of his aura, and in the blink of an eye, they dimmed significantly and were on the verge of collapsing. Xianxia unhurriedly used his free hand to release the imprisoning heaven chain. A golden rope wrapped around the bone race master's body, immobilizing him. His two ghastly eyes pulsed rapidly, revealing the uneasiness in his heart. Thick blood qi rushed out from his bones, transforming into a series of strange monsters with ferocious fangs that bit at Xianxia. Grand heavenly shield. A shield-like barrier appeared in front of those ferocious beasts, blocking their attacks. Xianxia increased the strength of his grip. Kacha. Accompanied by a series of crisp sounds. One of the bone race master's arms was gradually elongated and then torn off. Scorching hot yuan qi burst forth from Xianxia's hand, instantly incinerating the torn arm into ashes. A fierce roar came from the bone race master's mouth as thick blood and life essence flowed out from his severed arm, making him appear much more dispirited. Xianxia clenched his hand into a fist and slammed it into the bone race master's chest, crushing his opponent's bones like a giant hammer. Kacha. The bones in the bone race master's chest gradually broke and shattered while the heaven-shaking white tiger also bit down hard, tearing apart his meridians and ripping out his bones one by one. After half a cup of tea's time, the ghastly flames in the bone race master's eyes finally dimmed and slowly extinguished, his entire body disintegrating and scattering to the ground. Xianxia gasped for breath as he stood in place, his brow furrowed. He realized just how difficult the bone race was to deal with. Against them, ordinary attacks had no effect at all, and even fatal wounds couldn't harm them at all. The only way to destroy them was to burn them directly or tear them apart violently. With Xianxia's current strength, dealing with a first-order saint cultivator wasn't a problem, but facing a bone race master was a different story. Throughout Blue Water City, there were 4 or 5 such auras, one of which was even a second-order saint. Things weren't quite right. At that moment, a familiar life aura suddenly appeared in the range of Xianxia's divine sense. Xianxia quickly flew up into the sky and looked over, quickly discovering that Shui Ling of Water Spirit Temple was fleeing under the protection of a saint cultivator. This saint realm cultivator's strength wasn't low, and a rich and soft water aura flowed from his body. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, and his robes were stained with blood. His saint qi was fluctuating erratically, clearly indicating he had just experienced a difficult battle. As soon as he appeared, the 4 or 5 bone race masters in Blue Water City immediately noticed him and shot out beams of blood-red light from all corners of Blue Water City towards him. To the bone race, he seemed to be a delicious meal that had aroused their interest. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 bone race masters rushed to his side and surrounded him, their ghastly eyes staring at him with great interest, clearly harboring malicious intent. Shui Ling, who was being protected by this middle-aged man, couldn't help shivering as her pretty face went pale. The middle-aged man wore a dignified expression as he turned to Shui Ling and said a few words. When Shui Ling heard this, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she shook her head repeatedly. Be obedient. Seeing her like this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but shout. Shui Ling's expression froze for a moment before she nodded. A resolute expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he released a soft water aura from his body, causing the surrounding water attribute world energy to suddenly become violent. Crystal-clear water droplets suddenly appeared around the middle-aged man, tens of thousands of them seemingly endless. Immediately after, these water pillars shot out like arrows from a bowstring, bombarding the Bone Ray soldiers from all directions, each containing a tyrannical power. Retreat! The middle-aged man shouted as he formed a series of seals with his hands, causing the water droplets to converge mid-air and form a series of water arrows. The Bone Race people gathered around the middle-aged man remained indifferent, allowing the water arrows to penetrate their bodies. The only reaction they had was to shift their bodies due to the huge force behind the water arrows. By the time these water arrows were formed, Shui Ling had already turned into a mist and disappeared from this world. She possessed the water spirit body and was born with this divine technique. Xianxia had also suffered many losses under this technique, and in the end, he had to rely on Old Demon to subdue Shui Ling. However, Shui Ling still couldn't escape. One of the Bone Race masters suddenly stared towards a certain spot in the air and released his spiritual energy, sending out an invisible attack. Shui Ling screamed miserably as her disappeared figure reappeared and fell from the sky, blood flowing from her mouth and nose. A burst of strange laughter came from the mouths of the Bone Race masters, but because they didn't have much flesh and blood left, their voices sounded like the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves, extremely harsh to the ears. One of the Bone Race masters stared at Shui Ling with greedy eyes, obviously very interested in her flesh and blood. The water spirit body allowed them to recover faster than the flesh and blood of an ordinary cultivator. Suddenly, a blue light flashed and intercepted Shui Ling before she could fall to the ground. The eyes of the Bone Race masters flashed as they stared at the blue light in surprise, their divine senses bursting forth as they quickly communicated with one another. Being held in someone's arms, Shui Ling finally saw who it was that had saved her life and exclaimed, Xianxia, we'll talk later. Xianxia beckoned to the absent-minded middle-aged man below. Come up. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate and directly jumped onto the flying heaven shuttle. In a flash of blue light, Xianxia had already taken the middle-aged man and Shui Ling 100 kilometers away. The Bone Race masters didn't try to stop them, as if they knew they couldn't, simply staring at Xianxia's disappearing back and laughing. The Bone Race masters were still communicating with their divine senses, and after a while, one of them nodded and quickly left Blue Water City, heading towards the sea. Chapter 954. I've caught a cold, so I feel dizzy and uncomfortable. 10,000 kilometers away from Blue Water City, inside a mountain valley. Xianxia put down the middle-aged man and Shui Ling he had rescued, the three of them looking at each other silently, their expressions heavy. Shui Ling was still a little weak. Just now, she had been hit by a Bone Race divine sense attack and had suffered some injuries. The middle-aged man hurriedly took out some pills from his universe bag and fed them to Shui Ling. Watching Shui Ling meditate to restore herself, the middle-aged man gradually relaxed, turning to Xianxia and cupping his fists. Many thanks for little brother's life-saving grace just now. This one can't thank you enough. You're too polite, Xianxia gently nodded. It was nothing more than a slight effort. Little brother and Ling know each other? The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia suspiciously. Xianxia smiled faintly, not answering the question directly. Are you the temple master of Water Spirit Temple, Shui Yun? Shui Yun nodded. How should I address little brother? Father, he is the Xianxia I told you about. Shui Ling interjected. Shui Yun's body shook as he stared at Xianxia in surprise, exclaiming, My apologies, It turns out you are the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. This Shui's eyes must have been blind. After knowing Yang Kai's identity, Shui Yun immediately changed the way he addressed him. In this world, no one dared to despise the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. It was easy for Yang Kai to recognize his identity. There was only one Saint Realm Master in Water Spirit Temple, and that was Temple Master Shui Yun. Coupled with his concern for Shui Ling, Yang Kai was naturally able to determine his identity. Yang Kai, why are you here? Shui Ling asked while looking at Yang Kai. I was just passing by. Yang Kai frowned and asked in a deep voice, where did the Bone Race people in Blue Water City come from? Bone Race? Shui Yun was startled. Those skeletons that can absorb the essence of flesh and blood. Yang Xianxia knows about them. Shui Yun was shocked and asked eagerly. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know much about them, but I've seen them in the past and recently. Does Senior Shui know where they came from? Shui Yun's expression dimmed as she sighed. We don't know where they came from. A year ago, an iceberg that was about to melt drifted near the Water Spirit Temple, and the disciples found a skeleton inside. Out of curiosity, they took the skeleton out but didn't find anything of value. Everything was peaceful until a few months ago. For some reason, the skeleton suddenly came to life. Shui Yun explained briefly, and Yang Kai listened quietly. Only then did he learn that after the Bone Race had come back to life, they had gone on a rampage in the Water Spirit Temple. After absorbing the flesh and blood essence of the dead, his strength rapidly recovered. With the combined efforts of all the experts of the Water Spirit Temple, they had paid the price of over a dozen casualties to capture and imprison him. But no matter what they did, they couldn't kill the Bone Race. In the end, they had no choice but to burn it. This method was correct, allowing him to die completely. After a few months of peace, a few days ago, many terrifying skeletons appeared from all around the Water God Temple, and the entire Water God Temple fell in an instant. Those skeletons, and the Bone Race is very strong. They have many Saint Realm Masters among them. Even the weakest among them is a transcendent, not a single immortal ascension boundary master. Moreover, after they kill someone, they can absorb the flesh and blood essence of the dead. They use it to restore themselves and shape their own bodies. My Water Spirit Temple's 2,000 disciples were slaughtered overnight, and more than a dozen nearby islands fell. Water Spirit Temple was completely destroyed. Shui Yun said with a pained expression. Not many people managed to escape in the end. This Shui was incompetent. I could only escort Ling out of the islands and come to Blue Water City. I never would have thought that a few Bone Race Masters would chase after me here, causing Blue Water City to be plunged into misery and suffering. Father, this isn't your fault. Shui Ling comforted. But Water Spirit Temple was destroyed by my hands, Shui Yun said bitterly. They may have come from the Ice World, Yang Kai said gloomily. Ice World? Shui Yun looked at him in amazement. Ice Sect. Yang Kai shivered. Has your Water Spirit Temple had any contact with Ice Sect over the past few months? What is the situation there? The most recent transaction was a few months ago, a few days before that skeleton came back to life. Shui Yun replied. You stay here and recover. I'll go check out the situation, Yang Kai said, summoning the Flying Heaven shuttle and preparing to leave. Yang Kai, don't go. Shui Ling shouted anxiously. Those people are very strong. It'll be dangerous for you to go alone. And although there aren't many of them, there are many Saint Realm Masters. On top of that, they can restore their strength after killing people. Yang Xianxia, you'll have a hard time going there. It's fine. I'm just going to check out the situation. If you notice any danger approaching, leave immediately. I'll find a way to find you. Yang Kai hurriedly exhorted a few words before disappearing. Shui Yun and Shui Ling wanted to stop him, but were powerless to do so. I hope he's safe, Shui Yun sighed heavily. In front of those terrifying skeletons, he, the Temple Master of Water Spirit Temple, was completely powerless to resist. This time, if he hadn't run away fast enough, even he and Shui Ling would have suffered. Thinking back, Shui Yun couldn't help feeling a lingering fear. A blue light flashed as Yang Kai flew towards Water Spirit Temple. The bone race had appeared in Water Spirit Temple on such a large scale, occupying all of its islands, and slaughtering 2,000 Water Spirit Temple disciples. It was impossible for them to appear here for no reason. If Yang Kai's guess was correct, these bone race people should have come from Ice Sect. Ice Sect had been guarding the ice world all this time in order to prevent the bone race from reappearing. Yang Kai hadn't thought about this before, but now that he thought about it, Ice Sect must have known that the bone race hadn't died out and was instead hiding under the ice, so they had remained there. However, Ice Sect probably didn't know where the bone race was hiding. When these bone race people hadn't fully recovered, they were no different from dead people and were difficult to detect. But now, a large number of bone race clansmen had appeared in Water Spirit Temple, so Ice Sect's situation was quite worrying. Suyin was still in Ice Sect, so how could Yang Kai not worry? A short time later, Yang Kai returned to Blue Water City again. This city was now filled with a deathly aura, with no trace of life. Even the bone race clansmen had disappeared, and even the corpses of those who had died had disappeared. All that remained in Blue Water City. Only broken walls and bloodstains remained. Crossing Blue Water City, Yang Kai instantly arrived above Water Spirit Temple. Waves of tyrannical aura that made one's heart palpitate were spreading from below. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he released his divine sense and quietly probed his surroundings, his face paling in the next moment. Down below, there were at least several dozen saints and hundreds of transcendents, many of whom were second or third-order saints. Such a huge force was impossible for any sect in the world to resist. It could be said that if they wanted to dominate Tong Xian realm, it would be easy for them to achieve this goal. The heavens have really changed. Chu Ling Zhao's words from a few days ago were still ringing in Yang Kai's ears, and they were coming true at this moment. Yang Kai's speed was very fast, and he flashed past. He had no intention of going down to meet these bone race clansmen. When the blue light passed by, the strongest bone race clansmen actually raised their heads and stared in the direction Yang Kai left. A star shuttle. A middle-aged man with green eyes shouted with his hands crossed behind his back, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across his eyes. This bone race clansman was completely different from the one Yang Kai had seen before. He already had his own body and looked no different from an ordinary person. His complexion was ruddy and his body exuded a powerful vitality. Only his eyes were green, a terrifying sight to behold. "Master, this is the star shuttle we saw in that city. Should we go and take it back?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "A star shuttle is too fast. We can't catch up. Find a way to inquire about this person's origins." "Yes." Looking at his appearance, it seems he went to that glacier. Why did he go there? What does he have to do with those people? The middle-aged man frowned thoughtfully. Half an hour later, Yang Kai successfully arrived at the vast glacier world. As soon as he arrived here, Kai Yang could feel an unusual aura flowing around him. Void force. Looking up, Yang Kai glanced around. A few dozen kilometers away, about a dozen meters off the ground, there was a void tunnel. There was an entrance to a void corridor. The dense void energy was coming from this void corridor. Yang Kai was startled, not bothering to inquire about where this void tunnel led. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate the glacier world. However, to his disappointment, the entire glacier world was devoid of life. The Ice Sect disciples who had originally lived here had long since disappeared, and the ice peaks they used to live in had all collapsed. From the traces left behind, it was clear that a great battle had taken place here. In this pure white world of ice and snow, many places were stained with red. Kai Yang's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. He and Su Yin had long been connected. As long as the two of them weren't too far apart, they could clearly feel each other's existence. But now, he couldn't feel Su Yan's aura. One possibility was that she had died. The other was that she had already left this place. Yang Kai's expression became fierce, and his aura became violent as he tried to calm his mind. After a long time, Yongkai took a deep breath. He felt that the latter possibility was much more likely. Isek's sect master, Xianxia, was a third-order saint cultivator, and several of her elders were also saints. Even if the bone race had revived here and attacked them, it was impossible for Ice Sect to be completely wiped out. Xianxia should have escaped with them. Yongkai raised his head and turned his eyes towards the void tunnel. Even though he didn't find any clues, he was certain that Xianxia and the others had probably entered the void corridor. Because if he was Xianxia, he would also make the same choice if he couldn't defeat the enemies in the void corridor. Without hesitation, Yongkai immediately rushed into the entrance of the void tunnel. Yongkai's vision blurred as a strong sense of oppression came from all directions, seemingly trying to crush his body. Below his feet was a vast expanse of nothingness, surrounded by stars. Star Field. Yonkai's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected that this void tunnel would be the same as the Star Field gate in Shattering Mystical Palace, leading to the vast Star Field, causing his relaxed heartstrings to tighten again. They rejoiced and celebrated, celebrating their recovery after thousands of years. Every Bone Race clansman's face was brimming with elation. The sound of this celebration spread far and wide along with the sea breeze. They were gathered in a circle, and at the center of these Bone Race clansmen was a huge blood pool filled with dark red blood and chunks of flesh. Huge bubbles constantly emerged from the blood pool, bursting and sputtering out a bloody mist, causing a bright red cloud to condense above the blood pool. Many pale bones and unknown herbs floated up and down in the blood pool. Bright lines flashed from time to time at the bottom of the blood pool, converging into a complex spirit array. Master Kaluo, it's about time. A Bone Race clansman walked over to a middle-aged man and reported softly. The middle-aged man nodded lightly, his expression indifferent, and immediately stood up. The noisy Bone Race clansmen quieted down in an instant as they stared at him expectantly. Kaluo glanced around and shouted, "Thousands of years ago, my clan inadvertently came to this place, thinking it was a good opportunity to expand our territory, but we were stopped by a top master here. My clan suffered a crushing defeat, all of our masters dying in battle, and the rest of our clansmen had no choice but to flee to the remote ice world and hibernate there. But now we have awakened. The master our clan's masters could not defeat has long since died. This world belongs to my clan. No one can stop us." The Bone Race clansmen cheered excitedly, their voices growing louder and louder. Kaluo stretched out his hand and suppressed the crowd's voices. "Tonight, new clansmen will be born. We must contribute our strength to help them wake up." Many Bone Race clansmen nodded. In the next moment, everyone began to move, pouring energy filled with the life essence of their Bone Race clansmen into the blood pool. The blood pool began to bubble as if it was boiling, the bones and herbs floating up and down even more rapidly, along with the sounds of wailing and howling. Many human faces with blurry facial features emerged from the blood pool. Those human faces were bound in the blood pool like ghosts, and no matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape from the binding of the blood pool. All the Bone Race clansmen stared excitedly at the blood pool, their eyes overflowing with expectation. All the floating bones suddenly sank, and with a series of cracking sounds, the countless bones inside the blood pool began to fuse and intertwine, seemingly undergoing earth-shaking changes. Suddenly, accompanied by a crashing sound, a complete skeleton stood up from the blood pool. Two balls of green light suddenly appeared in its originally dark eye sockets. However, compared to the Bone Race clansmen beside it, these two green lights were very weak, like candles in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. This skeleton looked a little confused, as if it was still unaware of its situation. Although the other party hadn't explained it clearly, He had heard some unusual information. This star shuttle was actually specifically used to travel through the star field. No wonder its speed was so fast. Most importantly, though, Xianxia was able to spy on another piece of shocking information. Looking at Koluo with a dignified expression, Xianxia quickly asked, "Are you not from Tongxian realm?" Koluo laughed. "When did I say I was?" Chapter 956. Yongkai couldn't help feeling a storm in his heart. According to the Bone Race's statement, there were guests from outer space who had come from the star territory. How inconceivable was this? In the past, some people had suspected that there might be other living beings in the vast starry sky. But because no one had ever been able to enter the star field, no one could confirm this theory. It wasn't until now that Yongkai was certain that his predecessor's suspicions were not groundless. The Bone Race was a creature from the star field, not a native of Tongxian realm. "Boy, how much did you see just now?" Koluo's pair of gloomy eyes stared coldly at Yongkai as he asked in a deep voice. "I saw basically everything." Yongkai had seen the strange blood pool and the flashing spirit array at its bottom. He had also seen the bones of the Bone Race reassemble with the help of the herbs and Bone Race's life essence, then stand up from the blood pool as if they had been reborn. Although the newly born Bone Race were very fragile and had been wiped out by him in a single blow, they all possessed the aura of a transcendent. It could be said that as long as they were given enough time, they would become transcendent realm masters and transcendents who would be extremely difficult to kill. "Oomph." Koluo coldly snorted. "It doesn't matter if you saw it. In any case, you're going to die today." Yongkai grinned. "When I came here just now, I heard you shouting that you wanted to unify this world. Do you think you can achieve that goal with just a few transcendents?" Koluo stared at Yongkai contemptuously, a look of disdain on his face, not in a hurry to act, instead using his divine sense to seal the space around Yongkai, so he couldn't use his star shuttle to escape, lightly saying, "Transcendent realm? The thin materials here can only allow my clan's newly born clansmen to possess the strength of a transcendent. You can also create Saint Realm Masters?" Yonkai's face sank. Koluo laughed. "As long as we can kill enough powerful masters and obtain their flesh and blood, coupled with enough high-grade herbs, how difficult could it be for us to reach the Saint Realm?" Yonkai's face suddenly became livid. He had underestimated the strangeness of this race. He didn't expect there to be such strange creatures. However, the price they paid for this was not small. There were many herbs and bones at the bottom of the blood pool. Presumably, the corpses of all 2,000 Water Spirit Temple disciples had been placed in this blood pool, but in the end, only 100 or so Bone Race cultivators had been born. "Enough idle chatter. Hand over your star shuttle to me, and as a reward, you can choose a comfortable way to die." Koluo's expression gradually became impatient. "I'll ask you one last question. If you can answer it, I'll give you this star shuttle." Yongkai shouted, "You don't have the right to negotiate with me." Koluo's expression turned ruthless. "With your insignificant strength, I can take your life with a snap of my fingers. Why don't you try and see if I can destroy this star shuttle before I die?" Yongkai didn't show any fear as he gripped his star shuttle tightly, his yuan qi flickering like a fanged snake, ready to fight to the death. Koluo's expression changed as a look of hesitation appeared on his face. Yonkai's words had really grasped his lifeline. Star shuttles were indeed very common in the vast star territory. When they first came to Tongxian realm, their clansmen also had many star shuttles, but after thousands of years without flesh and blood, their star shuttles had been damaged and could no longer be used. The star shuttle in Yonkai's hands was probably the only one in all of Tongxian realm. In the future, if they wanted to leave Tongxian realm and return to Tongxian territory, they would have to rely on this star shuttle. This was why Koluo wanted Yonkai's star shuttle so badly. Without it, they would never be able to return where they came from. "Young man, don't be impulsive. If you have something to say, we can talk it out." Koluo's expression became gloomy as a cold light flashed across his eyes, secretly deciding that once he got his hands on this star shuttle, he would let Yang Kai taste all kinds of torture. Then can we talk about it? Speak. There's a passage to the star field in that glacial world. I ask you, where did the people who originally lived there go? You mean those who cultivated the ice attribute secret art? Kaluo's eyes flashed. Yes, tell me where they are. What relationship do you have with them? Kaluo didn't answer and instead asked, Don't talk nonsense with me. Otherwise I'll destroy this star shuttle right now and make sure you never get it. Yang Kai snapped. Kaluo's face filled with anger as if he was about to explode, but he suppressed it and coldly said, Most of them died. The rest fled. Fled to where? To the star field. Bullshit. Yang Kai's expression became ferocious as he roared. You think I don't know the mysteries of the star field? The pressure there is so great that unless one's strength reaches your level, it is impossible to survive in the star field. Don't try to fool me. I've been to the star field, and more than once. Kaluo couldn't help staring at Yang Kai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to have such courage and experience. The star field was not a place ordinary people dared to enter easily. Shrugging his shoulders, Kaluo laughed. Even if you don't believe me, they really did flee to the star field because they also had star shuttles. They also had star shuttles? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before quickly recovering. Isect had fought many battles with the bone race before, so it was normal for them to be able to seize a star shuttle. If one used a star shuttle, it was indeed possible to travel to the star field without any fear of danger. Kaluo's words could be trusted. How many of them escaped? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Didn't you say you would only ask one question? Kaluo coldly snorted. I'm going back on my word. Kaluo ground his teeth and glared towards Yang Kai bitterly, shouting 6. 5 saints and 1/3 order transcendent. 6. Yang Kai muttered in a low voice, silently calculating before asking, how many of them were women? 3. The one who reached the transcendent realm was a woman. Hearing this, Yang Kai grinned. At first, his voice was low, but soon became louder and louder, and finally, it rumbled like thunder, as if he had found something very funny. His originally nervous expression suddenly relaxed, and a look of contentment appeared on his face. He was now certain that the cultivator who had reached the transcendent realm was Su Yin. Her cultivation really wasn't behind his own. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai's tense heartstrings finally relaxed, and he let out a heavy breath. If you're satisfied, give me your star shuttle. Kaluo stretched out his hand again and stared at Yang Kai gloomily, a look of determination flashing across his eyes. Apparently, he had decided that if Yang Kai continued to complain, he would directly snatch his star shuttle. If I don't give it to you, what are you going to do? Yang Kai put away his smile and stared down contemptuously. You'll die, and you'll die a very ugly death. Kaluo coldly warned, don't even think about using your star shuttle to escape. It's useless. The cultivator in star territory has many ways to restrain the speed of a star shuttle. It's just an artifact for traveling. I don't want to use my star shuttle. Yang Kai shook his head and waved his hand towards the void. Suddenly, there seemed to be a crack in space. A dark crack suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved to Kaluo and then dove into the void crack, disappearing. Tearing the void, Kaluo's complexion changed greatly as he sent out his spiritual energy towards the crack in an attempt to prevent Yang Kai from escaping. However, the spatial rift closed in an instant, causing his divine sense attack to hit nothing but air. Staring at the spot where Yang Kai disappeared, Kaluo's expression fluctuated greatly. He hadn't expected that this human youth, whose strength wasn't very high, would actually know how to tear the void. Such a method was not something an ordinary person could master. The void turbulence was far more dangerous than a vast star field. The slightest carelessness could cause one to be trapped in it for the rest of one's life, unable to find a way out. Master, should we chase? The bone race masters all turned to Kaluo. We don't even know where he is. What's the point of chasing after him? Kaluo flew into a rage. Go collect more materials. The news of my clan's return can no longer be concealed. We need to prepare early. Yes. Many Bone Race clansmen flew out of Water God Island and scattered in all directions. 1,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai leisurely appeared, his expression heavy. Although he had determined that Su Yan was safe, which made him feel somewhat relieved, the Bone Race's sudden revival made him feel quite troubled. Especially after witnessing the various magical abilities of the Bone Race, Yang Kai realized just how difficult it was to deal with. The Bone Race had several dozen saints and over 100 transcendents. Such a huge force was impossible for a single great force to deal with. The most important thing was that they could collect bones and flesh, combine them with various herbs, and create new clansmen. As long as they were given enough strength, they could indeed dominate the world. This was a malignant tumor that needed to be strangled as soon as possible. Otherwise, Nine Heaven's Holy Land and the friends and family from the Great Han Dynasty would sooner or later be implicated. Yang Kai faintly felt that the emergence of the Bone Race, as well as the various events that had occurred during this time, were all related to the words left behind by Great Demon God Soul Clone, as well as the secret hidden in the demon capital. Summoning the Flying Heaven Shuttle, Yang Kai sped along while contemplating. When he passed by the mountain valley, where he had left Shui Yun and his daughter, Yang Kai went down to investigate and was surprised to find that the two of them were still waiting for him. Seeing Yang Kai return, Shui Ling hurriedly rushed over, a look of concern on her face. You finally came back safely. It's been half a month. Shui Yun also showed a look of admiration on his face. Yang Shengzhu is really bold. Did you gain anything from this trip? And some. Yang Kai nodded. Why are you still here? We were waiting for you. Shui Ling replied. Then we can go now. Where do you want to go? I'll send you off. Yang Kai turned to Shui Yun and his daughter. Shui Yun wore a bitter expression as he helplessly said, Water Spirit Temple has been destroyed. We don't seem to have anywhere to go. Shui Ling also wore a sad and helpless expression, secretly feeling quite sad. Water Spirit Temple was their foundation, but now it had been completely occupied by the Bone Race, and all of its 2,000 disciples had been slaughtered. Even Blue Water City had suffered a calamity. It could be said that in this world, there was no place they particularly wanted to go. Chapter 9:57. Yang Kai observed their expressions and understood their difficulties, hesitating for a moment before inviting them. Would you like to return to Nine Heaven's Holy Land with me? Shui Yun was startled and looked towards Yang Kai with some surprise. Is that appropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's just that the environment there isn't suitable for you to cultivate. Of course, if Senior Shui is willing, you can first serve as a deacon in my Nine Heaven's Holy Land. If you want to revitalize Water Spirit Temple in the future, my Holy Land will fully support you. Listening to Yang Kai's words, Shui Yun's eyes overflowed with joy and gratitude. If that's the case, I must thank Yang Shengzhu for his great kindness. Shui Yun said gratefully. Shui Ling and I are friends. Senior Shui shouldn't be so polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Shui Yun was a first-order saint, so serving as a deacon in the Holy Land was not a disgrace to him. After some discussion, the three of them headed to Nine Heaven's Holy Land together. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned and immediately sent a message to High Heaven Pavilion. Half a day later, Sassafras, Su Xianwu, and Ling Tai Su arrived at the Holy Land and met with Yang Kai in the main hall. At this moment, the Holy Land's several elders and the great commanders of the ancient demon clan were all present, their expressions solemn and the atmosphere dignified. Seemingly feeling that the atmosphere was a bit off, Ling Tai Su couldn't help frowning as he looked towards Yang Kai suspiciously, wondering why he had summoned all the elders here. Yang Kai, where's Su Yan? Su Xianwu was concerned about his granddaughter's safety, and after looking around the hall and not finding any trace of her, couldn't help asking. Yes, brother-in-law, where did elder sister go? Sassafras was also puzzled. Yang Kai had gone out to find Su Yin. This was something they all knew, but now that Yang Kai had returned and there was no trace of Su Yin, all of them felt a little uneasy, fearing that Su Yin had met with some kind of accident. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, sorted out his words, and said, Su Yin is safe now, but she is no longer in Tong Xian realm. Sassafras was stunned. He scratched his head and said, What do you mean? If elder sister isn't in Tong Xian realm, could she have gone to some mysterious small world? Having been here for some time now, the cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty had some understanding of this mysterious small world and knew that the place he came from was a relatively large, mysterious small world. Yang Kai shook his head and pointed to the sky. She went to the star field. Inside the hall, everyone's body shook violently as the Holy Land's elders and the great commanders of the ancient demon clan all stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Star field. Ling Tai-su frowned. Isn't it said that the star field is filled with danger? That man called Wizard Jia once told this old master that unless one's cultivation reached the third order saint realm, no matter who enters the star field, they will die. That's true, but Su Yin didn't go alone this time. She had 5 saints with her, and they all had artifacts suitable for moving around the star field. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Sassafras asked, completely confused. Yang Kai let out a sigh and began recounting the events of this trip. After listening to his story, everyone was dumbfounded, shocked by the bone race's magical abilities. The Holy Land's elders all showed looks of dread. Holy Master, you mean those creatures called the bone race are just skeletons, but they can absorb the essence of their flesh and blood to create new bodies? Yes, and they can use a large amount of flesh and blood to create new clansmen? Yes, the higher the grade of the materials, the stronger the clansmen they create. That's what they admit. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Just from the information they had learned so far, everyone seemed to be able to envision the bone race dominating Tongxian realm in the future. This race was completely capable of nurturing itself through battle, so there was no need to worry about the number of clansmen they had. As long as they killed enough masters, they could continuously produce new clansmen, and these new clansmen would provide them with tremendous strength. Sooner or later, this world would become the bone races. This was a catastrophe for the entire world. This is difficult. Su Hui's expression became heavy. We need to inform the entire human race about this. Even if we do, how many people will believe us? Yuing's pretty face was filled with worry. The bone race was simply too mysterious. If it weren't for Yang Kai telling them this today, the Long Chalk elders would have only taken it as the ravings of a madman. Whether they believe us or not, we'll see in the future. We can only do what we can do. Today, I've summoned all of you here for this matter. Arrange for some people to go out and inform the various great forces so they can pass this message to each other. In the name of the Holy Land, tell them that if they have any doubts, they can come to the Holy Land and confront me face to face. Yes, the several Long Chalk elders nodded. Without hesitation, they hurriedly went out to make arrangements, all of them realizing the seriousness of the problem. If this bone race wasn't killed in the cradle as soon as possible, once it grew stronger, it would become extremely difficult to deal with. At that time, even if the entire human race exerted all of its strength, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it. After the Long Chalk elders left, Yang Kai turned to Li Rong and said, You and Han Fei will come with me to the demon capital. Li Rong's tender body shook. Master has decided to go, and there seems to be some kind of secret hidden there. I want to find out what it is. Good. Li Rong nodded firmly. This old master will also go with you. Outside the hall, a low voice suddenly called out. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's expression changed, and Ling Tai-su also turned around sharply. Outside the hall, Meng Wuya strode in with a big smile on his face. Brother Ling, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. How have you been? Brother Meng. Ling Tai-su's face filled with excitement as he quickly stepped forward to greet him. The two old friends had not seen each other for more than 10 years, and only now did they meet again. Meng Wuya had suddenly left a few days after being brought back by Yang Kai, and soon after, the great Han Dynasty's cultivator had arrived. After they had exchanged a few words, Yang Kai said, "Treasurer Meng, you came back just in time. Are you going to the demon capital?" Meng Wuya turned his eyes to Yang Kai. "In." With nothing to do, Yang Kai asked Meng Wuya about the battle between him and the demon commander. How could he have known that Treasurer Meng would become angry out of humiliation and curse him constantly? From his curses, Yang Kai inferred that Treasurer Meng had been bold enough to travel to the demon capital alone to challenge the demon commander. How could he have known that the demon capital had a hidden spirit array? Zhang Yuan had used this spirit array to trap Meng Wuya and torment him for a full 3 months before Meng Wuya was struck by his profound heavenly seal. Even so, Meng Wuya was lucky enough to escape, but in the end his cultivation fell from the Third Order Saint realm to the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. From then on, Meng Wuya concealed his identity and began searching for a way to lift the seal. Finally, he went to the Great Han Dynasty and inadvertently found Xianxia, who possessed the sacred spirit medicine body. Chapter 958. Along the way, Meng Wuya cursed angrily. It was obvious that he was still holding a grudge against Zhang Yuan for using the spirit array to deal with him. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, secretly thinking that if he had known Treasurer Meng cared so much about this matter, he wouldn't have asked so many questions. Now he was suffering so much, it was as if he had lifted a stone to smash his own foot. A few days later, the demon capital came into view. Looking from a distance, the entire demon capital looked like a wild beast crawling on the ground, exuding an ancient, desolate aura. Even from a few dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai could feel waves of tyrannical demonic qi coming from the other side. This was the aura of the masters of the demon race who lived in the demon capital. Although there were only 5 third-order saints in the entire demon land, there were no less than a dozen saint realm masters in the demon capital. Demon Commander Zhang Yuan spent most of his time in retreat, comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao, not paying much attention to the affairs of the demon land. It was rumored that he wanted to break through his current shackles and reach the heights great demon god had reached in the past. Unfortunately, even after several hundred years, his cultivation seemed to have not made any progress, remaining stagnant at his current realm. Even so, he was still the #1 master in the demon land, far more powerful than the 4 demon general. The cities of the demon race were quite different from those of the human race. Not only was this reflected in the architectural style, but the buildings here were also quite rough, giving them a wild sense of beauty. On top of that, the demon race cities had no one guarding their gates. Anyone could enter and leave freely from the city gates. Unlike the human race cities where there were guards standing in front of the gates and one needed to pay crystal stones to enter. The group of 4 didn't bother concealing their faces and simply walked into the demon capital from the city gates. In an instant, countless eyes shot towards Yang Kai, sizing him up with great interest. Human. Heh. Interesting. There's actually a human who dares to break into my demon capital. This little brat's courage isn't small. Isn't he looking down on the demon race too much? The demon race cultivator who had been walking through the demon capital all grinned towards Yang Kai, cold, murderous intent flashing across their faces. Many of them even stealthily approached Yang Kai, wanted to teach him a lesson. Meng Wuya coldly snorted, sweeping his majestic eyes around. Every demon race cultivator who was targeted by him stopped in their tracks, a chill rising from the depths of their hearts, as if they had been plunged into an ice house. Wuya with the demon race, with the demon race, with the demon race to the end of the world. Is there anyone I could talk to? Yang Kai glanced around and asked loudly. The many demon race cultivators just stared at him, none of them answering. Yang Kai suddenly turned his eyes to a certain spot in the crowd where a second-order saint demon race cultivator was striding over, his expression extremely cold and his demonic qi fluctuating erratically. When he saw the three people standing behind Xianxia, his eyes filled with dread. The other demons didn't have eyesight and couldn't see the strength of Meng Wuya, Li Rong, Han Fei, and the others, but this demon was different. These three people, no matter who they were, gave him a great deal of pressure, so naturally, he knew they weren't nobodies. However, these three top masters were actually following behind a single human youth. Just who was this human youth? Who is your excellency? What business do you have with my demon capital? The demon stopped 10 meters in front of Xianxia and stopped, not daring to approach any closer, shouting from a distance. Your demon commander invited me here. Can you inform him that Xianxia has arrived? Xianxia. The demon race cultivator frowned, vaguely remembering where he had heard this name before, but he couldn't remember where, quickly asking, was it really the demon commander master who invited you here? Do you think I would lie to you? Xianxia laughed. Good. You wait here for a moment. I'll go to the demon palace to ask for instructions. The demon quickly exhorted, but just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled and his ears perked up, a moment later nodding seriously and respectfully, saying, Yes. Turning to Xianxia, he cupped his fists and said, Demon Commander Master just sent a message telling me to lead you to the demon palace. There's no need to ask for instructions. This way, please. Xianxia nodded and followed along with Meng Wuya and the others. Countless demons curiously looked at the backs of Xianxia and the others, wondering why the Demon Commander Master had invited such a human to the demon capital. In front of the demon palace, there was a huge, wide chalk field. Inside the wide chalk field, there were many black stone pillars, each of which contained some subtle mysteries, faintly visible energy flowing through them. Many people were bound to these stone pillars, some of them already dead, some of them still gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of death. The entire wide chalk field exuded a rancid smell, and crows cawed as they descended, landing on the corpses and pecking at the rotting flesh. When Xianxia followed the demon through the wide chalk field, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at it, frowning slightly. The demon seemed to see Xianxia's suspicion and took the initiative to explain, These are all sinners who disobeyed the Demon Commander Master. They will be punished here for 90 days before they are allowed to die. 90 days. The Demon Commander's methods are a bit too cruel. Killing people is just a nod of the head. Xianxia showed an unhappy expression. The demon sneered. The Demon Commander Master has already shown mercy to them. If it were me, I would definitely have extracted their divine souls and tortured them for eternity. Xianxia glanced at him and secretly shook his head. Although he knew that the people of the demon race were fierce and ruthless, this method was still a bit too cruel. It seems that not all of those bound here are demons. Why do I see traces of humans? Xianxia looked at one of the stone pillars. The corpse on the stone pillar didn't have any trace of demon qi. It was clearly a human. Oh, that's a very small number. These people are the so-called masters of your human race, daring to invade my demon land. Naturally, they must pay a price. The demon grinned and said carelessly. Xianxia nodded. There were always some people in this world who had nothing better to do and thought they were strong enough to come to the demon land to stir up trouble and make a name for themselves, but they didn't recognize their own limits. In the end, they tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Towards this kind of people, Xianxia felt they deserved it and didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. Xianxia, Meng Wuya suddenly stopped and looked at one of the stone pillars with a serious expression. What's wrong? Look at that person. Meng Wuya pointed not far away. Looking in the direction he pointed, Xianxia saw a demon with disheveled hair bound to the stone pillar. His aura was weak, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. His head was drooping, his messy hair covering his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Moreover, his hands and feet were pierced through by long black nails, nailing him to the stone pillar, making it impossible for him to move. The blood flowing from his wounds had long since dried up, making him look extremely pitiful. Li Rong couldn't help frowning, secretly rejoicing that the master she followed wasn't as cruel as Demon Commander Zhang Yuan. The demon who led Yang Kai and the others over also glanced over and grinned. That guy's a tough bone. Even I admire him. Saying so, he explained, he can be considered a rising star of my demon land. 10 years ago, he was still a nobody, but in the past 10 years, his strength has rapidly increased, and now he has reached the peak of the First Order Saint realm. I'm afraid if he was given another 2 years, he would be able to reach my level of cultivation. Unfortunately, it's a pity he was unwilling to serve the Demon Commander, so the Demon Commander had him nailed here and told him that he would release him when he thought it through. It's been several months now, but he still refuses to relent. Master Demon Commander said that sooner or later he will reach the Third Order Saint realm, and one day, my demon land will have a 5th demon general. Isn't it similar? Meng Wuya ignored the demon's chatter and instead stared at Yang Kai with a heavy expression. It's not just similar, it's definitely him. Yang Kai's face became gloomy as he strode towards the stone pillar. Hey, what are you doing? The demon saw that something was wrong and quickly shouted, at the same time trying to stop Yang Kai. You shut up. Meng Wuya glanced over at him, murderous intent flashing across his eyes. If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I'll kill you right now. If you dare take another step, I'll kill you too. The demon opened his mouth, his face flushing red, but he didn't dare to say anything, nor did he dare to make any more movements. He could see the thick murderous intent in Meng Wuya's eyes. What's wrong with Master? Li Rong was puzzled. Does he know that demon? He does. Meng Wuya nodded solemnly. Li Rong's tender body trembled as she couldn't help glancing over at him with concern. On the other side, Yang Kai had already arrived at the stone pillar, seemingly unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, a faint trace of guilt appearing on his face. With trembling hands, he brushed back the disheveled hair of the demon, revealing his pale and colorless face. Perceiving the movement, the demon opened his eyes faintly and Yang Kai's figure gradually condensed in front of him. After seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, the demon's originally cloudy eyes suddenly burst with light as a look of surprise appeared on his face. His dry lips wriggled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out. I know. Yang Kai nodded. Don't speak for now. The demon gently nodded, obediently obeying Yang Kai. Bear with it. I'll get you down. Yang Kai said again, reaching out and grabbing the long black nail that had nailed the demon's right hand, pulling it out with all his might, causing black blood to spurt out. Repeating the same process, Yang Kai removed the remaining 3 nails. During this time, because of the severe pain, the demon constantly trembled, but his backbone seemed to be extremely firm, not uttering a single sound from beginning to end. Li Rong and Han Fei watched with discomfort. Yang Kai put down the half-dead demon cultivator and gave him some myriad drug milk to help him recover, then hurriedly checked the condition of his body. Chapter 9:59. Zhang Yuan didn't seem to want to take this demon race man's life, nor did he want to injure him. He was simply torturing him, making him suffer unbearable physical pain in order to force him to submit and serve him. Therefore, although this demon race man's injuries seemed serious, they were actually not serious. It was just that after being trapped here for a few months, he had become too weak. After taking the myriad drug milk, with his physique, he would be able to recover in a dozen or so days. Yang Kai took a deep breath and relaxed his expression. Yang Xianxia. A figure suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. It was Demon Commander Zhang Yuan. Staring at Yang Kai with a bitter expression, he let out a hollow laugh and said, You came to Demon Palace and immediately attacked my people. I'm afraid that's not very good. Have you ever asked for my opinion? Your people? Yang Kai straightened up and glared at him, sneering. He's one of my people. Zhang Yuan frowned and looked at Yang Kai in confusion. Yang Xianxia, what do you mean? This senior doesn't quite understand. Has Yang Xianxia mistaken me? For someone else? His body is that of a former demon general, but the soul inside it belongs to a friend of mine. Yangkai interrupted him without waiting for him to finish, not giving the demon commander any face. Zhang Yuan's expression changed as he said in surprise, Yang Shengzhu knew about this. I'll settle this account with you later. Yang Kai grit his teeth and bent down to pick up the demon race man on the ground, glancing sideways at Zhang Yuan as he said, Arrange a place for me to heal him. Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly and nodded quickly. He could also see that Yang Kai wasn't just spouting nonsense. The soul hidden inside the former demon general's body really was related to him. And their relationship wasn't shallow. With a belly full of complaints, Zhang Yuan still cooperated and arranged a room for Yang Kai. Inside the room, the demon man was lying on a bed as Li Rong and Han Fei continued to pour their Yuan Qi to become the demon race into his body to help him recover. After watching for a while, Zhang Yuan felt bored and casually found an excuse to leave. Walking out of the demon palace, the second-order saint who had led Yang Kai and the others here was still waiting outside. Seeing Zhang Yuan, this saint quickly saluted respectfully. Sent a letter to Go Qiong and the others. Tell them to come to the demon capital as soon as possible. I want to see them within 10 days. Zhang Yuan quickly ordered. Yes. The devil cultivator accepted the order and immediately left. After he left, Zhang Yuan glanced back at the majestic demon palace, his eyes shining with excitement, his face twitching slightly. Yang Kai had come with the demon mystic tome. This meant that the problem that had troubled him for hundreds of years would be solved. This was his greatest wish since becoming the demon commander. So how could he not be excited at this critical moment? There's no major problem. He should be able to wake up in about half a day. Li Rong and Han Fei both took back their hands and no longer poured their Yuan Qi to become the demon race into the demon man's body, nodding gently to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded, staring at the demon man in front of him with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected that this demon man, who he thought was the least of his worries, would end up in such a state today. Master, this person. Li Rong looked at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing why he took this demon man so seriously. Yang Kai smiled. He's called the Old Demon. I just heard that this body belonged to a demon general back in the day. And the Old Demon was only a remnant of his soul, but by chance he obtained an undamaged demon general's body and used his soul to occupy it. Yang Kai immediately explained. Li Rong nodded repeatedly, only now understanding the relationship between Yang Kai and the Old Demon. When Yang Kai was still very weak, the Old Demon had always been by his side and helped him a lot. Although at the beginning neither of them trusted the other, and there was murderous intent between them, as time passed and the two sides cooperated sincerely, they became more and more honest with each other. In the end, even after the Old Demon regained his freedom, he did not leave Yang Kai. He was grateful to Yang Kai for giving him a second life, and Yang Kai was also very grateful for the help he had provided. As they were talking, the Old Demon suddenly opened his eyes and called out with difficulty, Young Master, Old Meng. Yang Kai was startled and quickly turned to him, asking with concern, How do you feel? Not good. The Old Demon spat disdainfully, his face filled with resentment. Meng Wuya laughed. Old Demon, how did you end up like this? If Yang Kai and this old master hadn't happened to come here today, I'm afraid you would still have to suffer that physical pain. And when this old master cultivates to the third-order saint realm, I'll wring Zhang Yuan's head off and use it as a urinal. Otherwise, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. The Old Demon cursed as he gasped for breath. If you have such ability, just come. This senior will be waiting. Zhang Yuan walked in with a smile, a look of indifference on his face. Yang Kai glared at him coldly. Zhang Yuan leisurely said, Yang Shangzhu, please don't take offense. This senior didn't know he was one of your people. And this senior will apologize to this brother here. Saying so, he continued, In fact, this senior didn't have any malicious intent. I just wanted him to submit to me, but I didn't expect him to have such a strong backbone. If he had told me earlier that he was one of Xianxia's people, how could I have treated him like this? You also saw that although he suffered some physical pain, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. This senior also cherishes talent. The old demon grinned strangely. Today, I'm not as good as you, so you can do whatever you want, but when my strength surpasses yours, I'll definitely show you how fierce I am. Zhang Yuan raised his brow. Brother, you should think about how to perfectly integrate your soul with this body. In your current situation, in less than 20 years, your body will definitely be damaged. At that time, you'll have to find a new body and cultivate again. When will you be able to twist off this senior's head? Hearing what he said, the old demon's face went black. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Zhang Yuan said wasn't wrong. When he obtained this demon general's body, he had told Yang Kai that there wouldn't be any problems for the next 30 years, but if he couldn't perfectly integrate his soul with his body during this time, he would have to seize another body. Now, more than 10 years had passed, and the demon commander's vision was sharp enough to see the old demon's future worries. Yang Shengzhu, although this senior has made some mistakes, this brother's body is the body of a demon general of my demon race. It stands to reason that this senior, as the master of the demon race, should take back this body. It is for this reason that this senior wants him to surrender, but since he is one of Yang Shengzhu's people, how about we call it quits? This body will be given to Yang Shengzhu, and Yang Shengzhu will no longer bother with me for torturing him. Zhang Yuan said sincerely. Yang Kai frowned and glanced over at the old demon. It's up to you. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll help you tear this demon capital apart. As soon as this statement came out, Zhang Yuan's face changed greatly. Yang Shengzhu, don't joke around. Yang Kai turned his head and stared at him coldly. Do I look like I'm joking around? Meng Wuxia, Li Rong, and Han Fei all looked at him with hostility. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a great pressure. Although he was strong, had a profound cultivation, and had earth-shattering means, Meng Wuxia and Li Rong were already difficult for him to deal with. If the two of them attacked together, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. If they really fought, the demon capital might really be torn apart. In an instant, Zhang Yuan's face became heavy as he stared at the old demon slightly nervously, fearing that he would agree. Many thanks for young master's good intentions, but for today's humiliation, this old master will repay it himself. There is no need for young master to intervene. The old demon grinned. Zhang Yuan's expression suddenly relaxed. Yang Kai nodded and no longer said anything. This senior will send someone to deliver some supplements, Zhang Yuan said before quickly leaving. As a demon commander, how many years had it been since he had been threatened by others? When had he ever been so vexed? If it weren't for the fact that he needed to use the demon mystic tome in Yang Kai's hands to unlock the secrets left behind by great demon god, he wouldn't have swallowed such humiliation. A demon commander naturally had his own pride. A short time later, a maid from the demon palace delivered some rare precious treasures to help the old demon restore his vitality. The old demon was extremely satisfied and talked with Yang Kai and the others about his experiences over the past 10 years. After coming to Tongxian realm with Meng Wuxia and the others, the old demon separated from the three of them. He had occupied the body of the demon general, and it was too dangerous for him to act in the human race's territory. So he had come to the demon land alone. Over the next 10 years, he had hidden his identity and cultivated diligently to improve his strength. After all, he had the foundation of a top-level master, and the body he had occupied was the body of a top-level master. Everything was ready. All he needed to do was accumulate world energy into his body, and when the time came, his strength would naturally improve. There was no such thing as a bottleneck. After more than 10 years, his strength had been restored step by step to the peak of the First Order Saint realm. But no matter how careful he was still discovered. Someone recognized him as the missing demon general and reported this matter to the demon commander. The demon commander personally took action and brought him back to the demon palace, ordering him to swear allegiance to him. The old demon refused, and was nailed to the stone pillar by the demon commander. A few months later, Xianxia came here. After listening to his story, Xianxia and Meng Wuya looked at each other, both feeling a little surprised. Neither of them had expected the old demon to be so principled. "Young master, how is your situation? How did you find this place?" The old demon began to ask about Xianxia's experiences. Xianxia explained. Compared with the old demon's experience, Xianxia's experience was much more spectacular. Many of the things he had experienced were things that even Li Rong and the others were hearing for the first time, so they couldn't help but listen with great interest. Learning that Ling Tai Su had also come to Tongxian realm, the old demon couldn't help showing a joyful expression. After learning that the world had undergone great changes and that the bone race had revived, the old demon's expression suddenly became very strange, and he quickly asked, "Young master, is the bone race you speak of a race that can absorb the flesh and blood essence of the dead to shape their own bodies?" "Yes." Xianxia's body shook as he stared at the old demon in surprise. "You've seen them before?" The old demon shook his head. "But I have an impression that I have dealt with this race before." Chapter 960. The old demon was a remnant soul. Before, Xianxia didn't know which era he was from, but as he grew in power and came into contact with more and more secrets, he was able to determine that the old demon was at least a few thousand years old, because Xianxia had found him in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The Heaven's Cave inheritance had something to do with Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion. The inheritances of these two great forces had been broken thousands of years ago. That era belonged to the great demon god. In other words, the old demon and great demon god were from the same era. It was possible that he had dealt with the bone race, but his memory loss was so severe that he couldn't even remember his own name, only vaguely remembering how he addressed the old demon. He didn't know much about the bone race. If there is a bone race, is there a race with a single horn on their head? The old demon seemed to recall some clues and asked, "You mean the monster race?" Xianxia asked suspiciously. With a single horn on their head, it was very likely they were monster race. No. It's a race called the Horn Race." The old demon frowned, unable to recall much about it. After chatting for a while, Xianxia let the old demon rest. For 5 days, Xianxia and the others stayed in the demon palace. Zhang Yuan's hospitality was impeccable. Every day, there would be a variety of exotic delicacies, all of which were unique to the demon land. Not only were they extremely delicious, but they could also improve one's cultivation and refine one's physique. However, Xianxia didn't come here to enjoy life. Many times he spoke to Zhang Yuan about the secrets left behind by great demon god. Zhang Yuan simply brushed him off, telling him there was no need to rush and that he could enjoy himself in the demon capital for a few days before discussing this matter again. Xianxia knew that Zhang Yuan was aware that with his strength alone, there was no way he could compete with Meng, Wuya, and Li Rong, so he had probably already sent a message to the 4 demon general to ask them to come help. It wasn't that he wanted to fight, it was just that no one knew what the secrets left behind by the great demon god were, and it was likely that there were some great benefits to be had. If the moment came, Zhang Yuan wouldn't be polite and would definitely lead the 4 demon general to snatch these benefits. Understanding Zhang Yuan's concerns, Xianxia no longer pressed him. A few days later, Kai Yang, who was wandering around the demon capital, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky, a pensive look on his face. The 4 demon general have arrived. Meng Wuya grinned wickedly. This old master knew Zhang Yuan was waiting for them. That old boy's vigilance is quite heavy, thinking we're after the secrets left behind by great demon god. It's only natural for him to have scruples. Xianxia snorted. "Let's go back. I don't think he'll refuse this time." Saying so, Xianxia led the group towards the demon palace. On the streets, countless demons cast curious glances towards Xianxia. The demons living in the demon city all knew that this human youth was a guest of the demon commander's master. So when Xianxia was wandering around these past few days, none of them dared to cause trouble. They were only curious as to why the demon commander's master would so warmly entertain a human. In front of the demon palace, Yang Kai and the others had just arrived when a demon walked up to them and cupped his fists. Yang Xianxia, demon commander's master, invites you in. Yang Kai and Meng Wei glanced at each other and smiled knowingly. Lead the way. Yang Kai nodded lightly to the demon. The demon didn't say a word, simply turning around and leading the way. Inside a certain palace, Zhang Yuan and the 4 demon generals sat down, waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. Seeing him stride forward, Zhang Yuan stood up and greeted him with a big smile. Yang Xianxia, I made you wait for so many days because my 4 subordinates were also very curious about the secrets left behind by the great demon god and insisted on coming here to take a look. Come, this senior will introduce you to him. Saying so, Zhang Yuan turned to the 4 demon generals and said, This is Yang Kai, the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. I believe some of you have already met him, and even if you haven't, you have at least heard of his reputation. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the 4 and added, I am also the successor of the great demon god. Zhang Yuan's complexion changed, and the 4 demon generals couldn't help showing a trace of nervousness and awe. Even Xueli smiled at Yang Kai in a friendly manner, no longer displaying any of her previous hostility or arrogance. The weight of the great demon god successor was almost equal to that of the demon commander, so none of them dared show the slightest contempt or disrespect. Zhang Yuan gawked for a moment before laughing. Yang Xianxia is also the successor chosen by the great demon god, but unfortunately he is a human. If he were someone from my demon race, this senior would gladly hand over the position of demon commander to him. The demon land was established by the great demon god, so his successor should naturally be in charge of it. Zhang Yuan's few words revealed his dread towards Yang Kai, as if he was afraid he would try to snatch the position of demon commander. Quickly changing the subject, he introduced Yang Kai. These 4 are the pillars of my demon land. Yang Xianxia has already met Xueli and Meng Ge. He is Go Qiong, and he is Bahi. Saying so, he pointed to the other 2. Bahi gently nodded to Yang Kai. This demon, General Yang Kai, had only heard of his name and had never had any dealings with him. On the other hand, Yang Kai gave Go Qiong a second glance. Go Qiong's face twitched as he felt somewhat embarrassed, cupping his fists and saying, Yang Xianxia, there seems to have been some misunderstanding between you and me before. Go Qiong will apologize to Yang Xianxia here. Master Yang Xianxia, please don't take offense. I must also thank Yang Xianxia for saving my son's life. If it weren't for Yang Xianxia, my son would have already died in that mysterious small world. Yang Kai smiled heartily. Master Go Qiong is too polite. How is Go Che? Many thanks for Yang Xianxia's concern. My son is well. Go Qiong nodded. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai wouldn't bother with him about his past and would simply brush it off. His son, Go Che, had once been trapped in a mysterious small world with Yang Kai. In the end, it was Yang Kai who helped him escape. It was in that mysterious small world that Yang Kai obtained the divine tree. However, after escaping from that mysterious small world, they were captured by Xueli and taken to Sand City. Soon after, Go Qiong sent someone to redeem Go Che and take Yang Kai's life. All of these grievances were not worth mentioning. What about the Sun Clan? All the mysterious small worlds in the world have been opened, and there is a clan called the Sun Clan living in that mysterious small world. What happened to them? Yang Kai asked. In the past, he had suffered many losses at the hands of the Sun Clan. They've all been eliminated. Go Qiong replied firmly. The power in their bodies restrains my demon race, so they can't exist. Yang Kai nodded. The Sun Clan suffering such a fate was normal. Who told the entrance to that mysterious small world to be in the demon land? Even if Go Qiong didn't eliminate them, Xueli wouldn't sit idly by. Good, enough of this small talk. Let's get down to business. Zhang Yuan shouted. Everyone's expression became solemn. This time, I invited Xianxia here mainly for the secret left behind by great demon god. Xianxia must be very curious. Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. That's why I came here. Zhang Yuan gently nodded and sighed. To be honest, if I had any other choice, this senior would not have wanted to rely on others. This is a secret left behind by great demon godmaster, one of the secrets of my demon race. But now, besides the demon god mystic tome in Yang Xingzhu's hands, there is no other way to open this secret. I believe this is also the intention of great demon godmaster. The several demon generals' expression became dignified as they stared at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. So, this senior needs to confirm this, and also needs Yang Xingzhu to give this senior a guarantee. What guarantee? No matter what the secret is, Yang Xingzhu must not reveal it. Good. Yang Kai nodded. If there are any benefits left behind, they will belong to my demon race. Yang Xingzhu must not covet them. Of course, since you've worked so hard and traveled so far to come here, this senior will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Demon Commander Master, what kind of benefits do you think there will be? Yang Kai chuckled. Who knows? Legend has it that great demon god master possesses all kinds of divine technique. Perhaps his cultivation method is hidden there. As soon as this statement came out, the breathing of the four demon general suddenly became rapid, and a look of greed appeared in their eyes. All of them were tempted. I actually think there's nothing there. Yang Kai smiled confidently. Why does Yang Xingzhu say that? Zhang Yuan looked at him strangely, secretly feeling that Yang Kai seemed to know something, so he couldn't help paying attention to him. Just saying, Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. In that strange world, great demon god Soul Clone had said that if he had a chance to go to the demon capital, as long as he went there, all the mysteries would be solved. So Yang Kai firmly believed that this secret was not some kind of divine technique of great demon god, but rather a simple secret. The benefits left behind by great demon god were all hidden in the demon mystic tome, and Yang Kai had already obtained them. Seeing that Yang Kai wasn't willing to talk about it, Zhang Yuan frowned and helplessly asked, then does Yang Xingzhu agree to this senior's proposal? It doesn't matter, I'll do as you say. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing him agree so readily, Zhang Yuan's expression froze for a moment as a bad premonition filled his heart. He also felt that the secret left behind by great demon god didn't have any benefits, causing his mood to plummet. But until the last moment, Zhang Yuan wouldn't be disappointed, so he quickly regained his composure and said, then there's no problem. Of course, if Yang Xingzhu trusts this senior hopes you can enter that place alone. Impossible! Meng Wuya shook his head decisively, staring at Zhang Yuan with a sneer. You and the four demon general are here. If you let him follow you alone, wouldn't that be the same as sending a lamb to the tiger's den? No matter what, this old master and the others must follow. This old master doesn't trust you. In the past, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of the demon commander and had learned from his mistakes. Zhang Yuan looked at Meng Wuya helplessly, aware of the latter's firm attitude, hesitated for a moment before nodding. Good. Then everyone will go together. However, this senior still has the same condition. No matter what you see there, you cannot leak it out otherwise. Otherwise what? Meng Wuya looked at Zhang Yuan provocatively. Nothing. This senior cherishes his friendship with Yang Xingzhu very much and doesn't want to make things difficult for anyone. Zhang Yuan smiled lightly and no longer said anything, beckoning to his group. Everyone, please follow me. The four demon general excitedly followed. They were also very curious about the secret left behind by great demon god. Before, they had only heard rumors about it and had never been to that place. But now that they had the opportunity to see it with their own eyes, it was all thanks to Yang Kai. Chapter 961. Following Zhang Yuan through the Demon Palace. After a short time, they arrived at a certain room and Zhang Yuan walked in, the others following closely behind. Yang Kai looked around and quickly discovered that this room should be Zhang Yuan's personal residence, and the entrance to the secret chamber left behind by Great Demon God was also hidden here. For many years, only the demon commanders of each generation were qualified to study this place, but now there were many more. In the corner of the room, Zhang Yuan released a few bursts of demonic qi, and a hidden door suddenly opened. Zhang Yuan walked in without saying a word, followed by the four-demon general. Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai and whispered to him to be careful before taking the lead. Yang Kai then walked inside. Li Rong, Han Fei, and the old demon brought up the rear. There was a straight passageway leading downwards. Although there was no light, it was not dark. Both sides of the passageway were decorated with many strange stones that were emitting light. The light was gentle and not dazzling. From the front, whispering could be heard, as if the four-demon general were discussing something. Kaiyang also discovered a lot of interesting things. On the walls on both sides of the corridor, there were many drawings of dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. These drawings were very abstract, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell what they were. Zhang Yuan's voice came from the front. These patterns are all important and glorious events of Great Demon God's life. Perhaps they were created by Great Demon God himself, but they don't have much significance. Yang Kai nodded gently, walking forward and looking around. Suddenly, the incongruous patterns in front of him seemed to come alive as clear scenes flashed before his eyes, silently narrating the life stories of Great Demon God. Yang Kai even saw the battle between Great Demon God and the Nine Heavens Holy Landmaster. Great Demon God was injured while the Nine Heavens Holy Landmaster was severely injured, taking away a drop of Demon God golden blood. Yang Kai also saw the battle between Great Demon God and a man and woman who were proficient in a dual cultivation secret art. The Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix flew around the world, but the couple still couldn't defeat them. He even saw a pair of tall and sturdy twin brothers being defeated by the Great Demon God. Then he saw the Great Demonic God standing proudly in the middle of an iceberg that had never melted since ancient times. Beside him was a woman in pure white clothes who was bathed in blood. She was looking at him with a look of love and hate. After a long time, the Great Demonic God left in a carefree manner. The woman was sad, and tears silently fell from her eyes. Yang Kai suddenly realized that there was a mystery behind these patterns. If he studied them carefully, he might be able to gain something special. The man and woman who were proficient in a dual cultivation secret art were obviously the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of Dragon Phoenix Palace. Those twin brothers were definitely the two pavilion masters of the Twin Spirit Pavilion at that time. As for the woman wearing a white dress in the Ice Mountain, if Yang Kai wasn't wrong, she should be a senior from Ice Sect. These three sects were the top sects in that era. Those who fought against the Great Demonic God were all the most powerful masters of their time, but the Great Demonic God never lost a single battle, winning every single one of them. Scenes flashed before Yang Kai's eyes like flowing water, giving him a wonderful feeling, as if he was standing in the position of the Great Demon God, coldly overlooking all living beings in this world, making him feel lonely at the top. The Great Demonic God only took a few dozen years to establish himself as the strongest master under the heavens, one that no one could surpass. Since then, he had been lonely and lonely. He embarked on a journey to Star Field to explore more profound mysteries and secrets of the martial Dao. There was no news of him. There were rumors that he had accidentally fallen on his way to Star Field. Yang Xianxia, Yang Xianxia. Hearing Zhang Yuan's shout, Yang Kai's body shook, and he quickly came back to his senses. Noticing that everyone was looking at him strangely, Yang Kai immediately understood that he had accidentally immersed himself in these strange patterns. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. Zhang Yuan's expression froze as he stared blankly into Yang Kai's eyes. From these eyes, he saw a sense of melancholy, as if in an instant, Yang Kai had experienced thousands of years of the flowing time Great Emperor, giving the young man in front of him the impression that he was a flowing time Great Emperor. Meng Wei apparently also noticed this and couldn't help frowning. However, this melancholy quickly disappeared, so quickly that Zhang Yuan thought he was imagining things and smiled. We've arrived. Now we'll have to trouble Yang Shengzhu. Have we arrived? Yang Kai looked forward and found that there was a dead end in front of him, a thick wall blocking their path. There was a hole in the wall. It was squarish and very flat. Everyone stared at him eagerly. Yang Kai understood, and with a wave of his divine sense, took out the demon mystic tome. In an instant, Zhang Yuan and the 4 demon generals' eyes lit up. Don't try anything funny. If you fight here, none of you will have an easy time. Meng Wei grinned wickedly. This space was too narrow. Once so many Saint Realm masters fought here, the only result would be a lose-lose situation. Zhang Yuan smiled wryly and said, "Isn't Brother Meng being too vigilant? This senior has no intention of seizing someone's treasure. Who knows? That's the demon mystic tome we're talking about. Who knows what you're thinking?" Meng Wuya coldly snorted, leaning closer to Yang Kai and motioning, "You do it, I'll keep an eye on them." Yang Kai nodded and slowly pressed the demon mystic tome in his hand into the pit. Inside the quiet corridor, everyone's breathing suddenly stagnated, their eyes all glued to the demon mystic tome like locusts, their expressions filled with anticipation and excitement. As the distance closed, Yang Kai felt the demon mystic tome in his hand tremble slightly and emit a buzzing sound. Immediately after, the demon mystic tome transformed into a black light and shot directly into the pit. The square pit was instantly filled, and in the next moment, the entire world began to tremble. A rustling sound rang out as gravel began to fall from above everyone's heads, giving them the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. Everyone's expression changed as they secretly became vigilant, not knowing what would happen next. With a cracking sound, a crack suddenly appeared in the thick wall in front of them, and a dazzling white light bloomed from it, causing everyone to lose their sight. At the same time, a huge and irresistible suction force emerged from this crack, and even masters like Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya were helpless in the face of this force. With a series of strange screams, everyone was swallowed up by this crack and disappeared. It was as if they had been swallowed into the belly of a fierce beast. The next moment, in a white world, the masters of the demon race and Yang Kai, Meng Wuya, and the others appeared one by one. "Little brat, where's the demon mystic tome?" Meng Wuya only briefly checked his condition before hurriedly asking Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and whispered, "It's back." The moment he was swallowed up by the crack, the demon mystic tome, used to open the seal, returned to Yang Kai's body. "That's good." Meng Wuya nodded. "What is this?" Over there, Meng Gu suddenly shouted, his tone filled with excitement and disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. Following his gaze, everyone's eyes shrank as they collectively became sluggish. In front of everyone was a ship. It was an incomparably huge ship. However, this ship had been here for who knew how many years and had long since become dilapidated. There were also many traces left behind from the Great Battle. What was strange, though, was that this ship did not have a mast, and there were no traces of it being submerged in water, as if it had never been in the water before. A desolate aura emanated from this dilapidated ship, making people feel that it was very old. Yang Kai glanced around and released his divine sense, surprised to find that all the materials used in this ship were of the highest grade. The dilapidated hull exuded the aura of a saint-grade artifact. A strange look appeared on Yang Kai's face as he secretly clicked his tongue. Such a huge ship. How much material must it have cost to cast? That amount of materials was enough to create hundreds of saint-grade artifacts. This is the secret left behind by great demon master. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself with a look of disbelief on his face, a deep sense of disappointment flashing across his eyes. He had speculated countless times about what would be here, fantasizing that this place would contain great demon gods' cultivation method, various divine technique, or even some secret that would allow him to break through to the next level. No matter what was left behind here, he was looking forward to it, So he had lowered his status and befriended Yang Kai, hoping to use the demon mystic tome in his hands to open this barrier. But when he really came here and opened the barrier that no previous demon commander had been able to open, he found that the situation here was completely different from what he had imagined. It was just a dilapidated ship. Although this dilapidated ship exuded the aura of a saint-grade artifact, what use did it have? Was he going to use it to go out to sea? Zhang Yuan's strength was top-notch, so there was no need for him to use a ship to go out to sea. He couldn't accept this. He even suspected that everything here was a joke played by great demon god to his descendants. It seems like there's only this dilapidated ship here. Meng Wuya grinned, taking pleasure in Zhang Yuan's misfortune. The more disappointed Zhang Yuan was, the happier he was. He couldn't wait for Zhang Yuan to die from disappointment. That shouldn't be the case. Yang Kai frowned. In that strange world, great demon god Soul Clone had clearly said that as long as he went to the demon capital, he would have a chance to figure out everything. Now that he had come here and opened the barrier he had left behind for thousands of years, it was time to unravel his doubts. But he found that things were somewhat different from what he had expected. He was also a little disappointed. If it was just to see this dilapidated ship, why would he come all the way here? Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai confirmed that there was nothing else here except for this dilapidated ship. The profound mysteries are hidden on that ship. Find them for me. Zhang Yuan seemed to have recovered and waved his hand as he shouted. The four demon general glanced at each other before rushing towards the dilapidated ship. I'll also take a look. Meng Wuya grinned wickedly, his figure flickering as he also rushed towards the dilapidated ship with the four demon general, obviously not wanting to give any benefits to others. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't join in the fun. Chapter 962. In the blink of an eye, the four demon generals and Meng Wuya arrived in front of the big ship and were just about to set foot on it, when suddenly, a thick demonic chi burst out from a certain part of the ship. The four demon generals only felt a strong pushing force hit them head-on, and all of them let out strange cries as they tumbled backwards. Even Meng Wuya was pushed back, tumbling through the air a few times before landing beside Yang Kai, staring towards the broken ship with a look of dread. On the other side, a pitch-black energy suddenly appeared. This energy was so dense that it was almost tangible. It floated in the air, constantly changing and wriggling. Great demon god's aura, Yang Kai shouted, a look of vigilance filling his face. Is this the aura of great demon god master? Zhang Yuan exclaimed, his eyes filled with fanaticism as he let out a burst of laughter. This senior knew there was more to this place than just a broken ship. Saying so, he stared at the mass of energy with a burning gaze, hoping to discover something from it. As long as he could find something, this trip would have been worth it. Feeling the tyrannical pressure from this aura, everyone became vigilant. A moment later, the wriggling dark energy transformed into a humanoid figure, and although it was very vague, Yang Kai was still able to make out the image of great demon god from its outline. The figure only paused mid-air for a moment before pouncing straight towards the crowd. As it approached, everyone felt as if their strength had been imprisoned, unable to move at all. With a look of horror, all of them watched as this figure passed through their bodies, exploded into a cloud of black mist, and disappeared. At the same time, everyone felt as if something had appeared in their minds and involuntarily closed their eyes to investigate. Inside the vast expanse of white space, everyone stood motionless, each of them using their divine sense to examine the traces left behind by the black shadow passing through their bodies, their expressions gradually becoming more and more brilliant. It was the same for Yang Kai. After he immersed his mind, he suddenly realized that his soul was no longer in his knowledge sea, but in a vast star field. Stars dotted the sky, and there was nothing under his feet. A master covered in golden light was flying fast in the star field. His eyes were firm, his body was tough, and his face was dignified. He didn't use any secret treasures to protect himself, nor did he circulate the power in his body. He just relied on his body's defense to wander in the star field. It was the great demonic god. Xianxia was greatly shaken. He immediately understood what the Black Shadow had instilled into his knowledge sea. This was clearly the experience of the great demonic god when he explored the star field. The legendary figures of that generation had left behind their experiences in the star field for future generations. Xianxia, on the other hand, was just an outsider. He could only quietly watch everything that happened to him, unable to intervene at all. He believed that the others were the same. Immediately, Xianxia focused on observing, not wanting to miss a single detail. This scene could be connected to the patterns in the corridor. After countless years of loneliness, the great demonic god finally embarked on the path to explore the star field. He had no goal in mind, just like a fallen leaf, drifting with the wind in the vast star field. He encountered the storms of the star field, but managed to rush through them unscathed. His strength was astonishing. He encountered an asteroid sea and sat cross-legged on one of the asteroids, allowing it to carry him through the star field. After an unknown amount of time, the great demonic god, sitting on the asteroid, sea suddenly opened his eyes and stared blankly in a certain direction. Following his gaze, Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He saw a huge ship sailing through the star field, one that was basically the same as the broken ship he had seen before. The great demonic god's eyes lit up, and after the big ship left, he followed it without saying a word. His original intention was to let this big ship take him to a more mysterious world, where he could pursue a more profound martial Tao. But to the great demonic god's surprise, this starfield ship seemed to have a problem and seemed to have lost its way in the starfield. The great demonic god followed it for a few years without any gains and continued to wander the starfield. Until one day, the starfield ship seemed to have discovered something and suddenly changed direction, heading towards a certain planet. The great demonic god had returned. After following the starfield ship and arriving at the planet, the great demonic god suddenly discovered that this was the Xianxia realm he had left. After wandering the starfield for who knows how many years, following this starfield ship, the great demonic god had finally returned to the place he had left. The big ship was anchored somewhere in the demon land. From the big ship, many guests from outer space walked down. Some of these guests had green eyes like ghost flames, some had a single horn on their forehead, which was very strange, and some had a pair of long ears, but most of them were no different from humans. Each of them was extremely powerful, with the weakest among them being a transcendent. The leaders of this group had even surpassed the Saint Realm. As soon as they appeared, the entire demon land was engulfed in the flames of war. The demon general had come to stop them, but the peak Third Order Saint Demon General was as weak as an ant in front of these starfield guests and was easily killed by a green-eyed cultivator. Not even his bones remaining. On a high peak, these masters from the star field stood atop, overlooking Xianxia realm, all of them in high spirits, feeling that with their strength, they could completely enslave this weak world. The great demonic god did not decline and led the entire demon race to fight against these invaders. The scene changed, and on a hellish battlefield, the great demonic god's golden body was bathed in blood as he killed one enemy after another, sending them flying in all directions. On this battlefield, blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. There were ancient demon clansmen with demon crests on their faces who swore to follow the great demonic god, using their bodies and lives to block one attack after another for the great demonic god. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of Dragon Phoenix Palace teamed up to fight against the powerful bone race, Longfeng Xianxia. There were also many masters from Ice Sect who, with a single thought, could cause snowflakes to fall and freeze the world. The two Pavilion Masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion used their Twin Chi shared Spirit Divine art to further enhance their strength. There was also the monster race's great senior, Demonic Chi. The world changed color. In this battle, All the guests from the starry sky were killed, none of them surviving. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress were nowhere to be found, and so were the two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion. Several of the monster race's great seniors had died on the spot. The entire demon race suffered heavy casualties, with the great demonic god suffering heavy injuries and barely surviving. Over the next few dozen years, the great demonic god dragged his broken body across Tongxian realm, using the power of the void corridors scattered throughout the continent to construct a shocking spirit array. He sealed the entire Tongxian realm, making the planet where Tongxian realm was located fade from the sight of the star field, making it so that any guest from the starry sky who might come here would never be able to find Tongxian realm. He left a wisp of his soul clone at the center of this spirit array, guarding it, not allowing anyone to approach for thousands of years. Then, he sealed the ancient demon clan. From then on, there was no news of them. In that vast white world, everyone slowly opened their eyes. Everyone's expression was incomparably complicated. Some didn't dare to believe what they had just seen. The atmosphere was strange and dull. Asterisk Xio, Xio, Xio. Asterisk as they woke up, the dark energy that had been pouring into their bodies overflowed and rushed towards Yang Kai, imprinting itself into his body and disappearing. Yang Kai's body suddenly trembled and his face became ferocious, as if he was enduring some kind of severe pain, sweat dripping from his forehead and drenching his clothes in an instant. Master! Li Rong didn't have time to digest the information she had just obtained and hurriedly looked towards Yang Kai. Everyone had woken up, but Yang Kai still had his eyes closed. Li Rong was also very concerned about the dark energy just now, but she didn't know why Yang Kai's experience was different. Don't disturb him. Meng Wuya suddenly spoke up, a thoughtful look on his face as he said in surprise. He seems to have gained something else. In the end, he is great demon god's successor. Master Demon God seems to be a bit biased. Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai enviously. Although the dark energy that had poured into everyone's bodies just now carried great demon god's memories, it was still a huge amount of energy. If he could refine and absorb this energy, Zhang Yuan was confident that his strength would improve greatly. Unfortunately, this energy had flown away from his body, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of it. Zhang Yuan cursed in his heart. All of you stand back. Meng Wuya looked at Zhang Yuan with displeasure, fearing that he would disturb Yang Kai at this critical moment. Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. Brother Meng, after seeing what happened just now, do you think I will do anything to him? I don't know, but I don't trust you. Meng Wuya remained unmoved. Good, this senior will stand back. Zhang Yuan was helpless and could only walk away with the four-demon general and observe the situation from a distance. Yang Kai's pain seemed to be getting more and more intense, his handsome body trembling as his muscles tightened, causing Li Rong's heart to ache. When did he undergo Yuan Qi holiness transformation? Meng Wuya suddenly asked. The Yuan Qi aura exuding from Yang Kai's body had given him some clues. A few months ago, when we went to High Heaven Pavilion, Li Rong replied. A few months? How could it be so fast? Meng Wuya's expression became gloomy. Yang Kai's current appearance seemed to be a sign of a breakthrough, but after an average cultivator underwent Yuan Qi holiness transformation, it would take at least a few years to truly glimpse the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Even if Yang Kai's talent was good, it was impossible for him to take this step in just a few months. This was too inconceivable. Just as Meng Wuya was pondering, under Yang Kai's left eye, a drop of blood suddenly rolled down like a pearl, mixed with a golden glow. What happened? Meng Wuya was shocked. Will young master be okay? Old Demon also expressed his concern. Meng Wuya didn't say a word and instead focused on inquiring about Yang Kai's situation. The more he investigated, the more uncertain he became. He had never encountered a situation like Yang Kai's. Chapter 963. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a sudden change occurred. Just after he finished investigating the secrets of great demon gods' exploration of the star field, a surge of energy suddenly poured into his knowledge sea. His entire knowledge sea was thrown into turmoil as the island formed by the six-colored soul-warming lotus floated up and down, seemingly on the verge of being overturned at any moment. Xianxia tried his best to maintain the calm of his knowledge sea, but was unable to stop it. This energy was like a violent storm, like a bolt of lightning, tearing apart his knowledge sea, causing him unbearable pain. The demon eye of annihilation suspended above his knowledge sea suddenly released a powerful suction force and absorbed all the energy that poured in, immediately plunging his entire knowledge sea into darkness. This was Xianxia's domain, and here he was the master. He could command everything here, even change the scenery and layout. However, when the demon eye of annihilation swallowed all this energy, Xianxia suddenly discovered that he had lost control of his knowledge sea. His soul avatar felt as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss, falling forever without end, causing him to panic. In the darkness, only the golden light emitted by the demon eye of annihilation was dazzling. His soul avatar was enveloped by this golden light, giving him a terrifying feeling that it was about to be swallowed whole. The golden light of the demon eye of annihilation restrained all spiritual energy. The souls of the masters Xianxia had killed were all drawn to this place, and then purified by this golden light. It had never harmed Xianxia before, but this time was different. Xianxia faintly felt that if he didn't do something, he might end up like those people, his soul avatar purified, leaving behind only some pure spiritual energy. At that time, he would no longer exist in this world. Roaring in resistance, Xianxia saw a faint six-colored light bloom in the darkness. His mind shook as his soul avatar hurriedly flew in that direction. A moment later, his soul avatar set foot on the six-colored island. On the six-colored island, there were countless tiny soul-devouring insects living here. After a long period of nourishment, these soul-devouring insects seemed to have become stronger than before. Xianxia ignored them, and with a thought, the six-colored island returned to its original form, taking on the appearance of the soul-warming lotus. The lotus petals gradually closed and wrapped around Xianxia's soul avatar. The golden light from the demon eye of annihilation was like a scorching sun, evaporating the energy in Xianxia's sea of knowledge, causing it to rapidly dry up. An unimaginable pain was transmitted from the depths of his soul. Xianxia clenched his teeth and urged the power of the soul-warming lotus to continuously replenish his fading knowledge sea. Gradually, the pain became a lot weaker, and Xianxia was surprised to discover that he had formed a strange connection with the demon eye of annihilation that belonged to great demon god. Since obtaining the demon eye of annihilation, Xianxia had been trying to refine it, but unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Although he could use the purifying power of the demon eye of annihilation, fundamentally speaking, this golden eye was just a foreign object that existed in his knowledge sea and was not something he truly owned. This was completely different from the six-colored soul warming lotus. After experiencing a series of painful experiences, Xianxia had formed a true connection with the demon eye of annihilation. The evaporated energy in his knowledge sea had become a bridge between him and the demon eye of annihilation, allowing the demon eye of annihilation to truly acknowledge him. Perceiving this, Xianxia suddenly became excited. Without restraint, he began to stimulate the power of the soul-warming lotus, constantly producing new seawater in his knowledge sea, which was then evaporated and absorbed by the demon eye of annihilation. With the passage of time, the pain in his soul became lighter and lighter, gradually disappearing. Instead, it gave Xianxia a relaxed and happy feeling. Finally, at a certain moment, Xianxia felt that the demon eye of annihilation had truly become his. The demon eye of annihilation, which had been suspended in midair, suddenly fell from the sky like a meteor and crashed straight towards Xianxia. The six-colored soul-warming lotus wrapped around Yang Kai, opened its petals, and Yang Kai stared at the demon eye of annihilation fearlessly, allowing it to rush into his soul avatar and disappear. The world suddenly became a little different, and a subtle joy rose from the bottom of his heart. In the vast expanse of whiteness, Kai Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Pain spread from his left eye, and Meng Wuya and the others around him were looking at him with concern and nervousness. "Yang Kai, what happened?" Meng Wuya hurriedly asked. As soon as these words came out, Meng Wuya froze on the spot, his eyes overflowing with shock as he pointed to Yang Kai. "Your left eye." The left eye was no longer black and white, but a golden pupil. The long and narrow golden pupil was filled with endless majesty, and the expression in its eyes was also extremely indifferent. It was just like the great demon god that Meng Wuyi had seen before, coldly looking down on all living things. Vaguely, an invisible vortex emerged from the golden eye and madly tugged at Meng Wuya's soul, as if trying to devour it and destabilize it. Treasurer Meng's face changed greatly, and he quickly averted his gaze, shouting, "Close your left eye." Yang Kai was startled, but quickly realized what had happened and reached out to cover his left eye. The palm of his hand was damp and hot, as well as the smell of blood. It wasn't until this moment that Li Rong, Han Fei, and Old Demon breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with shock. "Young master, what happened to your left eye?" Old Demon asked in a trembling voice. Old Servant Soul was almost sucked away. The demon eye of annihilation. It's the demon eye of annihilation of great demon god. Zhang Yuan screamed crazily. Even though they were separated by a great distance, when he looked at Yang Kai just now, he could still feel the pull he felt. It was as if he was facing the great demon god himself. The pressure he felt was like a mountain. The four demon general also went pale as they stared at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. The great demon god had all kinds of divine abilities, and one of them was cultivated in his left eye. It was the soul-extinguishing golden light. According to the ancient records, the great demon god's left eye could see through all illusions in the world and restrain all divine souls. What Zhang Yuan had never imagined was that after thousands of years, the demon eye of annihilation would reappear. It had reappeared in the body of a human. This made him feel very disappointed. He couldn't help wondering what this little brat Yang Kai had done to be so lucky. "I need to enter retreat for a while." Yang Kai covered his eye and wiped the blood from it as he said lightly. Meng Wei nodded. That golden eye was really too dangerous. If he couldn't control it freely, anyone who approached Yang Kai in the future would likely suffer a calamity. "Then you enter retreat here. We'll go out first. When you come out, we'll discuss other things," Meng Wei said in a deep voice before turning to Zhang Yuan. "Do you have any questions?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. Yang Kai then summoned the demon mystic tome and opened the exit, allowing the others to leave first. After they left, Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in studying the demon eye of annihilation. Time flew by, and 1 month later, inside the demon palace, Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, the four demon general, and Meng Wuyi were all waiting anxiously. During this past month, Yang Kai had remained in retreat, so they had nothing to do. It wasn't until today that they suddenly noticed Yang Kai's aura appear and immediately understood that he should have exited his retreat. All of them rushed to Zhang Yuan's room and stared at the entrance to the secret room. Not long after, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor. A moment later, Yang Kai's figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai's left eye with lingering fear and found that it had returned to its normal state, becoming black and white again. "Did you succeed?" Meng Wuya hurriedly asked. And Yang Kai gently nodded. It took him an entire month to finally be able to freely control the demon eye of annihilation. This eye, which contained the divine technique of great demon god, could greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. Since Yang Xingzhu has come out, let's discuss what we saw before. Zhang Yuan didn't want to talk too deeply about the demon eye of annihilation and said in a sour tone. Everyone glanced around at each other and nodded. They had been holding this matter in their stomachs for an entire month now, so they had no choice but to discuss it. Inside the hall, the demon race masters and Xianxia took their seats. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuan lightly coughed and said, "I think everyone here has seen what this senior saw before." Everyone nodded. Great demon god really fell, but he didn't fall while exploring the star field as the rumors say, but rather died for the sake of Tongxian realm. Zhang Yuan sighed. Great demon god master is truly admirable. Meng Wuya sneered. He's been dead for thousands of years. There's no need to say such empty words. Zhang Yuan looked at him indifferently. This is the great achievement of great demon god master. No one can deny it. If he had not exhausted himself in battle, this continent would have long since fallen into the hands of those starry sky visitors. Whatever you say, Meng Wuya spat. Meng Wuya spat disdainfully. Although he didn't like the demon race very much, it was undeniable that great demon god's actions had indeed changed the fate of Tongxian realm. Unfortunately, the bone race clansmen had not all died. Although in the message left behind by great demon god, everyone saw that all the starry sky visitors had died, there must have been some bone race clansmen who had secretly hidden themselves away from great demon god's sight. After thousands of years, they had revived again. Thanks to great demon god master, we now know that there is a higher realm above the saint realm, the saint king realm. Zhang Yuan shouted. Great demon god master had already reached the saint king realm back then. It was precisely because great demon god's strength surpassed that of this world that even masters like Meng Wuya and Zhang Yuan were unable to break through the various barriers left behind by him. The huge disparity in strength left them helpless. Among those starry sky visitors, there were also saint kings, but they were all defeated by great demon god and killed. I don't understand. Why did great demon god master use the void corridors all over the world to arrange such a shocking spirit array to seal off all of Tongxian realm? Mengu asked curiously. Because he perceived the danger of those starry sky visitors. Yangkai quickly said, great demon god's method back then was not a seal, it was probably just a way to dilute it. Among those starry sky visitors, there were Saint King realm masters. So great demon god knew that once he died, if such masters came to Tongxian realm in the future, no one would be able to resist them. So he arranged a massive spirit array to make Tongxian realm fade away from the star field. This way, if any starry sky visitors passed by Tongxian realm, it would be difficult for them to discover any traces of life here. This should be a form of protection. Dare I ask, when Yang Shengzhu returns this time, will he deal with the bone race? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before replying, relying on my 9 heavens holy land alone is impossible. The difference in strength is too great. I need to find some helpers, but I don't know how many I can find. Zhang Yuan frowned and pondered for a long time before saying, I don't think there is anyone in this world who understands the power of the bone race better than us. Just now, this senior had some misgivings. Yang Shengzhu, after you go back, gather as many helpers as possible, while this senior will immediately take stock of them and bring them to 9 heavens holy land to join you. Yang Kai sneered. You want to help? Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. This senior simply doesn't want to disappoint the great demon god master. I am the demon commander, the ruler of the demon land. Can't I even clean up the mess left behind by the great demon god master? Yang Kai stared at him deeply before turning to look at the 4 demon general behind him, discovering that all 4 of them also wore solemn expressions. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai declared, no matter what, when this matter is over, all grievances between us will be written off. When the time comes, this senior may have many things to ask Yang Shengzhu about, especially when it comes to the great demon god master. Zhang Yuan laughed. Good. Yang Kai nodded. We'll be going now. There's no need to see us off. After Yang Kai and the others left, Zhang Yuan's expression became dignified as he turned to the four demon general and said, "How serious this matter is. All of you are well aware there is no need for this senior to explain any further. Return to your respective territories and gather your forces. Half a month from now, we will meet in Man's City." "Yes." The four demon general nodded and quickly left. Aboard the Star Shuttle, Yang Kai and the others quickly flew off. Meng Wuya said with some surprise, "Zhang Yuan is quite easy to talk to this time. It's not that he's easy to talk to, it's just that he understands that without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. If we fight with the bone race, if we lose, the next one to suffer will likely be his demon land. But if we win, I will definitely settle accounts with him in the future. No matter who wins or loses, there will be no benefits for him," Yang Kai said lightly, seemingly seeing through the concerns in Zhang Yuan's heart. His attitude from the beginning was very ambiguous, clearly unwilling to intervene in this matter. After all, once he did, he had to be prepared to suffer some losses. But seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, he had no choice but to compromise. Perhaps at first, he wanted Yang Kai to give him some benefits so he could help. After all, he didn't have any friendship with Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had too many things he coveted. The demon mystic tome, the demon god divine technique, the demon god golden blood, all of them made him extremely jealous. In any case, this time's world catastrophe is this old master's responsibility. Meng Wuya sighed heavily. Thunder Dragon asked in surprise, "Didn't you go to the demon land? How come you returned so quickly?" "I've already been there and met with Zhang Yuan." "What was his attitude?" "He will send someone over. I came this time to see what you three think." "Zhang Yuan will also send someone over." Among the three, the only woman exclaimed, "Allow me to introduce you, Yang Kai. You should have never met Yu right?" The one called Yu by Lei Long was an enchanting woman. She had a graceful figure, a graceful waist, and a pair of soft breasts. Her skin was white like cream, and her beautiful eyes emitted a spirit that could captivate one's soul. She was one of the three monster race great seniors, and her true body was an ice jade python great senior. In terms of strength, she was no worse than Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox. After the two greeted each other, Yu covered her mouth and giggled. "I've long heard that Yang Shengzhu is so young, but has such outstanding strength. Seeing you today, it seems your reputation is well-deserved. Yang Shengzhu, would you be interested in visiting my territory for a few days?" Saying so, her beautiful eyes stared straight at Yang Kai. "If there's an opportunity, I'll definitely ask for your advice," Yang Kai grinned. "Then it's settled. I'll be waiting for you," Yu said while throwing a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai. Thunder Dragon's face went black as he shouted, "Hey, don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to do this in front of me?" Chapter 965. Thunder Dragon Great Senior said in a bitter tone. Yang Kai glanced at him and immediately understood that Thunder Dragon was interested in this dragon lady, solemnly saying, "Let's get down to business." The expressions of the three great seniors also became dignified. "Words alone won't be enough. Three seniors should take a look with your own eyes," Yang Kai quickly said. "Take a look with our own eyes?" Thunder Dragon raised his brow, somewhat puzzled as to what Yang Kai wanted them to see. "If three seniors trust me, release the defenses of your knowledge seas." As Yang Kai spoke, he condensed a white ball of light at his fingertips. This ball of light exuded his soul aura and was obviously a part of Yang Kai's memories. The three monster race great seniors looked at each other and nodded. Yang Kai then pointed his finger at the foreheads of the three great seniors and sent this ball of spiritual energy into their knowledge seas. The three great seniors' bodies shook slightly before they slowly closed their eyes and carefully examined the information sent by Yang Kai. This information not only included everything they had seen in the demon capital, but also what Xianxia had seen in Water Spirit Temple. After a long time, the three monster race great seniors slowly opened their eyes, their expressions extremely solemn. They all deeply understood just how difficult it was to deal with the bone race. I didn't expect this matter to have something to do with great demon god. Thunder Dragon muttered to himself. On top of that, my monster race's seniors also fought against those starry sky invaders. Frowned slightly. But why is there no record of this? Almost all of my monster race's seniors died in battle. Such a glorious past should have been recorded. Above the Saint Realm is the Saint King Realm. Since ancient times, only great demon god has reached this realm. Earth-splitting divine Ox shouted. It's really incredible. What do you want us to do? Thunder Dragon looked at Xianxia seriously. Help, Xianxia said concisely. According to my observations, the bone race doesn't have a single Saint King Realm Master. The most powerful one among them is only a third-order saint, and there are only a few of them. What's most frightening is that they can create new clansmen using a special method. They seem to be invincible, but that's not the case. If the humans, demons, and demons can join forces, it won't be difficult to destroy them. Thunder Dragon nodded. If we want to make a move, we have to do it quickly. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. That's what I thought too. Old Cow and what do you think? Thunder Dragon turned his eyes to the other two great venerables. After all, this concerns the entire monster race. This king cannot make a decision alone. I'll listen to you. You are handed the decision over to Thunder Dragon. Earth-splitting Ox shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Thunder Dragon grinned. Zhang Yuan has already intervened in this matter. How can my monster race remain uninvolved? If news of this were spread, wouldn't the world laugh at the demon clan? Count us in as well. Xianxia shook his head and nodded firmly. Good. I knew Thunder Dragon Great Senior would be easy to deal with. Thunder Dragon shook his head. This isn't helping you. It's just that my monster race is seeking a way to survive. Tongxian Realm is not the territory of those bones. This is our territory. After the three great seniors agreed, they immediately began to convene the monster race masters. The Beast Sea jungle wasn't too far from Nine Heavens' Holy Land, so once the gathering was complete, they would soon be able to meet up with Xianxia, much faster than the demon race. Both the monster and demon clans had already expressed their willingness to intervene in this matter. But what made Xianxia feel slightly disappointed was that the great forces of the human race had yet to respond. With the exception of some forces that had a close relationship with Nine Heavens' Holy Land or Xianxia, most of them maintained a wait-and-see attitude. All of them took it for granted that the situation wasn't too bad and that even if the disaster spread, it wouldn't affect them. The ambiguous attitude of these great forces made Great Elder Su Hui so angry that he couldn't stop cursing, but there was nothing he could do. One day, an old man and a young man arrived at Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The old man had white hair and gave off a sage-like aura, while the young man had red lips and white teeth. His appearance was handsome enough to make many women feel ashamed of their inferiority, secretly hating how such a handsome man could be born. Master, we've arrived. The handsome young man looked towards the 9 peaks and took a deep breath. That guy's doing quite well now, actually occupying such a large piece of treasure land. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. There's no need to envy others. You and I, master and disciple, have traveled the world and gained many things. What master says is right. The young man nodded respectfully. But master, why did you suddenly want to come here? The old man chuckled. I heard there was an alchemy grandmaster here, so master naturally wanted to meet him. How could there be an alchemy grandmaster that can compare to master? The young man sneered, apparently not taking this seriously, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he muttered to himself. Does master not want to embarrass the human race? Since you know, why say it out loud? The old man sighed slightly. The world situation is worrying. How many people can he call upon at such a young age? The demon race and the monster race have already taken action. Only the human race is still divided. This old master has not appeared for a long time. but now it's time for him to show his face. I knew this was Master's true intention. The young man grinned meaningfully, as if he had long seen through the old man's intentions. Good. There is a disciple guarding the mountain over there. Go and inform him. The old man waved his hand to the young man, who quickly stepped forward and said a few words to the Holy Land disciple guarding the mountain. After hearing this, the disciple quickly said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go and report to Great Elder." Inside the Holy Master Court's alchemy room, Xianxia was refining pills with his little senior sister and the 5 grandmasters when suddenly the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Frowning, Xianxia put down the things in his hands and quietly left the room. Outside the door, Su Hui was waiting. "What's the matter?" Xianxia asked. "Someone outside the peak is asking for an audience." "Who is it?" According to the disciples' report, the person who asked for an audience called himself Xiao. Xiao. Xianxia's body shook as he hurriedly asked, "Did he come alone or with an old man?" Su Hui was taken aback, not knowing why Xianxia was so excited, quickly replying, "It seems that there was an old man with him." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia rushed out of the 9 peaks like a gust of wind. Su Hui scratched his head, a blank look filling his face. He had never seen Xianxia greet a guest so eagerly. As 9 Heavens' Holy Land's reputation grew, very few people were qualified to be personally welcomed by the Holy Master. What was the identity of Xiao? How could he be so important to the Holy Master? While Su Hui was wondering, Xianxia rushed back like a gust of wind. Su Hui was stunned. "Holy Master!" Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia had already brushed past him and rushed straight into the alchemy room. A moment later, several grandmasters' angry shouts rang out from inside the room. "Little brat, you ruined my furnace of pills. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't let you off. My pills were also destroyed. What a pity these saint-grade herbs were wasted. Heavens, smelly brat, what do you want to do? Waste heaven's treasures? Waste heaven's treasures. Don't pull me. I want to stay here and perform alchemy. I'm not going anywhere. Who do you want to see? This old master won't see anyone." That's right. What kind of person could be more important than alchemy? Besides, what kind of divine being is actually qualified for us old fogies to meet with him? Does he even have such qualifications? I won't see him. Tell him to scram. The several grandmasters were all grumbling, obviously very dissatisfied with Xianxia disturbing their alchemy. Su Hui vaguely heard Xianxia say something in a low voice. In the room, the shouts of the grandmasters stopped abruptly, as if they had lost their ability to speak. It was completely silent. Su Hui also seemed to hear a rapid heartbeat coming from inside the room. Soon after, the 5 grandmasters rushed out of the room, each with a fanatical look on their faces as they fought to be the first to rush out. The fat on Chang Bao's body trembled violently, wave after wave, but he still refused to show weakness. He ran faster than a rabbit, relying on his fat body to knock down the other grandmasters as he took the lead. Su Hui was dumbstruck. When had he ever seen these famous grandmasters lose their composure like this? Grandmasters don't run so fast. Su Hui only had time to warn them before the 5 grandmasters disappeared. Xianxia and Xianxia also flew past him. What's going on? Su Hui was confused. Outside the 9 peaks, when Xianxia and Xianxia arrived, they happened to see the 5 grandmasters gathered around a white-haired old man. All of the grandmasters wore expressions of worship and fanaticism as they spoke to the old man cautiously. Chang Bao wiped the sweat from his forehead as he smiled brilliantly, seemingly having been praised by the old man, his face flushed with excitement. "Brother Yang," the young man next to the old man called out to Xianxia. "Brother Zhai." Xianxia greeted him warmly. "It's been many years, and it's been almost 10 years since we last met in Floating Cloud City." "Oh," Zhai said, suddenly turning his eyes to Xianxia and exclaiming, "Are you that girl? Why are you here?" "This is my senior sister, Xianxia." "Senior sister?" Zhai expression froze as he suddenly remembered. "So, you finally found her? Congratulations, congratulations." "Many thanks, Brother Zhai. Yang Kai smiled, walked over to the old man, and respectfully bowed. Junior greets Li Lao. Xianing Chong also gracefully bowed. Little friend Yang doesn't need to be so polite. Li Lao smiled and nodded. This old master came uninvited. Little friend Yang won't blame me, right? Li Lao is too serious. Li Lao and Brother Zhai coming to the Holy Land is Junior's honor. How could I dare blame you? Please come in. Kai Yang gestured to the side. Li Lao smiled and nodded before, under the escort of the 5 grandmasters, strolling into 9 Heavens' Holy Land. When the disciples guarding the mountains saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They didn't know where this old man and young man came from. Why were the 5 grandmasters and the Holy Lord so respectful to them? Their hearts were filled with suspicion. Chapter 966. The news of the old man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui's arrival in 9 Heavens' Holy Land spread like wildfire throughout the 9 peaks. Many disciples of the 9 peaks put down what they were doing and ran to the guest hall. They craned their necks and looked around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the master from afar and be proud of it. The source of all this was because Su Hui had accidentally blurted out Li Lao's name. When Yang Kai and the 5 grandmasters led Li Lao and Zhai Yao to 9 Heavens' Holy Land, Su Hui quickly inquired about the identity of the other party. After all, he was the Holy Land's great elder, Old Man Mo, so he could not neglect his guests. After learning that this old man was the old man of Heaven's Keep, Su Hui shouted on the spot. Only now did he understand why Yang Kai had hurriedly run over to greet him and why the 5 venerable grandmasters were acting like students in front of this old man. In this world, only Li Lao had such qualifications and could command such respect from the 5 grandmasters. As a result, the news spread like wildfire. Thousands of disciples from the Holy Land gathered around the reception hall, leaving not even a drop of water able to leak out. Every generation produced a new generation of talents. Thousands of years ago, the demon race had its great demon god, but now the human race had its own unique talent, Li Lao. The human, monster, and demon races were mutually antagonistic and hated each other. But if there was anyone in this world who could command respect from all 3 races, besides the old man of Heaven's Keep, there was no one else. Even Demon Commander Zhang Yuan and the several great seniors of the monster race didn't dare act rashly in front of Li Lao. Unfortunately, Li Lao was a mysterious dragon who moved about without a fixed residence, so very few people knew what he looked like, so it had been many years since anyone had heard anything about him. Back in Floating Cloud City, Li Lao had quietly gone to the city lord's mansion without alerting too many people. It was rumored that he had died long ago, causing many people to sigh. But now he had taken the initiative to come to 9 Heavens' Holy Land. What are you looking at? Don't you need to do anything? If you keep crowding around here, I'll dig out all your eyeballs. Su Hui walked out of the hall with a cold face and shouted. The thousands of disciples were shocked and scattered like birds and beasts. In the main hall, Yang Kai said embarrassedly, I've embarrassed myself in front of Li Lao, and I will restrain my disciples from revealing your whereabouts. It's fine. Li Lao waved his hand amiably, indicating that he didn't care. In the past, wherever I went, I concealed my identity and didn't want outsiders to know my whereabouts. But this time, I hope someone knows that I'm here. Why is that? In the hall, the Holy Land's elder Chong Mo and the alchemists looked at him in confusion. Li Lao muttered to himself for a moment before his expression turned serious. He said calmly, Recently, this old man has heard a lot of strange news. It is said that the news came from here? Yes, that information, it's true. Yang Kai nodded. As expected, Li Lao sighed lightly and said leisurely, This old master also heard that Zhang Yuan and the monster race's great seniors have taken action, but most of the great forces of the human race are still maintaining a wait-and-see attitude. Yang Kai's expression became heavy. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. They aren't like Zhang Yuan and the monster race's great seniors who have seen some secrets with their own eyes, so they aren't too convinced. This can't be blamed on them. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, but not all of them are like this. Soaring Heaven Sect, Dragon Phoenix Palace, Twin Spirit Pavilion, and Bold Independent Union have all sent word a few days ago that they will be bringing people over as soon as possible. How many masters can these sects with close ties to little friend Yang possibly gather? When the time comes, I'm afraid the monster race and demon race will become laughingstocks. Currently, my human race is the most powerful force in the world, and this matter is happening in our territory. But in the end, it is the monster race and demon race that are mobilizing all of their forces. What kind of scandal is this? There's no other way. I can't force others to do this kind of thing. Yang Kai also felt helpless. Does little friend Yang know which force is the largest in this world? Li Lao suddenly asked with a smile. The largest force? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before thinking about it carefully. My Nine Heavens Holy Land has developed quite well and can be considered one of the top forces in this world. My sect's Soaring Heaven sect is also doing well, but how can we compare? There are many holy lands and holy lands in this world where some of the top masters don't appear for a long time. No one knows whether they're still alive or not. He Feng also echoed. Li Lao, which force are you talking about? Duan asked curiously. Li Lao laughed, but didn't answer directly, instead slowly saying, Little friend Yang, the development of your Nine Heavens Holy Land is something this old master has heard about. It is said that because of a mysterious alchemist, Nine Heavens Holy Land status has rapidly risen, gradually surpassing what it once was. Yes, Yang Kai nodded, his eyes suddenly lighting up, understanding what kind of force Li Lao was referring to. A mysterious alchemist was able to make all those cultivators come here to beg for pills. What if all the alchemists in the world were included? The Alchemist Guild. Yang Kai shouted. Li Lao smiled and nodded. If the Alchemist Guild were to step in, I believe those great forces and masters in the world would make the right choice. Li Lao, did you come here today just for this? Yang Kai looked at him excitedly. And, since becoming famous, this old master has begun to play with the world, not caring about worldly affairs. For the past 1,000 years, I have not done anything for this world, but now that countless people have worshipped this old master's heart is uneasy. Now that an opportunity has presented itself, this old master will naturally not let it go. And, although I have not appeared in the world for a long time, I believe this old master still has some face. Li Lao smiled and nodded. Then I'll go to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters now and have them come forward to negotiate. Hong Fong hurriedly stood up. There's no need. Master has already spoken to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters before coming here, and has also contacted some old friends I haven't contacted for many years. Zhai Yao smiled confidently. I believe it won't be long before many people come here. Inside the hall, everyone looked at each other excitedly. Regardless of whether these people came here voluntarily or not, as long as they could come, the three clans would be able to solve the problem of the bone race as soon as possible. Many thanks, Li Lao, Yang Kai said sincerely. It is this old master who should thank you on behalf of the world. Little friend Yang has rushed to help the three clans. It is clear that he cares about the world. This old master cannot compare. Li Lao looked at Yang Kai approvingly. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before solemnly saying, Li Lao misunderstands. I have rushed to the three clans and sent messages to all the great forces, not because of any righteous cause, nor because I want to save the world. Oh, then why is little friend Yang so enthusiastic? As far as this old master knows, you were the one who took the lead in this matter. The monster race and demon race were also united by you. Because I want to deal with the bone race as soon as possible and then go do my own thing. If the bone race is not dealt with quickly, I will have to worry about them in the future, Yang Kai replied sincerely. Li Lao stared at him deeply, not asking what he planned to do after dealing with the bone race. Instead, just laughing and saying, No matter what your intentions are, this is a good thing. When future generations look back at the ancient records and look back to this day, they will definitely see little friend Yang in Nine Heavens Holy Land's name. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. 10 days later, Nine Heavens Holy Land didn't receive any reinforcement from the human race, but the Saint-grade alchemists from the Alchemist Guild's headquarters did. These alchemists usually didn't leave their homes and had noble status, so it was always others who came to visit them. But today, as if they had all come to an agreement, they all rushed to Nine Heavens Holy Land. Because the Old Man of Heaven's Keep was here. All of them had come because of Nine Heavens Holy Land's reputation, and were all excited. Over the next few days, more and more Saint-grade alchemists from different places arrived. After learning the news, these Saint-grade alchemists moved even faster than the human race's reinforcements. In just 10 days, nearly 30 Saint-grade alchemists had gathered in Nine Heavens Holy Land, almost accounting for 90% of all the Saint-grade alchemists in the world. The remaining 10% were also on their way. With the addition of the Saint-grade alchemists, the human race masters from various forces also arrived one after another. Among them were several peak third-order saints. Each of these masters was over 1,000 years old and were all old acquaintances of Li Lao. So when they heard him summon them, they didn't hesitate to rush over. Each of these experts had an extraordinary force behind them. Their disciples and grand disciples had also followed them to the Nine Peaks. Soaring Heaven Sex, Chu Ling Xiao also came with his 4 martial uncles. Chu Ling Xiao and these old men also seemed to know each other, and when they met, it was quite lively. All of them praised Yang Kai in front of Chu Ling Xiao for being young and promising. As time passed, more and more human race masters gathered in the Nine Peaks, none of them below the transcendent realm, all of them transcendents and saints. Because the Alchemist Guild had issued an order, if any of the great forces didn't give them face this time, the Alchemist Guild would not give them face in the future. Not only would they not be able to enjoy the services of an alchemist, but they would also not be able to buy any spirit grasses or spirit medicines. The world was shaken, and all the great forces no longer hesitated to mobilize. They could offend others, but they didn't dare to offend all the alchemists in the world, especially since the Old Man of Heaven's Keep had personally stepped forward. Once a cultivator lost the assistance of pills, they would have a difficult time in the future. Moreover, coming to help this time was not without benefits. The Alchemist Guild had promised that after this matter was resolved, all the alchemists under its jurisdiction would perform alchemy for them for 3 years free of charge, including those Saint-grade alchemists who rarely acted. Such a huge benefit, no one would easily let it go. The entire Nine Peaks became extraordinarily lively in a very short period of time. Experts came and went like carps crossing the river, appearing in an endless stream. Yang Kai was also introduced by Li Lao and Chu Ling Xiao to some of the top masters. Time flew by and another month passed. On the horizon, there seemed to be a demonic qi approaching like a collapsing mountain. On the other side, there was also a demonic qi soaring to the sky. The masters on the Nine Peaks all turned their gazes towards the sky, their expressions dignified. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he shouted, "The monster and demon races are here." Chapter 967. The several monster race great seniors had finished their preparations a month ago, but the masters from the demon race had yet to arrive, so they had been waiting until today when they sensed the auras of the demon race masters. Inside the Nine Peaks, the human race masters looked up at the sky and saw the masters from the other 2 races approaching, many of them showing looks of dread and disgust. Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different hearts. The hatred between races was not something that could be resolved overnight. It was a deep-rooted grievance. Not long after, Zhang Yuan led the 4 demon general and some of the Saint Realm masters from the demon race to the Nine Peaks, the 3 monster race great seniors also arriving at the same time. Letting out a hearty laugh, Zhang Yuan swept his eyes around lightly and calmly said, so many people. If I had known there would be so many people gathered here, this senior wouldn't have had to rush over from the demon land. Your human race could have handled this matter on its own. This senior thought none of you would intervene. Thunder Dragon nodded to the side, and this king also thought so. The two of them calling out this senior and this king caused many of the human race masters to glare at each other angrily, their hearts filled with displeasure as their expressions became ugly. Can you all stop talking? Xianxia crossed the crowd and glared at them. Do you want to stir up hatred between our three races before you're willing to give up? Since you've already come here, do you still want to return home? Zhang Yuan sneered as a look of vigilance appeared on his face. That's not what I'm thinking, but this senior needs you human race masters to promise me that after the bone race is annihilated, you won't take the opportunity to attack my demon race. You humans are famous for your insidious and cunning nature. If you can't guarantee this senior will leave immediately. My monster race also needs a guarantee, Thunder Dragon shouted. Faintly, the monster race and demon race stood on the same side in an instant. Before the two races arrived, they really hadn't expected the human race to make such a big show of force. They only thought that with the human race's scattered and disunited nature, having a dozen or so great forces join forces would already be quite good. But when they arrived, they discovered that almost all of the human race's masters were gathered here. In terms of Third Order Saints alone, there were 5 or 6 of them. This did not include the people around Xianxia. Once the crisis of the bone race was resolved, Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon couldn't guarantee that the people they brought with them would be able to escape unscathed. At this moment, the leaders of the two clans were already thinking of retreating. They secretly regretted agreeing to Xianxia's request so quickly. Would you believe me if I promised you? Xianxia looked at the two of them indifferently. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Long shook their heads together. Although Xianxia's aptitude was good, in the end, he was still a rising star. His words held absolute authority in 9 heavens' holy land, but among the many human race masters present, they held little weight. Among the humans, an expert laughed and said, "Aren't the two of you gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? If you really want to put it that way, even if we didn't have any thoughts about you before, we do now." As he said this, he smiled maliciously. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon's expressions became cold. How about this old master promises you? From the crowd, a voice called out. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon turned to the source of this voice, and after seeing the old man who was slowly walking towards them with a gentle smile on his face, both of them couldn't help feeling shocked and cupped their fists respectfully. "Greetings, Li Lao." Li Lao walked over calmly and smiled lightly. "You two are too polite. This old master can guarantee you on behalf of the entire human race that after this matter is settled, you will be able to withdraw unscathed. No one will harm you. Do you two trust this old master?" Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan looked at each other and nodded seriously. Thunder Dragon smiled and said, "If there is a human in this world who can convince me besides Li Lao, it would be Yang Shangzhu." "My thoughts exactly," Zhang Yuan agreed. Li Lao let out a long sigh. "I have learned the specific situation from little friend Yang. The revival of the bone race must not be underestimated. This time, the world's catastrophe may really require the 3 races to join forces to resist. So this old master hopes that you can temporarily put aside the hatred between our races and focus on the starry sky visitors." What Li Lao says is correct. We will follow Li Lao's orders. We will do our best. Among the crowd, many human race masters agreed, none of them daring to refute Li Lao's words. Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. These days, he had been worried that Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon would bring their people here and cause some kind of conflict with the human race. If that happened, their own backyard would be on fire before they even had a chance to fight the bone race. The sudden appearance of Li Lao had resolved this potential crisis. At the very least, he had temporarily unified the 3 races. "This senior has another question," Zhang Yuan suddenly shouted. "Our 3 races have joined forces this time. Who will give orders when the time comes?" As soon as this question came out, Everyone quieted down and began contemplating the appropriate candidate in their minds. After a while, everyone turned their eyes to Li Lao. Apart from Li Lao, there was no one else who could command the three races. Li Lao shook his head and laughed. You don't want this old master to go to that battlefield, do you? This old master's bones are too old. Going there is tantamount to sending him to his death. Everyone couldn't help showing a look of disappointment, but considering Li Lao's actual situation, no one dared to ask him to fight against the bone race. If something really happened to him, no one would be able to bear the responsibility. Li Lao stroked his white beard and quickly said, Although this old master cannot go, I have a candidate here that you may consider. Who? Many people suddenly looked at Li Lao. What do you think of little friend Yang? He was the one who took the lead in this matter. If he hadn't informed the world, I'm afraid we would all have died in Li's hands. On top of that, he understands the situation better than any of us. Most importantly, this old master has heard that little friend Yang does not have any racial boundaries in his heart. He can even make friends with the monster race and demon race. I think there is no other suitable candidate besides him. Among the human race masters, many whispered, some nodding, some shaking their heads, all with different expressions. Xianxia also froze for a moment before shaking his head. Li Lao, I'm afraid I can't do this. I don't like to order others around. On top of that, this junior is still young and his strength is low. Everyone here is junior-senior. How can I order them around? Li Lao sternly said, Don't belittle yourself. Although your current strength isn't high, to have such achievements at your age makes you the strongest person in Tongxian realm. I believe that besides the great demon god from thousands of years ago, no one can surpass you. In the future, your achievements will definitely not be inferior to any of the seniors here. On top of that, you are also the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. Your status is no lower than anyone else's. That's true. Xianxia frowned, not wanting to accept this hot potato from the bottom of his heart. Li Lao raised his hand and interrupted him. The alliance of the 3 clans really needs someone who can weigh the pros and cons and give orders. If you don't do this, then the alliance of the 3 clans is nothing more than a pile of loose sand. Zhang Yuan nodded. This senior has no objection. Thunder Dragon shrugged his shoulders. My monster race also agrees. All of them seemed to be more reassured by Xianxia. After all, they had no friendship with the other masters of the human race and had never dealt with them before. On the contrary, there was even hatred between them. If they really allowed someone else to order them around and influence their actions, it was likely they would be put in a difficult position. My soaring heaven sect also agrees. Chu Ling Xiao nodded to the side. Little Xianxia, those who can do more work, don't refuse. Meng Wuya also tried to persuade him. As soon as these two spoke, many of the human race masters began to ponder. Whether it was Chu Ling Xiao or Meng Wuya, they were both top masters of the human race, so their words naturally carried a lot of weight. Soon, the hesitant human race masters were shocked to discover that although the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land was young and his strength wasn't high, his connections were far stronger than anyone else's. He had gathered many Saint Realm masters under his command and was from Soaring Heaven sect. He had a close relationship with Meng Wuya, the former strongest master of the human race, and was favored by Li Lao. He had also made friends with Zhang Yuan and the 3 monster race great seniors. Imperceptibly, Xianxia's status in the hearts of these people suddenly rose, making them realize that this young man would one day be able to command the world and dominate the world. With this thought in mind, no one dared to despise Xianxia anymore. Immediately, they all expressed their opinions and agreed with Elder Li's suggestion. Xianxia's brow furrowed. Not only did he not feel any joy in his heart, he even felt a sense of rejection. All eyes gathered on him, waiting for his reply. The situation was pressing and there was no way he could refuse. If he really refused, as Li Lao had said, the 3 clans joining forces will be nothing more than a pile of loose sand. After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia braced himself and said, Then this junior will not refuse. I ask all the seniors here to help. Li Lao smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Do as you wish. Don't feel any psychological burden. Yang Kai nodded gently, sweeping his eyes over the crowd and declaring, Since everyone is here, there's no time to lose. Let's go. I wish you victory. Li Lao cupped his fist solemnly. Thank you for your kind words, Li Lao. Yang Kai took a deep breath and took the lead to fly out of the 9 peaks, Li Rong and Han Fei following closely behind. Many of the human race masters also circulated their yuan qi and flew up into the sky like a swarm of locusts. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon glanced at each other, smiled slightly, and quickly followed. In an instant, the 9 peaks' robes fluttered in the wind as a sea of people gathered. All kinds of yuan qi bloomed midair, creating a spectacular sight. As they flew, many masters summoned their flight-type artifacts to increase their speed. Carriages, flying palanquins, swords, carriages, all kinds of artifacts flew out in a dazzling display. Behind the human race expert, numerous devil race experts had wrapped themselves into a black cloud, hiding their figures within the black cloud as they rapidly advanced. Behind them were the monster race masters, some in human form, some not. Many of them were large and ferocious-looking monster beasts. But even so, their speed did not slow down in the slightest, rolling clouds of dust as they soared into the sky. Li Lao stood on the 9 peaks and stared at this lineup of masters from all over the world disappearing, turning to the saint-grade alchemist standing behind him and saying, We should also do what we need to do and refine more saint pills. When they return in triumph, many of them will need to be healed. Chapter 968. The sky was dim and the earth was groaning, as if the end of the world had arrived. The masters from the 3 clans flew over a city and spread out their divine senses. But after noticing that there were no signs of life in this huge city, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. This was already the 10th dead city they had seen so far. These cities were originally bustling with noise and excitement. But now they had all been reduced to rubble, with dark blood stains everywhere, and the bones of the dead nowhere to be seen. After leaving 9 Heavens' holy land, after traveling for more than a month, a few days ago, as they gradually approached Water Spirit Temple, the masters from the 3 clans found that the situation was much worse than they had imagined. The Bone Race's expansion had been rapid, and with Water Spirit Temple as its center, the surrounding several tens of thousands of kilometers had become empty. Even the birds that were normally seen here had disappeared. This area of several tens of thousands of kilometers seemed to have become a dead territory, with not a single living creature to be seen. On the human race's side, at least 100,000 people had disappeared. How many more Bone Race clansmen could be born from these 100,000 corpses? No one could calculate clearly. In front of them, a blue light flashed and Yang Kai's figure appeared, his expression dignified. What's the situation? Chu Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. Because Yang Kai had a star shuttle, he had gone ahead a few days ago to inquire about the situation and had only returned today. Not optimistic. Yang Kai shook his head and glanced over at the many masters behind them. The Bone Race now has at least 3,000 clansmen, none of whom is below the transcendent realm. As soon as this statement came out, everyone paled. When Yang Kai had first encountered the Bone Race, they only had a few dozen saints and over 100 transcendents, numbering no more than 200. But after just half a year, their number had actually exceeded 3,000. This kind of crazy growth was almost impossible to accept. And these 3,000 people were all masters whose strength had surpassed the transcendent realm. Such a force was enough to sweep across the world. We only have a little over 1,000 people, but their numbers are 3 times greater than ours. Chu Ling Xiao called out in amazement. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as him feeling somewhat pale at this moment. Zhang Yuan, Thunder Dragon, and the others also realized the seriousness of the problem. Yang Kai nodded slightly. There are bad sides and good sides. Although there are quite a few of them, most of them are transcendents. The number of Saint Realm Masters has not increased by much. I estimate that there are only about 20 more than half a year ago. On the other hand, we have 200 saints on our side. In this regard, they are inferior to us. But the remaining transcendents are also a big problem, Meng Wuya frowned. Yang Kai grinned. Leave those transcendents to me. Everyone looked at him in surprise, not knowing why he was so confident. Even Meng Wuya and Chu Ling Xiao didn't dare say they could deal with 2,000 to 3,000 transcendents, let alone a rising star like Yang Kai. We should rejoice that we only managed to delay for less than half a year. If we had given the bone race another year, no one in this world would have been able to defeat them, Yang Kai said with a look of lingering fear. The bone race's development speed was simply too fast. This time, the three clans joining forces should be able to destroy the bone race. But if they had been given another year, or even half a year, the outcome would have been uncertain. All of them are now occupying several islands near Water Spirit Temple, less than 500 kilometers from here. Everyone has been on the road for so long. Let's rest for a while and set out again in 2 days, Yang Kai shouted. No one had any objections. They were about to arrive at Water Spirit Temple, and a great battle was about to break out. Naturally, they needed to maintain their peak state. In such a large-scale melee, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Immediately, many masters flew down to the ground and found a place to meditate and restore themselves. In the Water God Temple, the islands were already covered by a thick blood cloud. It was bright red, and even the surrounding seawater seemed to be affected. The originally blue seawater was now a deep red, as if it had been injected with blood. In the middle of the island, there was a huge pool of blood. The thick blood seemed to be boiling, constantly rolling and bubbling. Many pale white bones and countless herbs floated up and down in this pool of blood, just like the scene Yang Kai had seen before. The only difference was that this blood pool was much larger than the one Yang Kai had seen before. It occupied almost half of the entire island's surface area and was incredibly deep. Around the blood pool, many Bone Race clansmen had gathered, pouring their life essence into it to help new clansmen be born. Countless ferocious faces, like strands of serene soul, were trapped in the blood pool, struggling and roaring, filling the island with a gloomy atmosphere. Kuluo sat at the highest point on the island, overlooking the blood pool, a satisfied expression on his face. Suddenly, a Bone Race clansman hurried over and reported, "Master, the masters of this world seem to have been attracted to this place. They're currently resting not far from here." Kuluo's ghastly eyes flickered as he grinned. "They've finally come, but it's too late." Saying so, Kuluo stood up from his chair and declared, "The creatures of this world are really stupid, actually giving my clan half a year to prepare. If it weren't for this half-year buffer, even if my clan had recovered, we wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything, but now it's different. Since they dare to come, we will make them pay the price and turn them into our companions." His voice was loud and filled with confidence, causing the Bone Race clansman who came to report to feel his blood boil, as if he could already see his clansmen dominating this world and enslaving all of its inhabitants. "Pass down my order. Tell our clansmen to stop pouring their life essence into the blood pool and have the newly born clansmen absorb the energy in the blood pool as soon as possible to shape their bodies." "Yes." The Bone Race clansmen immediately retreated and hurried to the blood pool to pass down the order. A moment later, the Bone Race clansmen gathered around the blood pool, stopped what they were doing, and began to absorb the energy in the blood pool. The skeletons who originally had no physical bodies gained their own bodies in a very short time. The Bone Race clansmen who already had physical bodies became even stronger after absorbing the energy in the blood pool. The Bone Race was also ready to go all out. In the next moment, the blood cloud that had gathered above Water Spirit Temple gradually disappeared. All the energy contained within the blood cloud was absorbed into the Bone Race's bodies, becoming their source of strength. 2 short days passed in a flash. Above the sea, More than 1,000 masters from the three clans, human, monster, and demon races, were rushing towards Water Spirit Temple. The island was filled with bone race clansmen, all of them staring at the approaching Xianxia without fear, their green eyes flashing with ferocious light as they stared at the masters from the three clans as if they were looking at a delicious meal. Many of the bone race clansmen were licking their lips, as if they couldn't wait any longer. About 10 kilometers away from the island, Xianxia stopped, and the masters from the three clans following behind him also came to a halt. Countless curious eyes stared towards the direction of the island. Of those who had come here, almost no one had ever seen what the bone race looked like. Only now were they able to see them with their own eyes. They were no different from humans, having flesh and blood. The only difference was their eyes. The dark green hue in their eyes made anyone who looked at them shudder. The bloodthirsty and crazy aura emanating from these bone race clansmen made anyone who looked at them feel uncomfortable. Is this the bone race? Many people murmured in surprise. It's not that big of a deal. I thought they all had 3 heads and 6 arms. But it turns out they only have 1 head and 2 arms. Ha ha ha. We'll let these pieces of trash know how fierce we are. Everyone clamored, seemingly not putting the bone race in their eyes at all. Xianxia, what do you want us to do? Just say the word. We're all at your command now. Zhang Yuan stared ahead, his demonic qi surging as a dangerous aura gradually emerged from his body. This was the race that great demon god had once fought with, and after thousands of years, demon commander Zhang Yuan was about to do the same. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart, and he secretly decided to clean up this mess that great demon god had left behind for thousands of years and not disgrace his name. I'll take the lead. All of you don't need to be impatient, Xianxia said lightly. You'll go. Zhang Yuan turned to look at him in amazement while Thunder Dragon and the other masters from the human race also wore strange looks. Slowly shaking his head, Zhang Yuan said, Don't say this senior is looking down on you. If you really rush up with your strength, you'll die without a doubt. That's right, little Xianxia. You're the one who gives orders to our 3 clans, so you don't need to take the lead, Meng Wuya said worriedly. How about this old master go in your place? He was afraid that Xianxia would have some kind of accident. No need. Since I want to go, I naturally have my reasons. Just watch. Xianxia smiled confidently. Saying so, Xianxia summoned his star shuttle and with a flash of blue light appeared above Water Spirit Temple. Down below, countless eyes belonging to the bone race stared towards him. Kaluo coldly snorted and shouted, It's you. He naturally remembered Xianxia's appearance. Last time, he had been played by Xianxia, causing Kaluo to be furious and secretly decide that if he could find Xianxia in the future, he would grind his bones to dust. But now, this boy had actually delivered himself to his doorstep alone. Immediately overjoyed, Kaluo waved his hand and shouted, Capture him for me. I want his star shuttle. Immediately, a second-order Saint Realm Bone Race clansman flew up, and before he even arrived, the malevolent aura radiating from his body condensed into the shape of a giant wild beast that opened its mouth and bit towards Xianxia. This giant wild beast was extremely large, one that no one had ever seen before, and the monstrous aura it exuded seemed capable of swallowing the world itself. In a flash of blue light, Xianxia used his star shuttle to easily avoid this attack, his figure shuttling back and forth above Water Spirit Temple, his huge divine sense spreading out like a tide, penetrating every corner of the island and covering every bone race clansman. Kaluo's eyes narrowed as he sneered. Divine sense attack. As he spoke, he also released his divine sense, which was not inferior to Xianxia's. Following the source of Xianxia's divine sense, his divine sense pierced into Xianxia's knowledge, see like an invisible sword. Xianxia's figure froze midair. Courting death, daring to use a divine sense attack in front of me. You should take a look at your own strength, Kaluo sneered. Chapter 969. Above Water Spirit Temple, Xianxia, who was standing atop his star shuttle, suddenly stiffened, as if he had been imprisoned, unable to move, a look of pain flashing across his face. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. Earth-splitting divine Ox slapped his thigh and shouted, "It's over, that little brat has been caught. Quickly save him." It's too late. Demon General Meng Ji's face turned ugly as he stared at the Bone Race Master, who was quickly approaching Xianxia. Just now, Xianxia had used the power of his artifact, so this Bone Race Master, who had been ordered to capture him, was unable to catch up to him. But now that Xianxia was standing in place, this Bone Race Master quickly arrived beside him, a ferocious grin on his face as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Xianxia's neck. No one doubted that this Bone Race Master could easily break Xianxia's neck. Many people couldn't bear to watch such a cruel scene and quickly turned their heads away, their hearts filled with sorrow for Xianxia, who had died before he had even achieved victory. At that moment, a faint heat filled the air, and immediately after, a muffled explosion rang out as the entire sky above Water Spirit Temple was dyed red. Countless strange flames suddenly appeared, seemingly on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. These flames contained a terrifying power that shot out like meteors, instantly burning the entire island and scorching the earth. The green eyes of many Bone Race clansmen couldn't help flashing a look of dread as they hurriedly flew up into the sky to avoid this scorching power. What they feared the most was fire. This kind of scorching power was enough to completely obliterate them. At the same time, Xianxia, who should have been instantly subdued, suddenly regained his freedom, as if he had never been restrained in the first place. Grinning towards the Bone Race Master who was approaching him, Xianxia's figure flickered, and he returned to his camp. "Smelly brat, you scared this old master to death." Meng Wei felt a lingering fear. Although he had full confidence in Xianxia, the scene just now had been too thrilling. You ran over there just to play a thrilling game and scare them. Zhang Yuan glanced over at Xianxia, his expression slightly dissatisfied. "Of course not." Xianxia smiled faintly. "Just wait. What are you waiting for?" Zhang Yuan couldn't help frowning, not knowing what kind of game he was playing. No one understood, including the leader of the Bone Race, Kaluo. Although they had been sleeping for thousands of years, they had fought with the creatures of this continent before. He had never seen such a strange young man. His opponent's divine sense strength was not the slightest bit inferior to his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. What confused Koro the most was what he wanted to do. Could it be that he flew here just to show off his unusual spiritual sense cultivation? 10 breaths later, a mournful scream suddenly rang out from the Bone Race's camp. As this scream rang out, the Bone Race's side seemed to have triggered a chain reaction, causing countless screams to ring out one after another in an unending stream. They seemed to be experiencing unbearable pain. Their green eyes were trembling nonstop, and their bodies were convulsing. They fell from the sky uncontrollably, and like raindrops, they fell onto the island and into the sea, splashing water everywhere. In an instant, 500 to 600 of the 3,000 Bone Race Masters disappeared. "What's going on?" Kaluo paled and asked sharply. "Master, we don't know." A Bone Race Master replied in a panic. The experts from the human, demon, and demon clans stared blankly at this scene. They were also confused and did not quite understand the situation. However, they keenly discovered that the Bone Race Masters who were screaming in pain and falling into the sea and on the island were all Transcendent Realm Cultivator, and all of them were relatively weak Transcendents. It's a divine sense attack. One of the First Order Saint Realm Bone Race Masters went pale as he endured the immense pain in his knowledge sea, grit his teeth, and reported, "His divine sense attack was mixed with some unknown insects that are currently eating away at our soul energy. These insects are very small and subtle and are difficult to detect. I was also affected." Soul-devouring insects? Kaluo's complexion changed greatly as he suddenly thought of a strange insect that caused all living beings to retreat, How could there be such a thing on this continent? What made him feel even more puzzled was how this young man was able to control these soul-devouring insects and mix them into his divine sense attack. Hearing this, the masters from the three clans stared towards Yang Kai in amazement, each of their eyes flashing a look of pleasant surprise. Soul-devouring insects, all of them had naturally heard of them before. These were strange, ancient insects that specialized in devouring spiritual energy. Once one was infected by these strange insects, if one's strength wasn't high enough, the only outcome was death. However, what surprised them was that Yang Kai's soul-devouring insects seemed to be even more powerful than rumored, because according to rumor, as long as one's strength reached the Saint Realm, they could use their powerful spiritual energy to kill these insects. But on the Bone Race's side, there was clearly a Saint Realm master who had been affected, and although he hadn't fallen, he still seemed to be in great difficulty. Obviously, he had been affected by the soul-devouring insects and was temporarily unable to fight. The soul-devouring insects they speak of were really created by you? Meng Wuxia asked with some uncertainty. And Yang Kai nodded. I used my own spiritual energy to raise them. You. Meng Wuxia's expression couldn't help changing, secretly admiring Yang Kai's boldness and also feeling it was quite incredible. No wonder you said you'd leave the transcendent realm Bone Race masters to you. So that's how it was. Thunder Dragon suddenly realized. Thunder Dragon Great Senior suddenly realized that the strange power of the soul-devouring insects was too terrifying. It was a power that could easily destroy an entire race. Considering all this, Thunder Dragon, Zhang Yuan, and the others felt a layer of cold sweat drip down their backs as a gentle breeze blew past. All of them secretly rejoiced that they had maintained a good relationship with Yang Kai and had not become enemies with him. If they had really become enemies, with the power of these soul-devouring insects alone, he could have single-handedly wiped out the monster race and demon race. There was indeed no need to fear a Saint Realm Master. But how many saints did the two races have? Most of their clansmen were below the Saint Realm, so if they were infected by these strange, ancient insects, they would undoubtedly die. Many of the human race's masters also noticed this, and the way they looked at Yang Kai finally changed, as if they were re-examining him, secretly wondering if they should improve their relationship with Nine Heaven's Holy Land after this incident. Good job, Chu Xiao Ling laughed heartily. Chu Ling Xiao smiled heartily, dealing with hundreds of Bone Race masters at once. I think they're doomed to extinction. If they're smart enough, they won't just sit back and wait for death. Yang Kai frowned as he stared towards the Bone Race, his thoughts racing. Although he had caught the Bone Race by surprise, if they were to really engage in a melee, the soul-devouring insects would not be able to play such a huge role. These tiny insects only followed their instincts and devoured spiritual energy, so if they were to spread out in the middle of a melee, it was very likely they would accidentally injure their allies. Yang Kai now hoped that the Bone Race wouldn't make a move. Once the soul-devouring insects were given enough time, they would be able to kill all the Bone Race clansmen below the Saint Realm. At that time, with less than 100 Bone Race saints remaining, the combined forces of the human, demon, and monster races would easily be able to swallow them all. In less than 30 breaths of time, the 500 to 600 Bone Race clansmen who had fallen into the sea and on the ground had all died, their green eyes losing their usual luster and becoming dim and motionless. Even a strange race like the Bone Race would die if their souls were devoured. Seeing so many of his clansmen suddenly die, Koluo's green eyes seemed to turn crimson red. In a fit of anger, he threw his head back and roared as a thick blood mist suddenly erupted from his body and swept across the surrounding islands. This blood mist not only contained his own strength, but also his tyrannical divine sense attack. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that the soul-devouring insects he had been raising for many years had all been killed, causing his face to change greatly as he quickly recalled the remaining soul-devouring insects. The remaining 2,000 or so Bone Race clansmen all glared towards Yang Kai, their eyes filled with deep hatred. A huge suction force emerged from their bodies and spread out in all directions. The bodies of the Bone Race clansmen who had just died began shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye, their flesh and blood transforming into energy that was injected into the clansmen who were still alive, enhancing their strength. A short time later, the 500 to 600 Bone Race clansmen who had died had all turned into a puddle of dust and disappeared. Xianxia was shocked. They can still do this? The masters from the human, monster, and demon clans all paled. If this was the case, the more people who died, the greater the benefits they could obtain. Whether it was their clansmen or their enemies, they could absorb the essence of their flesh and blood to strengthen themselves. Xianxia suddenly realized this and couldn't help feeling his heart clench. He immediately understood that this was going to be a tough battle. "They're coming," Meng Wuya shouted. "Meet them." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Remember, they won't care about ordinary injuries at all. Even if you stab them in a fatal position, they won't be affected in the slightest. The best way to kill them is to tear them apart, crush them into pieces, or burn them to ashes." Xianxia had already told everyone these things to pay attention to when they first arrived, but before the battle began, he couldn't help reminding them again. "Understood. I'll let them experience this senior's methods," Zhang Yuan grinned. On the other side of the island, the 2,000 to 3,000 Bone Race clansmen flew over silently, each of them wearing a ferocious expression, seemingly unafraid of death. The human, monster, and demon clans didn't move, but the thousands of Bone Race clansmen were secretly condensing their strength, ready to erupt at any moment. The 10-kilometer gap between the two sides was quickly closed. When the Bone Race army reached half a kilometer in, many masters finally moved, bursts of pure Saint Qi, demonic Qi, and monster Qi bursting forth as multicolored artifacts were summoned, filling the sky with dazzling brilliance. The sudden burst of light swept across the entire world, causing it to tremble as if it was about to be torn apart. These artifacts came in all kinds of shapes and sizes, a dazzling array of dazzling treasures. The more than 2,000 Bone Race clansmen opened their mouths and roared as an invisible force pulled the seawater down below, causing waves to rise into the sky like a magnificent sea dragon. Fusing with their crimson blood Qi, these waves met the first wave of attacks from the human, monster, and demon clans. Chapter 970. The heavens and earth changed color as a tsunami rolled out. The hundreds of Bone Race clansmen who had rushed to the front were instantly blown to pieces under the power of the countless artifacts. More and more Bone Race clansmen emerged from behind the waves and rushed towards the human, monster, and demon clansmen without fear of death. With the help of the sea and the deaths of hundreds of their clansmen, they were able to block the attacks of the artifacts. A melee broke out, and when the 2,000 to 3,000 Bone Race clansmen rushed over, the allied forces of the human, monster, and demon clans were instantly split up and forced to fight on their own. The Bone Race also knew that today's battle would determine the fate of the entire continent. If they were defeated, they would definitely be exterminated and would no longer be able to preserve their bloodline like they had thousands of years ago. But if they won, they would be able to enslave the entire continent. As such, Kuo decided to go all out and muster the strength of his entire clan, regardless of their own losses. Shrill howls and miserable shrieks resounded through the clouds in an instant. People constantly fell from the sky, and their blood blossomed like the most beautiful flowers. The Bone Race had an absolute advantage in numbers. Even though Xianxia had caught them off guard with his soul-devouring insects, they still had 2 to 3 times the number of masters from a human, monster, and demon clans. They were not afraid of ordinary injuries. Even if their hearts or heads were pierced, their flesh and blood would wriggle and recover quickly. As long as their bones, which were the foundation of their survival, were not damaged, they were immortal. However, they did not have any artifacts. Perhaps thousands of years ago, when they first set foot on Tongxian realm, They possessed artifacts, but after thousands of years, without the nourishment of their physique and strength, their artifacts had long since been reduced to dust and could no longer be used. They could only fight with their own strength. The human, monster, and demon clans were different. Each of them had several high-grade artifacts in their hands, both offensive and defensive. In terms of number of Saint Realm Masters, they were also inferior to the human, monster, and demon clans. Each side had their own advantages and disadvantages. So when this battle that would determine the future of the entire continent broke out, it fell into a stalemate for a short time. The Bone Race clansmen were quickly killed, one after another having their bones broken and their bodies incinerated, their screams echoing as they died. The human, monster, and demon clans also suffered losses, but compared to the Bone Race, their losses were undoubtedly much smaller. The experts from all over the world displayed their divine technique, and their methods were endless. A thick, inky cloud, as if it had been dyed black by ink, enveloped the sky like a thick curtain. Not a single bit of the scorching sun's radiance could penetrate the inky clouds, and the entire surface of the sea was covered. The heavens and earth dimmed as dark clouds pressed down from above like a mountain collapsing. A heavy pressure pressed down on the hearts and bodies of the Bone Race clansmen, making it difficult for them to move. Under the black cloud, Xianxia led the many masters of the demon race, forming a powerful army. When the black cloud took shape, Xianxia took the lead to attack. Huge black energy balls rolled down from the black cloud and smashed into the Bone Race's camp like falling stones. Each of these energy balls was as black as ink, and there were ripples surging within them. They contained a power that could destroy the world. When this pitch-black energy ball smashed into the Bone Race's camp, a burst of pitch-black light erupted, eerie and silent. Ripples spread out and engulfed the Bone Race's skeletal body. The seawater seemed to be split apart, and huge gullies began to form on the surface of the sea. Even Water Spirit Temple's island, which was 10 kilometers away, was unable to withstand such a strange attack and was torn apart in an instant. The buildings on the island were unable to bear the weight and collapsed one after another. Xianxia. Countless Bone Race clansmen who were affected by these ripples were turned into minced meat in the next moment, as if they had been cut by a sharp knife. The Transcendent Realm Bone Race clansmen were unable to withstand such an attack. Even the Saint Realm Bone Race masters suffered heavy injuries in an instant and were almost torn apart. If they had not fled quickly enough, they would have suffered the same fate. After perceiving Xianxia's tyrannical strength, the pairs of green eyes filled with dread. The 4 demon general followed closely behind Xianxia, each of them wearing a ferocious expression as their demonic chi soared into the sky and rushed into the Bone Race camp, slaughtering them wantonly. Meng Wei fought alone. His hands were pulling at the air in a wild manner. An astonishing aura spread out from him in all directions. No Bone Race clansman dared to approach him, all of them aware of his tyrannical aura and quickly retreating. In the midst of the tugging, streams of inexplicable energy gathered around him, gradually transforming into the figures of giant beasts. These giant beasts were extremely large in size, towering over the heavens and earth. Each of them looked incomparably ancient and desolate. They seemed to have been awakened from their heavy sleep, and the moment they opened their eyes, a catastrophic aura descended upon them. The world trembled. There were a total of 8 giant wild beasts, some running on the ground, some flying in the sky, and even some swimming in the sea. Each of them had condensed into a tangible form, like a living monster beast, and rushed into the Bone Race camp, opening their mouths wide and swallowing the Bone Race clansmen, not even spitting out their bones. Chuling Shao led Songyan's group of 4 and accurately located a 3rd-order Saint Realm Bone Race master in the middle of the battlefield. The 5 of them joined forces to quickly kill this Bone Race master. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth-Splitting Divine Ox, and Ice Jade Python. The 3 Monster Race Great Seniors no longer held back and transformed into their true forms, leading the Monster Race Masters in a rampage. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon spat out a wave of hot flames from his mouth, and wherever it passed, the Bone Race Masters would melt, turning them into a pool of bone fluid. Arcs of lightning that were thicker than a person's body were summoned by him from the ninth heaven and struck down on the Bone Race Masters, causing them to tremble and die without being able to put up any resistance. Wherever earth-splitting divine ox passed, the earth cracked and fissures several thousand meters deep appeared. From these fissures, an incomparably rich earth aura spread out, like a huge vortex, sucking in the Bone Race Masters and crushing them into dust. The Ice Jade Python's body was like crystal white jade, extremely beautiful, and her physical defense was extremely strong. The attacks of the Bone Race Masters that struck her only managed to create a few sparks, unable to harm her at all. With a flick of her tail, no Bone Race Master was able to withstand a single blow from her, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere as their bones shattered. Among the ancient demon clan, Li Rong's figure flickered, her jade hand reaching out and reaping the lives of the Bone Race Masters in an elegant manner. Han Fei's entire body was wrapped in a cold aura as she flew through the battlefield. Wherever she passed, the earth would freeze and snow would fall from the sky. Beautiful ice flowers would form on the chests of the Bone Race soldiers, freezing them into ice sculptures that would then explode. None of the masters from the three clans held back, all of them displaying their divine technique at this moment, going all out. They didn't care about the losses they suffered. All they cared about was killing these Starry Sky Masters as quickly as possible. They had all been infected by Yang Kai's bravery when he had single-handedly charged into the enemy's ranks. Yang Kai was only a third-order transcendent, but he could charge into the 3,000 Bone Race Masters all by himself and instantly kill hundreds of them. None of them were willing to show weakness. Before setting out, Yang Kai had been appointed by the three clans to give orders, but he didn't order others around, nor did he want to do so. He didn't use words, instead using practical actions to inspire the fighting spirit of the three clans. He allowed them to temporarily abandon their racial boundaries and work together to seek a way out for this world. Everyone was fighting hard, and Yang Kai was no exception. In such a chaotic battle, the role he could play as a third-order transcendent was too small. Each of the Bone Race Masters was a transcendent, and they were extremely difficult to deal with. Yang Kai had to expend a great deal of effort to use his Nine Heavens divine skills to kill less than 10 enemies. A trace of impatience appeared in his heart as Yang Kai quickly condensed the blazing Yuan Qi in his body. The golden dragon tattoo on his back began to move in a position invisible to the naked eye, as if it had been given life, swimming around his body. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from the golden dragon tattoo, illuminating everyone's eyes. A thick and majestic aura burst forth. A resounding dragon roar rang out, like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds, resounding throughout the world. A huge golden dragon suddenly soared up from a certain part of the battlefield. This golden dragon was like a radiant sun, its blazing hot energy burning all the Bone Race Masters who approached it. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 transcendent Realm Bone Race Masters were burned to ashes. The might of the Dragon Emperor. Palace Master Xianxia of Dragon Phoenix Palace held his breath as he stared blankly at the golden dragon soaring through the air and wantonly slaughtering the Bone Race soldiers. A slight flush of excitement appearing on his face as he shouted, "The might of my Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Emperor has reappeared." Even after several years, Xianxia still remembered this familiar scene. On that day, the frozen nether cave heaven near Dragon Phoenix Palace had invaded, and just as the sect was about to collapse, the might of the Dragon Emperor had appeared, easily killing the enemy and saving Dragon Phoenix Palace's fate. Today, on this battlefield where they were fighting against the invaders from the starry sky, the might of the Dragon Emperor had appeared once again. Xiaoling! Xianxia calmed down from his excitement and shouted angrily. Palace Master, Elder Xiaoling, who had been fighting side by side with Xianxia, hurried over. "Is Sun Yu here?" Qianzhou asked anxiously. "No, the Dragon Emperor's master is not strong enough and did not come this time." "Then what's going on?" Qianzhou stared at the huge golden dragon in amazement. Sun Yu was the Dragon Emperor of Dragon Phoenix Palace. If he had not come, how could the image of the Dragon Emperor appear here? Qianzhou was confused and could not understand. The aura of a true dragon. At the same time, Thunder Dragon Great Senior could not help stopping what he was doing and staring at the golden dragon in a daze, exclaiming in shock. He was also in his dragon form at this moment, but it was a scarlet flame thunder dragon. Compared with this golden dragon, whether it was in terms of size or the purity of his demonic chi, the difference was not small. This golden dragon exuded the purest aura of a monster emperor. For a moment, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's heart was in turmoil, never having expected that he would still be able to sense such an aura in this world. Even Earth-splitting Divine Ox and Ice Jade Python wore solemn expressions as they stared at the golden dragon with reverence and yearning. Many of the monster race masters also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood at this moment, transforming into their true forms and roaring madly as they rampaged through the bone race. The aura of a true dragon caused the mood of the entire monster race to soar. Chapter 971. A chaotic battle raged from day to night. The entire sky above the sea had become a battlefield, and the number of bone race soldiers was rapidly decreasing. The original 2,500 people had been reduced to a few hundred in just one day, and this number was still rapidly decreasing. The human, monster, and demon clans, who had numbered over 1,000, had now lost nearly half of their original numbers. All of them had fallen on this battlefield, without any hope of survival. Both the Transcendent Realm and Saint Realm cultivators had fallen. In such a chaotic battle, the strength of a single person was simply too small. Only those who had reached the Third Order Saint Realm could freely move about the battlefield and scrupulously. Xianxia transformed into his golden dragon form, the bloodthirsty nature of his bones seemingly aroused as he madly slaughtered the bone race soldiers. His burning hot power was the bone race's greatest nemesis, so whenever he spat out a mouthful of hot air, any bone race soldier below the Saint Realm would be reduced to a puddle of blood, even their bones melting. The situation gradually changed from a stalemate to a one-sided one. After the human, monster, and demon clans gained the upper hand, they expanded their advantage until the bone race could no longer resist and could only be slaughtered like pigs and dogs. However, Xianxia still had a bad feeling about this. He had been looking for the bone race leader, Kaluo, but since the start of the chaotic battle, this guy had not shown up again, so no one knew where he had gone. Many masters were too busy fighting the enemy in front of them to care about anything else. Xianxia flew up into the sky, no longer paying attention to these stray cats and dogs. Releasing his divine sense, Xianxia began to search for Kaluo's whereabouts. This person was the leader of the bone race and should be the most powerful existence there. If he did not die in this battle, even if the bone race was completely annihilated, it would be meaningless. After a long time, though, Xianxia frowned. Kaluo seemed to be no longer here and had long since fled. Even after releasing his divine sense, Xianxia was unable to detect his aura. Xianxia's heart sank to the bottom as he continued to explore. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Xianxia finally found some clues. The flesh and blood essence of the bone race, human race, demon race, and human race experts who had died on the battlefield were seeping into the ground and converging toward a certain source. At that source, an extremely powerful aura was hibernating. Koro. Xianxia swooped down without any hesitation. His golden dragon body transformed into a dazzling golden light, and like a sun falling from the sky, he smashed heavily into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled as the violent energy passed through the soil and into the ground. With a cold snort, Kaluo's figure emerged from the ground, an abnormal red light flashing across his face as he proudly looked down at the crowd, his green eyes filled with disdain and satisfaction. An astonishing energy fluctuation emanated from his body. Xianxia's pupils shrank as he screamed in his heart. He saw that something was wrong. Kuluo had just steadied himself when a pitch-black demonic hand reached out from the void and grabbed towards Kuluo. The demonic hand grew larger and larger as it reached out, as if it could hold the entire world in its palm. This was Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's hand. Kuluo didn't seem to notice, standing motionless in midair. Zhang Yuan, retreat. Yang Kai quickly shouted. His shout was a bit too late. Zhang Yuan was the demon commander, the strongest master in the demon land, so he naturally had absolute confidence in his own strength. But just as his demonic hand was about to reach Kuluo, it seemed to have been pricked by a needle and was forced to withdraw. The next moment, Zhang Yuan appeared beside Yang Kai with a dignified expression, a drop of red blood oozing from his right palm, his entire right hand shrouded in a thick corpse aura. Obviously, he had been injured by Kuluo. Zhang Yuan's eyes filled with dread as he hurriedly circulated his demonic qi to expel the strange, evil energy that had invaded his body from Kuluo's body. A few more figures flashed as Li Rong, Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Thunder Dragon Great Senior, and the others appeared one after another. At this moment, almost all of the Bone Race's Saint Realm Masters had been killed, and the remaining Transcendent Realm clansmen were fleeing in all directions. The Masters from the Human, Monster, and Demon clans were chasing after them, not leaving a single one alive. Only a few of the strongest Masters had remained to deal with Kuluo. Saint King Realm. Meng Wuya muttered in amazement. He knew Zhang Yuan's strength better than anyone else. After all, he had fought with Zhang Yuan several hundred years ago and knew that Zhang Yuan's strength had surpassed the Third Order Saint Realm. However, he had still been injured by Kuluo with ease. Kuluo's strength at this moment seemed to be above everyone else's. Even when facing the three clans' masters, he didn't show the slightest sign of panic and instead maintained a calm demeanor. He hasn't reached the Saint King realm yet, but he's about to break through. Yang Kai maintained his golden dragon body and said, Kuluo's aura was indeed earth-shattering, more powerful than anyone else present, but he definitely hadn't reached the Saint King realm yet, because his aura was fluctuating, a sign that he was about to break through. I must thank all of you. Kuluo looked down at the masters gathered here and said in an insufferably arrogant tone, Thank you for giving me this opportunity. If not for so many masters dying here, it would have been impossible for me to break through to the Saint King realm so quickly. Thousands of years ago, there was a powerful Saint King realm master here who killed many of my clan's masters, but now I want to see just how you plan to fight me. As he shouted, a powerful suction force emerged from his body, as if an invisible vortex was rapidly spinning around him. The flesh and blood essence of the countless corpses down below began gathering towards his body at a rate visible to the naked eye. Drops of crimson blood rose into the air and flowed into Koro's body, becoming his capital, madly boosting his aura. Most of this blood belonged to the masters from the human, monster, and demon clans. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed as Kuluo's breakthrough was imminent. So you've been planning this all along. Chu Ling Xiao paled. Everyone's faces also became gloomy as they suddenly realized that they had all been tricked. This time, the three clans had joined forces to attack the Bone Race, but the Bone Race had not shown any fear. Originally, everyone thought that these Bone Race masters were stupid, but now they understood that Kuluo didn't care about the life or death of his clansmen. He had created so many of his clansmen over the past 6 months in order to force them to fight him to the death. In this war, if his clansmen died, the creatures here would also die. Kuluo could take this opportunity to absorb a large amount of their flesh and blood essence. The dead masters from the human, monster, and demon clans were all transcendent realm masters with no lack of saint realm masters among them. With such a huge amount of energy pouring into his body, it would be difficult for him not to break through. This was a very big game of chess, and while everyone thought victory was in their grasp, Kaluo had already arranged everything. You can kill all my clansmen, but as long as I live, I can have as many of them as I want. Kaluo seemed to feel that he had no more worries and couldn't help laughing wildly. Everyone's faces became pale as they stared up at the terrifying power gathering in the sky. This was the world energy baptism for a Saint Realm Master to break through to the Saint King Realm. None of the masters present dared to test its power. If they made a mistake, they would die without even their bones remaining. You want to live? Xianxia dispersed his golden dragon body and stared at him coldly, sneering, "In your dreams." Saying so, Xianxia flipped his palm and took out an object from the black book space. It was a stone that was entirely red. Xianxia poured his Saint Yuan Qi madly into this stone, and the crimson stone suddenly burst with a bright red light. At the same time, an even stronger attractive force than Kaluo's suddenly erupted from this stone. The blood that was rapidly gathering towards Kaluo seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand at this moment and froze in midair before gradually flying towards the crimson stone, pouring into it at an increasingly faster speed. The Saint King's physique essence also followed the blood and no longer converged towards Kaluo. The source of energy he was using to break through was instantly cut off. Blood essence stone. Kaluo's green eyes trembled violently as he couldn't help calling out an alarm, a trace of panic appearing on his face as he angrily shouted, "How do you have a blood essence stone?" He seemed to be very afraid of this strange stone. Xianxia grinned. "Without a source of energy, I want to see how you'll break through to the Saint King realm." As if in agreement with Xianxia's words, the world energy gathering in the sky suddenly dissipated at this moment. Kaluo looked up at the sky and realized that he had no hope of breaking through, finally panicking. Xianxia held the blood essence stone high and poured his Yuan Qi into it, drawing in all the Saint King's physique essence and blood within a radius of several dozen kilometers, not giving Kaluo any chance to break through. Sneering, Xianxia said, "It looks like you're afraid of this?" The masters gathered around him all had bright eyes, as they once again saw hope for the destruction of the bone race. Secretly rejoicing, if Xianxia had discovered Kaluo's trace a moment later, after he had gathered enough energy, no one in this world would have been able to stop him. Kaluo's eyes trembled as a strong, murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he glared towards Xianxia, grit his teeth, and roared, "Even if I haven't reached the Saint King realm, you're still not my opponent. I'll kill you first, and take your blood essence stone." Saying so, a cold and bloody aura suddenly shot out from Kaluo's side. This aura contained a faint spiritual energy fluctuation and aimed directly at Xianxia's knowledge sea, attempting to destroy Xianxia's soul. Perceiving that this attack was a spiritual energy attack, Xianxia didn't show any fear and simply stood in place without dodging. "Burn!" A low shout came from his mouth as his conflagrated spiritual energy burst out, incinerating the cold and bloody aura before it could even approach. Kaluo Pin raised his big hand and pressed it towards Xianxia's position. A ghastly pale, skeletal hand suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it gave everyone the illusion that death was imminent, and they couldn't help but shudder. This skeletal hand was extremely large and translucent like jade, exuding a strange power like a mountain peak, its 5 hook-like fingers pressing down towards Xianxia. The earth couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. "Wishful thinking," Li Rong shouted, her pretty face instantly covered in dense demon crests, giving her a wild appearance. A monstrous demonic chi overflowed from her tender body and shot towards the skeletal hand like an arrow from a bow. "Go!" Xianxia also shouted at the same time and summoned his Saint Grade high-rank silver leaf artifact, sending out a series of ripples mid-air that blocked the skeletal hand. Chapter 972. The earth cracked and mountains collapsed as a brilliant light burst forth, causing the entire world to tremble. The skeletal hand shattered into pieces, and before they could fall to the ground, they disappeared. Li Rong's tender body trembled as her beautiful face flushed slightly. In this collision with Kaluo's power, she had clearly suffered a small loss. However, at some unknown time, the other masters around Yang Kai had disappeared. Zhang Yuan appeared strangely again, this time appearing on Kaluo's right side, his body wrapped in a black cloud as he gripped a long black halberd in his hand. This long halberd was pitch black and exuded a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation, as if it could swallow all light. The long halberd pierced through the shackles of space and stabbed towards Kaluo's waist. This attack was silent and mysterious, but it was actually Zhang Yuan's strongest attack. Only now did this demon commander reveal his full strength, causing Yang Kai to secretly tremble. The tip of the long halberd was filled with his demonic qi and domain, condensing it into an attack that seemed capable of tearing apart the world. Paltry tricks. Kaluo seemed to have noticed this long ago and coldly snorted, not even bothering to dodge as he summoned a pale, white bone shield to his side. The long halberd struck the bone shield, and a shocking burst of energy erupted, causing Zhang Yuan to retreat a dozen steps and shatter the bone shield. Kaluo remained unscathed, causing Zhang Yuan's eyes to fill with disbelief, never having imagined that this bone race leader would be so tyrannical. Although Kaluo's current strength had yet to reach the Saint King realm, he was definitely above all others in this world. Even Zhang Yuan, who had always thought highly of himself, couldn't help but admit his inferiority. A cold wind blew, and a dozen or so skulls suddenly appeared around Kaluo's body. These skulls quickly grew to the size of a house, moving like the wind as they surrounded Zhang Yuan. From the eyes and mouths of these skulls, a mysterious power shot out in all directions. These skulls wanted to kill Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was stunned, and before he had time to dodge, he was hit by one of these skulls, causing a look of pain to appear on his face. Even with his tyrannical demon body, he was unable to withstand such a violent attack. Not daring to neglect any longer, Meng Wuya hurriedly dodged. Meng Wuya appeared and pushed his Saint Qi to block wave after wave of attacks for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan understood and cooperated without saying a word, waving his halberd and sending out a series of black energy balls towards the black light shooting out from the skulls. These two sworn enemies who had been enemies for hundreds of years, at this moment, their cooperation was better than anyone else's. The Saint King here seriously injured me with just a single blow. I like to see just how much of his inheritance you lot. Kaluo roared as a dark green rope suddenly flew out from his sleeve. This rope seemed to have a life of its own and gradually expanded as it flew forward, eventually becoming even larger than Yang Kai's golden dragon form. When this thing Luo, no one knew how Kaluo had managed to maintain the power of this artifact for thousands of years. It was just that its appearance was too lifelike, resembling a flying serpent with wings on its cheeks. As soon as this flying serpent artifact appeared, it gave Yang Kai a great deal of pressure, making him feel as if he was being crushed by a mountain, his body becoming extremely heavy, making it difficult for him to even move. As the flying serpent flew, a series of ripples spread out from its body, carrying with it a mysterious principal strength that bound everyone like a rope. At this moment, the remaining masters all felt as if their hands and feet were tied, as if they were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move or circulate their Saint Qi properly. Chu-Ling Xiao took the initiative to meet the flying serpent artifact head-on, summoning his demon sealing chain and releasing a burst of golden light to block the surrounding ripples. Thunder Dragon Great Senior also hurriedly stepped forward, releasing his fire and thunder attribute strength in a frenzy, finally joining forces with Chu-Ling Xiao to block the power of the flying serpent artifact. Kuluo himself didn't move. Only relying on the dozen skulls and the flying serpent artifact, he was able to pin down 4 of the world's top masters. Even if the 4 of them were to use all of their strength, they could only barely cope with Kuluo's attacks. None of them had the strength to deal with him. Only Li Rong remained by Yang Kai's side. Kuluo turned his eyes to Yang Kai and smiled coldly. You should have run away. You should have run far away, but you chose to stay. Dying in my hands is something you should be proud of. Saying so, Kuluo leisurely walked towards Yang Kai step by step. As he approached, Li Rong's face became heavier and heavier. An inexplicable pressure coming from her body made her bones creak, as if they would be crushed at any moment. Yang Kai also noticed that something was wrong and muttered in a nightmarish voice, "Become the demon race." The true Yang Yuan Shi in his body crazily retreated back into his dantian, and his meridians, flesh and blood, were flooded with thick demonic essence. Demonic crests that were invisible to the naked eye climbed up his body, imprinted into his flesh and blood, and then disappeared, gathering together in his body to form a heaven-shaking array. Yang Kai's vitality soared madly, and the fluctuations of power coming from his body soared. Even the traces of his vitality had become many times more vigorous than before. Kuluo paused and stared at Yang Kai with some surprise. In that instant, this young man, who should have only been a third-order transcendent, seemed to have become a third-order saint, causing Kuluo's expression to change slightly. You actually have such an external force to rely on. You're quite good. Kuluo gently nodded, pretended to comment for a moment before curling his lips, but you'll still die. Unless you reach the Saint King realm, no one can defeat me. Kuluo lightly pushed out his palm and sent out an invisible pressure towards Yang Kai, as if trying to crush him to dust. Yang Kai dragged Li Rong behind him and also sent out a palm. A huge palm print flew out, covering the entire sky. Heaven covering hand, a single hand covering the heavens. On top of that, Yang Kai had displayed this heaven-covering hand while in his become the demon race, so its power was unparalleled. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, a loud bang rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions, causing a tsunami-like disaster to sweep across the sea. Kuluo's expression changed again, as if he had not expected Yang Kai to be able to easily block his blow without the slightest injury. Kuluo was well aware of how powerful his attack was. Even if this young man seemed to have the strength of a third-order saint, that was only an illusion created by borrowing external force. Kuluo himself was still just a weak third-order transcendent. However, this young man had still managed to block his attack. The only explanation for this was that his body was able to display the full extent of the external force he had borrowed. Just how powerful is his physique? Kuluo's eyes flashed brightly as he couldn't help feeling a strong interest in Yang Kai's physique, secretly thinking that if he could absorb the essence of this young man's physique, his strength would definitely improve significantly. Yang Kai didn't give Kuluo any time to catch his breath, though, condensing a number of black spears in his hands and hurling them towards Kuluo. Li Rong's tender body followed closely behind the countless spears, waiting for an opportunity to inflict serious damage on Kuluo. The pale white bone shield appeared again and condensed in front of Kuluo. This bone shield seemed to be a condensation of the energy in his body, seemingly inexhaustible. The heaven-punishing spears bombarded the bone shield, shattering it one after another, but not injuring Kuluo in the slightest. Li Rong saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and stretched out her hands, sending out 2 streams of demonic chi towards Kuluo's eyes while simultaneously retreating and returning to Yang Kai's side. The two's joint attack had failed to achieve any damage. Kuluo smiled faintly. Is that all you've got? If that's all you've got, then you're out of luck. You're really long-winded. Yang Kai looked impatient as he snorted sarcastically. At the same time, he hurriedly sent a message to Li Rong. His current goal is the blood essence stone in my hand. He wants to steal the blood chi inside it to help himself break through. Don't worry about me for now. Hurry up and help Treasurer Meng and Zhang Yuan. As long as we can break that snake artifact and those skulls, they'll be able to surround this Kaluo. Li Rong was startled and immediately understood what Yang Kai's plan was. Right now, the four top masters were all occupied, so with only her and Yang Kai fighting side by side, there was no way they could deal with this bone race leader. But if the other four could join forces and deal with him at the same time, even if Kaluo's strength was high, he wouldn't be able to resist. After all, he hadn't reached the Saint King realm yet. Li Rong's pretty face showed some hesitation. But hurry up, Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of struggle. Yang Kai was the master of the entire ancient demon clan, so she naturally had to protect Yang Kai at all times. But she also knew that Yang Kai's proposal was the correct one, so for a moment she didn't know what to do. If something happened to Yang Kai, she almost didn't dare imagine it. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became firm as she grit her teeth and said, "Then Master must be careful." Saying so, her tender body flickered and she took the lead to rush towards Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya. The two of them were chased by more than a dozen skulls and had nowhere to run. They fled above the sea, avoiding the terrifying rays of light. However, in the midst of their escape, they managed to break two of the skulls, so they didn't suffer too much of a loss. Li Rong decided to help them first. As long as the two of them could spare some time to assist Thunder Dragon and Chu Ling Xiao, the flying snake artifact was nothing to fear. Watching Li Rong escape, Kaluo tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai, not intending to stop him. He seemed to understand Yang Kai's intentions and sneered. "Before they arrive, I can't kill you. Then you can try." Yang Kai grinned. "See if you can catch up to me." Kaluo slowly shook his head. "Don't even think about using your star shuttle in front of me. It's useless. I reminded you the last time I saw you." He paused for a moment before continuing, "And don't even think about tearing the space apart. I've already used my divine sense to seal this area. Your cultivation base is lower than mine, so you can't use this ability. If I knew you had this ability last time, I wouldn't have let you escape." "I wasn't planning on tearing space." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Then how do you plan to stall for time?" Kaluo seemed to want to know what other methods Yang Kai was hiding, so he wasn't in a hurry to act. "Take a guess." Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he condensed the power of wind around his body, and a small arc of lightning appeared on his body. Combining the power of wind and thunder, a pair of almost transparent wings suddenly appeared on his back. Wind and thunder wings. Chapter 973. Ever since he had obtained his star shuttle, Yang Kai had been using this extremely fast artifact to travel. His wind and thunder wings had been shelved by Yang Kai. However, these wings, which had almost become a part of his body, still played an irreplaceable role. As the wind blew and the thunder surged, Yang Kai transformed into a stream of light and flew off into the distance. He was well aware of the gap in strength between himself and Kaluo, so he didn't try to act rashly. As long as he could delay Kaluo long enough for Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Thunder Dragon Zhang Yuan, and the others to arrive, he would be able to determine the overall situation. Yang Kai was also certain that Kaluo wouldn't let him escape because he had the blood essence stone in his hand, which was a massive amount of blood chi essence Kaluo needed to break through to the Saint King realm. If Kaluo's mind was normal, he would never let him go. Yang Kai saw through Kaluo's heart. Sure enough, after he quickly flew away, Kaluo's eyes narrowed and his expression became ferocious. His pair of green eyes stared at Yang Kai's back, a thick murderous intent and anger filling his face. His figure flickered as he quickly chased after Yang Kai. His speed was incredibly fast, not inferior to Yang Kai's wind and thunder wings, perhaps even faster. The space shackles had no effect on him at all. With a single step, Kaluo appeared a few thousand meters away, and with another step he appeared in another place, quickly closing the distance between himself and Yang Kai. The murderous intent behind Yang Kai's back made his blood run cold. As he ran, Yang Kai tried to tear space, but was shocked to find that the space around him had become extremely viscous, as if there was some kind of strange force sealing his surroundings, making it impossible for him to tear open a crack in space. This Kaluo should have some understanding of space principles. Otherwise, even if his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this. Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant. One chasing, one fleeing. There seemed to be no end to this chase. Yang Kai began running in circles with a clear goal in mind. He needed to wait for the others to come to his rescue. If he really ran too far, those people wouldn't be able to catch up. The aura of death was constantly pressing down on his heart, making him feel as heavy as a mountain. He had never encountered such a difficult battle before. Kuluo's strength was far greater than Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya's. He was the true #1 master of Tongxian realm. Whoosh, 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 a sonic boom came from behind him. Before the attack arrived, Yang Kai felt as if his body was about to be cut open and his soul was trembling. Startled, Yang Kai summoned his silver leaf artifact, turning it into a wave of water that surrounded his body. At the same time, he changed direction and agilely moved forward like a snake. Boom, boom, boom. Those attacks still bombarded his back with incomparable accuracy, causing him to feel intense pain. Kai Yang felt his back become blurry, and a warm feeling seeped out from it. The Saint Grade high-rank silver leaf artifact was instantly shattered. You can't run away, just surrender, and I'll give you a comfortable death. Kuluo's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ear, as if he already had victory in his grasp. The next moment, he appeared beside Yang Kai and stood side by side with him, squinting towards him with a playful look in his eyes as he stretched out his finger and pointed it towards Yang Kai, sending out a terrifying burst of energy at his fingertip. Not waiting for Kuluo to attack, Yang Kai pressed his palms together and pushed out his beast spirit seal. The white tiger and divine ox roared as they charged towards Kuluo. At the same time, Yang Kai paused his pace and nimbly turned around, flying off in another direction. This brief moment of time allowed Yang Kai to once again open up the distance between him and Kuluo. Secretly anxious, Yang Kai prayed for Meng Wuya and the others to end this quickly. I want you to die without a burial. Kuluo roared, his expression ferocious. It seemed that because he had chased after Yang Kai for so long, but was unable to do anything to him, he was completely enraged. A monstrous evil chi swept across the world as Kuluo used all of his strength, no longer willing to play this game of cat and mouse. The sky suddenly darkened and a red light, as if condensed from thick blood, shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became alert, summoning his silver leaf artifact once again while condensing several grand heavenly shields behind him to defend himself. However, he still felt a great sense of crisis, as if even this kind of defensive measure would not have much effect. I seal, a tender voice suddenly called out, and Yang Kai saw a beautiful figure rapidly approaching him. It was Han Fei. Han Fei's expression was indifferent, like an iceberg that would never melt, the demon crests on her pretty face making her look even colder than usual. In her white hand was an ice crystal sword, and as she waved it, a cold aura overflowed from it, and a power that seemed capable of freezing the world erupted behind Yang Kai. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk the earth around them turned into frozen earth, and the pursuing blood chi seemed to be frozen in an instant. Han Fei passed by Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to help Yang Kai resist Kuluo for a while. Yang Kai, however, caught her in his arms and fled like a whirlwind, shouting, "You can't fight him head-on." Han Fei was definitely not his opponent. The best outcome for her was to be severely injured or even killed. The cracking sounds continued to spread, and the extremely cold energy did stop Kuluo for a moment, causing his pace to become slightly sluggish and his body to be covered in a thin layer of frost, but it only lasted a moment before this layer of frost melted away. Kaluo chased after him even more violently. "Master!" Han Fei turned around in amazement and muttered, "Who is this person? How is he so strong?" "Bone Race Leader." Yang Kai released her and hurriedly asked, "What's the situation on your side?" "The fleeing Bone Race clansmen have basically been killed, and the ones chasing after them will soon return," Han Fei quickly replied. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help grinning. At that moment, not far away, four figures flew over from the side and saw Yang Kai fleeing with Han Fei, while Kaluo chased after them, causing all of them to gawk. These were the 4 demon generals. 2 more figures arrived and stood beside the 4 demon generals. They were the other 2 great seniors of the monster race. The 6 of them had just finished chasing down the fleeing Bone Race clansmen and thought the battle was over. But when they returned, they discovered this scene. The 6 of them stood side by side, staring towards Kaluo with unkind eyes, a pressure that seemed capable of shattering the heavens and earth converging towards Kaluo. Kaluo finally realized that the situation wasn't good and stopped his pursuit of Yang Kai, turning his head and coldly glaring at these 6 people. A cold snort rang out from Kaluo's side as he closed his eyes and remained motionless, a dangerous aura pulsing from his body, as if he was summoning something. A moment later, in the distant sky, 6 or 7 house-sized skulls flew over. These are the skulls that had previously entangled Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya. There had originally been a dozen of them, but now only half remained. The flying snake-like artifact also flew back at the same time and poured into Kaluo's body, causing his already violent and cruel aura to soar to another level. "Kaluo, you're finished." Yang Kai also stopped running and stood side by side with Han Fei, staring at him coldly. As soon as his voice fell, a number of figures appeared beside him. It was none other than Meng Wuya and the others who had chased after the skulls and flying snake-like artifacts. 11 third-order saints, 1 second-order saint, and including Yang Kai, a total of 13 people, an unprecedentedly powerful lineup. These 13 people surrounded Kaluo in an iron-like manner, all of their auras converging towards him, exerting pressure on him to prevent him from escaping. "Finished." Kaluo looked calm as he chuckled. That's not necessarily the case. Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Kai and said, "Do you think I don't know what you're up to? You're just waiting for them to come together so you can bully us with numbers." Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as a faint uneasiness appeared in his heart. Kaluo was too calm, so calm that Yang Kai didn't know who had succeeded in their scheme. "I already said, even if you haven't reached the Saint King realm, no one in this world is my opponent. No matter how many of you come, it won't matter." Kaluo shouted. "Don't be so arrogant in front of this senior. It's not your turn to act presumptuously." Zhang Yuan's expression was gloomy, his mood extremely uncomfortable. "If you really have some kind of heaven-defying method, you might as well show it to us." Meng Wei stared at him coldly. Although his words were calm and indifferent, his Saint Chi was actually surging, making him extremely vigilant. "Very well, as you wish." Kaluo laughed and suddenly sat down cross-legged, his pair of green eyes flashing violently as a 7-colored light bloomed from them. Kaluo's hands were constantly forming some kind of unknown seal as he muttered to himself. Kaluo's vitality rose like a rising tide as the surface of his skin began to exude a bright red light, as if he would bleed at any moment. Crisp sounds came from all over his body. His bones seemed to have broken at this moment, and countless small wounds appeared on the surface of his skin. Dark red blood flowed out from those wounds, turning him into a terrifying bloody man in an instant. "Be careful," Chu Ling Xiao shouted. This was definitely Kaluo's last resort, and from the confidence in his tone and demeanor, it was clear that this method was extremely powerful. Before they knew its depths, no one would dare attack him rashly. Everyone's expression became dignified, each one more nervous than the last. The blood from Kaluo's body continued to flow out, seemingly endless, dyeing the ground red. The smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, Kaluo threw his head back and laughed, standing up and shouting, I'll let you experience my bone race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest. You'll die without regrets." Along with his shout, his body suddenly exploded. Chunks of flesh flew in all directions. His bones also shattered at this moment, sputtering out one bone after another. He blew himself up. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected that with Kaluo's monstrous momentum, he would actually blow up his body. "Something's wrong, retreat." Yongkai suddenly shouted, feeling a sense of crisis and quickly retreating. Too late. Kaluo laughed strangely, his laughter resounding in everyone's ears as the shattered pieces of flesh and bones suddenly seemed to come to life, converging into a monstrous sea of blood that drowned out the surrounding area and swallowed the group of 13 people. Chapter 974. This boundless sea of blood enveloped the world. In an instant, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom of their chests. Everywhere they looked, all they could see was a sea of red. All around them, there was a thick pool of blood that made it difficult for them to move. This pool of blood contained a strange power that made it difficult for them to circulate their Saint Chi. The 13 of them felt as if they had fallen into a huge pool of blood, unable to find a way out, unable to see the light. All of them summoned their defensive artifacts at this moment to protect themselves, vigilantly searching for a way out. Kaluo was nowhere to be seen, but his aura was everywhere in this blood sea. He seemed to be everywhere. Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest. In this thick sea of blood, a series of blood dragons took shape and swam about freely, exuding a dangerous aura. They were obviously under Kaluo's control, but Kaluo didn't rush to attack, as if he wanted to enjoy the sight of everyone struggling. Yongkai stood side by side with Han Fei. Han Fei's ice attribute power burst out uncontrollably, but she was unable to freeze this pool of blood. Her ice attribute power was suppressed inside her body, unable to break out at all. Yongkai took out the blood essence stone and poured his yuan qi into it, attempting to use this starry sky stone to absorb all the blood here. But he was disappointed. The blood essence stone didn't work here, soaking in this pool of blood, but unable to absorb any of it. This discovery shocked Yongkai greatly. After using the blood essence stone so many times, Yongkai knew that it could only absorb the blood of the dead. It couldn't absorb the blood of the living. Even if a person was seriously injured, they wouldn't be able to draw blood from their wounds because a living person could still circulate their Saint Chi to resist the suction of the blood essence stone. Kaluo wasn't dead, so the blood essence stone naturally had no effect. On top of that, this entire blood pond flesh forest should have been formed by him exploding. Yongkai suddenly understood, which was why his aura was so pervasive. "You seem to have discovered something." Kaluo's voice sounded in Yongkai's ear as he laughed. "And you can say that you are now inside my body. Here, I am the master. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. No one can resist." As if to verify his words, as soon as these arrogant words fell, a tender voice suddenly called out. "You are..." Thunder Dragon Great Senior anxiously called out. That sound was obviously the Ice Jade Python scream. She must have been attacked by something. "I'm fine." Er's voice sounded from a certain direction. Lei Long hurriedly rushed in that direction, but when he followed the voice, he couldn't find any trace of the Ice Jade Python. In this sea of blood, he couldn't even grasp the direction. Of the 13 people, with the exception of Yongkai and Han Fei, who were standing together, the other 11 were all separated, each of them able to stand on their own. The situation was extremely bad. Yongkai's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the current situation, but there was nothing he could do. "Your auras are somewhat similar to that person from several thousand years ago, which makes me very annoyed. I'll start with you guys." Kaluo's voice sounded again, extremely calm, as if he really could control the life and death of everyone in the Blood Sea. Yongkai clearly felt that a huge amount of energy in the Blood Sea was gathering in a certain direction, and soon after, a burst of cries and sounds of fighting rang out. After just 3 breaths of time, Demon General Ba He's angry roar rang out. Want to kill me? Don't think you'll have an easy time. A monstrous surge of demonic chi accompanied by an even stronger movement. With a muffled groan, Bahi's aura suddenly became ragged, as if his heart and lungs had been pierced by something, making it difficult for him to breathe. Bahi, Zhang Yuan shouted angrily. Master, avenge your subordinate. Bahi roared to the heavens, his voice deafening, and with a loud crack, Bahi's aura suddenly disappeared. Somehow, his spiritual energy had dissipated into the Blood Sea. Bahi is dead. The other 3 demon generals, who were scattered in different corners of the blood pool, cried out involuntarily. A hint of shock appeared on their faces. Among the 4 great demon generals, Bahi was the one with the least experience. Although he was the weakest, he was still a third-order saint. But since he fought with Kaluo, he had died in just 10 breaths of time. Inside this blood sea, what kind of ability did Kaluo use to accomplish such a feat? Menggu, Goqiong, and Shueli all panicked, fearing that it would be their turn to suffer next, hurriedly shuttling back and forth across the Blood Sea, searching for Zhang Yuan's figure and praying for some kind of protection. The moment Bahi's aura disappeared, Yangkai once again pushed his Yuan Qi and poured it into the Blood Essence Stone. A huge attractive force emerged, and from a certain direction of the Blood Sea, a wisp of Blood Qi was sucked into the Blood Essence Stone before disappearing. This was Bahi's Blood Qi. The Blood Essence Stone finally played a role at this moment, preventing Kaluo from becoming stronger. I'll deal with you later. Kaluo's cold snort sounded in Yangkai's ears. He was not in a hurry to take Yangkai's life. Of all the people present, his cultivation was the lowest, so after falling into the Blood Sea, Kaluo felt that he could kill him at any time. Master, Goqiong's voice sounded from a certain location, a hint of relief apparent in his voice. What's the matter? Zhang Yuan responded from another location. Goqiong seemed to be stunned for a moment before calling out. You are, as if he had seen something incredible. Goqiong pushed his demonic chi and shouted as he fought. Inside this blood sea, he can transform into anyone. Everyone be careful. Everyone's complexion changed dramatically. Only now do they understand why Goqiong's tone was mixed with relief. Obviously, he thought he had found Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, but it turned out to be an illusion created by Kaluo using the Blood Sea's energy. Caught off guard, he must have been ambushed. Goqiong, Shueli called out, but received no response. The Blood Essence Stone in Yangkai's hand once again absorbed a huge amount of blood qi, so Goqiong's fate was obvious. Goqiong, Menggu also shouted. Although the 4 demon generals had always been difficult to deal with, in the blink of an eye, 2 of their companions had fallen, so Menggu and Shueli were in a very bad mood and couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness. Somewhere inside the Blood Sea, Zhang Yuan's face became even more gloomy as he grit his teeth and roared. I will make you pay the price. This senior swears he will make you pay the price. You don't have the ability. Kaluo's sarcastic voice sounded. If that master of your clan was still alive, my clan wouldn't have dared to awaken him. But his aura has already disappeared. He has already fallen. In this world, no one can do anything to me. Rest assured, after I kill you, I will use your blood essence and bones to create clansmen who look exactly like you and let them live in your place. He shouted wildly, using the bone race's forbidden technique to toy with everyone in the palm of his hand. You're a big hindrance. It looks like I'll have to kill you first. Kaluo's voice once again sounded in Yangkai's ear. 2 times, he had killed people without obtaining any blood qi. All of it had been taken away by the blood essence stone in Yangkai's hand, causing him to feel very uncomfortable. After killing the 2 demon generals and avenging thousands of years of hatred, Kaluo finally turned his attention to Yongkai. A white bone like a sharp spear shuttled through the blood sea, accurately stabbing towards Yongkai's position. It was silent and extremely mysterious. By the time Yongkai noticed, the bone spear was already within reach. "Master, be careful." Han Fei, who had been vigilant all this time, quickly screamed when she noticed the danger approaching. Asterisk poo. Asterisk with a muffled bang. Even though Yongkai's physique was extremely tough, he was still pierced through by the sharp bone spear, opening a hole in his lower abdomen where golden blood instantly gushed out. "Master!" Li Rong also noticed something was wrong and called out in alarm. "Han Fei, how is Master?" Han Fei didn't answer because she couldn't see Yongkai's situation at all, even if she was standing next to Yongkai. The thick blood around him blocked her vision, making it so she could only see red. However, with her divine sense, she found that Yongkai's aura had stagnated, indicating he had been injured. Her heart was filled with panic. "I'm fine," Yongkai shouted, trying to maintain the calmness in his voice as he gripped the bone spear that had pierced through his body and stared forward. In the blood pool, there was a vague humanoid figure holding the other end of the bone spear. Yongkai felt that Kaluo was staring at him coldly. "I've heard you mention that master from several thousand years ago more than once. Are you afraid of him?" Yongkai asked coldly. "Afraid?" Kaluo admitted without hesitation. "I'm not his opponent at all. With just a casual blow, I fell to the ground unconscious, and all the masters of my race were killed by him. Do you think I'm not afraid?" As he spoke, Kaluo forcefully twisted the bone spear, causing Yongkai severe pain and unbearable torture. He seemed to be venting the embarrassment Yongkai had caused him. However, thanks to this, I was able to avoid the fate of being killed by him. I was able to sleep on this continent for thousands of years, waiting for him to fall. Kaluo laughed wildly. "The lifespan of my race is incomparable to any other race. Their life essence was stored in their bones, so as long as their bones remained intact, they were virtually immortal. What if I told you that he didn't fall?" Yongkai roared in a low voice. Chapter 975. Great demon god's demon eye of annihilation had long since been integrated into Yongkai's left eye, allowing him to freely use it. The demon eye of annihilation contained one of great demon god's divine techniques, the soul-extinguishing golden light. Yongkai didn't know what kind of mysteries the soul-extinguishing golden light possessed, or whether great demon god could really shoot out golden light from his eyes to purify evil spirits. But when the demon eye appeared in his left eye, the entire world suddenly became somewhat different. The world trembled and the blood sea became turbulent, as if it had suffered a great impact. Amidst the turbulent blood sea, a figure gradually blurred from nothingness and then became clear. It was Kaluo's figure. This figure had no flesh or blood, only a condensation of spiritual energy. It was Kaluo's soul avatar. His flesh and blood had long ago exploded, forming this blood sea forest. His bones were scattered in every corner of the blood sea, becoming his weapons of slaughter. At this moment, Kaluo's soul avatar was standing in front of Yongkai, holding a bone spear in his hand that he had pierced through Yongkai's abdomen. Golden blood flowed out from Yongkai's wound and merged into the blood sea, but instead of merging with it, the blood sea automatically parted and opened a path for him. Kaluo's eyes trembled violently as he stared into Yongkai's left eye. In that majestic golden eye, he seemed to see the invincible master from thousands of years ago. In the past, when he had rushed over, that master had only needed a casual blow to knock him to the ground. From the beginning to the end, that master had not even glanced at Kaluo, as if the other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. That scene had left an indelible mark in Kaluo's heart, causing him to feel uneasy even in his deep sleep. fearing that Master would discover his whereabouts and kill him. After hiding for thousands of years, it was only when that Master's aura disappeared from this world that he and his clansmen dared to awaken. But now, that aura that made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart had appeared once again. Right in front of him was a pair of insufferably arrogant eyes from thousands of years ago. The eyes exuded a mysterious power that gradually transformed into a vortex capable of swallowing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Kuluo felt his soul avatar being grabbed by an invisible giant hand and dragged into the vortex, plunging him into a purgatory where he would never see the light of day. Impossible! Kuluo roared as he desperately tried to retreat, desperately tried to resist the suction force from the golden eye. Koro, your time has come. Be a good boy and accept your death. Xianxia pressed forward step by step, completely ignoring the injury to his abdomen, constantly using words to influence Kuluo's state of mind, making him nervous. You're not him, Karo screamed in horror. Even if you have one of his eyes, you can't be him. He's already dead. He hid his soul avatar inside the blood sea and roared as he controlled the countless bone spikes scattered around the blood pool to stab towards Xianxia. He had listed Xianxia as his most dangerous enemy and was striving to kill him as quickly as possible. The masters from the 3 clans who were scattered across the blood sea suddenly felt the pressure on them lighten. Releasing their divine senses, they were able to detect the positions of others. At this moment, all of Kuluo's attention was focused on Xianxia, so he no longer had the ability to control others, causing the power of the blood sea to drop several notches. Ice crystal shield, Han Fei shouted as she waved the long sword in her hand, condensing a massive ice shield in front of Xianxia to protect his safety. Li Rong rushed over from the side, her delicate hand reaching out and grabbing one of the bone spurs aimed at Xianxia, wrapping it in her demonic qi, preventing it from moving. Zhang Yuan, Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, and Thunder Dragon arrived one after another, each of them using their own methods to intercept one bone spur after another. In front of Xianxia, the 10 masters worked together to block Kuluo's frenzied offensive. Xianxia hadn't moved a single step and remained unscathed. On top of that, it seemed that because of the appearance of the demon eye of annihilation, the illusions hidden in the blood sea had been broken, allowing everyone's vision to become much clearer, allowing them to see up to 10 meters away. Kuluo was still hiding in the blood sea, far away from Xianxia, not daring to come out. He had blown up his physical body and used the bone race's forbidden technique, leaving only his soul avatar to move about in this blood sea. He had thought that he was the master of this place, but the result had greatly disappointed him. The demon eye of annihilation was the bane of souls. So, without the protection of his physical body, how could he dare to show himself? Asterisk Xio, Xio Xio. Asterisk bone spikes danced in the air. They were incomparably sharp and imposing. The dark red blood water also converged into blood dragons. They bared their fangs and roared at everyone as they wantonly attacked. The 10 masters were no longer at a loss and were now standing beside Xianxia. They were no longer lost in this sea of blood, and everyone's demeanor was very relaxed as they saw hope for victory. Over there, use your divine sense to attack. He's only left with his soul avatar. Xianxia shouted and pointed in a certain direction. Only left with his soul avatar. Zhang Yuan was startled for a moment before grinning fiercely. Good. That's good. I'd like to see how long he can struggle at death's door. As he spoke, the spiritual energy of the 10 masters rushed in the same direction as Xianxia also strengthened the power of the demon eye of annihilation to contain Kuluo's movements. A silent and mysterious attack broke out, and a heart-palpitating spiritual energy fluctuation burst out. Kuluo screamed miserably. He had finally been injured. Even if he was a master who was close to breaking through to the Saint King realm, he was unable to resist the spiritual energy attacks of 10 top masters in an instant. Over there, Yangkai pointed in another direction, and the spiritual energy of the 10 masters began bombarding it fiercely. The blood sea shook once more and became unstable. The bone spurs and blood dragons that were originally under Koluo's control also lost their deterrence, and the blood dragons scattered and merged back into the blood sea. The bone spurs were also taken back by Koluo and disappeared without a trace. Koluo obviously didn't have much energy left to distract himself. Avoiding the combined spiritual energy attacks of the 10 masters was the limit of what he could do. Over here, Yangkai pointed in a certain direction. The attacks of the 10 masters were like spears and swords in his hands, accurately striking Koluo again and again. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the blood sea that had been enveloping everyone suddenly shrank. Everyone's vision became clear, and by the time they recovered, the Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest, had finally disappeared. Not far away, the bone spurs and flesh had merged back together, and Koluo's figure gradually took shape. He had actually been able to restore himself to his original state. Without that strange forbidden technique, I want to see what you'll use to fight us. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed brightly as he shouted. The others also looked towards Koluo with malicious intent. Just now, in the Blood Sea, they had all been toyed within the palm of Koluo's hand. Everyone here was a top master, and they all had their own pride. What they had experienced just now was a great humiliation. Now that they had escaped from the Blood Sea, it was naturally time for them to avenge their grievances. Without waiting for Koluo's figure to completely reform, the 10 masters scattered and surrounded him, leaving him with no path to heaven or door to earth. Koluo finally panicked, his face going pale as his green eyes overflowed with fear and regret. He felt that he shouldn't have woken up at this time and should have slept for another few thousand years. Koluo, did you forget something? Yangkai looked at him coldly and asked lightly. Koluo turned his eyes to Yangkai and narrowed his eyes. He saw the bone spur that had been inserted into Yangkai's abdomen. This bone spike was as translucent as white jade, as if it had been carved from the most beautiful crystal. It contained an incredible amount of energy, and after piercing through Yangkai's body, it was still inside his body even now. The moment he saw this bone spur, Koluo's face changed greatly as he became more and more flustered. This was a part of his body that contained a large amount of his life essence. With this bone spur missing, his strength would be greatly reduced. Yangkai's expression was fierce as he reached out and grabbed the bone spur, slowly pulling it out of his abdomen. His eyes were firm as he stared at Koluo, not showing the slightest sign of panic despite the severe pain. Golden blood spurted out as the moment the bone spur left his body. The wounds on Yangkai's body began to heal automatically. Koluo's eyes were like locusts as he stared at the bone spur, his lips squirming as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Yangkai grinned and looked at him calmly. For your bone race, your body is the foundation of your existence, isn't it? So what if it is? Koluo grit his teeth. That's good. Yangkai gently nodded, his destructive demonic chi pouring out of his palm and wrapping around the bone spur. In an instant, the bone spur seemed to have been ignited by a black flame and quickly melted, turning into a pool of bone liquid that dripped from Yangkai's fingertips and disappeared into the ground. In front of him, Yangkai had burned the bone spur. Koluo's expression changed dramatically. As if the most important thing in his life had been destroyed by Yangkai, his expression becoming fierce and terrifying as he roared. For destroying my body, I will make you pay the price. You won't have a chance. Meng Wuya roared as he waved his hands wildly in the air. High up in the sky, it was as if a meteor was being grabbed by Meng Wuya. A series of bright lights containing terrifying power smashed down towards Koluo, as if they wanted to destroy the world. Since you dare to kill my demon general, today I'll grind your bones to dust. The halberd in Zhang Yuan's hand pulsed with a kind of darkness that seemed to swallow all light as it stabbed towards Koluo like an azure dragon. Meng Gu and Shueli followed closely behind Zhang Yuan, their faces filled with hatred as they also pushed their strength to the limit. The three monster race great seniors all exchanged a glance before transforming into their true forms and attacking Kaluo with all their strength. Chu Ling Xiao shook his demon sealing chain and wrapped it around Kaluo, restricting his movements. A series of bone shields condensed around Kaluo as he also felt a great sense of crisis. He knew that if he could not resist this attack, he would die without a doubt, so he was counting on these bone shields to buy him some time. He still had the strength to fight. Chapter 976. Surrounded by his bone shields, Kaluo was extremely nervous. Han Fei appeared beside him and waved the ice crystal sword in her hand, creating a curtain of light that enveloped him. As soon as she took action, Li Rong also quickly took action. The leader of the ancient demon clan was like a hot knife through butter, her pair of delicate fists punching out one after another, completely ignoring the bone shields around Kaluo, smashing through countless bone shields along the way as she arrived in front of Kaluo and punched out. A fist force that contained the intent to destroy all living beings suddenly erupted. Kaluo's face changed greatly, and he was about to resist, but Zhang Yuan's peerless halberd had already arrived. Being attacked from both sides, Kaluo could only try to evade while simultaneously meeting Li Rong's blow. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the earth trembled as a deafening explosion rang out. Kaluo's newly formed body seemed unable to withstand such a violent blow and began to crack. Chu Ling Zhao's devil sealing chain wrapped around Kaluo's body, restricting his freedom. The other masters saw this opportunity and rushed forward, using all of their strength to bombard Kaluo. Kaluo was in a difficult situation as his body cracked open, chunks of flesh and blood flying out. His bones, which contained the essence of his life, were exposed to everyone's eyes. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk Kaluo's bone body was unable to withstand the barrage of attacks from the 10 top masters and began to crack like a spider web. Kaluo was finished. This time, he was really finished. He had been counting on the Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest, to wipe out Tongxian Realm's masters, but the last moment his plan had been destroyed by Yang Kai. Kaluo, who did not dare to use his forbidden technique, was no longer the opponent of these 10 masters. In every aspect, Kaluo was being suppressed, and he no longer had any hope of winning. Kaluo's green eyes twitched, filled with annoyance, anger, and unwillingness. All kinds of emotions intertwined as Zhang Yuan's halberd directly pierced through his head and pierced his eyes. Blood and flesh splattered as Kaluo stopped moving in place. The next moment, as if he had been dismembered, his body exploding and his bones completely falling apart. An illusory figure suddenly burst out from Kaluo's mind and rapidly shrank into a fluorescent light that quickly flew off into the distance. Divine soul projection, Meng Wuya shouted in a low voice. With his flesh and bones completely shattered, Kaluo decisively sent his soul out of his body, hoping that it would not be destroyed. Without a carrier, no matter how powerful one's soul was, it was impossible for it to remain in this world for a long time, unless one used some special artifact to preserve it or found a suitable body to occupy. The old demon was a good example. If Kaluo really had such an opportunity and could find a suitable body with the Bone Race's strange nature, he may be able to make a comeback. How could the 10 experts give him this chance? They had long been prepared for this moment. As soon as Meng Wuya's voice fell, 10 spiritual energy streams erupted and chased after Kaluo's soul. In the blink of an eye, Kaluo let out a miserable cry from his soul. His soul avatar came to a stop in midair, its translucent face ferocious and terrifying, exuding a dangerous aura. Perceiving Kaluo's strange state, the 10 masters no longer dared to force him, and instead surrounded him with their spiritual energy to prevent him from escaping. A battle between souls was too dangerous, and the slightest mistake could result in soul damage, a price no one could afford to pay. Everyone was afraid that Kaluo would drag one of them down with him before he died. If a master of Kaluo's level was really forced into a corner and decided to use Soul Explosion, no one present would be able to withstand it. "Don't embarrass me again, or I'll take you down with me." Kaluo roared hysterically, the aura coming from his soul avatar becoming more and more dangerous, as if it could explode at any time. The 10 masters couldn't help frowning, secretly feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. "Kaluo!" Xianxia's angry shout suddenly sounded. Hearing this shout, Kaluo turned his eyes to Xianxia, but in the next moment he realized that he was in trouble. The moment he saw the golden demonic eye, a huge and invisible vortex suddenly formed in front of him, rolling up a terrifying suction force that he could not resist and pulling his soul avatar into it. Kaluo struggled desperately, but to no avail. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and the more he struggled, the faster he sank. Shio. In the blink of an eye, Kaluo's soul, which even the 10 masters found difficult to deal with, was directly sucked into Xianxia's left eye, the sound of Kaluo's unwilling roars and screams echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone was dumbfounded. Before they had time to ask Xianxia how the situation was, Kaluo closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. Inside his knowledge sea, Xianxia's soul avatar appeared. Kaluo was looking around with a look of panic on his face. Feeling the scorching heat of the sea, his expression changed several times, and he couldn't help calling out in amazement. "A special spiritual energy? You actually have a special spiritual energy?" With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that Xianxia's knowledge sea was extraordinary. This was a divine sense that possessed a scorching heat. Even across the entire star territory, there were very few people who possessed such a special spiritual energy. Kaluo had never expected that someone in this inferior world would possess such a special spiritual energy. "Today, I'll destroy your soul." Xianxia didn't waste any time. The moment his soul avatar appeared, he poured all the power in his knowledge sea into burning Kaluo's soul avatar. At the same time, the demon eye of annihilation suspended above Xianxia's knowledge sea appeared again, and a golden light shot out from it. Kaluo screamed and struggled, but he was unable to resist. Under the power of the conflagrated knowledge sea and the soul-extinguishing golden light, his entire life's consciousness and experiences were completely purified, leaving behind only a mass of pure spiritual energy. Xianxia stretched out his hand and collected this mass of spiritual energy, feeling the surge of it and feeling it. His expression changed slightly. Worthy of a master who was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm, the amount of spiritual energy Xianxia had obtained was far greater. Above Xianxia's knowledge sea, one mass of pure spiritual energy after another was suspended. These were all inadvertently absorbed by Xianxia throughout the battle. As long as someone died near him, their spiritual energy would be absorbed into his knowledge sea, something that Xianxia could not control. However, thanks to this, Xianxia had obtained unimaginable benefits. Xianxia didn't rush out. In any case, the overall situation had been decided. The bone race had been wiped out, so all that was left was to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties. Xianxia began to absorb the countless masses of spiritual energy. Most of these spiritual energy belonged to a transcendent realm cultivator, with many of them being saints. Each mass of spiritual energy contained the cultivator's comprehensive comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as their unique cultivation insights. Xianxia removed the impurities and turned these spiritual energy into his own nutrients. Gradually, Xianxia's consciousness vaguely arrived in front of a door. Pushing it open, he saw the world behind it. Xianxia's heart shook violently as his knowledge sea churned and his entire body erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Outside, everyone who was meditating suddenly felt the changes in Xianxia and opened their eyes in surprise, turning to look at him. A moment later, Li Rong's tender body trembled as she exclaimed, "Master is about to break through." Meng Wuya's face froze. "Isn't that too fast?" He had asked Li Rong before when Yang Kai and Yuan Qi had broken through to the Saint King realm and knew that it had only been a year ago. He estimated that even if Yang Kai's aptitude was outstanding, after experiencing Yuan Qi's Saint transformation, it would take at least 2 to 3 years before he could truly touch the threshold of the Saint realm. At that time, whether or not he could make a breakthrough would depend on his luck and fortune. But now, in just a year, Yang Kai had begun to break through. He was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint realm. Meng Wuya was somewhat unable to accept this, staring at Yang Kai as if he was some kind of monster, muttering something to himself, a look of shock appearing on his face. Meng Wuya considered himself a genius, but compared to Yang Kai, he was still lacking in self-confidence. Sure enough, he's about to break through. Chu Xiao smiled lightly. Chu Ling Xiao smiled and nodded, a look of relief appearing on his old face. It looks like he gained a lot from this battle. And we should keep our distance so we don't disturb him. Saying so, Meng Wuya took the initiative to retreat. The demon race and monster race masters also did not linger. After they had all left, Li Rong and Han Fei were the last to leave. They were still worried about the masters from the demon race and monster race. Although they had all worked together to deal with the bone race, now that things had come to an end, no one could guarantee that they would not take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yang Kai and strangle him on his path to growth. As such, Li Rong and Han Fei remained vigilant. After a long time, more and more masters from the 3 great clans returned from all directions, hunting down the remnants of the bone race, not letting any of them escape. They burned all the fleeing bone race clansmen to ashes, making it impossible for them to revive. Half a day later, all the people who were still alive gradually returned, and the 3 clans began to count their casualties. The result made everyone's mood heavy. When they first arrived, the 3 clans had sent over 1,000 masters, but after this battle, less than 500 had survived. Nearly half of the masters had fallen in this world, many of them saints. Although this battle had allowed the entire continent to relax, each of the clans had also suffered heavy losses. The demon race's losses were the heaviest. In the battle with Kaluo, 2 of their demon general had fallen, a blow that even Zhang Yuan could not bear. Xue Li and Meng Ge, who were still alive, were similarly depressed. The saddest thing was that almost all of the people who had died had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a pile of bones. No one knew who these skeletons belonged to before they died. The 3 clans worked together to collect the bones of those who had died in battle and place them on an island near Water Spirit Temple as a form of consolation. Masters from all sides paid tribute to the contributions they had made in this battle. One day later, the clouds in the sky began to change, and a terrifying world energy descended from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Yang Kai has broken through. On the island, Meng Wuya's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Let's go take a look." Chu Ling Xiao said, then directly flew over to Yang Kai's side. The monster race and demon race group also followed closely behind. The masters from the human race who heard the news were also filled with curiosity and rushed over to observe. Chapter 977. A few years ago, no one had even heard of Yang Kai's name, but today his name had spread far and wide across the entire continent. A Saint Realm master in his late 20s, at such a young age, and with such cultivation, he was unique in all of Tongxian Realm and naturally attracted the attention of many. What's more, Yang Kai's status wasn't low either. This time, he was the one who had led the war with the bone race. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Everyone believed that from today onwards, This name would be the talk of the entire continent. It would spread far and wide, becoming the most dazzling star of the continent. His future achievements would likely be higher than anyone else's. When the human, monster, and demon clans arrived, the ancient demon clan, led by Li Rong and Han Fei, had gathered 10 kilometers away from Xianxia, making sure no one was allowed to approach. Everyone could only watch from a distance. After seeing Xianxia's current state, all of them were shocked. The extremely violent world energy seemed capable of tearing the earth apart and smashing down onto Xianxia's body. His upper robes had been torn to shreds, revealing his sturdy physique. From top to bottom, there were no traces of him circulating his strength, simply relying on the strength of his physique to withstand this baptism of world energy. Not a single trace of this world energy was wasted by him, all of it being absorbed into his body and transformed into his own strength. His physique was constantly wriggling, and his body was as solid as a rock. Just by looking at him, he gave off a powerful and thrilling aura. Everyone could feel that Xianxia's body was growing stronger in extremely fast speed, comparable to the strongest defensive artifact in the world. All the masters from various clans were shocked. "Brother Meng, when you broke through to the Saint Realm," Chu Ling Xiao whispered, "how much world energy baptism did you withstand?" "About half," Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice. "Any more and I wouldn't have been able to bear it. I'm probably a bit weaker than Brother Meng." Chu Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Chu Ling Xiao took a light breath and compared himself with Xianxia's actions. Chu Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling somewhat inferior. Zhang Yuan's face twitched as he secretly felt that he really needed to improve his relationship with Xianxia. In this battle, 2 demon generals had fallen. This was already a great loss to his demon race. If he didn't seize the opportunity in front of him, he didn't know what path the demon race would take in the future. The potential of a young man who was breaking through could surpass any force. In the past, Zhang Yuan still couldn't understand why top masters like Li Rong and Han Fei would be so loyal to Xianxia, who was only a transcendent. Even if there was a relationship with a great demon god, this shouldn't be the case. This was too much of a humiliation for him. With their strength, they could establish their own sex, and no one in the world could underestimate them. But at this moment, Zhang Yuan finally understood that Li Rong, Han Fei, and the others were far more far-sighted than he was. Because this young man might be able to give the ancient demon clan a future they could never hope to achieve, a new hope. While everyone was still in shock, Xianxia suddenly made a move that made everyone tremble in fear. Under the unparalleled pressure and the power of the world, he suddenly stood up and coldly looked at the sky. Immediately, his body leaped, and he directly fled into the sky while enduring the power of the world that was descending. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia disappeared into the storm of world energy that was gathering in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded, their expression changing dramatically. Zhang Yuan's expression became serious as he stared at Xianxia. "Let's go somewhere else." Xianxia motioned before beckoning to Li Rong. "Come with me." Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other, not knowing what Xianxia wanted to do, but still obediently followed. The other powerhouses stood where they were, enjoying the joy of victory as they discussed the future matters at the same time. "I wonder what Yang Shengzhu wants to say to this senior." Zhang Yuan walked a distance away from Xianxia and couldn't help asking. Xianxia took out a new set of clothes from the black book space and neatly put them on before saying, "Go Qiong and Ba He are dead. Please restrain your grief, Demon Commander." Zhang Yuan froze for a moment before letting out a laugh. "They died a worthy death. Many thanks for Yang Shengzhu's concern. And I just want to tell you that although I had the idea of using the Demon Eye of Annihilation to suppress Koluo from the beginning, if he didn't come on my side, I couldn't do anything about it. When Go Qiong and Bahi died, I was powerless. This senior understands your difficulties. You don't need to mind." Zhang Yuan nodded gently. "That's good." Yang Kai grinned. Now that your demon land has lost 2 demon general, your strength has been greatly reduced. What do you plan to do? What do you mean by that? Zhang Yuan frowned and coldly snorted. If you're worried that the other 2 races will take this opportunity to invade my demon land, you're worrying too much. As long as this senior is alive, no one can have any ideas about my demon land. You're thinking too much. Yang Kai shook his head. I just want to ask you, are you interested in finding another demon general to replace them? Find another demon general? Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed as he suddenly recovered, turning to Li Rong and asking, You mean this lady? Of course. Li Rong is also a member of the demon race, and her strength isn't any worse than yours, so there shouldn't be any problem with her becoming a demon general, right? Naturally, there's no problem, but is Yang Shengzhu willing to part with her? Is this lady willing to come to my demon land? Zhang Yuan smiled meaningfully as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to peer into his heart and see what his plans were. Li Rong indeed had no problem becoming a demon general. Her strength already qualified her to become a demon commander, but Yang Kai's sudden proposal really made Zhang Yuan a little vigilant. He thought that Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of the demon land. I refuse, Li Rong said coldly. Yang Kai raised his hand and gestured. Listen to what I have to say. After this trip, I will be leaving this place. Leaving this place? Zhang Yuan, Li Rong, and Han Fei all froze for a moment. Wherever Master goes, we will go, Li Rong said decisively. Yang Kai pointed to the sky and said, I'm going to Star Territory, so I can't take you with me. Star Territory? Zhang Yuan paled. Why would you want to go to Star Territory? That place is filled with dangers, and you've only just broken through to the Saint Realm. If you go there, you won't even have the ability to protect yourself. Yes, Master, if you really want to go, please take me with you, Li Rong hurriedly expressed. I'll go too. Han Fei bit her red lip. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'll go alone. More than 10 years ago, when I came here, I was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator. I didn't even have the strength to protect myself, yet I still managed to come here. If I hadn't come here at that time and had instead stayed in the central capital, I definitely wouldn't have the strength I have now. When the people of this world invaded, I might have become a slave to some great force, unable to resist. It was because I came here at that time that I was able to bring my family and friends here when the crisis came, allowing them to live near 9 Heavens' holy land to ensure their safety. The current situation is the same as it was 10 years ago. How is it the same? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Great demon gods sealed this world, causing it to fade from the sight of Starfield. But now that the seal has been lifted, perhaps one day a Saint King realm or even higher master will come here. When that time comes, who will be able to resist? Zhang Yuan paled slightly, thinking of the scene he had seen in Great Demon God's memories and shuddering. Thousands of years ago, Great Demon God had resisted the invaders from the starry sky. If that scene were to appear again, with the current strength of the masters in this world, all living beings would be reduced to slaves. Kuluo alone had cost them a great deal of effort, even sacrificing 2 demon general to kill him. Kuluo's cultivation was only close to the Saint King realm, and had yet to successfully break through. If a Saint King realm master really came, no one would be able to resist. Chapter 978. Zhang Yuan somewhat understood what Yang Kai meant. If I go to the Star Territory, I may be able to find a way. When the time comes, even if a powerful enemy invades, I won't be unable to defend myself. Of course, this is only a possibility. No one can guarantee anything, Yang Kai shrugged. From his own experiences over the past dozen years, Yang Kai saw a similar way out. It was never wrong to prepare for a rainy day. So, Yang Shengzhu wants to take the risk of going to the star field for the sake of the future of Tongxian realm? Zhang Yuan looked at him strangely, curling his lips as he asked, You're not such a righteous man, are you? Although he hadn't been in contact with Yang Kai many times and hadn't known him for a long time, Zhang Yuan had his own way of judging people. As the demon commander, his vision was far sharper than the average person. He felt that Yang Kai's eagerness to go to the star field wasn't because of what he said. There must be some other reason. Yang Kai laughed and nodded. There is indeed a more important reason, but that is my personal matter, so it is not convenient for me to disclose it. I can only guarantee that there will be no harm to the demon land. I believe you. Zhang Yuan gently nodded before turning to look at Li Rong again, a faint look of interest flashing across his face. If Yang Kai really left Tongxian realm, he might be able to accept Li Rong as a demon general. The ancient demon clan's combat strength was intrepid, and their leaders were also tyrannical. With them joining, the demon land would one day become impregnable. Most importantly, he might be able to take advantage of Yang Kai's absence to persuade the ancient demon clan to truly become a part of the demon race. Zhang Yuan was tempted. Li Rong, you belong to the demon race, and the demon land's environment is more suitable for your cultivation. If you go there, it will be more suitable for the development of your clansmen. And if one day I can return and you're still willing to follow me, I will definitely take you to a wider world. Yang Kai showed a look of nostalgia. More than 10 years ago, I seem to have said the same thing to the great Han dynasty. Li Rong and Han Fei's beautiful eyes brightened. My lord, are you sure you can't bring us along? Li Rong made a final attempt. Yang Kai shook his head. Starfield was too vast and too dangerous. He didn't even know where to go, so how could he bring anyone along? Then my ancient demon clan awaits, master's good news. Li Rong nodded heavily and didn't say anything more. She knew that since Yang Kai had already made his decision, it was useless for her to say anything more. Before that, my clan will temporarily reside in the demon land. I wonder if Master Demon Commander is willing to accept us. This senior welcomes you. Zhang Yuan smiled heartily. After returning to the gathering place of the three clans, the various forces returned triumphantly, one after another. Each force had come from a different place, so after traveling together for a while, they all went their separate ways. In this battle, each force had suffered huge losses, so they couldn't wait to return to prepare materials and restore their yuan qi. 10 days later, Yang Kai separated from Su Hui and the others, telling him to return to the Holy Land with Li Rong and the others first, that he needed to go to Dragon Phoenix Palace and would return in a few days. Su Hui nodded and left. Let's go. Yang Kai waited for the people from Nine Heavens Holy Land and the ancient demon clan to walk away before turning to Qinzhou and smiling. Qinzhou's expression was a bit reserved, filled with many questions and doubts, but he didn't dare ask them directly and simply led the way. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Does Palace Master Chun want to ask about the Dragon Emperor?" Qinzhou was startled, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he cupped his fists and asked, "If it is convenient, can Yang Shengzhu explain?" In this battle with the Bone Race, the might of the Dragon Emperor had reappeared, but Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor's successor of Dragon Phoenix Palace, had not come to the battlefield. Moreover, after the Golden Dragon dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was clearly revealed. When Yang Kai broke through to the Saint Realm and returned, Qinzhou also saw a lifelike Golden Dragon tattoo on his body. This series of signs allowed Qinzhou to vaguely understand the truth of the matter, but he wasn't certain. Naturally, he wanted to find Yang Kai and ask him about this matter. "It's time to give you an explanation." Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression serious. "Before that, I want to apologize to Palace Master Chun and your noble sect for deceiving you." Qinzhou's body shook as a look of understanding appeared on his face. "Sun Yu is not the Dragon Emperor's successor. I am." "Ah." Elder Xiaoling was taken aback as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. That year, when the Dragon Valley inheritance opened, it wasn't because of Sun Yu, but rather because I accidentally entered it. Sun Yu happened to break in at that time and was drawn into the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. I stayed in the Dragon Valley with him for 2 years. I didn't know much about Dragon Phoenix Palace, so I left Sun Yu there and asked him some questions while giving him some pointers in his cultivation. So, Sun Yu being able to make such a huge breakthrough in his cultivation during these 2 years was entirely because of Xianxia. Chen Zhou was shocked, suddenly realizing why Sun Yu's cultivation progress after leaving Dragon Valley had been so poor. Although it was faster than an ordinary person's, it was still far from the aptitude of the Dragon Emperor. Half of it, he's also quite diligent, Yang Kai smiled wryly. Then, when Frozen Nether Cave Heaven attacked, I also dealt with it secretly, Yang Kai admitted frankly. No wonder the Dragon Emperor. Sun Yu listens to Yang Shengzhu and worships him so much. It turns out there was such a reason behind it. Xiaoling suddenly understood. I was wondering when great elder Ling Jian had become friend with a character like Yang Shengzhu, but now it all makes sense. But I still don't quite understand. Chen Zhou frowned. Since Yang Shengzhu is the Dragon Emperor's successor, why would he conceal this matter? Just how respected was the Dragon Emperor's successor? Sun Yu had already reached the heavens in a single bound and had become the highest-ranking person in Dragon Phoenix Palace. Qinzhou really couldn't understand why Yang Kai would conceal his existence while allowing Sun Yu to attract everyone's attention. Yang Kai said somewhat embarrassedly, "The main reason is that I just happened to become the holy master of 9 Heavens' holy land that year." You should have heard that at that time. 9 Heavens' holy land was suffering from both external and internal troubles, a pile of mess that had yet to be cleaned up. At that time, I was not in the mood to take care of other matters. And the most important thing is that I am not a member of Dragon Phoenix Palace. If I were to tell you that I had obtained the Dragon Phoenix Palace's inheritance, I don't know what you would think. Perhaps it would cause some kind of disaster. This is my fault. It has nothing to do with Sun Yu. I asked him to help me conceal this matter. I'm sorry. Kai Yang's attitude was sincere, and he explained everything to her. Qinzhou, Xiaoling, and the others glanced at each other with complicated expressions. After a while, Qinzhou laughed and said, "It's not too late for Yang Shengzhu to tell us the truth at this moment, but I don't quite understand why was Yang Shengzhu able to obtain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Is there some other reason for this?" "Because I cultivate the yin-yang joyous unification art." Qinzhou's eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Kai gave a brief account of what happened in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, and when everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace heard this, all of them showed looks of excitement. It's the inheritance left behind by the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. No wonder Yang Shengzhu was able to open Dragon Valley's barrier. Everything makes sense now, Qinzhou said excitedly. So, Yang Shengzhu is an outsider. And, strictly speaking, Yang Shengzhu should be considered a member of my Dragon Phoenix Palace. Xiaoling also couldn't contain his excitement. Yang Kai wanted 9 Heavens' holy land and Dragon Phoenix Palace to be on good terms, most likely because of this connection. At this moment, Qinzhou and Xiaoling finally understood everything. Right, what about the Phoenix Empress? Qinzhou suddenly remembered something. Since Yang Shengzhu cultivates the yin-yang joyous unification art, there must be a Phoenix Empress. Where is she? Why haven't I seen her before? She's not in Tongxian realm. Yang Kai's expression became dim. She went to Starfield. Starfield? Qinzhou was dumbfounded. I'm going to find her, but I don't know when I'll be able to return, so I want to take the Phoenix Empress inheritance from the Phoenix Nest so that when I find her, I can hand it over to her. Take it away? Qinzhou was startled. Can that inheritance be taken away? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not sure, I'm just going to try. Of course, that is if Palace Master Qin agrees. That's not a problem, but the difficulty is a bit high. That inheritance has been hidden in the Phoenix Nest for thousands of years. No one knows what it is. I hope you do your best. Many thanks, Yang Kai nodded sincerely. After confirming that Yang Kai was the real Dragon Emperor's successor, Qinzhou and Xiaoling's attitude suddenly became very respectful. Yang Kai asked them not to blame Sun Yu, and the two of them said they didn't take this matter to heart. For the entire Dragon Phoenix Palace, as long as there was a successor to the Dragon Emperor's identity, That person would stand on the sect's side. It didn't matter who inherited it. What's more, Yang Kai's identity as the Dragon Emperor's successor had been decided a long time ago. Moreover, the two of them also said that although Sun Yu was not the real Dragon Emperor, they would not treat him unfairly in the future and would pour all of the sect's resources, manpower, and financial resources into him as always. Sun Yu's current aptitude was also far superior to ordinary people, so he was worth focusing on. More than a month later, a group of people arrived at Dragon Phoenix Palace. Dragon Phoenix Palace welcomed them with open arms. Sun Yu had long since received news and led a group of people to stand outside Dragon Phoenix Palace, congratulating Qianzhou and the others on their triumphant return, as well as welcoming Yang Kai. Qianzhou set up a banquet to entertain them, and the entire sect toasted and drank. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai pulled Sun Yu aside and explained the situation to him. Sun Yu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Senior Yang, this makes me feel a lot more at ease, but will the palace master and the others hold a grudge against me in the future?" "How could that be?" Yang Kai laughed. "Cultivate well. Even if you are not the Dragon Emperor now, you are still the future hope of the sect. The palace master and the others won't treat you unfairly." "Really?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's great." Sun Yu smiled happily, no longer feeling the psychological burden he had before. Before, he had been burdened with the false identity of the Dragon Emperor, causing him to worry all day long, for fear that someone would discover his flaws. But now he felt completely relaxed, as if an invisible burden had been lifted from his shoulders, allowing him to straighten his back. Chapter 979. Inside the Phoenix Nest, a world of ice and snow, a frigid chill permeated the jungle, causing it to be shrouded in a layer of white fog, making it seem like a paradise on Earth. The Phoenix Empress inheritance was hidden in this jungle, and for thousands of years, no one had truly obtained it. Only those who cultivated cold attribute secret arts would often come to the Phoenix Nest to cultivate, taking advantage of the favorable conditions here. Even frozen Nether Cave Heaven, which had previously tried to harm Dragon Phoenix Palace, had its foundation not far from the Phoenix Nest, relying on its cold aura to survive. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in a certain part of the Phoenix Nest, the frigid cold aura blocking the flow of Saint Qi in his body. Even though he had already reached the Saint Realm, Yang Kai could still feel an extraordinary domain and energy from the surrounding heavens and earth. This domain and energy seemed to be everywhere, causing his hair and clothes to be covered in frost. If Su Yin could be here, she would only need to circulate her yin-yang joyous unification art to absorb all the ice attribute energy in the Phoenix Nest. However, she was unable to come here. Yang Kai constantly tried to release his divine sense, try to comprehend this aura and absorb it. After all, he had gone to the star field this time and did not know when he would return. If he was lucky enough to find Su Yin, he could directly hand over the Phoenix Empress inheritance hidden here to her and help her improve her strength. However, Yang Kai was not sure he could accomplish this. The ice attribute energy and this aura were completely incompatible with the true Yang secret art he cultivated, and it was also completely different from the Saint Qi in his body. Yang Kai could only patiently try and not force it. Time passed by, and Yang Kai sat in the Phoenix Nest for half a month without making any progress. However, because of the influence of the ice attribute energy, Yang Kai was able to slowly stabilize his newly promoted Saint Realm. Having just broken through a great realm, the most important thing to avoid at this time was to be greedy. The ice attribute energy had forced Yang Kai to resist it with his hot Saint Qi, and while consuming the Saint Qi in his body, Yang Kai was also able to sense the various differences between his Saint Realm and his Saint Qi. Yang Kai had gained a lot and maintained this state without thinking about anything else. Instead, he focused on stabilizing his Saint Realm cultivation, causing his Saint Realm cultivation to become more solid and his Saint Qi to become purer and more vigorous. His efforts during this period of time had given him a buffer period. It had become the cornerstone for him to stabilize his realm. The power in his body was also slowly becoming stronger. He was comprehending the mysteries of the Saint realm. During this process, the golden dragon tattoo on his body was constantly moving. Being in the phoenix nest, it seemed to have received some kind of special nourishment. Not only was it not stable, but it also seemed to be very eager, as if it wanted to rush out of Xianxia's body and merge with the cold energy. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress were the two pillars of Dragon Phoenix Palace, and they were also of one mind. The golden dragon tattoo contained an enormous amount of energy. It was the Dragon Emperor's final inheritance, so it was natural for there to be some abnormalities in the phoenix nest. Another half a month later, there was still no movement from the phoenix nest. During this time, Xianxia had been transmitting his divine sense to his surroundings in an attempt to understand the mysteries of the phoenix nest. But he failed. After a whole month, Xianxia had no choice but to give up. He felt that he couldn't take away the final inheritance left here. Just as Xianxia opened his eyes and was about to leave, the cold energy in the phoenix nest suddenly underwent some unusual changes and seemed to resonate with the golden dragon tattoo on Xianxia's body, forming a subtle connection. Xianxia's body froze as he recalled his actions just now. Quickly holding his breath, he stopped circulating the energy in his body and allowed the golden dragon tattoo to move freely around his body. This subtle connection became clearer and clearer, and Xianxia's eyes became brighter as he vaguely understood what was going on. The huge amount of cold energy in the phoenix nest was converging in a certain direction, and that direction was not far in front of Xianxia. Gradually, the frost that had covered the entire phoenix nest for thousands of years began to melt, leaving only a small territory in front of Xianxia, where the cold energy was extremely rich. It seemed that all of the cold energy was gathering here. In front of Xianxia's eyes, the phantom image of an ice phoenix appeared. It was noble, gorgeous, and completely snow-white. It was crystal clear and flawless, like an otherworldly fairy. It reminded Xianxia of Suyin. The auras of the two were so similar that they seemed to come from the same source. Hu Jiaoer had once commented that Suyin was like an ice doll, and this comment was not an exaggeration. Anyone who saw Suyin would have the same first impression. Her coldness would only melt in front of Xianxia. It became as hot as fire, hot enough to burn the hardest rock in the world. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the world as the ice phoenix phantom raised its head and cried out in response. Xianxia stretched out his hand and gently gazed at it, just like how he gazed at Suyin. He sent the most sincere invitation to the ice phoenix phantom. The ice phoenix phantom stared at him as if it had its own life and wisdom. It looked into Xianxia's heart and saw the beautiful figure that occupied Xianxia's heart, understanding how important she was to Xianxia. The ice phoenix responded. Its luxurious body collapsed like a collapsing mountain, like a tsunami, fiercely rolling towards Xianxia. Xianxia remained motionless, allowing the cold energy to rush into his body. The surface of his sturdy body instantly condensed a layer of ice, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out. The huge amount of cold energy poured in, seemingly wanting to freeze him in an instant. The hot Saint Qi in his body involuntarily rioted, trying to resist the invading cold energy. Xianxia quickly suppressed it and withdrew all his Saint Qi back to the Dantian. His teeth chattered and his whole body turned purple. In just a moment, Xianxia was frostbitten. The huge amount of cold energy continued to pour in, and after a long time, all the remaining cold energy in the world disappeared. Xianxia's tense and trembling body suddenly relaxed at this moment, and the unbearable cold he had been feeling also disappeared. There seemed to be something inside his body that was swimming around the surface of his skin, giving him a refreshing feeling that refreshed his spirit. Unbuttoning his clothes, Yang Kai looked down and saw a dragon and phoenix pattern chasing each other in harmony. Inside these two patterns, there was enough power to destroy the heavens and earth. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction and seemed a little surprised. He had only come here to give it a try and had not really thought he would succeed, but the result had exceeded his expectations. The Phoenix Emperor's final inheritance had really responded to his invitation and entered his body. He closed his eyes and sensed the aura of the Phoenix Empress. She used his body as a shelter and stayed there for the time being. It was a foreign object, so although it contained a huge amount of energy, Yang Kai could not use it. All he could do was temporarily store it for Su Yan. After carefully confirming that the Ice Phoenix pattern would not have any adverse effects on him, Yang Kai got up with satisfaction and strode out of the Phoenix nest. The sun shone down and the Phoenix nest was unsealed. The world of ice and snow, which had existed for thousands of years, finally began to melt today. Going to Dragon Phoenix Palace and telling Chunzhou about the Phoenix nest, Yang Kai said goodbye to him, summoned his star shuttle, and flew back to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. When he returned to the Holy Land, Su Hui and the others had already returned. Until today, the entire Holy Land was still full of jubilation and excitement. Yang Kai gathered his friends and family and told them about his trip to Starfield. To Yang Kai's surprise, after hearing this news, they didn't seem to have much of a reaction, as if they had already known. Yang Kai glanced over at Li Rong and knew that she had told them about this in advance, so they were mentally prepared. "Have you decided?" Meng Wuya asked leisurely. Yang Kai nodded gently. "Since you've decided, there's no need to say anything more. Be careful. You don't need to worry about this place. This old master will look after it for you." Meng Wuya gently nodded. "Many thanks, Treasurer Meng." Yang Kai nodded sincerely. With these words from Meng Wuya, even if he had to leave, he could rest assured. Now that Nine Heaven's Holy Land was on the right track, it didn't matter whether he was the Holy Master or not. The only thing Yang Kai couldn't let go of was his friends and family who lived in the former site of War Spirit Temple. But as long as Meng Wuya was here, they would never be bullied. You go explore the path first. Maybe one day this old master will also go and take a look. When that time comes, I'll definitely come find you. Meng Wuya smiled. "I'll be waiting." A sobbing sound came from the side as Dong Suju's eyes became red and swollen as she looked towards Yang Kai pleadingly, as if she didn't want him to leave. More than 10 years ago, Yang Kai had left the central capital and never returned, never to be heard from again. It wasn't until recently that the family reunited again. But Dong Suju hadn't even had time to have a good chat with her son before Yang Kai had to embark on a new journey to the vast star field. How could she be willing? Fourth Master Yang, who was a man of iron, also had tears in his eyes, his expression filled with reluctance. Yang Kai's heart was filled with guilt and was about to open his mouth to comfort his son when Fourth Master Yang quickly said, "Go. Father supports you and believes in you." Yang Kai's body trembled as he nodded heavily. With the words of Fourth Master Yang, Yang Kai also felt relieved. He could put down all his psychological burdens and do what he wanted to do. "Before you go, you should have a good chat with Ning Chong." Meng Wuya sighed slightly. "She's been cooped up in her room for the past half a month." "I know." At night, the moon shone brightly like the stars in the sky. Inside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai slowly walked over just as Ling was coming out. When she saw Yang Kai, she couldn't help gawking for a moment before immediately turning towards one of the rooms and giggling before quickly leaving, a look of schadenfreude on her face. Yang Kai glared at her for a moment before straightening his clothes and walking towards Xian Ningchang's room. Outside the door, Du Wan and the other 4 grandmasters were gathered together, each of them trying their best to persuade the other grandmasters, each of them trying their best to convince the other grandmasters. There was no movement inside the room. "Good evening, grandmasters." Yang Kai coughed dryly to attract their attention. In the darkness, 5 pairs of eyes shot towards Yang Kai, all of them looking at him with disdain. "You little brat." Chong Bao's fat jiggled as he took advantage of his seniority to reprimand Yang Kai. You really don't know how lucky you are. What kind of character is Lady Xia? You should be grateful that she took a liking to you. Yet you actually dared to make her sad. You really make this old master angry. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.